Chapter 151 Return to Angry Fong. After the battle was over, Leo left all the follow-up arrangements to Willy and the others. The most important thing for him now was to recover his magic power. It's a pity that no mage came with me this time. It would be great if there was a mage. The magic bread they make is amazing and good for quick recovery. In someone's eyes, a mage's greatest strength is serving as a food-making machine. The bodies of the fallen soldiers were carefully placed together, and 10 military chaplains stood up and prayed devoutly. Military chaplains are a rather special group of beings. The vast majority of them are not full-fledged priests, and there are even very few trainee priests. Official priests are those who have truly mastered the power of the holy light and can be on an equal footing with the paladins. They have a noble status and are few in number. Trainee priests are those who have the talent to become priests and are working hard to learn how to master the power of the holy light. As for the vast majority of them, military chaplains are not even apprentices. They are just devout believers in the holy light. Although they have no talent, they can cast low-level, healing spells such as restoration through their prayers. After a while, as if in response to the prayers of the chaplain accompanying the army, a golden holy light shone down, and the bodies of the fallen soldiers gradually disappeared into nothingness in the holy light. Leo looked at all this for a long time, and then he sighed silently. This is just war. Dozens of people who were still alive just half a day ago are gone. The battlefield is stained with blood, and their bodies are wrapped in horse leather. Words like this look passionate and sound heroic, but what it actually feels like can only be understood through personal experience. Ready to hit the road. After hastily calming down, and after the army chaplain treated the injured soldiers one by one, Leo led the entire team and continued towards the Fury Fawn camp. He understood that as the war started, such scenes would definitely not be rare in the future. In war, how can there be no death? People often only see those who triumph with honor, but ignore the many more people who fell on the battlefield. The human army has been attacked 3 times on the way to the Fury Fawn camp. So, what is the situation like at the Fury Fawn camp as their destination? Groups of orcs were busy in the Angry Fawn camp. This camp had been completely destroyed once by the human army. Now it takes a lot of effort and time to re-establish it. In a tent in the center of the camp, 3 burly orcs were sitting together and discussing something. How is the situation of the human army? An orc with multiple burn scars on his head and a halberd hammer in his hand asked the orc opposite him. If Leo were here, he would recognize that the orc in question is the escaped prisoner from Stormwind City Prison. The orc Tager. Tager's face was not good looking, and he said to the orc who asked the question with a troubled expression, "The human army is coming soon. The swamp crocodiles and wetland swamp beasts we attracted have all fought against them, but they have not attacked them. How many casualties have been caused?" "Ganeg. The army sent by humans is very strong this time." The orc standing in the middle snorted, with a look of disdain on his face. "Don't expect those brainless beasts to cause much harm to the human army. To truly defeat them, we still have to rely on our own strength. This orc is dressed in blood-red armor and holds a large axe. He is a whole head taller than an ordinary orc, and with his strong body, he looks very oppressive. He is the supreme commander of these orcs. Gorfok Fury Fong." Gorfok turned to look at Ganeg, and his tone was very dissatisfied. Ganeg burnt skull. The honor and reputation of the orcs are forged by the axe in their hands and the blood of their enemies. Don't be fooled. That clever guy Titch confuses you. If his little tricks are effective, why will he be defeated? This idiot who only has muscles in his mind is not your turn to teach you a lesson. Ganeg was secretly angry in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. Now he had to rely on Gorfok's power, which was not the time to fall out with this guy. "Gorfok, don't think I don't know what's on your mind. If you want to be a tribal chief, you are not qualified. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have enough strength and need to use your strength to avenge Chief Necrosh, the first person I want to beat is definitely you, the barbarian who covets the position of chief." Ganeg did not speak, and the tent fell into silence for a moment, feeling a little cold. At this time Tager acted as the peacemaker, and he changed the topic and said, "I have already contacted Dulong. They are very dissatisfied with the actions of the human army in Dunmod, and will cooperate with us at the appropriate time. Teach these humans a lesson." "Dark Iron Dwarves? Huh? A group of guys who were killed by humans and wandered around like dogs." Gorfok looked contemptuous. The Dark Iron Dwarves' home base of Evil Iron Ridge was gone, and the newly acquired Dunmod was killed by humans again. The army captured it, and it was just as he said. A group of homeless guys wandering around. Tager's face darkened. This was the ally he contacted to help. Isn't it a slap in the face for Gorfok to look down on the Dark Iron Dwarves led by Dulong? This savage man still wants to be the chief of the tribe. If he becomes the chief, how can he not make enemies everywhere with his temper? How can our Dragonmaw Orc clan gain a foothold in the wetland? Garnegg despises Gorfolk very much. In any case, the Dark Iron Dwarves are allies with him now. Even if you despise them, you can't say it out loud. Just think about it in your mind. The human army still has more than half a day's journey to reach here. We will make sure they never come back. This time, it was Garnegg who came out to smooth things over. Gorfolk laughed loudly. Garnegg is right. Kill all those ugly humans and let them know that the wetland is not something they can touch. What attitude is he trying to express? The wetlands are not something humans can touch. Is our Dragonmaw Orc tribe the best person to rule this area? When he said this, he seemed to regard himself as the chief of the Dragonmaw tribe giving orders. Who would admit it? Where do you put me? Tug. Maluk? Garnegg is quite speechless now. Anyone with any brain would say that killing all humans is to avenge the dead chief Necrosh. Only a brainless guy like Gorfok would say that. Say what you said above. After being angrily for a while, Garnegg thought again. It was a good thing that Gorfolk was not very smart. Otherwise, who would he be fooling into becoming cannon fodder? Gorfok. Since the human army is coming soon, it would be best for Tager and I to make arrangements first. There is no room for sloppiness in this battle. Garnegg said and winked at Tagle, and the two of them walked out side by side. Tent! The two people who walked out of the tent went straight out of the camp. When they saw no one around, Tagle snorted angrily and expressed his dissatisfaction with Gorfok. Garnegg smiled upon seeing this. Okay, Tagle, this guy Gorfolk is a brainless barbarian. Why are you angry with him? I'm worried whether this barbarian will ruin our plan. Don't worry, Tager. We let his people stay in the camp. When the human army arrives, they will definitely fight with him first. At that time, we will stand still and wait until they are almost done fighting before taking action. This barbarian by then, even if I want to do something, I won't have the strength. Garnegg looked determined. Do you think that this brainless guy like Gorfok really thinks that we will give him the camp with complete fortifications? And he will fight the human army in the wild first? Why should I? Garnegg, listen to you? Do you think you are the chief? After hearing this, Tagar showed an expression on his face that said, I knew you would do this a long time ago. He didn't have the slightest fondness for the guy in Gorfolk who wanted to be in power. This barbarian had no brains at all. Let him becoming the chief will only bring disaster to the Dragonmaw clan. And the chief must be an orc who is wise enough to serve. On this point, Tugger and Garnegg agree completely. Their favorite candidate is Tugger, selected by Chief Necrosh. In order to help Tudge successfully become the chief, it is impossible to rely on Gorfok, a barbarian who has no self-awareness. Garnegg and Tager looked at each other, and both orcs saw this meaning in each other's eyes. It is true that people should be self-aware. If ambition exceeds ability, even your own allies will betray you because they are afraid that you will implicate them. It looks like a cup named Gorfok is about to appear. Leo and the others didn't know about the intrigues and schemes among the Dragonmaw orcs. After marching for most of the day, they finally saw the Rathong camp. However, it was already getting dark at this time, and it would undoubtedly be foolish to fight at night after traveling a long distance. Leo looked at the soldiers who were setting up a simple military camp while guarding against the possible attack of the orcs, and let out a depressed sigh. His calculations were wrong. If he had known it, he would have slowed down his march. Their original plan was to arrive at Fury Fawn camp in the afternoon and then decide whether to attack immediately based on the situation. Unexpectedly, they encountered a group of swamp crocodiles and a group of wetland swamp animals on the way, which delayed them too much, causing them to arrive half a day later than planned. It seems we can only start the war tomorrow. Whaley looked at the Fury Fawn camp in the distance and expressed his worries. It's just that I'm worried something will happen tonight. Leo also felt the same about Willie's worries. The swamp crocodiles and wetland swamp beasts encountered during the day must be related to the orcs in Angry Fawn camp. Since the other party can come up with such methods, there is no guarantee that they will not have a backup plan. I don't know how many conspiracies these orcs have, but the only way to do this now is to take advantage of them. Leo is very depressed when he thinks that his side is in a passive position. Who said that the orcs have no brains? Who said that the orcs can't play tricks and tricks? Now I have met a magic horse? Is my brother's fate too tragic, or is the fate of other pigs' feet too good? Leo let out a long sigh. There were only 2 words that could accurately describe all the things in his heart. What a cheater. Chapter 152 Attack the Wrath Fawn Camp again. Amid the tense vigilance of the sentries, a peaceful night passed. Nothing happened at all. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning shone down, the sentinels' nerves became even tighter because heavy fog enveloped the land. Heavy fog is common in wetlands. Sometimes the fog does not dissipate even at noon. This may not be a big deal in normal times, but now it has become a big problem. What if the orcs make a sneak attack at this time? There was no reason for the sentry not to be nervous. Leo ordered a few crows to wander around the camp and pay close attention to the surrounding movements. Maybe 1 or 2 crows could not detect it, but the orc army would never be able to hide it from his eyes and ears if it wanted a sneak attack. What the hell weather? Whaley cursed and walked over. Judging from the density of the fog, he knew it would not dissipate this morning. Isn't this good? I have an extra morning to rest. And the brothers, who are keeping watch, can also have a good sleep. That's right. The atmosphere in the human military camp was very relaxed. But the Fury Fawn camp, which was far opposite them, was tense because Gorfok was furious. What are Ganeg and Tagger doing? They actually let humans sleep comfortably in front of my camp. These 2 losers. Poor Gorfok. He had no idea that he had been sold. Ganeg and Tagger deliberately did not attack the human army as agreed before, in order to make the human army and Gorfok fight more fiercely. The morning time always passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. At this time, the heavy fog had gradually dissipated, and the atmosphere in the military camp suddenly became tense, and the battle was about to begin. Groups of human soldiers began to gather and formed a formation to attack the Fury Fawn camp. Seeing that the humans outside the camp were about to launch an attack, Gorfok could only put away his anger and command his men to prepare for the battle. After Ganeg and Tigger failed to launch an attack on humans as agreed, he also became suspicious and did not break out of the camp to fight the human army as originally discussed. In any case, using the fortifications in the camp to resist human attacks can always reduce many casualties on one's own side. These orcs have learned the turtle tactic. Leo curled his lips. He was unhappy that the orcs wanted to rely on the fortifications of the camp to defend themselves. Wouldn't it cost the attackers more effort? If there were too many casualties among the soldiers, it wouldn't be very shameful for me. You should know that this is my first time leading a team into battle. Leo scratched his face. He looked at the angry fawn camp opposite and rubbed his chin vigorously. As the thoughts in his mind swirled, he gradually came up with an idea. The raging fawn camp was destroyed once by the human army after the last battle. Although the orcs have rebuilt it now, the crudeness of the defenses cannot be compared to before. The most important thing is that due to time, the orcs have only built the first line of defense. Since there is only 1 layer of defense, let me break it for you. Leo winked at Willy and the others and motioned for them to block the front, while he quietly retreated into the team. The orcs at the angry fawn camp did not notice anything unusual, and even if they did, they would not have time to observe carefully, because a group of human warriors charged towards the camp after a dozen breaths. The orcs in the angry fawn camp clenched their weapons and stared at the rushing human warriors. Just when the human warriors at the front entered the attack range of the orcs, a vine as thick as 1 person suddenly sprouted from under the orc's feet. When he came out, there was a string of spherical objects hanging on the vines, which were the 20 large bombs that Leo had put the fuses together. Oops. Boom. Seeing the sudden change under their feet, the orcs' thoughts in their hearts just arose, and a huge explosion blew them away. The poisonous flower vine resolutely detonated the string of large bombs on its body. The powerful impact of the explosion tore a gap of nearly 50 meters in the orcs' defense line. This gap was the main target of the human warriors. Fight in. Seeing that the orcs' defense line was torn apart, the human warriors, who happened to arrive, swarmed in under the leadership of a sergeant chief and charged into the Fury Fawn camp. Kick these humans out. Gorfok was furious when he saw this. He did not expect such an accident. Could it be that the human army was supported by the elves? The person who controlled the vine should be the druid of the night elves. Speaking of elf Leo, they do have some here, but they are not druids. But Gorfok didn't know that. So when he saw Thetis, he mistook the female elf hunter for the non-existent druid. What did I say? It turns out to be a night elf bastard. Gorfok showed a mocking smile towards Thetis. Thetis' skin is not the purple color of night elves. At first glance, it is easy to mistake her for a blood elf. However, it is impossible for blood elves to help humans. This means that she is a night elf with impure blood. After all, The Night Elves and the Blood Elves were both members of the same family, and it was normal for them to interact. Although there were not many like Thetis. They were not so rare that there was only one in the world. Thetis bit her lips tightly. Gorfolk's words did not escape her sensitive hearing. Being called a bastard. The elf huntress felt aggrieved. You're a bad guy. I'm going to make Shadowclaw bite you. Thetis moved her arrows like flying. And the Shadowclaw following her also felt that its master had been wronged. It roared at Gorfok and rushed over quickly. Leo curled his lips at Gorfok. I said, Orc. You look quite domineering. How come you act so vulgarly? Even bullying an underage female elf. You are really a typical example of how a person cannot be judged by his appearance. Thetis' strength is not weak. Especially when she attacks with anger. The attack is even more fierce. Gorfok has to dodge under the attack of sharp arrows fired in succession. At this moment, two big earth-colored fists suddenly appeared from the ground under his feet and hit Gorfok's calf hard, causing the orc warrior to stumble and fall to the ground. As Gorfok was about to stand up, the two fists turned into palms and tightly tightened around his waist, making it difficult for the orc warrior to exert force and unable to stand up. Gorfok couldn't get up, so he took advantage of the charging Shadow Claw. The Night Saber pounced and pinned Gorfok to the ground, opening its big mouth to bite off the orc's head. Ignoring Shadow Claw's big mouth, Gorfok, he attacked the claystone demon he was hugging fiercely, not worrying at all whether he would be bitten to death by Shadow Claw. Click! The teeth of Shadow Claw competed with the hardness of Gorfok's helmet. The sharp teeth and the strong biting force were unable to defeat the bloody helmet. From this, it seemed that the armor on Gorfok was not extraordinary product. No wonder he wasn't worried about Shadowclaw's attacks. Leo was secretly surprised when he saw this scene. Judging from the way Gorfok was dressed, he clearly owned a whole set of magic armor. A whole set of magic armor. He didn't even have a brother. He didn't expect it. This orc with obscene behavior is actually a wealthy man. What's the word for it? Oh, by the way, it's robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Steal your opponent's wealth to support your own poverty. Leo set his sights on Gorfok. Because Leo did not have any experience in commanding troops in combat. He did not know how to command, and handed over the command of the team to Viri. For Leo now, focusing on eliminating the enemy's high-end military force is the most suitable thing for him to do. Seeing that the scratching and biting of the Shadow Claws could not break through Gorfok's defense, Thetis pouted and looked at Leo, looking like a child who had been bullied and complained to an adult. After rubbing the female elf's hair, Leo said softly, "Be good. I'll help you beat him up. You go find someone else to play with first." With Leo's words, Thetis smiled, and she immediately changed the target of her attack. The orcs who were fighting with the human soldiers were unlucky. Under the continuous shooting of the elf huntress, all the orcs she targeted were gone. Those who survive 10 breaths are often shot between the eyebrows without paying attention and fall to the ground dead. Only Leo could say that shooting enemies was to play with them. He would really teach his little friends bad things. Gorfok finally killed the claystone demon. He was about to settle the score with a Shadow Claw that kept scratching and biting him. But he suddenly found that the rogue tiger that had taken advantage of him had run away. And in front of him was a huge grizzly bear. Gorfok, who had changed his opponent, didn't say much. He greeted the grizzly in a manly way and hit the head with an axe. A very humane mocking smile appeared on the grizzly bear's face. He ignored the axe struck by Gorfok and slapped the orc on the head with his thick bear paw. Thanks to his good armor, Gorfok didn't care about the bear's paw. The strength in his hand increased a bit, vowing to make the grizzly bear suffer a big loss in the first blow. However, before his axe hit the grizzly bear, a feeling of weakness suddenly hit him, followed by a burst of pain in his body. Leo smiled coldly from behind. You've been cursed by your brother. What else do you have to do? With the addition of various negative states, Gorfok's strength was greatly weakened. The power of the axe that struck the grizzly bear was suddenly reduced. The orc's originally confident blow that could inflict heavy damage to the grizzly bear ended up only inflicting heavy damage on the opponent. A knot deep wound. On the other hand, Gorfok himself swayed around, as if he was drunk after being slapped by a grizzly bear. It looked like he was slapped hard, and it was unclear whether he had a concussion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Huma, Terrorclaw, and Mad Wolf swarmed forward, ripping out their teeth and scratching their claws, leaving Gorfok in a state of disarray. If the defense of his armor had not passed the test, the orc would have been torn apart by the beasts long ago. Seeing that the pets suppressed Gorfok, Leo had time to observe the situation of the entire battlefield. Although there were many human soldiers who entered the Wrath Fong camp, the strength of the 3,000 orcs could not be underestimated. Under the vigorous attack of the human army, the orcs managed to stabilize their position. When Leo looked over, the two sides were fighting inextricably. Chapter 153: The Miserable Gorfok. The battle between the human warriors and the Dragon Maul orcs in the Raging Fong camp has moved from the initial barrier to a melee stage. After a period of fighting, the warriors from the two sides were completely entangled together, which made Leo want to help. I feel embarrassed. Whether it is bone teeth or bone spears, they are linear piercing attacks. The two parties fighting are mixed together, and the chance of not accidentally injuring themselves is 0. Leo didn't dare to act carelessly. If he hurt or even killed one of his own, the joke would be too big. At this time, some problems with the Necromancer's attack spells are revealed. In reality, there is no attack method such as teammate mode in the game that will not hurt your own personnel, which allows you to bombard with magic boldly and confidently. The Necromancer's bone spells can be fired but not retracted. After being fired, the bone spears of the giant crossbows will stab anyone who hits the muzzle of his gun, regardless of whether you are an ally or not. Some of the warlock spells are very suitable for this kind of scene. Sacrificial Fire and Searing Pain, which directly ignite the power of the fire element around the target, have become Leo's best choices at this time, because they do not have the problem of accidentally injuring friendly forces. The killing effect of the spells will directly act on the target. The bodies of the dragon-throated beasts that were fighting human warriors ignited red flames one after another. The fire element was burning their bodies, and the severe pain all over their bodies greatly affected the orcs' combat power. There is a warlock in the human army. Kill him quickly. The Dragon Maul Bone Guards commanded their skeleton brothers to kill Leo, and they themselves were to fight against the human archer troops together with the Dragon Maul Shadow Guards. Seeing a group of skeletons coming towards him, Leo was speechless. How dare you half-hearted people attack me with skeletons? When it comes to playing with skeletons, I'm your ancestor. Bullying brother shouldn't use the skeleton army. Right? I will let you understand what it means to use a big sword in front of Guan Gong and a big axe in front of Lu Ban's door. The strength of the dragon-throated Bone Guard is only at the mid-level warrior stage, which is far behind Leo, who is a legendary warlock. According to the law of summoning, the summoned creature's strength is at the same level as the summoner. Even if there are a handful of creatures that can be summoned beyond the level, it is definitely not them. The strength of the skeletons that are killing Leo is only at the mid-level warrior stage. If a mid-level warrior goes to deal with a legendary warlock, isn't this looking for abuse? And more importantly, this legendary warlock also hides a profession as a necromancer, who is an expert at playing skeletons. The skeletons that were attacking Leo suddenly fell apart with a crash. The scattered bones had all turned into broken particles before they hit the ground. Leo directly deprived them of their control, with a mental power far stronger than that of the Dragon Throat White Bone Guards. The skeleton's control then absorbed the group of skeletons as skeletons. The method of using mental power was something that Leo didn't know how to do before, but it was recorded in the magic notebook of Dark Soul Binder Gacoin. Although it was just some simple methods, these were nothing more than opening a door for Leo. It opened his eyes to a new realm of magic. Therefore, it is very necessary to learn from the experience of previous generations. If you want to see further, standing on the shoulders of giants will undoubtedly give you a higher starting point. Puff! The dragon-throated Bone Guard spurted blood from his mouth and fell to the ground with a pale face. They didn't understand what happened at all. They just felt a powerful force crashing into them. Their minds exploded, and they fell unconscious. As a legendary warlock, Leo's mental power is qualitatively higher than that of the Dragon Throat Bone Guard. In addition, this kid's growth is extremely bad. When he first enters the legend, he can be comparable to the average legendary peak. Both sides, it's strange that the mid-level Dragon Maul orcs can't bear the direct competition in terms of mental strength. After defeating the Dragon Maul White Bone Guard, Leo didn't feel anything at all. Today's mid-level warriors were nothing in his eyes. He was about to continue helping the human soldiers kill the Dragon Maul orcs. But something happened again at Gorfok. The orc warrior wearing blood-red armor finally recovered from the grizzly bear's slap. Seeing that he was being beaten, he picked up his axe and spun his body like a top. It was the warrior's whirlwind slash. 3 mad wolves became the victims of Gorfok's attack. The first ones to be attacked had a deep wound on their head by the orc's swinging axe, and their hard skulls were almost chopped into pieces. It was their serious injuries that drew Leo's attention back to Gorfok. With the wolf blocking him, Huma jumped aside in time. As for the grizzly bear, This guy relied on his thick skin and thick flesh to resist the orc's big axe and exchange injuries for injuries. The most interesting thing is Leo's newly conquered Terror Claw. This Crocodile King has activated the violent skill. Whenever Gorfolk's axe cuts on it, it will bite back. Among Leo's 3 powerful pets at this stage, Huma has the strongest attack and fastest attack. Grizzly has the highest attack and has good defense. And Terror Claw has the most balanced attack and defense among the 3. The fighting styles of Grizzly Bear and Terror Claw are really manly. With these 2 guys, Huma can find more loopholes for Gorfolk to attack. After watching it for a while, Leo quickly understood how the 3 beasts dealt with Gorfolk. The Grizzly Bear, with the thickest skin, resisted the most powerful first blow. The Terror Claw then resisted the second blow that was reduced in strength. And Hugh Mars caught the pause when the orc's axe hit the first 2 and pounced on them to attack. When Gorfolk's axe was swung at them, he immediately backed away. The 3 beasts under his command cooperated on their own, which did not surprise Leo. The souls of the Lion King Huma and the Crocodile King Terror Claw were devoured by the wolf spirit. Since they were devoured, they would definitely be absorbed. It is not surprising that the original combat experience and skills of Huma and the Crocodile King were inherited by the wolf spirit, coupled with the combat experience accumulated by wolf spirit itself. It is not surprising that they can cooperate. The big guy Grizzly Bear has also accumulated good combat experience after several battles. Being satisfied with Huma and the others' cooperation does not mean that Leo is satisfied with everything. The serious injury of the Mad Wolf once again revealed that the growth rate of their strength is no longer as fast as Leo's footsteps, which makes him want to find the one among the beasts. The idea of updating it with special beings became more and more intense. A green fireball the size of a small tree was burning in Leo's hand. The defensive power of Gorfolk's bloody armor was indeed not weak. Huma and the others failed to really hurt the orc after attacking for a while. Leo could only choose himself. Take action. The green fireball, which was burning and crackling, struck quickly. The face of Gorfolk, who was using whirlwind chops and grizzly bear claws to slash in a pure manly style, changed. The orc sensed the danger from this fireball, and he was waiting for it. He hid aside, but was surprised to find that his legs could not move forward. A thick vine had already wrapped around his legs when the green fireball flew towards him. The vines are not controlled by the night elf chick, but by this human. As soon as the thought of surprise came into Gorfolk's mind, the green fireball hit him. Bang! Gorfolk's upper body leaned back violently. Since his legs were bound by the poisonous flower vines, the orc could only fall to the ground in an embarrassed state. The green poisonous flames burned Gorfolk's body, and the blood-colored armor on his body failed to stop the damage caused by these flames to his body. Warlock Soul Fire? No. Soul Fire is red, but this one is green. Doubts arose in the mind of Gorfolk, who was struggling fiercely on the ground. He didn't know that this was Leo's new spell, Soul Poison Flame, which combined the Necromancer's poison skills and the Warlock Soul Fire. It not only had the high burst damage of Soul Fire, but also had the high poison skills. The sustained damage is completely comparable to the Mage's Pyroblast. The muscles on Gorfolk's body rose, and the orc wanted to get rid of the shackles of the poisonous flower vines. Unexpectedly, a large black shadow suddenly pressed down in the air, and a fluffy thing quickly enlarged in the orc's sight. Oh my god! Poor orcs! Leo couldn't help but cover his face. At the moment when Gorfolk fell to the ground, the grizzly bear suddenly stood up and sat down hard on the orc, giving him a huge fart squat that was even harder than it was. With the size and muscle density of a huge grizzly bear, its weight is definitely around 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms, which means that the grizzly bear weighs close to 2 tons. With such a heavy weight and the strength of the grizzly bear when it sits down with all its strength, this strength should be how big? Leo seemed to hear the overwhelming cracking sound of the bones in Gorfolk's body. Although the blood-colored armor blocked a lot of the force, the remaining force was still too great for Gorfolk to bear. It felt like Gorfolk's struggle had weakened a lot, and a very honest smile appeared on the grizzly bear's face. Thinking that his attack was very effective, it stood up with an honest look on its face. And just when Gorfolk was about to take a breath, this guy sat down again with an honest look on his face, and delivered another huge fart squat that was even heavier. Again! Leo couldn't help but rolled his eyes. People say things resemble their masters. Does what Grizzly Bear is doing now have anything to do with me? Have it? No. One big fart squat. Another big fart squat. Then another. Then a fourth. Grizzly stood up, sat down, stood up, and sat down again. Finally, Gorfolk couldn't stand it anymore. His sternum was shattered one by one under the strong impact, and the orc warrior began to spurt blood. Gorfolk, who was ambitious and wanted to be the chief of the tribe, squatted down and gradually lost his resistance under the grizzly bear's big farts. The orc warrior died in an aggrieved manner. Not to mention him. Even Leo didn't expect that the grizzly bear could use its big butt to sit Gorfolk to death. The death of Gorfolk did not demoralize the orcs in the camp, but instead aroused their anger. The method of killing Gorfolk by the grizzly bear was regarded by the orcs as a great humiliation for a warrior. The angry orcs were terrifying. Under their desperate attack, the numerically superior human soldiers were actually suppressed. The battle situation in the Fury Fang camp became stalemate for a while. Leo, who was directing his pets to help attack, suddenly changed his expression. The crows spread out and brought him bad news. A group of about 1,000 Dragon Maul orcs were quickly rushing towards the Rathon camp. At the same time, another in one direction. A group of about 3,000 black iron dwarves appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 154. Deception is very promising. Are the 1,000 orcs and 3,000 dark iron dwarves, who suddenly appeared and came towards the Fury Fang camp reinforcements from the Fury Fang camp, or an ambush that someone had set up long ago? Leo didn't know. But what he knew was, there was big trouble now. Leo hurriedly came to Willy, who was commanding the army, and told him the situation. Willy's face turned ugly when he learned that the orcs and dark iron dwarves appeared behind him. There are at least 2,300 Dragon Maul orcs left in the camp, and we have also lost about 300 soldiers. It is impossible to capture this camp in such a hurry. Wait until the 1,000 orcs and 3,000 black iron the dwarves are attacking. And we are in great danger as we are attacked from both sides. The other sergeant next to Willy looked anxious, although they had the advantage in the current situation. When the 1,000 orcs and 3,000 black iron dwarves arrived, under attack from two sides, the entire human army may be in danger of destruction. No matter what. Let's bring in the 1,000 archers outside the camp first. Due to the limited scope of the attack on the Rathon camp, only 3,000 warriors from the human army rushed in. Another 1,000 warriors and archers were still outside the camp. The 1,000 warriors stayed outside the camp to be able to protect themselves. But the bows and arrows the hand just doesn't work anymore. Leave the more than 50 Dragon Maul shadow guards to me, and tell the archers to come in quickly. Later, let them rely on the fortifications built by the orcs to assist the soldiers outside the camp in defending the dark iron dwarves and orcs. Leo knew that Viri would do it. What choice would he make? So after saying that, he immediately cast a spell to hit the Dragon Maul shadow guards, who had been fighting against the archers. The Dragon Maul shadow guards are Dragon Maul orcs, who can use a small amount of shadow magic. They were originally archers, who fought against humans together with the Dragon Maul Bone Guards. Unfortunately, the Dragon Maul Bone Guards were destroyed by Leo because they wanted to use skeletons to attack Leo. They were left alone and struggled to fight against the 1,000 archers. The original number of nearly 100 people was reduced by nearly half under the rain of arrows from the archers. It is not difficult for Leo to kill about 50 Dragon Maul Shadow Guards. But they are just a group of half-baked mid-level magic warriors. Several Dragon Throat Shadow Guards suddenly found that several shadow arrows were attacking them. The shadow arrows were very fast, and they could not avoid them at their speed. They could only watch as they were knocked down. After Leo was promoted to Legendary Warlock, the benefit of being able to cast Warlock spells such as Shadow Arrow instantly became apparent. In less than 10 breaths, the number of Dragon Maul Shadow Guards who fell into his hands reached double digits. Such a quick kill naturally attracted the attention of other Dragon Maul Shadow Guards. Seeing Leo single-handedly attacking their location, some Dragon Maul Shadow Guards turned their attack targets to Leo, firing dozens of shadow arrows, attacking Leo, attracting the attention of the Dragon Maul Shadow Guards, allowing the archers outside the camp to move in more quickly. Leo has pushed himself into a target position. Is his consciousness really that high? Others don't know whether Leo's consciousness is high or not. But Leo himself knows that the reason why he does this is because he is sure that he will not be hurt. Just when the dozen shadow arrows were about to hit Leo, an inconspicuous jewelry on his shoulder flashed slightly, and a translucent air shield protected him inside the incoming shadow arrows. After encountering this air mask, he immediately changed direction and returned along the original path. Although this aura only lasted for less than 10 seconds, it successfully sent back the wave of shadow arrows. More than a dozen Dragon Maul Shadow Guards were depressed and hit by the spells they cast. Only then did they realize that the human warlock in front of them actually knew a magic reflecting protective spell. Leo smiled very wickedly. He felt depressed after being hit by his own spell. Isn't my spell reflector powerful? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leo used shadow arrows one after another, killing the Dragon Maw shadow guards, who had previously attacked him one by one. Seeing that Leo had killed about 20 of his companions so quickly, the Dragon Maw shadow guards knew they had met a master. They abandoned their old rivals, the human archers, and targeted Leo as their first target. Leo successfully attracted the attention of the Dragon Maw shadow guards. Willie did not dare to neglect, and he hurriedly asked the archer troops to move towards the camp, being targeted by the remaining Dragon Maw shadow guards. Leo didn't panic at all. He actually took the time to straighten his sleeves in the face of the incoming shadow arrows. When the Dragon Maw shadow guards saw this, they were furious and provoked. Totally provocative. How dare this human warlock look down on them? The Dragon Maw shadow guard was angry, but anger could not solve the problem at all. The shadow arrows they fired were blocked by a barrier composed of dark elements before they even got close to Leo. This was the shadow protection barrier that only legendary warlocks were able to cast. Humanity's legendary warlock. The shadow guards were shocked when they saw the dragon's maw in the shadow protection barrier. Half-time warlocks like them, who could only use some low-level shadow spells, could not possibly defeat a legendary warlock. But there was no time to surprise them. Just when they focused on Leo, the Huma Terror Clamp and the 3 Mad Wolves had teleported to their side. The 5 beasts cooperated with the poisonous flower vines and clay stones. The demon killed all the remaining Dragon Maw shadow guards in a few strokes. The Mad Wolves are not very powerful when dealing with a powerful enemy, but they are very fierce when dealing with some weak opponents. The 3 Mad Wolves have more achievements than Huma and the others combined. Does this count as bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Or are they good at pinching soft persimmons? Without the harassment of the Dragon Maw shadow guards, the archers moved much faster. However, their huge movement also aroused the vigilance of the Dragon Maw orcs in the camp. They thought that humans were going to launch some conspiracy. The Dragon Maw orcs' offensive became more and more serious. The attack became fierce. With 3,000 against 2,000, the human warriors found it quite difficult. It has to be said that orc warriors are much stronger than humans in terms of innate physique. Whaley, don't worry about the orcs in the camp for now. Let the soldiers outside the camp retreat and join us. Willie was a little hesitant about Leo's words. Although the soldiers outside the camp would be able to join together by retreating, this would undoubtedly leave the entire army with no room to move in. Leo didn't explain much. In fact, time didn't allow him to explain anymore. The shadows of the approaching orcs and black iron dwarves could already be seen in his sight. Clumps of green poisonous mist were generated in the open space outside Fury Fong camp. The floating poisonous mist slowly spread, creating an isolation zone between the human army and the enemies coming from behind. Seeing this, Willie understood what Leo meant, and he hurriedly passed on the order. It turned out that Leo asked the soldiers outside the camp to retreat in order to have more space to deploy the poisonous mist, and at the same time, to prevent the poisonous mist from hurting him. People, it's poison! Seeing the layer of green mist that covered a distance of hundreds of meters, the arriving dark iron dwarves hesitated. No matter how Tager urged the dark iron dwarves, they just stood still. They are just friendly forces of the Dragon Maw orcs. They come to attack humans because Tagle has many advantages and is guaranteed to defeat the opponent. They have a mentality of the orcs playing the vanguard while they pick up the bargains from behind. They want to let these black irons. Is it possible for dwarves to rush directly into the obviously dangerous poisonous fog zone to fight humans desperately? As for the 1,000 orcs in the other direction, under the leadership of Ganeg's Scorched Skull, they rushed into the green poisonous mist without fear. They held their breath and rushed towards the raging Fong camp with all their strength. You must know that the dark iron dwarves can hesitate, but they cannot, because the ones fighting the humans in the camp are their compatriots. Leo was relieved to see 3,000 black iron dwarves parked outside the poisonous mist zone he created. He used the poison explosion technique to create poisonous mist to stop the black iron dwarves. As for the other group of orcs, he knew it was impossible to stop these guys. Stop walking. Facts have proved that Leo succeeded. The dark iron dwarves will not risk their lives for the Dragon Maw orcs in the camp. Only those 1,000 orcs will rush forward regardless of the danger for their compatriots. Seeing that the Dragon Maw orcs with reinforcements were fighting fiercely, the number of casualties on both sides of the war rose very quickly. When 1,000 Dragon Maw orcs led by Ganeg forced their way up from the poisonous fog zone, the human losses had already been there were thousands, and there were only less than 2,000 Dragon Maw orcs left in the camp. Without the 3,000 dark iron dwarves, we can only fight between 4,000 and 3,000, so it won't be too strenuous. after dealing with the orcs? If these black dwarves still have the courage, it won't be too late for us to kill them. Leo, Willie and other 5 sergeants reached a tacit understanding. Willie and another sergeant immediately rushed out of the camp and joined the ranks of the 1,000 soldiers outside the camp. Led by 2 sergeants, the soldiers outside the camp, the combat power of 1,000 human warriors is very reassuring. I didn't expect that the orcs would also play tricks. The guy in the blood-colored armor on the ground is really pitiful. He risked his life, but failed to become someone else's pawn. Haha. When did the bold orcs start to plot against their compatriots? While Leo was using shadow arrows to help kill the orcs in the raging Fong camp, he couldn't help but taunt them. Human, don't insult us orcs with your dirty thoughts. A dragon-throated centurion wielded a big stone hammer and came towards Leo. This centurion's force was extraordinary. 2 human warriors blocking his way were knocked to the ground with their shields. If it weren't for the dragon, the target of centurion throat was Leo, and he had already taken the opportunity to kill these 2 warriors. Leo curled his lips with a look of disdain. What I said is the truth. Otherwise, how can you explain that they immediately sent troops as soon as this guy died? I said, are you from the same tribe? Or are you talking about this dead guy? Are you having conflicts with some of the people leading the team outside? Dragonthroat Centurion's movements obviously paused, and Leo couldn't help but be happy when he saw this. Haha, I really believe it if I just talk nonsense. Hey, I said, don't be distracted during the battle. Did I tell you right? Someone used his imagination gained from reading too many YY novels and started to fool him. Let me guess. Is it for power? Oh, by the way, the chief of the Dragon Maw clan died not long ago. Was it because he was competing for the position of chief? Dragon Maw Centurion's face was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. He was one of Gorfok's confidants. And of course, he knew about Gorfok's ambitions. It was precisely because he knew that he doubted it after listening to Leo's words. Both Ganeg and Tager support Tug's succession as chief, but the strength of their faction is a bit weak compared to Lord Gorfok, whom they are loyal to. Another big figure in the clan, Maw Overseer Rook Dragonscale, is a neutral faction and has no objection to whoever is the leader of the clan. If Ganeg and Tagle want to harm Lord Gorfok, this is really possible. Just when the Dragon Maw Centurion was filled with doubts, several other Dragon Maw orcs nearby seemed to suddenly remember something, and one of them roared angrily. No wonder Ganeg and Tager didn't attack humans as agreed. It turned out that this was their idea, to frame their own kind. These shameless scum! Looking at the angry faces of a group of orcs, Leo suddenly felt that cheating was a promising career. Chapter 155 Flies Don't Bite Seamless Eggs. Several Dragon Maw Centurions under Gorfok were very angry. Although they knew that humans were very cunning, the human warlock was right. If Ganeg and Tager really had no problem, then why did they didn't attack the human army as agreed? Recalling that they only showed up with people after Gorfok died in battle. This deepened Dragon Maw Centurion's suspicion. Leo originally didn't know about the bad blood among the Dragon Maw orcs. But when an orc roared out before, he had a place to show off. Think about it. You are really pitiful. Even if you can defeat us in this battle, as the main fighting force, you will not get any honor. Because you were saved by them. 1,000 of them saved 3,000 of you. People, you won because of their rescue. Ha. It's so funny. Leo laughed, and the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth made several dragon-throated centurions roar with anger. Several dragon-throat centurions were extremely depressed. What Leo said was harsh. But you didn't need to think carefully to understand that such a thing would really happen. If humans are defeated, after the battle is over, those of us who have risked our lives to fight humans head-on, will we still have to thank Ganeg and Tagle? Leo laughed secretly in his heart when he saw this. And he kept saying, they saved you. You should show something. Then you have to see if they have saved your life and become one of them after losing their leader. Where is one of them? Alas, the poor orc was still counting gold coins after being sold. Human, shut up. The faces of several dragon-throated centurions were as dark as the bottom of a pot. The probability of what Leo said would happen was not high. That's what they would have done had it not been for the human warlock to tell the truth. Without the leadership of Gorfok, with Ganeg's strength and his reputation within the clan, it would be a simple matter to recruit them to work for him. In this way, didn't he really become a fool who was sold to help people pay? Several Dragon Maw Centurions winked at each other, and they were communicating about what to do next. Fighting to the death against human armies? The orcs are not afraid of death, but what they are afraid of is being used as a weapon to help those who harm them. But if they don't fight the human army, Will the human army let them withdraw? Thinking of this, several dragon-throated centurions couldn't help but look towards Leo. Seeing the hesitation of the Dragon Maul orcs, Leo knew that these orcs' inner thoughts of fighting to the death were shaken. He actually understands that orc warriors are not afraid of death at all. But orcs are not fools. No one wants to die worthless. And no one wants to be used as cannon fodder to fight to the death for those who plot against them. Leo quietly rushed to his side and gestured to the sergeant major who took over the command of the troops from Willie. The latter was also a discerning person, and saw Leo's words and the expression of the Centurion Dragon Maul one by one. And he didn't care. The troops were mobilized in a sensual manner. When the orcs in the camp were looking for the human army to indulge, the human army attacking the Fury Fawn camp showed a harmless flaw. This flaw made several Dragon Maul Centurions happy, because they saw the hope of breaking out. The focus of the Dragon Maul orcs' counterattack in the raging Fawn camp began to shift, and the flaws exposed by the human army were quickly opened by them. Warriors, fight out! Several Dragon Maul Centurions led a group of orcs on a breakout journey. Seeing that these Dragon Maul orcs didn't fight to the death, Leo laughed in his heart. It wasn't that he was so resourceful, but that there was indeed bad blood among the Dragon Maul orcs. As the saying goes, a fly can't bite a perfect egg. If the Dragon Maul orcs can cooperate sincerely, Leo's cleverness will not be able to get away with it. The Dragon Maul orcs were about to break out, and the human army, under the command of the officers, began to pretend to stop them. Since it was just a pretense, the effect would not be much better. Leo was also paddling at this time, while he spared no effort to kill the Dragon Maul orcs who had not followed the pace of the large army. He also quietly let go of several Dragon Maul Centurions who were commanding the orcs. Ganeg, who was fighting the human warriors commanded by Viri outside the camp, did not expect that the Dragon Maul orcs inside would break out. Based on his understanding of Gorfok, this was simply impossible to happen. What happened? How could Gorfok choose to break out of the encirclement? With his temper, he would not fight to the death against humans? Not only Ganeg was confused, Tager was also confused. It was totally Ungolfolk style to act like this. It wasn't until they didn't see the burly figure in blood-colored armor among the orcs that broke out that the two orcs suddenly realized that Gorfok was dead. There are strong men in this human army. Ganeg and Tager knew in their hearts that with the strength of Gorfok, both of them were killed in battle. So there must be something incredible in the human army. Knowing that there were strong men in the human army, Ganeg and Tager became cautious. Since the other party could kill Gorfok, it proved that this strong human could also kill them. Where are you going? Hun Dan. You actually escaped from the battlefield. A disgrace to the orcs? The orcs in the raging Fawn camp broke out. And then something surprising happened. In the shocked eyes of Ganeg and Tager, the Dragon Maul orcs who broke out did not pay attention and were fighting with the humans. Instead, they ran directly past the 1,000 orcs led by Ganeg. You say we are a disgrace to the orcs? Ganeg. What a good thing you and Tager have done. A Dragon Maul Centurion glared at Ganeg. If Ganeg hadn't been fighting the human army, they would have been there. Bring someone to kill him and teach him a lesson for scheming against his own people. Ganeg's heart thumped. Could it be that they saw through Tager and I's plan? His face couldn't help but become very ugly, seeing the sudden change in Ganeg's expression. Dragon Maul Centurion, who was a little skeptical about Leo's words, completely confirmed his suspicion. His fists clenched. If he hadn't been worried about the human army, he would have led the people and start a killing spree with Ganeg. Ganeg is such a weak soul. He and Tager are really plotting against us. Just wait and see. It will be easier for them in the future. Several Dragon Maul Centurions with angry faces led the Dragon Maul orcs, who broke through and evacuated the battlefield. Seeing the Dragon Maul orcs leaving the encirclement, Leo did nothing except cast several more poison explosions on the evacuating orc troops, poisoning dozens of orcs to death and leaving hundreds of already injured. The orcs' injuries became serious. The sergeant major who took over the command of the troops from Willie came up. He really admired Leo now. Look at this legendary warlock. In just a few words, he deceived the Dragon Maul orc who was about to fight to the death, resolving a huge crisis for the entire team. What are the casualties? More than 800 brothers died, and even more brothers were injured. Close to 1,000. However, the Dragon Maul orcs left 1,300 corpses, of which 400 were left by the orcs when they broke out. Leo frowned when he heard this. They all said that orcs were tough, but he had really seen it now. Even though they didn't have a numerical advantage and their leader was killed, they were able to achieve a death rate close to 1-to-1 with the human army. This was enough to prove how strong their combat effectiveness was. if it weren't for the fact that the orcs were focused on breaking out of the encirclement and had no intention of fighting. Then the 400 orcs would have cost the lives of many human soldiers. When I played Yamaguchi Mountain, I thought it was a good thing that the orcs were tough. Now that I have traveled through time, this good thing has turned into a bad thing. Without the restraints of the 2,000 Dragon Maul orcs in the camp, the human army would not face the dilemma of being attacked from both sides. They could concentrate all their efforts on dealing with the 1,000 orcs led by Ganig. The sudden change in the situation on the battlefield made the Dark Iron Dwarves, who were standing aside, start to think about retreating. They came here just to take advantage of the benefits provided by Taggle, and had no intention of truly fighting to the death with humans. Now seeing that the Vanguard Dragon Maul orcs were no longer able to do it, Dulong, who took the lead, found a way out for himself despite Taggle's urging. These damn black dwarves. Once Karamos died, they completely lost their temper in front of humans. If they are willing to join the war, we still have a good chance of winning based on the current situation of the human army. Tager was secretly worried about how Ganeg's 1,000 orcs could withstand the all-out attack of the human army, who had no worries. Not long after the battle between the two sides, Ganeg's side was already showing its defeat. Ganeg felt that he could not continue fighting like this. Without the help of the Dark Iron Dwarves, the men and horses in his hands were no match for the 3,000 human army. Should we evacuate first? If all my people were lost here, the number of Tuj supporters in the tribe would be so small that it could be ignored. How could Tuj, without supporters, compete for the position of tribal chief? Ganeg really couldn't imagine what the future of the Dragon Maul clan would be like if a reckless man with insufficient brains became the chief. For the future of the tribe, I have to remain useful for the time being. Ganeg made his decision, and the Dragon Maul orcs prepared to retreat. The Dragon Maul orcs want to withdraw. Will their rival human army let them go? The answer is of course, no. Willie paid no attention to the commotion of the Dark Iron Dwarves. At this time, these grassroots saw that the human army had the upper hand and began to run away collectively. He commanded the troops to bite the Dragon Maul orcs' tail tightly and prevent them from getting out of the battle. To be on the safe side, Leo was afraid that the Dark Iron Dwarf might retaliate. So he replenished the poisonous mist that formed the separation zone between the two sides. And then he pointed in the direction of the Dragon Maul orcs' retreat. Wow! Wow! Walls of bones rose from the ground, blocking the retreat of the Dragon Maul orcs. Although the bone wall could not stop all the Dragon Maul orcs, it could prevent the orcs from quickly getting rid of the entanglement of the human army. This gave the human army chasing after them more time to kill more orcs. Just when Ganon commanded the orcs to attack the bone wall in an attempt to break through the blocking wall, fireballs the size of basketballs poured down from the sky and landed in a place where the Dragon Maul orcs were densely packed. He killed 67 Dragon Maul orcs in just one breath. Are these bastards planning to kill them all? Ganeg gritted his teeth with hatred. The human army's relentless pursuit made him aware of the opponent's determination to annihilate them all. Since you have the strength, why not kill these orcs? Leo doesn't care what Ganeg thinks. In his opinion, these Dragon Maul orcs are his mobile energy to improve his strength. It already made Leo very heartbroken when he let go of more than 1,000 Dragon Maul orcs before. Now this naturally. He didn't intend to let go of the first team. Leo is not the only one who has this idea of not letting go of these Dragon Maul orcs. Willie and other sergeants don't mind killing these 1,000 orcs to add more achievements to their credit book. As for the orcs' counterattack when they were forced into a desperate situation. It was just a desperate struggle. Chapter 156 Flamestone Demon. As the saying goes, rabbits will bite when they are anxious. The human army pursued them relentlessly, and some of the Dragon Maul orcs became furious after being chased. They ignored Ganeg's orders and turned around, raising their weapons to kill the chasing human army. The reaction of the Dragon Maul orcs was already expected by Willie and others. With the temper of the orcs, how could they always accept being chased and beaten by others? Therefore, the orcs' carbine was not able to catch the human army by surprise. On the contrary, the Dragon Maul orcs who were killed were all entangled by the prepared human army, and more orcs were trapped. Ganeg knew that this situation could not be improved at all. The human army had made it clear that it would pursue them to the end. If he gave in again, even if he could lead people to kill him, the losses would be heavy. If he loses too many men, so what if he breaks through? Is he still unable to change the overall situation of the battle for tribal chiefs? The blood of orcs cannot be shed in vain. Humans, you have deceived others too much. Ganeg stopped retreating, and wielded his halberd and hammer to kill the human army. As the leader, he took the lead and naturally attracted many orcs to follow suit. Dragon Maw, who had long been chased, was full of fire. The orcs immediately launched a counterattack. Finally, he couldn't help but come back. Seeing that the orcs were no longer focused on retreating, Leo and others were not surprised but delighted. These Dragonmaul orcs just fulfilled their wishes. The rain of fire continued to fall on the Dragonmaul orcs, and the range attack fire spells quickly and massively killed the Dragonmaul orcs. Hundreds of orcs were injured by Leo in the entire battle, and this number continued to increase, heading towards the thousands. From the beginning of the battle to the present, the total number of Dragonmaul orcs killed by the human army is only about 2,000. Leo has killed so many by himself. The proportion is so large that one has to lament the power of the strong in such a small war. The role is really huge. Leo, who was casting Rain of Fire, suddenly found an orc holding a halberd and hammer with blazing flames on his weapon coming towards him. This orc's weapon is very special. Leo's eyes first fell on the opponent's weapon. It was difficult for people not to notice the weapons burning with flames. Ganeg waved the halberd and hammer vigorously. His target was Leo. The warlock's group damage spell had caused nearly 1/5 of the casualties in his hands. Leo's threat was too great for the Dragonmaul orcs. Big, continuously outputting magic power to the black iron cane to maintain the Rain of Fire spell. Leo's free hand hooked his finger provocatively at Ganeg, signaling that the opponent would come over if he had the guts. This human warlock is really confident in his own strength. Don't think that I, Ganeg, am an ordinary orc. Do you think that the severe burns on my head were in vain? Seeing Leo provoking him, Ganeg sneered secretly in his heart. Leo saw the orc opposite him slashing at him with his long-handled halberd hammer that was burning with flames. When he was confused, the magic armor and a bone shield on his body suddenly shattered, and a hot breath made him feel sick in his heart. I was surprised. The orc opposite knew magic. Could this guy be an orc shaman? This idea intrigued Leo. He had been in this world for so long, and he had yet to fight a shaman. Leo was surprised that Ganeg could use fire spells. And Ganeg was not at peace. He did not expect that Leo's protective spell could completely offset his lava attack, which was his trump card. It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. Orc. There was a flash of fire on Leo's hand, and there was a pain on Ganeg's body. The orc staggered as he rushed forward, paused for a moment, but immediately recovered. A ferocious smile appeared on Ganeg's face. Warlock, your searing pain can't do anything to me. Ganeg's scorched skull. The searing pain only made the orc's steps unsteady for a moment. Leo couldn't help but be a little surprised. Searing pain, as the name suggests, uses the burning element of fire to cause severe pain to the opponent and thereby lose his combat effectiveness. Ganeg was so fast from the fact that he was recovering from the severe pain caused by the flame showed that his tolerance for pain had reached an extremely high level. I can't help you, Leo snorted coldly, and a red flame kept jumping in the palm of his open hand, and the hot flames on Ganeg's body burned. The forward momentum has not slowed down at all. The pain caused by the sacrificial fire is not as good as the searing pain. How can Ganesh stop? Leo retracted his fingers, gathered the flames in his palm, and squeezed hard. Bang! Burn! The shock caused by the explosion of the burning fire element on the body made Ganeg dizzy. The orc found that his body was not obeying his orders. He staggered and felt something entangled in his feet. He suddenly became unsteady and turned towards fall forward. Ganeg fell forward and thrust the long-handled halberd hammer hard into the ground, preparing to use the weapon in his hand to stabilize his body. Unexpectedly, a big earth-colored fist shot out from the ground in the direction of his fall. It became bigger and bigger in Nei's sight. Boom! The claystone demon's big fist hit Ganeg's face so hard that the orc stars popped out. As the saying goes, hitting someone is not a slap in the face. After receiving a heavy punch in the face, Ganeg didn't care about stabilizing his body balance. He used his strength to swing the long-handled hammer. But suddenly his arm felt a lot heavier. And at the same time, the pain in his arm also passed through. Nerves traveled to the brain. When the claystone demon attacked Ganeg, the mad wolves had already teleported over under Leo's command. They opened their big mouths and bit the orc's weapon-holding arm, and hung their entire bodies on it. With the weight of the three of them plus Neige, the arms will naturally feel heavy. Ganeg was very tough. He ignored the mad wolf hanging on his arm, and used force to sweep out the long-handled halberd hammer, smashing the head of the claystone demon that was emerging from the ground to pieces. Leo was very impressed when he saw this. Ganeg's fighting will was really strong. But he would not be soft-hearted. Ganeg, who had killed the claystone demon, was about to deal with the mad wolf hanging on his arm. At this time, two shadow arrows struck, hitting Ganeg's shoulder. Under the powerful impact of dark elements, Ganeg seemed to hear the sound of his shoulder blades cracking. The shoulder bone was injured, and the strength in Ganeg's hand was greatly reduced. At this time, Huma and Terraclamp arrived. Lion King Huma's claws cut several afterimages in the air, and scratched several deep visible bone wounds on Ganeg's back, and blood gushed out from the orc's back like spring water. Compared to Huma, the terror pincer is more severe. The original wetland swamp crocodile king teleported to the other side of Ganeg, and struck Ganeg's intact arm with a powerful bite. Click! Ah! Even Ganeg's tough nerves couldn't help but let out a scream of pain. A powerful bite from the terror pincer directly bit the orc's wrist, and one of Ganeg's hands was disabled. Orc, you lose. Leo looked at Ganeg coldly. This orc was not weak. If he had met him before coming to the wetland, it would have been a tough battle. However, after getting the Lion King Huma and the Crocodile King Terror Claw and being promoted to legend after becoming a warlock, such a character is no longer his opponent. Losing? Ganeg gritted his teeth. Human, you are proud too early. The orc managed to move, and a stream of hot lava spurted out from the long-handled halberd hammer, and the dark red lava headed under Leo's hood. What is this? Spitting? If you can't beat me, you want to shoot me in the face? I asked you. You're an orc. Why don't you learn from the goblin craftsman in the dead mines instead of learning from him? Once again, he encountered an opponent who had lava hidden in his weapon. Leo remained calm, as if the hot lava that could melt gold and iron was nothing. A huge flame appeared in front of Leo. When the hot lava encountered this huge flame, something magical happened. They cooled down in an instant and turned into tiny pebbles that fell to the ground weakly. Ganeg was shocked beyond words when he saw this. A humanoid flame. A humanoid creature composed of fire elements, manipulating the energy of the earth and fire, and being able to communicate with the spirits of earth and fire. Isn't this an ability that only shamans have? How can you, a human, do it? Leo scratched his face. The orc opposite him must have misunderstood. He mistook the clay and firestone demon summoned by the Necromancer as elemental creatures summoned by the shaman with the power of his totem. In other words, at first glance, there is not much difference between these two stone demons and the elemental creatures summoned by the shaman. It turned out that the huge flame that appeared in front of Leo was none other than the last of the 4 stone demons that the Necromancer could control. The last stone demon could absorb flames to heal himself. Flame is not just the fire element. Its additional high temperature and the like are also absorbed by the flame stone demon. This is why the hot lava ejected from Ganeg's halberd hammer cools down instantly. Leo was not prepared to explain. In fact, it was a misunderstanding. If Ganeg had such a misunderstanding, others must also have it. In this case, Leo felt that he could go with the flow and let them understand why he could summon the clay stone demon and the flame stone. The devil has abilities similar to those of a shaman. I told you. Orc, you lose. Ganeg hid lava in his weapon and used it to sneak attack him, which aroused Leo's anger. If he couldn't summon the flame stone demon, wouldn't the lava spurting out hit him in the face? Being disfigured is a trivial matter. As a man, any one of them can be talented and wealthy. But being shot in the face is a big deal. A big deal. Useless struggle will only make you die miserably. As soon as Leo finished speaking, a wall of bones rose from the ground. The sharp bone spurs on the bone wall pierced Ganeg's body. As the wall of bones rose, Ganeg's whole body was pierced by many of the bones in his body. The bone spur was hung up. Only then did the poisonous flower vine let go of Ganeg's legs. The orc's eyes shone with unyielding fighting spirit. He endured the severe pain in his body, and tried to force his body away from the bone wall, and continued to attack Leo. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a 3-meter-long bone spear whizzed towards him. Ganeg's movement suddenly stopped. His chest was pierced by the bone spear, and his whole body was nailed to the bone. On the wall, however, even after death, the orc's body still maintained its forward posture, as if to declare that his fighting spirit did not end with death. Leo sighed secretly. Don't blame me. Who made us enemies? Only dead enemies are the best enemies. Chapter 157 Hurricane. Kill 1,000 enemies, and suffer 800 losses. In the battle at Fury Fawn Camp, the human army killed more than 2,000 Dragonmaw orcs. But they also killed more than 1,300 people, and as many as 1,000 people were injured and temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. Among the soldiers who were injured or killed, soldiers accounted for 90%, which shows that the term cannon fodder for soldiers on the battlefield is definitely not a joke. Lord Leo, I'm afraid we have to stay here for the time being. There are too many injured brothers, and the military chaplain cannot treat them. Willie walked to Leo, and he was holding the set of Gorfok in his hand. Blood armor. Gorfok's bloody armor has shown its powerful protective capabilities in battle. It is a set of precious magic armor, and is worth a lot of money. It is Leo's trophy, because it was Leo's single effort to kill Gorfok, according to the trophy distribution rules that have been established for a long time. It should certainly belong to Leo, even though Willie and other soldiers looked at it with envy. Leo took the helmet part of the armor and looked at it carefully. The workmanship of the armor was very rough. It was not the work of any family of human elves or dwarves. The simple and rough craftsmanship was in line with the characteristics of the orcs. It was also simple and rough. This helmet has no special features as a whole. Even the magic patterns carved on it that give it magical power are very ordinary. It is just made of a special material, a blood red ore. The entire set of armor added together will not have more than 20 points of blessing ability. After making this judgment, Leo was a little uninterested. He really didn't like the 20-point ability blessing. This was a whole set of armor. It was stingy to add just that few abilities. If magic equipment is divided into a level, classified according to the 4 level standards of excellent, sophisticated, epic, and legendary, the blood-colored armor of Gorfok can only be ranked at the excellent level, while Leo's they all fall into the category of excellent quality. So it's no wonder he doesn't like them. Leo, who was uninterested, looked at Willie, whose desire for the blood-colored armor did not escape his eyes. Leo's mind started to spin. Just because he doesn't like it doesn't mean that Willie doesn't like it. This set of blood-colored armor is countless times better than the armor on Willie's body. Willie didn't really help him much along the way. In that case, it's better to be a favor. Thinking of this, Leo threw the helmet in his hand, and Willie quickly caught it. Willie, you've worked hard these days. I can't use this armor, so you can take it. Leo's words stunned Willie, and the Master Chief almost suspected that he was hallucinating. This is a set of armor with magical power. It is worth more than 100 times compared to the iron armor he is wearing now. If you take it to the auction house, and it is short of 20,000 gold coins, there is no need to discuss it. Seeing that Willie didn't speak, Leo raised his eyebrows and asked, pretending to be unhappy, "What's wrong?" "I don't like you." Willie, who was sure that he was not hallucinating, quickly explained, "Lord Leo, I definitely don't mean this. This set of armor is worth at least 20,000 gold coins. It is too expensive. I don't mean to just take it. To be honest, I really don't like this set of armor. If you don't want it, just take it." Leo interrupted very rudely. He knew what Very was going to say. 20,000 gold coins were indeed a lot in the past. But after looting Greg's private collection room, it could only be considered a small amount of money. "Lord Leo, did you really give it to me?" Willie still couldn't believe it. 20,000 gold coins. With his income level, he could not save enough money to survive in the army until he retired. Leo rolled his eyes and turned to leave. "You are not a beautiful woman. How can I have the free time to tease you?" Only Willie, who was dazed by the huge pie, was left behind with a happy face and shouting words of gratitude. Curiosity is human nature, and gossip is not just for women. The news that Leo gave Gorfok's set of blood-colored armor to Viri spread throughout the entire army in a short time. And everyone at the same level as Viri, the other 4 sergeants, were crazy with envy. And they thought with great depression, if I had some discernment at that time, and it was me who sent that set of blood-colored armor to Lord Leo, then, well, why is something that even people from other worlds are not exempt from? Willie, you stupid soul. Why are you so attentive to Lord Leo's affairs? It turns out you had a plan in advance. Tell me, after getting such a big benefit, what are you going to do? Willie, who was holding the blood-colored armor and looking happy when he broke through, felt the air around him become tense. After a closer look, he realized that his 4 colleagues were surrounding him with clenched fists and unhappy expressions. "When we get back to Dunmod, I'll buy you a drink. That's enough." Willie patted his chest and said boldly, "That's pretty much it." The 4 sergeants showed a knowing look on their faces, and after each of them punched Willie gently, they walked away arm in arm. Behind them, Willie was rubbing his blue shoulders with a depressed expression. Colleagues who are envious, jealous, and hateful are really unbearable to hurt. Leo, who had no idea that he had brought envy, jealousy, and hatred to Willie, was also troubled at this time, because he found that something was wrong with Thetis, who usually loved to laugh, and the underage female elf hunter had something wrong with her face. A look called sadness. Leo ruffled Thetis's hair and asked softly, "What's wrong, Thetis? Is there anything unhappy?" It was okay that Leo didn't ask. As soon as he asked, Thetis' tears fell in large clusters. She threw herself into Leo's arms and cried loudly. "Which song is this from?" Leo was dumbfounded. "Little girl, please don't play like this. People who don't know would think what I did to you. By the way, bullying an underage girl is such a shameless thing. The wretched uncle is really not suitable for me." "You, brother Leo." That orc scolded Thetis. "What did I take it for? It turned out that I was scolded, and I was looking for someone to tell my grievances." Leo breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like a child who had been wronged was looking for an adult to complain. Wait. I'm not that old. Don't cry. Don't cry. Be good, Thetis. Didn't brother Leo teach that orc a lesson for you? He won't dare to scold Thetis anymore. If anyone dares to scold Thetis in the future, I'll help you beat him up." "It's not that I don't dare to scold. It's that I can't scold. How could he curse at Gorfok, who was so dead that even his body was turned into scattered crystal particles? A child's temper comes and goes quickly. One moment he was crying loudly, and the next moment his face covered with tears burst into a happy smile. When it comes to the skill of changing faces, adults are definitely not as good as children." Thetis wiped the tears from her face and returned to her usual smile. "What brother Leo said is similar to what Sister Sylph said. There used to be a troll who scolded Thetis, and Sister Sylph has been chasing him for a year." After saying this, Thetis took out her treasure as a treasure. "Hunting bow. Look, this is what Sister Sylph snatched from that troll. You have been chasing him for a year. I think you missed one word. He must have been chasing you for a year." Leo didn't ask about the fate of that troll. How many people could bear to be chased by a night elf who was about to break through to the legendary realm? Do you think that the epic level above 60 and the legendary level above 80 are just cabbage on the roadside? Seeing that Leo didn't speak, Thetis didn't know what she thought of. The female elf mysteriously said to Leo, "Brother Leo, let me tell you a secret secretly. Don't tell anyone else." Secret? Leo blinked, and the boy nodded seriously. "Okay, I won't tell other people." After receiving Leo's assurance, Thetis giggled. She didn't know what she did. An obscure magic wave flashed on the hunting bow in the female elf's hand. A big face change. Such a familiar look. Leo, the hunting bow in Thetis's hand, looked familiar. Wait a minute. This is a hurricane. Epic bow hurricane. Leo was convinced that he had read it correctly. The familiar shape of the hunting bow in Thetis's hand and the faint breath of frost coming from the bow made Leo confirm its identity. No wonder Thetis can shoot arrows so fast. This bow is the dream of hunters who pursue high shooting speed. The shape of the hurricane bow was very ordinary before, and it did not trigger the effect of shooting frost arrows when attacking. It seems that it was disguised. Thetis, put it away quickly. It will get you into big trouble if anyone else sees it. As the saying goes, a man is not guilty of carrying a treasure. The hurricane bow is an epic item. If others find out, won't it bring death to Thetis? With Thetis's current strength, how can she keep an epic bow? The person who wanted to cover up the hurricane bow must have done so for this reason. Knowing that Thetis was holding a hurricane bow, Leo held a moment of silence for the troll hunter who scolded Thetis. See, this is the fate of Zuain. Not only has he been hunted for a year, but even the extremely precious epic bow has fallen into the hands of others. This guy. It's important to keep your mouth shut, as trouble comes from your mouth. In fact, even if the troll didn't scold Thetis, she would still be hunted down if he had an epic hurricane bow in his hand. Who told you to run around with an epic bow? It's like a child dragging a large box of money through the market. If he doesn't cause trouble, there is only one possibility that the money in the box is not RMB but Renmin coins. Thetis giggled, and there was another wave of magic power on the hunting bow in her hand, and the hurricane bow returned to its previous inconspicuous appearance. But Leo, who knew its identity, no longer dared to underestimate this thing. Epic weapons. When can I have them? This man, for fear of comparison, didn't know that Thetis was holding a hurricane bow. Before, Leo was quite satisfied with the equipment on his body. But now he feels that as a time traveler, he would be in trouble if he didn't have an epic piece of equipment. It's not good enough. It's just that epic level items are extremely rare. So how can they be easily obtained? Chapter 158, Assassination. Leo stayed in Fury Fong camp for 5 full days. During these 5 days, Leo kept in touch with Din modeled through the magic communication stone. As expected, a war broke out between the undead army gathered on the Solder Bridge and the Storm Crusade. The undead army launched a tentative attack on the human army guarding the wetland side on the same day that Leo and the Dragonmaw orcs fought. Although the scale of the battle between the two sides was small, the news still made Leo feel itchy and uncomfortable. Compared with the scale of the tens of thousands of troops from both sides facing each other at the Solder Bridge, the battle between a few thousand people in the Angry Fong camp seemed stingy. If Leo was a selfish person, he would have set off for Dunmont a long time ago. Anyway, the Dragonmaw orcs were wiped out, and the Rathfong camp was captured. His previous mission had been completed. But after all, he is not that kind of person. After many accidents happened one after another, Leo didn't know if another accident would happen during the few days he was stationed at Angry Fong camp. What would really happen to Willie and the others when he was away? Ao will feel uneasy. Looking at the efficiency of the military chaplain in treating the injured soldiers, Leo really had the urge to summon Morgan's clone immediately. The slow effectiveness of the healing spells of these military chaplains, who were not even trainee priests, made Leo angry. Compared with Scarlet's ability to heal wounds instantly, the military chaplains are too amateurish. No matter how slow the healing effects of the spells of the military chaplains were, 5 days were enough for them to recover the injured soldiers to the point where they could march. As soon as the wounded soldier was able to march, the team set off. After all, Rathfong camp is not very safe. Leo and Willie, who are leading the team, are still afraid of accidents if they stay for a long time. If their injuries are not healed, they should return to Dunmont to recuperate. Leo, who is gradually leaving Rathfong camp behind, didn't know that not long after they left Rathfong camp, several figures appeared from a dark corner of the camp. These are 5 undead stalkers. That warlock is very alert, so it's hard to take action. I hate H. Lowndes. The hoarse and gloomy voice of the undead sounded in the camp. The H. Lowndes stays with the warlock. We can't act rashly. With our strength, we only have one chance to kill this legendary warlock. If we fail, we will be the ones who die. The last undead stalker hesitated for a moment and asked the other 4 companions hesitantly, "Do you want to notify Vinsk?" "Humph. Leave that guy alone. Although we are companions, I don't have any affection for that mysterious guy." "Feel the same. We don't need to rely on others to solve things we can solve ourselves." Seeing his companion saying this, the undead stalker who asked the question stopped talking and hid his figure. Follow them and patiently look for opportunities. Leo didn't know that he had been targeted by the undead stalker. If it weren't for the H.L. Hound with the ability to see through stalking, he would have been assassinated long ago. With the ability of a high-level warrior to kill a legendary powerhouse, it is almost impossible to do it in other professions. But it is not too unusual if it is applied to a stalker. It is not impossible for a stalker who is good at assassination to attack the strong with the weak. It is very common to encounter heavy fog in the wetlands. This kind of weather gives the undead stalkers a natural cover, allowing them to confidently kill Leo, the legendary warlock. Damn weather. The injured soldiers were cursing softly, and the heavy fog made them feel uncomfortable. Viri, who was marching, suddenly saw Leo signaling to him. "Something is happening. Lord Leo, what happened?" Leo pointed to the front where it was difficult to see the situation due to the heavy fog. "It's nothing. Just a group of old friends." When Willie was confused, Thetis' words clarified his doubts. The elf huntress sat on the back of Shadowclaw, tilted her head, and said to Leo, "Brother Leo, those elemental creatures we met last time are here again. It's a swamp beast." Willie understood who Leo was referring to by his old friend, and he immediately signaled the soldiers to prepare for battle. Oh, damn it! Encountering a swamp herd in heavy fog is not good news. Judging from the situation they had just fought with the swamp beast a few days ago, it was obvious that the other party was here for revenge. Defend in place. The chiefs began delivering orders. It seems that the last failure did not teach the swamp beasts enough lessons. Anyway, let them learn a lesson this time. It just so happens that the amount of upgrade energy required after being promoted to legend is very large, and I am worried about not being able to find enough. The enemy is coming to kill. After being promoted to legendary warlock, Leo's strength has made a huge leap, matching the increase in strength. The energy required for each promotion has also made a leap. The upgrade energy he collected after fighting against the swamp crocodiles, the wetland swamp beasts, and the Dragonmaw orcs such as Gorfok in the Angry Fong camp only filled up 1/3 of his energy tank. There was still room for another upgrade. Far away, Can you still refuse the energy that comes to your door? Leo moved his body. The magic power on the staff condensed, and basketball-sized fireballs poured down like rain. He was going to use the method he used to deal with the swamp beasts again. The method is not afraid of getting old, but it is afraid of not working. Leo didn't mind using the same method all the time if it could solve different problems. The same situation as last time occurred, when Leo did not hesitate to spend his magic power. A piece of freshly baked hard ground appeared on both sides of the team. However, Thetis learned that the number of wetland swamp beasts that came to attack this time was far less than the previous time, when there were less than 2,000 animals. Leo reduced the area of the hard ground in order to ensure his combat effectiveness. Rain of Fire. The total area of hard land created is only 50 meters wide. The wetland swamp herd hesitated, and the lessons learned from the last battle with humans reminded them not to move forward. However, under the urging of a significantly larger swamp beast behind them, they still stepped onto the steaming hard ground. Stepping onto the hard ground created by Leo with the Rain of Fire is tantamount to stepping onto the road of no return. You must know that almost all of Leo and his army died in the battle at Fury Fong Camp, including the 1,000 archers, not to mention death. Even injuries were minimal. In addition, this time, they were returning to Dun Motor instead of attacking the Rathon camp. There was no need to worry about whether there were enough arrows for future battles. So all the archers started shooting, as sharp arrows flew through the swamps. The swamp beasts fell down one after another. They had already injured nearly 500 of their companions before they even touched the hem of human clothes. Seeing the wetland swamp beasts approaching the team with difficulty, Leo smiled evilly. This time, all his magic power was not spent on creating favorable terrain for himself. After a period of recovery, he had almost recovered with the help of magic potions. The Rain of Fire that most feared the swamp beasts appeared again, and each swamp beast turned into balls of fire in the dense Rain of Fire. Seeing the Rain of Fireballs appearing in front of them again, the swamp beasts were frightened, and they began another retreat. No matter how urged the leader standing in the distance was, it was of no use. After all, the wisdom of these swamp beasts is limited. They only saw that our numbers were greatly reduced and wanted to take revenge. But they did not think that their own numbers were also small. Isn't this purely to send up great energy to brother? Leo looked at the retreating swamp beasts and shook his head secretly. He didn't feel much sense of accomplishment in defeating these uncivilized and low-intelligent creatures. As the swamp beasts retreated, the human army would definitely chase them. However, since the swamp warriors were not far away and the warriors did not rush forward, the task of chasing them was solely undertaken by the archers. Just when everyone was focusing on chasing down the swamp beasts, Leo suddenly activated the limited invincibility belt, and the belt emitted an energy shield to protect him inside. The 4 gleaming daggers were blocked by the energy shield of the limited invincibility belt, and the figures of the 4 undead stalkers appeared due to the attack. There are undead sneak attacks on Lord Leo. Viral, who was standing behind Leo, was stunned for a moment. His rich combat experience made him react immediately. He was about to step forward to attack these stalkers, but unexpectedly, his eyes suddenly lit up. The sudden bright light made his eyes sore and unable to stop. See things. Damn it. It's the flash powder used by the stalker. And it's blinding. Whaley quickly backed away. If he couldn't see for the time being, if he rushed forward, wouldn't that mean he would die? Several nearby soldiers immediately protected him behind him. The limited invincibility belt helped him block the stalker's sneak attack, and Leo quickly cast a Shadow Fury at his target. The 4 undead stalkers missed a single hit and were about to escape, but they didn't expect Leo to be so cruel. He was not afraid of being hurt by his spells in order to keep them. After being hit by the Wrath of Shadow, the bodies of the undead stalkers suddenly stiffened. Although their minds were clear, their bodies were unable to move due to the huge impact. Leo bared his teeth. Even though it was a spell cast by himself, it would still hurt someone if it hit him. In reality, there was no setting in the game where spell attacks could not hurt him. However, he was prepared when he used Shadow Fury. Although his body could not move, his mind was clear enough. The Lion King Huma, the Crocodile King Terraclaw, the Mad Wolf, the Grizzly Bear, and other pets who were chasing the swamp beast all turned back under his command and launched attacks on the 4 undead stalkers. In order to prevent the undead stalkers from escaping, Leo let the poisonous flower vines tightly entangle the stalkers' legs and added a connected shackle to their legs. Although the stalkers were engaged in close combat, they were good at assassinations rather than frontal combat. The 4 undead stalkers, who could not move, were quickly overwhelmed by the attacks of Leo's pets. By the time Leo's body regained mobility, the undead stalkers who tried to assassinate him had been torn to pieces by Huma and the others who were attacking crazily. Leo secretly wiped a cold sweat. He had been careless before and actually sent the HL hounds to hunt down the swamp beasts, giving the 4 undead an opportunity. If he hadn't been cautious, turned on his perception talent after the HL hound left, and had a limited invincibility belt to protect him, the opponent would have succeeded. Magic armor and bone armor alone cannot stop the sneak attacks of 4 high-level stalkers. Chapter 159 Extremely clever. Not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves missing him. Leo felt deeply about these words now. Only personal experience can understand how sad it is to be targeted by a stalker. All day long, I had to be on guard against the knife that came out of nowhere. My nerves were tense every day. I was afraid that if I let my guard down even a little bit, the unknown assassin would seize the opportunity to attack him. I don't doubt that if I hadn't been strengthened again after being promoted to a legendary warlock, and I wouldn't have had the undead to assassinate me, my body would have collapsed first. Leo was secretly glad that he was a warlock, because the HL hound summoned by the warlock had the ability to see through stealth. As long as it followed him every step of the way, his safety was still guaranteed. At the current marching speed of the army, we can return to Dunmon in another day and a half. Willie obviously saw Leo's fatigue. It was 3 days ago when he encountered the assassination by the 4 undead stalkers. In these 3 days, Leo was like a taut string, pulling it tight. He was so tight that he never allowed himself to rest. And even a legendary powerhouse couldn't bear it if this continued. Rubbing his brows hard and exhaling deeply, Leo finally understood why so many strong men were assassinated by stalkers. Being stared at in the dark. You may be able to persist without making mistakes for a day or 2. Or a month or 2. But what about a year? 2 years or even longer? There is no one who never makes mistakes. As long as the assassin is patient, he will always wait for the opportunity. If you don't die in assassination, you will become perverted in assassination. Either you are used to being on guard against sneak attackers at all times, or you will be killed. No wonder Pasoni has said that dealing with the bounty hunters of the Adventurers Guild was part of becoming a strong person when she was in Stormwind City. Turning his gaze to the sky in the distance, Leo asked Viri an irrelevant question. Viri, are there goblins in the wetlands? Willie followed Leo's gaze and saw nothing but the heavy fog. He replied with a strange look on his face. There should be some. Those green dwarfs will be there wherever there is money to be made. Figure. Using airships to transport orcs is also a project run by goblins? Leo's words made Willie very nervous. Could it be that the orcs and the goblins had reached some agreement, allowing the goblins to use airships to help the orcs transport troops to assist the undead army in fighting? Making a reassuring gesture to Willie, Leo said, "Don't worry. It looks like they are just a group of Dragonmaw orcs trying to escape from the wetland. But they found an old friend inside." Old friend? Willie didn't understand who Leo was referring to, but his mind was settled. It was not the orc army on the Kalandor continent, but some Dragonmaw orcs who wanted to leave the wetlands on the goblin airship. It was no big deal, although it is not common to travel long distances on goblin airships. Willie has heard of it. As long as the price you pay can impress the goblins, these green dwarves, who only have gold coins in their eyes, will let you go. I didn't expect that the orc hunter who could transform into a half-dragon was still alive. How could I have forgotten the hunter's fake death? If I had cut off his head at that time, it didn't matter whether he was fake or not. It would have turned him into a real death. He had been assassinated before, and now he saw a person who he thought was dead was still alive and well. Leo curled his lips in displeasure. Depressing things always happen in pairs. This world is really special. What a shame. In the sky over the wetland, on a goblin airship that was gradually rising, a group of Dragonmaw orcs silently looked at the wetland disappearing into the fog, their faces filled with sadness. A Dragonmaw orc who looked like a leader clenched his fists and secretly swore, Tuj will come back. These Dragonmaw orcs are Tuj and his only remaining supporters. Without the support of Ganeg's 1,000 tribesmen, Tuj's power in the tribe has been greatly reduced. And Tuj, who was already at a disadvantage, is in an increasingly difficult situation. And the forces that originally belonged to Gorfok were subdued by the warlord Maluk Dragonscale. Seeing that he could no longer compete with the opponent, Tud resolutely decided to lead a group of diehards to the orc kingdom of Kalandor. A crow flew around the goblin airship twice, then croaked and flew away into the distance, looking at the sky, as if watching the departure of the Dragonmaw orcs. Leo's mouth curved slightly. Looking forward to meeting you again, Dragonmaw orcs. When you meet your enemies again, you feel extremely jealous. On the contrary, when you meet your friends, you are naturally extremely happy. Done odd. This city occupied by humans. Welcome the group of soldiers who went out to fight today. Young man, you did a great job. In the city hall, Major Link patted Leo on the shoulder and said he already knew about the situation of Leo and the others going to Rathon camp. After hearing the whole story, Link couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had sent Leo, the legendary warlock, to go there. Most of the others would have suffered heavy losses when they encountered the swamp beast, not to mention dealing with the front and rear attacks of thousands of orcs and 3,000 dark iron dwarves when attacking Fury Fawn camp. Thank you for the compliment, Major. Sometimes someone is very humble, but trouble will not stop coming just because you are humble. A provocative voice came into Leo's ears. Are you Leo? I've heard of you. Leo followed the sound and saw a human man wearing a mage's robe pointing at him. His big bald head that could be used as a light bulb made Leo couldn't help but take a second look. What a unique hairstyle. I heard that you are so lucky that you fell in love with that female thief from the assassin group. Uh-huh. Pretty girls are very popular. Leo motioned to Link. Who is this guy? Link spread his hands and spoke rudely to his colleagues in front of him. This guy clearly didn't give him face. The Major was obviously dissatisfied with the bald man. This is Lord Chask. Baron Leo. Leo could hear Link's dissatisfaction with the mage named Chask. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned their titles during the introduction. What's the best way to deal with an annoying guy? Beat him, scold him, or kill him? No, neither. The best way to deal with such a guy is to ignore him. Because of this, Leo didn't pay attention to Chask's provocation at all. He just nodded indifferently. And his expression was no different from when someone introduced an insignificant person to him. Not all cats and dogs need to pay attention to it. Although Leo didn't say anything, his expression clearly conveyed such a message. Chask's face immediately turned red. Out of anger. Since he successfully became a noble mage, no one has treated him with such an attitude. He originally wanted to provoke Leo, but he was aroused by Leo and became extremely angry. Major, how is the situation at the Solder Bridge? I heard that you are planning to organize a counterattack. If that is the case, please let me participate. Leo, who ignored Chask, asked Link for a fight. How could the first battle of counterattacking the undead be without a legendary warlock like him? Leo, you should rest for 2 days. Link patted Leo on the shoulder. I already know about your assassination. Young people should pay attention to protecting themselves. I don't want anything to happen to you. That's fine. I'll just try to relax for the next 2 days. Leo shrugged. It was precisely because he was assassinated by the undead stalkers that he wanted to participate in the counterattack against the undead. However, it was necessary to combine work and rest, which would make him in better shape. Seeing that Leo was only talking to Major Link without even looking at him, Chask said angrily, Hey, boy, shut up. As soon as the mage opened his mouth, he was yelled at by Leo. Chask was stunned by the sudden rebuke. Leo waved his hand, as if to shoo away flies, and said in an impatient tone, Anyone who has nothing to do with the conversation between nobles should go away. You? The veins on Chask's head popped out like writhing earthworms. Is the lord considered a noble? Perhaps in the eyes of common people. They are lords of extremely high status. But in the eyes of real nobles, they are nothing. And their status is not much different from that of common people, because the lords have not been truly recognized by the upper-class nobles. In the eyes of the nobles, this so-called lord is just a thing to fool the common people. It can reward meritorious commoners, but it will not allow those untouchables to truly enter the upper-class society. Chask was shaking with anger, but Leo and Link were smiling proudly. Link deliberately pointed out that Chaskier was a lord. Wasn't it just to let Leo take advantage of the gap in titles between the two parties to teach him a lesson? Leo, this young man, is very sensible. Link smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. He did not deny that he was using Leo. After all, he still had use for Chask. So he couldn't just break up with him. So he had to play tricks like borrowing a knife to kill someone. Leo had a smile on his face, but couldn't help but murmur in his heart, Link, an old fox, is lucky to have a loyal appearance. But in fact his belly is full of bad things. But Chaskier, this idiot, also asked for it. Who allowed him to target him? In Chask's opinion, the smile on Leo's face was a mockery of him, which made him angry. He shouted to Leo, Boy! Boy! Leo interrupted Chask again. He pointed at the military rank insignia on his chest and shouted at Chask, Do you have the guts to say it again? No one has taught you to face people with higher military ranks than yourself. What should I call it? Or do you think you are special enough to be above the military law of the kingdom? Looking at the emblem representing the Knight Lieutenant on Leo's chest, Chask felt depressed. He holds the rank of Knight, which is exactly one rank lower than Leo's Knight Lieutenant. As the saying goes, one level of official rank is the most powerful thing. Faced with Leo Chask, who is one rank higher than himself, even if he is full of anger, he can't say anything. The mage gritted his teeth and managed to say 2 words, "Sir." "What did you say?" Leo plucked his ears, looking like I didn't hear clearly. Chask took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his chest, and said loudly, "Sir?" Leo flicked his nails, glanced sideways at Chask, and said impatiently, "You have no energy at all. Please speak louder." Chask turned blue with anger. It was obvious that Leo was playing tricks on him. However, the other party's military rank was indeed higher, so he had no choice but to suffer. "Sir!" Chask yelled completely this time. Such a loud voice startled the guards guarding outside, thinking something had happened, and hurriedly looked inside the city hall. "Okay, I can't hear clearly, so why are you so loud? Is having a loud voice a big deal?" Leo curled his lips. He gave Link a military salute, then turned and walked out of the city hall, leaving one last sentence. "I heard that being a mage is a profession that can only be accomplished by smart people. Now that I saw it, it turned out to be really good. It's really smart." Very smart. Extremely smart? The officers who had come back to the city hall looked at Chask with strange eyes. To put it bluntly, they were looking at Chask's bald head. Extremely smart. Master Leo used the word perfectly. As Chask looked almost crazy, a group of officers were secretly winking and laughing at a certain mage's bald head, including the leader of the mage group, who was supposed to be on the same side as Chask. This shows how popular Chask is in the military. Chapter 160. Warlocks are all dog abusers. The establishment of the Solder Bridge is a miracle. It is not that its length of more than 5 kilometers is amazing, nor that it is made entirely of hard black iron, but that the bridge heads on both sides are each erected on a nearly straight cliff of 10,000 feet. People really can't imagine how this bridge was built. Leo felt pretty good about this almost miraculous bridge, except for one thing that made him unhappy. That was that in the center of the bridge stood a giant dwarf statue that reached into the sky. The dwarf raised his hands high and stepped on both sides of the Solder Bridge with his legs on the left and right. Anyone passing by the Solder Bridge must pass under the crotch of this statue. The dwarf who built this bridge is really not an ordinary evil person. The bad taste of the dwarf is really hard to agree with. After staring at the huge dwarf statue for a long time, Leo finally determined one thing. This dwarf looked very manly, but he didn't have a penis. "What? You said there is? So why didn't I see it?" "Brother Leo, what are you looking at?" Thetis looked at Leo curiously. She didn't understand why Leo was so fascinated by the statue. Leo scratched his face. "I'm just sighing. In fact, dwarves are not without tall people." Thetis didn't understand. She was confused for a long time and finally said, "You humans are really short." What kind of answer is this? Leo thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand Thetis's thoughts. He finally retreated magnificently. Leo and Thetis were talking, and Scarlet, who was walking aside, snorted, "What are these two guys doing? We are going to attack the undead army. Do they think this is an outing?" There was no tension at all. Hearing the snort from the female knight on the side, Leo glanced at her. This tough girl. She was so arrogant again, in view of the fact that he was going to fight the undead army soon. Leo did not provoke Scarlet. Maybe he was injured and needed treatment from this tough girl. Anything could happen in the chaos of the army, not to mention the military priests. Leo had no confidence in their healing spells. Lord Leo, Willie and 4 other sergeants came over. After 2 days of rest, they just caught up with the counterattack against the undead. Leo smiled and greeted them. "The battle is about to begin. Aren't you going to take command?" Willie chuckled. "Why are we still commanding? Our soldiers are all recuperating in Dunod. This time, all the troops coming out are other people's troops. If we didn't want to participate in the expeditionary forces' first attack on the undead army, we would now must be drinking in Dunmad's tavern. You 5 guys. I don't know which 5 unlucky guys have become your deputies." The sergeant major who led the team ran out alone, and their deputy must have taken over a lot of things. "However, I heard that the 5 teams are going to undergo a major reorganization, and the command seems to have been temporarily taken back by Major Link. In other words, These 5 guys are now in a state of idleness. And their adjutant seems to have nothing to do either. Willie rubbed his hands and said to Leo with a straight face, "Master Leo, how about the 5 of us following you in this battle?" Leo looked at the 5 chiefs who were laughing, and then at Willie's blood-red armor. He understood what was going on. These guys wanted to fight against each other. However, he did not refuse. If he encountered a situation like that of Gorefolk, he would not mind selling these sergeants a favor. What is most important on the battlefield? Strength? Equipment? Maybe. But Leo felt that they were still a group of companions who had a good relationship and were reassuring. Where is this guy in the army? There are actually small groups. Scarlet glared dissatisfiedly at Leo and the others who had gathered together. The female knight had a strong objection to hilltop doctrine. While marching, Theta suddenly pointed forward and asked Leo, "Brother Leo, are those the undead?" Leo looked at the longing figures waiting in formation at the other end of the bridge and nodded. But apart from being a little thinner, they don't look much different from us. The undead, even if they have flesh on their bodies, don't have much flesh on them. In terms of skinny, who can compare to them except skeletons? Being thin is natural for the undead. The undead were once one of us. Leo sighed softly. More than a dozen crackling fireballs and ice arrows exuding a trace of cold air were shot from the undead array, targeting the advancing human army. Necromancer. From the strength of the elements contained in the fireballs and ice arrows, Leo judged the strength of the undead who cast these magics. They all belonged to the category of mid-level wizards, not the kind of dabblers who only knew 1 or 2 small spells. These dozen spells kick off the battle between humans and the undead. With the Hellhound around, Leo's people were very relaxed. The Hellhound opened its mouth, and the 2 fireballs flying towards them disappeared. The Hellhound's ability to swallow magic is simply the nemesis of mages. In reality, the Hellhound has no limit on how many seconds it can use its swallowing magic. Eating magic is like eating to it, until its stomach is full. Don't try to hurt it with magic. But when it's full, it takes several days to digest. So the warlocks are all dog abusers, and they let the Hellhound starve when they have nothing to do. There are more than a dozen mages on any one line of defense. Compared to the lack of mages in the human army, the undead in the Undercity are really talented when it comes to magicians. The movement of the Hellhound devouring magic has obviously attracted the attention of the undead. For the Necromancer, Hellhound that can swallow magic is obviously a threat. The Necromancers changed their attack targets, and the dozen or so magic attacks in the second wave all hit Leo. The Hellhound's big mouth opened, and all the more than 10 fireballs and ice arrows that came towards it disappeared. A dozen mid-level mages want to feed the Hellhound summoned by me, a legendary warlock. Should I say that you are ignorant or naive? As a legendary warlock, the strength of the Hellhound summoned by Leo is also legendary. Even if a dozen mid-level mages exhaust all their magic power, it will not be enough to fill it up. The belly of the legendary Hellhound is not so easy to fill. Kill these bones. For the sake of the Alliance. A knight officer directed the troops to attack the undead, and the soldiers shouted loudly and rushed forward. For the Queen, compared to the loud shouts of humans, the voices of the undead are much darker and hoarse. However, the competition on the battlefield is about strength. Not whoever has the loudest voice will win. The undead warriors with a low-key style wave their weapons at the oncoming humans. The weapons that looked somewhat damaged could often hit the target, accurately inflicting considerable damage to the human warriors through the gaps in the armor. These undead have much more combat experience than the expeditionary soldiers in Stormwind City. It seems that the years of fighting with the allied forces of Arather have trained many veterans for Undercity. This world is afraid of comparisons. Originally, Leo thought that the soldiers of Stormwind City were very experienced in combat. But now that he saw them being injured repeatedly at the hands of the undead warriors, Leo felt that the soldiers of Stormwind City still lacked the baptism of war. The soldiers who were killed together made Leo feel like he was getting in the way when he chose to take action. He was afraid of accidentally injuring one of his own. No wonder many people are unwilling to participate in group activities after getting used to the career of a lone ranger. In large-scale battles, their personal strength is weak, and they are also restrained in attacking. I hate scuffles. Feeling depressed, Leo simply ignored the fight between the warriors on both sides. He shifted his attack target further away, where undead archers and mages were shooting at human archers. Leo knew in his heart that this attack was only tentative, to test the strength of the undead army. It was also a response to the undead's previous active attack. If someone comes to beat you, Why don't you fight back? Link, a sinister uncle, didn't even send a mage to accompany the army. He made it clear that he wanted him to do hard work to help suppress the mages in the undead army. Leo was full of resentment towards a certain major, a legendary warlock who summoned H.L. hounds. No matter how bad he was, could still compete with a team of military mages. Let alone Leo, a guy who was at the pinnacle of legend. The dozen or so necromancers on the opposite side were unlucky when they met Leo. Under the care of the H.L. hounds, they simply couldn't display their style as the kings of mage attacks. All the magic they had worked hard to gather was fed into the belly of the H.L. hounds. Clouds of green poisonous mist exploded in the hands of the undead archers. Although the undead were immune to most poisons, Leo's poison explosion technique used magic power to create poisonous mist. These poisonous mists were equivalent to magic attacks. The undead are not immune. The sound of objects being rapidly eroded was heard. The only layer of skin left on the bodies of the undead archers shrouded in poisonous mist was festering under the erosion of toxins, revealing the pale bones inside, which were developing into skeletons. Trend. There are masters in the human army. The undead commander, who commanded the army to resist the human attack, quickly discovered Leo. Leo, who was feeling something, followed his eyes and discovered the other person. The two people's eyes met, and they were both slightly startled. A master in the legendary realm. This counterattack by the human army is quite powerful. The undead commander snorted coldly and turned around to mobilize his troops. That guy should be the commander of this undead army. Unfortunately, he is too far away from me. Even if I use magic to attack him, it will have no effect. Leo felt a little pity. If he killed this legendary undead, he would definitely be able to collect a lot of energy. It is better to concentrate on killing other undead. After all, they have the strength equivalent to that of mid-level warriors. Killing more can still collect some energy. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Just when Leo was thinking this, Scarlet walked up to him quietly. The arrival of the female knight surprised Leo. Why is this tough girl running beside me if she doesn't charge into battle? It was probably because she had a disagreement with him and wanted to take advantage of the chaos of the battlefield to attack him. I said, such a shameless thing as plotting against friendly forces is not what a paladin who believes in the holy light should do. Scarlet frowned as she walked to Leo's side. She was unwilling to take the initiative to approach Leo. But how could she complete Major Link's mission without this soul's cooperation? Leo, you and I will work together to kill the undead commander. Scarlet added. This is Major Link's order. So it's a military order? Leo raised his eyebrows. If it was a military order, he would have no reason to refuse. No problem. Chapter 161, Getting Carried Away. Scarlet was surprised that Leo agreed so quickly. She thought that this person would definitely embarrass herself. Seeing Scarlet's expression in his eyes, Leo rolled his eyes. I said, what's that expression of yours? I am a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. I can usually make harmless jokes, but when it's time to do business, it's very serious. In fact, what this kid was thinking was, how could he let go of such a shameful feat as breaking into the enemy's formation and taking the enemy general's head if he had the strength to do it? Leo felt a little embarrassed when he said this to Scarlet. When the female knight thought about it carefully, Leo was indeed right. From the Defias thieves in the western wilderness to the Dragon Maw orcs, who once again annihilated the Rathon camp, this Hunden has always done his job well in both quality and quantity. Only his rogue appearance makes me hate him. It was rare that Scarlet didn't refute or act arrogantly. Leo also wanted to talk to her. He lowered his voice and said to the female knight, I'll give you a piece of advice. People like Chask are still, it would be better to find an opportunity for him to die gloriously. Shocked by what Leo said, Scarlet almost thought she was hallucinating. What nonsense is this soul talking about? He just became normal and went crazy again. Don't be angry. Listen to me. Leo waved his hand to stop Scarlet, who was about to explode, and only heard him say, Chask is from your kingdom of Arath. Right. This guy fell in strong guard. He didn't accompany Prince Galen to fight against the enemy and defend his homeland, but instead fled for his own life. Can't you see what his nature is like? I know that both you and Link have taken a fancy to Chask and his more than 20 mage companions. But this kind of person only knows how to run away in the face of danger, and will act arrogant and cause trouble among friendly forces, thinking that he is a magicians are just superior. Can they be used? Compared to those who are struggling to resist the attack of the undead army in the Refuge Valley. These mages are just a bunch of maggots. I feel ashamed that I am a warrior with them. If I were asked to choose between a group of chirping magicians and a group of ordinary people staying in Arthi Highlands to continue resisting the undead army, who do you think I would choose? Leo said with disdain on Chask's face. He continued to Scarlet, whose eyes flashed because of his remarks. I will abandon the group of magicians and choose a group of ordinary people. Because they are Rother. What the kingdom really needs is that they can hold up the backbone of a kingdom. A group of mages who still think they are superior after cowardly escaping. Well, since they can leave their comrades behind once, they will have a second chance. Second time, or even more times. What are a group of cowards doing? Waiting for their brothers in front to escape suddenly during the war? Looking at the speechless Scarlet Leo, he seduced the female knight in a low voice, instead of leaving such people to disgrace the kingdom of Rother. It is better to let them use their remaining energy and kill a few enemies on the battlefield before fighting gloriously. Death can be regarded as giving them a good destination. You? Scarlet looked at Leo. She really didn't know what to say. This Hundan's words sounded reasonable, but they were completely contrary to the education she had received since childhood. Can we not go in the opposite direction? Paladins have received sunshine education such as loyalty, honesty, and humility since childhood. How can they be the same as Leo's dark theory, which is obviously thick in dark content? What nonsense! Finally, the female knight made this comment, but she didn't realize that her tone of voice was far less forceful than usual. Although she had very little contact with Chask's group, the female knight had a deep hatred for these people. It is not an exaggeration to place negative comments on them such as being arrogant and arrogant. Putting aside their status as mages, these people are just a bunch of scum. Willie and the other 4 sergeants looked at each other. Leo's words were no longer contradictory to them. Instead, they felt that they were very reasonable. However, he clearly wanted to kill people's lives, but he could still say it so naturally, as if he himself they are the righteous party. They said Chask and the others to die for the sake of each other. It really makes people wonder, bad things can be done so righteously. Black. So damn dark. Leo smiled evilly and stopped continuing the topic. He really didn't notice a second-rate guy like Chask. Do you think that by recruiting more than 20 mid-level mages, you can command our army in Stormwind City? He's still far from it. If I hadn't been in a good mood today and didn't bother to say anything to Scarlet, I would have made a silent tacit agreement with the kind-faced and dark-hearted Uncle Link, and let those idiots die gloriously without even knowing how they died. By the way, this guy had better not be too annoying. Otherwise he will be finished sooner or later. Keeping a low profile is the way to go. Okay. Don't think too much. Leo pursed his lips as he rushed forward. Should we kill that undead commander? Staring at Leo bitterly, Scarlet, who was very troubled by his words, then remembered her purpose of coming and teaming up with Leo to kill the commander of the undead army. The female knight drew out her sword, stopped talking to Leo, and headed towards the direction of the undead commander to kill him. This tough girl is arrogant again, isn't she? Leo motioned to Willie to protect Thetis, and directed the pets to follow Scarlet. There was a female knight clearing the way ahead, and he just took advantage. The power of holy light possessed by the paladin has a strong restraint effect on undead creatures. In addition, Scarlet is a legendary paladin. How can an undead soldier with the strength of a mid-level warrior be her opponent? Leo, who was following Scarlet, saw the undead fall to the ground one after another under the swish of the female knight's golden sword. They once again tasted the taste of death. Scarlet, who broke into the undead army with overwhelming force, was quickly discovered by the undead commander. She saw that there was another legendary level strongman in the human army, and he was also a paladin who specialized in restraining his own side. The undead commander. It feels very bad. By sending 2 legendary realm experts at once. Is this really just a tentative counterattack by humans? Their purpose is not that simple. The undead commander did not allow him to think too much. Scarlet had already reached him. The big sword burning with golden holy light struck him in the head, marking the commanding seal. Disgusting light. The undead commander did not show any weakness at all. He swung his long-handled heavy sword to meet the trajectory of Scarlet's golden sword and delivered a heroic blow. Clang. The 2 swords struck each other, but no one was better than the other. Scarlet's big sword couldn't chop it down, and the undead commander's heavy sword couldn't lift it up either. The 2 of them retreated and adjusted themselves to prepare for another fight. The undead commander's expression changed. He clearly felt that someone had cast several spells on him that weakened his strength. Even though he was a legendary warrior, his combat power had also dropped by 20%. Is it that black-haired human warlock who can make my strength drop so much? Damn it, I may not be able to defeat these two legendary level opponents. The undead commander was right. The person who hung several magic spells on him and weakened him by 20% was not Leo or who else. The opponent's body showed signs of being cursed. Scarlet knew that Leo had taken action through the attack with the undead commander. The female knight found out the details of her opponent. Although the undead commander was stronger than her, but it's not much stronger. With Leo's help in killing the undead commander, the confidence is much greater. Scarlet swung her sword and advanced again. The weakened undead commander did not retreat. He faced him with his long-handled heavy sword. Two legendary melee warriors fought together. The paladin faced off against the warrior. The melee battle between the two powerful offensive types. The clash of the big sword and the épée. And the clanging sound of weapons resounding throughout most of the battlefield. The scene was really heated. Leo did not immediately participate in the battle between Scarlet and the undead commander. After applying several curses such as aging and attack backlash to the undead commander, he focused on other undead near the undead commander. Young boys, clear the place for me. The Lion King Huma, the giant grizzly bear, the terror pincer and other pets killed the undead near the battle circle of the two legendary realm powerhouses under Leo's instructions, setting off a bloody storm. Well, there was no rain of blood, only a rain of bones. The undead, who can stay near the undead commander, are not weak in strength. At the very least, they are close to the strength of high-level warriors. Some of them are even high-level warriors. Supposedly, such power would be enough to protect themselves. But who allowed them to meet Leo, Huma, Terrorclaw, and Grizzly Bear? These three beasts are extremely powerful. Their overall strength may not be as good as the strong ones in the legendary realm, but it is not far behind. With these three guys taking the lead, and the cooperation of the Mad Wolf, and the Steel Stone Demon summoned by Leo again, using a piece of magic equipment, was completely invincible among a group of mid to high-level undead. Seeing Leo slaughtering his men, the undead commander was anxious. Even though he knew that the human warlock was distracting himself in this way and affecting his combat effectiveness. This human warlock is really mean. The undead commander wanted to rush over and kill Leo with one sword. But his opponent was Scarlet, and the female knight would not give him a chance. The undead are not afraid of death. Leo wanted to clear the place, but they couldn't do what he wanted. The undead soldiers launched a counterattack against Leo and his pets, surging in like waves one after another, trying to drown their opponents using human sea tactics. Damn it. You can't be arrogant after being surrounded by a large army. The human sea tactics of the undead soldiers made Leo feel the pressure. Even if he had enough pets and was strong enough, it was still very difficult to resist the human sea tactics. No wonder some people always say that keeping a low profile is the way to go. If you get carried away for a moment, you will be very embarrassed. Leo secretly wiped his hands with cold sweat. He had to find a way to deal with so many undead. Henyu, pay attention to Brother Zhang's spells. Before Leo finished speaking, a circle of green flames quickly spread around him with him as the center. It is the indiscriminate range attack spell Poison Flame Nova. Leo, who was overwhelmed by the human sea tactics of the undead army, finally used a group attack spell that might accidentally injure friendly forces. Chapter 162 Arrow of Chaos. The Poisonous Flame Nova, which combines the Necromancer's Poison Nova and the Warlock's Hell Flame into one, is the most lethal group attack spell that Leo currently has. Rain of Fire, Poison Explosion, and the like have to be ranked second. Under. The green poisonous flame spread rapidly in all directions with Leo as the center. And the undead soldiers, who came like a tide and wanted to drown him with the human sea tactic, would be likened to the flames of gasoline if they were contaminated with even a trace of the poisonous flames. It burned violently in an instant, but turned into a pile of powder on the ground in the blink of an eye. The lethality of the poisonous flame nova was so terrifying that it was staggering. The strength of the mid-level warriors among the undead soldiers was indeed unable to withstand the poisonous flame nova. As the green poisonous flame spread, Leo was no longer as crowded as before. The poison flame nova's attacks were indiscriminate, which caused some trouble for Scarlet. Fortunately, Leo had reminded her before, and the female knight was not accidentally injured. However, the undead commander who fought her was also injured. Alert! When Leo casts a spell, he warns his companions. Can such a spell be underestimated? The undead commander was not stupid. When he saw Scarlet avoiding the poisonous flames, it was even more impossible for him to resist. When the poisonous flames came towards him, he dodged them in an alert manner. It was just a pity that the undead commander Leo was not injured. But it was not too strong. After all, The opponent is a legendary warrior, so even if he is touched by the poisonous flame nova, it will not be too serious. Group attack spells are used to clean up minions. Don't expect them to have much lethality against boss-level masters. Taking advantage of the opportunity cleared by the poison flame nova, Leo quickly used the bone wall technique, and walls of white bone surrounded a distance of nearly 100 meters in the vicinity. The undead soldiers were blocked by multiple walls of bones and couldn't rush over at once. Without the obstruction of the soldiers, Leo let go and attacked the undead commander. A black flame on the undead commander's body went out in a flash, and the shadow burn made his movements obvious. Scarlet seized on this flaw. The golden cross on the sword flashed, and the crusader's blow added a wound to the undead commander. With one successful blow, the female knight flipped her wrist and swept out her sword. The undead commander was waiting to deal with it, and the crimson fire on his body exploded with a bang in the blink of an eye. The combination of Leo's sacrificial fire and the burning made his body stiffen and his movement slowed down for half a beat. Come dong! Scarlet's big sword struck the undead commander. The armor on the undead commander was simply not ordinary. The sword did not completely break through the armor's defense. The strong force coming from the sword only hit the undead commander. He took 2 steps back. The golden holy light burning on the sword caused considerable damage to the undead commander. As soon as the distance between the undead commander and Scarlet widened slightly, a shadow immediately fell over his head. The impact of Shadow Fury made the undead commander's mind confused for a moment. When he regained consciousness, Scarlet's sword had struck him again. How abominable! Reluctantly, the undead commander was repulsed again. The big sword itself didn't do much damage to him, but the golden holy light carried by the big sword, which had a restraining effect on him as an undead, made him uncomfortable. The 2 parts of him that were struck by the big sword were the bones have some cracks due to the damage caused by the holy light. A golden sledgehammer made of holy light fell from the undead commander's head, knocking him into a brief coma. The hammer of punishment successfully stuns the opponent. Scarlet seizes the opportunity to get closer and slashes with all her strength with the big sword. A blast of clanging sound like iron comes from the big sword and the undead commander's armor. This tough girl knows how to cooperate. 2 lines of dark green mist swirled around the palm of Leo's hand. As a legendary warlock who could already cast many spells instantly, he actually needed to chant a spell and condense his magic power to cast a spell. This showed that this spell was definitely no small matter. It was the first time for Leo to cast this spell. He was very surprised. The cost of the spell on hand was beyond his expectation. He originally thought that his strength was enough to make this spell instant. When he felt the 2 spells on his hand, after seeing the magic power contained in the dark green mist, I no longer dared to do this thought. It's no wonder that this spell will become the ultimate move for warlocks to destroy tyrants. It turns out that the magic and mental power required to control it is so amazing that many legendary warlocks cannot cast it. However, the more this happens, the more people are looking forward to it. Leo's face was serious, and he was secretly happy. As a spellcaster, he could feel how terrifying the 2 seemingly thin mists in his palms were. Such a spell would be enough to seriously injure a strong man in the legendary realm. Scarlet, hold him still, Leo shouted at Scarlet. At this time, the undead commander had already escaped the influence of the female knight's hammer of punishment. He was shocked when he saw the 2 green mist on Leo's hand. The powerful killing move of the destruction warlock. Chaos Arrow. The undead commander retreated quickly, wondering whether he might be able to catch Leo's Chaos Arrow. If Leo were to fight him alone, there would really be no way to prevent a legendary warrior from escaping. But he was not fighting alone. The undead commander was accompanied by a female paladin, who was also a legendary warrior. Sinner, repent before the holy light. A ray of holy light fell, and the undead commander, who was illuminated by the holy light, suddenly fell to the ground with his knees weak and made a confession. It's that paladin chick's confession spell. Disgusting holy light. Damn paladin. The undead commander couldn't control his body, but his mind was very clear. He was kneeling on the ground and cursed in his heart. If you confess to yourself at this time, isn't it clear that you want to take your own life? Although he was angry, the development of the matter was not based on his will. The moment the undead commander knelt on his knees, Leo had already controlled the Chaos Arrow in his hand to shoot at him. If there are other undead soldiers near the venue where the 3 of them are fighting, those undead soldiers, who are not afraid of death, will definitely rush forward to help their commander block the arrows. However, Leo's poison flame nova cleared the field once, and the white bones the wall prevented the undead soldiers from approaching again. The undead commander, who was jointly attacked by him, and Scarlet could not get help from his soldiers for the time being. He could only rely on his own body to resist the attack. The speed of the Chaos Arrow was very fast, and two seemingly thin mists hit the undead commander's body and disappeared silently. Just when Leo was still wondering why there was no response to the Chaos Arrow attack, the part of the undead commander's body that was hit suddenly disappeared. Hiss! Leo took a breath of cold air. After the undead commander took an arrow, the armor on his body that could block the attack of Scarlet's sword and the part of his body protected by the armor were gone. The attack power of the Chaos Arrow was gone. It's really too powerful. If a living person received this blow, wouldn't he die immediately? Leo secretly felt a pity, because the undead commander was not alive. He was an undead, so he was naturally dead. As long as the soul controlling his body did not dissipate, he could still move around. Scarlet slashed down with her big sword. When facing the enemy, the female knight did not abide by the principle of not taking advantage of others' danger. Since she had accepted Link's military order, she would work hard to do so. Right now, the undead commander was half killed by Leo's Chaos Arrow, and his strength was greatly affected. This was a good opportunity to kill him. After being hit by Leo's Chaos Arrow, the undead commander no longer dared to confront Scarlet. He knew his own body well. Although he could still move now, the strength he could display was not half as good as usual. How could he fight another person? Paladin battle in the legendary realm? The warlock next to him, who had fatally wounded him, was looking for the next opportunity. If he wanted to stay here, he would have to die, rolling on the spot to avoid Scarlet's sword. The undead commander moved his legs and ran backwards. He did not want to use his own life to add a glorious achievement to the two humans' war exploits. Want to escape? Stay alive. The undead commander wanted to escape, but Scarlet pursued her with her sword. The female knight launched a righteous pursuit, swung her long sword and slashed at the undead commander's back, forcing the opponent to continue running desperately while escaping. Dodge, looking extremely embarrassed. As a legendary warrior being chased and killed, the undead commander felt extremely depressed. You two humans are fighting one against one, and you still don't allow me to escape. Is this justified? Wow! Wow! Two walls of bones rose directly in front of the undead commander, blocking his way. In order to cooperate with Scarlet in hunting down the undead commander Leo, he naturally had to prevent the other party from escaping. The instantaneous bone wall spell turned Leo into a roadblock maker. Although the undead commander can still smash a bone wall with one sword, his speed always slows down when he launches an attack. Within 2 or 3 times, Scarlet overtakes him and intercepts him. Bones, don't even think about escaping. The female knight blocked the front with her sword, and Leo began to gather chaos arrows from behind. The undead commander was attacked from the front and back by the two men, and fell into a desperate situation. Don't even think about killing me, the undead commander roared hoarsely, swinging the long-handled heavy sword horizontally in his hand, and his whole body was like a high-speed rotating drill, carrying the afterimages of the sword blades as they pierced the air and crashed into Scarlet. Being cornered by his opponent, the undead commander suddenly broke out with his life hanging by a thread, using a blade storm that he had never been able to comprehend at ordinary times. A powerful destructive force was generated in the shadows of swords. Scarlet, who was the first to bear the brunt, felt like she had difficulty breathing. She had a premonition that if she didn't get out of the way, she would definitely be hit hard. Giving in at this time would mean that the undead commander had successfully escaped, and her and Leo's previous efforts would have been in vain. If other warriors faced the undead commander's blade storm, they could only choose to retreat at this time. But the paladin, a holy light emitted from Scarlet's body, and this light formed a half-finger-width slightly golden translucent shield, protecting the female knight inside. When Leo saw this layer of shield, he knew the blade storm cup of the undead commander, and the holy shield of the paladin. This is the invincibility that makes countless people who are against it full of invincibility. Except for the priest's great dispersion. Unsolvable rogue skills. The undead commander's blade storm looked extremely powerful, but when it hit Scarlet, who had activated the holy shield technique, it seemed extremely weak. The half-finger-wide shield was not rippled by the sword shadows. Chapter 163 Falling short of success. Fortunately, the undead commander had anticipated such a situation, and his purpose was not to hurt Scarlet but to escape. The female knight could avoid being harmed if she turned on her invincibility, but it did not stop him from evacuating backwards. The undead commander wielding the sword storm quickly approached the outermost bone wall that had been smashed to pieces by the undead soldiers. Once he and his subordinates were reunited, he would be able to escape. At this moment, several fence-like walls of bone suddenly rose up. The fences formed a prison-like hut, trapping the undead commander inside. It was the bone prison of the Necromancer. Leo smiled coldly. The bone wall can't stop you from escaping. So what about the bone prison? Stay alive and receive another chaos arrow from me. The two green mists from the chaos arrow hit the undead commander directly. If he were hit by it, this legendary warrior would probably die here. Seeing the chaos arrows coming, the undead commander, who was trapped in the bone prison, went crazy. Bladestorm urged him to attack with all his strength, and the attack became more urgent. The collision between the long-handled heavy sword and the bone fence had already become a continuous sound. It's hard to hear how many times the two have collided. The undead commander finally broke out of the prison, and Leo's chaos arrow had already hit him at this time. A smile appeared on Leo's face. The undead commander was hit by this chaos arrow, but even if he survived, he would not be able to survive for a few breaths. Scarlet could definitely kill him with 1 or 2 more swords. Many times things changed just when you thought the situation was settled. Dozens of flames suddenly appeared on the chaos arrow that was about to hit the undead commander. With a banging sound, 2 fireballs the size of human heads burst out of the slanting thorns and hit the chaos arrow. The Lounds used the talent of swallowing magic on the magical power contained in them, but they still couldn't stop them. When the undead commander was in critical condition, the dozen mages in the undead army gave up their entanglement with the Hound, ignored the underfed evil dog, and used chaos arrows to target the target directly. A flame impact. Using the impact of fire elements to offset the damage of chaos arrows, the necromancers rescued the undead commander in their own way. However, their dozen or so flame blasts can only be regarded as small ones, and the 2 green mists that make up the chaos arrow have not changed at all. The 2 consecutive fireballs that really play the main role are still there. No, it shouldn't be called a big fireball. To be precise, it should be a pyrospheric ball. Pyroblast. And it's double shot. Leo was secretly shocked when he saw 2 pyroblast balls appearing. This was clearly the classic combination of the fire mage second man, Pyroblast. Chi Kami and Shinxian used Pyroblast again. Pyroblast can be said to be the single target spell with the highest attack power among fire mages. Compared with Fireball, the lethality of Pyroblast is geometrically multiplied. If a warrior of the same level is attacked by 2 Pyroblasts in a row, even if he can't die, he still won't have a few breaths left. It just so happens that the mage also has a calming skill that can make the next spell cast instantly, which makes people uneasy. Bang! Bang! The Pyroblast ball collided with the Chaos Arrow. The result of the 3 spells battle was that the 2 Pyroblast balls disappeared. There was nothing left of Leo's Chaos Arrow. The 2 wisps of green mist were almost invisible to the naked eye. How could such a Chaos Arrow inflict fatal damage to the undead commander? Looking in the direction where the pyrotechnic ball hit, Leo saw a mage dressed no differently than an ordinary undead soldier looking at him. This guy is so insidious. He actually plays a game of pretending to be a soldier. Who are you planning to trick? Leo now felt that he was right to bring the Hound. If the Necromancer hadn't been concerned about the Hound's ability to restrain the magician, he would have started to be evil. Leo discovered his whereabouts, and the Necromancer hiding among the soldiers did not dare to neglect him. His strength was just entering the legendary realm for the first time, and he was not Leo's opponent. What's more, Leo also brought Hell, known as the nemesis of spellcasters. Hound? The Necromancer retreated, but Leo did not pursue it. This mage is much less valuable than the undead commander, thanks to the effective rescue of his men. The undead commander, who was not fatally injured by Leo's second Chaos Arrow, had already smashed the bone wall that blocked the way. Even though his blade storm had been consumed by this time, he was exhausted, but Scarlet couldn't stop him from retreating into the undead army. The undead commander was about to retreat into the army. Before the joy of escaping could rise in his heart, his eyes flashed and several figures suddenly appeared in front of him, separating him from his army. These figures are Huma, Terra Claw, and 3 Mad Wolves. After the undead commander was severely injured by the Chaos Arrow, Leo had already regarded him as the energy he had obtained. How could he let the duck fly out of his palm? It's a pity that the grizzlies can't instantaneously. Otherwise this interception would be more certain. When he was about to escape successfully and encountered such beasts blocking his way, one can imagine the mood of the undead commander. He ignored Scarlet's sword that was slashed from behind and roared to the sky angrily. The angry roar frightened Huma and the others who were blocking the road. They were so frightened that they ignored Leo's instructions and jumped up desperately. The interception line that originally blocked the undead commander's escape was broken. It's the brave roar of a warrior. The undead commander saves the warrior's group control skills for the most critical moment. Leo clenched his fist in frustration. Was he really running away like this? It's really hateful. No. There is still a chance. The annoyance only appeared for a moment. And all kinds of thoughts in Leo's brain began to spin like electricity again. And several rays of magic power fluctuated vaguely. Hunt girl. Don't give up. Keep chasing. When the undead commander used the gut-breaking roar, Scarlet, who was chasing after him, was also slightly affected. The female knight's body was stiff for a second. Although she got rid of it quickly, it only lasted for this second. After widening the distance between the two, seeing that the undead commander was about to retreat into the army, Scarlet couldn't help but slow down in pursuit. Leo quickly shouted when he saw this. There was no way this tough girl could kill him if he didn't catch up. Still chasing? Scarlet was confused. But her body couldn't help but catch up. Hold her off. As soon as they retreated into the army, the undead commander ordered his soldiers to go up and block Scarlet's pursuit. With the soldiers blocking her, the distance between the female paladin and him would only get further and further away. The divine light flashed on Scarlet's body, and a divine storm was about to erupt. Leo saw this and quickly stopped him. Kill alone. Don't attack in groups. The female knight felt strange after hearing Leo's words, but she still suppressed the divine storm and forced the power to gather on her back, and a pair of golden wings formed on Scarlet's back. Leo was speechless when he saw this. Sister, why didn't you use revenge earlier? Could it be that you haven't mastered this spell well, and can't send and receive it freely? The wrath of revenge is activated, and driven by the golden wings on her back. The holy light on Scarlet's body burns hotter, which means that the female paladin's attack has become much stronger. Just as Scarlet unleashed her vengeful fury, several undead soldiers around the undead commander burst into revolt. Their steps that were rushing towards the female knight suddenly stopped, and they raised their weapons and slashed at their companions around them indiscriminately. The sudden change shocked the undead soldiers. Why are these guys so crazy? The pace of the undead soldiers slowed down, and Scarlet was overjoyed. The female knight raised her sword high and slashed at the frightened undead commander. Die. Bones. Templar judgment. The holy light on the big sword was dazzling, and Scarlet's attack struck down hard with great force. Protect the commander. Several mages used the flash technique to teleport between Scarlet and the undead commander. Under their reminder, the undead soldiers who were stunned by their companion's madness swarmed up again, eager to rescue the commander. They killed several crazy undead soldiers. The companion was cut down instantly. Ice barrier. The several necromancers who flashed up showed their fearless courage to block the holes of their gunshots. The temperature around their bodies dropped sharply, and the rapidly gathering ice elements formed into large ice cubes, freezing the necromancers inside. A wall of ice was erected behind the undead commander. The Templar's judgment hit the ice wall, and Scarlet's full blow was blocked by the ice barrier laid down by several necromancers. This is okay. At this point, Leo has no choice. He used the confusion curse to cause a small chaos among the undead soldiers. He originally wanted to use the sudden change to delay the undead commander, but unexpectedly, he was delayed. Gioli also seized this opportunity to launch her strongest attack, but several ice necromancers came out halfway and ruined everything. The cheating ice barrier, the cheating refrigerator, the cheating ice mage. This pursuit was destroyed by you. Leo had the urge to use Morgan's clone, but after taking a few deep breaths, he finally resisted. Now this battle is just a tentative battle between the Storm Expeditionary Force and the Undead Army. We don't know what kind of characters there are in the Undead Army. It's better not to expose trump cards, like Morgan's clone. Seeing the seriously injured undead commander disappear into the Undead Army, Leo angrily took a sip. Count your luck. Seeing that the decisive move was destroyed by several necromancers who came out of the slanting stab, Scarlet turned blue with anger. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It was all because of these bones. The necromancer, whose strength was no more than that of an intermediate warrior, was attacked with all his strength by a legendary paladin, and he had no flash technique to escape. The outcome was truly horrific. The angry female paladin swung her sword and slashed, killing several of the saints. Under the judgment of the Templar Knight, the necromancer who shattered the ice barrier was torn into pieces. Leo was so ashamed when he saw it from behind. Look! His true nature has been revealed. Scarlet is so cruel. Kill that human. Leo, who was lamenting Scarlet's violence, found that he was surrounded again. It turned out that the bone wall he had laid had been shattered one by the undead soldiers. Even after his own commander was seriously injured, the undead soldiers were still brave and surged like a tide. To Leo and Scarlet, I vowed to kill these two humans who dared to charge into the army. It doesn't matter if the big ones run away or the small ones come. So many undead soldiers can provide a lot of energy. Green flames appeared again, and Leo changed his attack target from the escaped undead commander to the undead soldiers. After the other party lost the high-end power to check and balance his own, the legendary realm strongmen began to massacre the mid-level warriors. Chapter 164 Cannon Fodder Goes Away. Lord Leo, are you still worried about your failure to kill the undead? In Dunmad's tavern, Leo shrugged at Willie, who asked him questions, falling short for Shanjoran. This kind of thing would be very depressing for anyone. More than 10 days have passed since the first battle against the undead. In that battle, after the undead commander was seriously injured and escaped, and with Leo and Scarlet, two strong men in the legendary realm, left unchecked, the human army quickly gained an advantage. If the undead's follow-up reinforcements hadn't arrived, it wouldn't have been difficult for them to defeat the undead's first line of defense. I'm not worried about the fact that my opponent escaped. Leo put down the wine glass gently, his face a little heavy. Veery, you should have seen that the undead were among the reinforcements that arrived in the second half of the battle that day. There are 5 legendary warriors, and the undead have a huge advantage in high-end combat power compared to us. Willie was silent. In fact, the issue Leo was talking about now was also the most worrying thing for the officers of the entire storm expedition. They had never fought against the undead army, and they didn't feel it was wrong. They couldn't find anything remarkable about these bones. Before setting off, many people in the Storm Expeditionary Army held a mocking attitude towards the Kingdom of Arathar's successive defeats in the war against the undead. This is believed to be due to the lack of combat effectiveness of the Arathar coalition. However, when they faced off against the undead, everyone discovered that it was not that the army of the Kingdom of Arathar was not good, but that the undead army was too strong. Think about the previous Storm Expeditionary Force. Except for Major Link, who is a strong man in the legendary realm, there are only some high-level warrior-level officers. If Leo and Scarlet were not promoted after the battle with Karamos as legendary realm experts, do they still have the confidence to defend against the undead army on the opposite side, which has at least 7 legendary realm experts? The strength of the undead army in the Undercity is beyond our expectations. We didn't expect that they have so many strong men. Another Master Chief at the same table said with emotion. The soldiers of the undead are also very strong. Compared with them, our soldiers obviously lack combat experience. If Stormwind City doesn't send reinforcements in time, I guess we will be in danger. But mobilizing the army takes time. A large army cannot be sent just when you want. The scene suddenly turned cold. Before the reinforcements from Stormwind City arrived, they had to withstand the attack of the undead army. However, facing opponents with more high-end combat power, more elite soldiers, and superior numbers, how could the officers of the expeditionary force have any advantage? How much confidence? Based on Dunmod, control the wetlands, and counterattack the Arthi Highlands. It is easier said than done. It's easier said than done. Right? Leo smiled self-deprecatingly. Who is the first to bring this up? Isn't it him, Leo? Seeing that Leo was a little depressed, Willie quickly started a new topic. Master Leo, Chask's group of people are really ignorant. I heard that Major Link asked them to go to Sada Bridge to replace the mage group accompanying the army, defending the undead army. They actually refused. Puff. Leo was drinking from a wine glass. The news from Willie was so unexpected that he sprayed the sergeant commander opposite him in the face, blatantly disobeying the superior's orders. How evil must a person be to do such a thing? You must know that this is an army on the front line of the battlefield, not an administrative office in the rear. Disobedience before the war is a capital crime. Are you sure? Why didn't I hear the news? Leo looked confused. Logically speaking, he should not know such news. Willie smiled mysteriously, seeing everyone at the table looking at him. His face was full of pride. I'm not talking nonsense. I saw with my own eyes that the messengers sent by Major Link were driven away by those mages. He came out and said something like sending a soldier to disrespect the noble mage. Hey. These deserters from the Kingdom of Arathar still want to be respected. They think too highly of themselves. I think they really dare to disobey orders. It turns out that they are promoting their status. Using the identity of the messenger as an excuse is both clumsy and disgusting. Leo curled his lips. This guy Viry really knows how to do it. Exaggeration? It really is the essence of headline-grabbing propaganda. In order to attract attention. The words are not shocking. I'm more concerned about Major Link's reaction than this. Willie. What else did you see? Later. Major Link sent a knight over. And those mages finally agreed. Master Leo. What's wrong? When Leo said in Viry that Link sent a knight, he thought to himself. It was indeed the case. He lowered his voice and said to the people at the same table, try not to go to the solder bridge during this period. If someone wants you to go, push it if you can. If you can't push it, find a way to delay it. Willie and others looked at each other and saw the look of shock in each other's eyes. Their thoughts on being able to secure the position of Master Chief were clearly revealed. They carefully verified, Lord Leo. What do you mean? What I mean is that soldiers who have just fought need to rest and recuperate. It is better not to go to the battlefield until they regain their fighting strength. Leo smiled mysteriously. If Willie and the others hadn't heard what Leo said to Scarlet, they would definitely be confused now, and confused about the situation. But the fact is that they heard it, and contacted Leo's mysterious smile. The sergeants realized after a moment's thought. Major Link is really ruthless. Willie and others were secretly shocked that Link could endure the arrogance of the mages from Chask. In the eyes of those who didn't know, it was because he respected the mages, or because he had a weak personality. But after understanding, it seems that Major Link doesn't even bother to argue with these mages. What's the point of arguing with a group of people who are about to die? Someone who is about to die. That's right. I'm talking about Chask's group of mages who form small groups. A legendary warrior of the undead was almost killed on the battlefield by Leo and Scarlet. Will they retaliate? Or will they counterattack? The undead want revenge. And the high-end force they bring will definitely not be lower than that of the 3 legendary realm experts. After all, it was 2 human legends who teamed up to severely injure the undead commander. If the undead come less, it will not be revenge but a send-off. Vegetable. But Leo and Scarlet are not on the front line at this time. They are staying in Dunmod. If the undead come to take revenge, they will definitely not find a target. By then, will they not find someone to vent their anger? When looking for a target to vent their anger, compared to soldiers, officers in the army, and some people with noble status are naturally the first to be targeted. And Chask's group of mages are on the front line at this time. Aren't these mages the best targets? Pushing Chask's group of Arathar deserters to the front line as cannon fodder to bear the coming revenge of the undead to vent their anger. Major Link is really dark. Of course, Leo, who could guess all this, is not an innocent guy. The Major, who has a kind face and a dark heart, made a good calculation. Using Arathar's mages as cannon fodder not only reduced the losses of the Storm Expeditionary Force, but no one would say anything. The behavior of Chask's group during this period has caused anger among the Storm Expeditionary Army. Even if a smart person like Leo sees Link's thoughts, no one will give in to those people who are kept in the dark. The mage reminds me, Chask's group of people think they are superior, and their relationship with other people in the army is too tense. They can't get much information about the situation of the war, so they just go to the front line in such a confused way. If such idiots can't die, what's the point of justice? After muttering something under his breath, Leo drank the moonshine wine in the glass in one gulp, sneering secretly in his heart, fearing that some fools who had been sold might not even know they were about to die. It goes without saying that the idiot Leo was referring to was Chask. At this time, the bald mage who had received the military order was laughing proudly with his group of friends. Before the fall of Stromgarde, this group of people had no status at all in the entire kingdom of Arathar. There were many people who were stronger than them, but a large part of these people who were stronger than them were there when Stromgarde fell. They died fighting against the undead army and the orcs of the Shadow Council. The remaining people were struggling to resist the attack of the undead army in the Refuge Valley. Only the group of people who ran away immediately when they saw the situation was not good were alive and well. The guys in Stormwind City are so cowardly. We kicked out their messengers, and they could only stay with smiley face. Lord Chask, you had expected it. A proud smile appeared on Chask's face. The major named Link wanted to send an ordinary soldier to instruct us to do things. But he figured it out. We are noble mages. Even if we want to convey military orders, we have to send someone with a commensurate status. People. That's right. We are noble mages. If we let a soldier pass the order, doesn't it lower our status? If Leo were here, he would definitely leave immediately. As the saying goes, those who are close to pigs will be fat, and those who are close to ink will be black. If you stay with a group of idiots, you will be assimilated into them. Chask. Do we listen to the command of the Major in Stormwind City? Listen. Why don't you listen? At least they sent a knight over. Let's go to Solder Bridge and have a look. Chask said this as if he had given the storm expedition a lot of face. He didn't even think about it. They are here to support the kingdom of Arather and need you to give them face? Suddenly, Chask, who had no status and was not taken seriously by others, suddenly became the leader of a group of people. He experienced the feeling of instructing people to do things and having someone take pictures of his horse. Chask was completely stunned by the sudden arrival of happiness. I really don't know how much I weigh now. With their little ability, can they make Link, a legendary major, bow his head? How could this happen if the other party had no plans? At this time, if you don't think carefully about the other party's intentions, you are still intoxicated in the self-satisfaction. And you really followed what Leo said. If such an idiot can't die, what's the point of justice? Chask, who followed a group of soldiers arrogantly heading towards the Solder Bridge, would never have thought that the seemingly peaceful defense line of the Solder Bridge would usher in fierce revenge from the undead army. And they mages, what kind of opponents will you encounter? Standing at the door of the tavern and watching Chask and others disappear from sight, Leo raised the wine glass in his hand with a playful expression on his face. Cannon fodder. Keep going all the way. There will be no end in sight. Chapter 165, 1 verses 2. On the Solder Bridge, the defense line set up by the Storm Expeditionary Force is undergoing a severe test. The retaliatory attack of the undead army came so quickly and violently that most people did not expect it. Less than half a day after Chask and his group of mages arrived at the front line, the undead army appeared. This made Chask very angry. He thought that the undead had made it clear that they were coming to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, why would he launch an attack as soon as he took over the defense? To be honest, Chask really thinks too highly of himself when he thinks like this. This man, if he is too narcissistic, he can come just by looking in the mirror. With his strength, the undead still need to go out of their way to find trouble? Who does he think he is? Hearing the shouts of killing coming from behind, the mage regiment of the expeditionary force that had just escaped from the defense line of Solder Bridge not only did not go back to help defend, but accelerated their departure under the leadership of the mage regiment leader. From this, it seems that the mage group the leader is also a thoughtful guy. It's a good thing I walked fast. Otherwise it would have been terrible. The leader of the mage group secretly wiped a cold sweat. If Chask and the others had arrived a little late, they would have been the ones holding the Solder Bridge for a short while. It was not a good feeling to be the scapegoat. Just as the battle on the Solder Bridge began, and the army mages accelerated their return to Dunmod, the rallying horn sounded in Dunmod, and groups of soldiers quickly gathered together under the leadership of officers. The mages and Chask are cannon fodder, and no one will place their hope of resisting the undead army on them. Link, who is commanding the Storm Expeditionary Army, estimates that he will assemble the team and set off from Dunmod, and there will be no problem in controlling the time. Most of the Chask group should be dead when Maud's army reaches Solder Bridge. As an experienced officer, Major Link's judgment was correct. When Dunmod's army rushed to the Solder Bridge to join the defense line against the undead army's attack, Chask and the group of mages who followed him were just led by it didn't take long for the legendary undead powerhouse to be killed. Leo, who came with the army, could clearly see Chask's headless body spraying hot blood from the vision shared by the crow. Neither Link nor Leo had the slightest feeling about the death of a group of mages in Chask. A group of mages whose strength was only high level. As deserters, they were already very shameful. But these guys actually they didn't know how to restrain themselves. Didn't know how to be a low-key person. Were isolated and unaware of themselves. And they were so stupid that their death was not unfair at all. If you're not afraid of opponents who are like gods, you're afraid of teammates who are like pigs. Now that Chask's stupid pig teammates have died, the rest depends on how we deal with my undead. Leo rubbed Thetis' head. Before setting off, he repeatedly warned Thetis that the elf huntress should stay behind and not run around as she pleased. 2 legendary warriors, a legendary mage, and a legendary dark priest. They are very powerful on the surface. I don't know if there are other strong men and undead hiding in the dark preparing for a sneak attack. This revenge is really powerful. After silently estimating the strength of both sides, Leo came to the conclusion that this battle was very dangerous. Facing the undead, who possess the will of the undead and are unafraid of fear, The Necromancer's group control skill Fear is almost useless, which is what bothers him the most. The Fear spell cannot take effect, and many of the one-hit kill tactics he has figured out cannot be used at all. The battle will not start just because some of Leo's tactics cannot be used. The defense line formed by the human army at the Solder Bridge is already shaky, leaving no time for him to hesitate. As the only 3 legendary warriors in the army, one of them, in order to check the high-end force of the undead, he must take action quickly. The warriors in the legendary realm are physically too durable to kill. The mage in the legendary realm is an ice magician with a lot of life-saving skills, but they are also difficult to kill. Leo finally turns his target to the Dark Priest. And it's you. As if sensing something, when Leo locked his eyes on the Dark Priest, the Dark Priest also locked on him at the same time. With a wave of Leo's staff, a large shadow fell from the Dark Priest's head. The Wrath of the Shadow. A layer of aura shield lit up on the Dark Priest's body, and the Wrath of Shadow did not cause him much harm due to the weakening of this shield. While the body shield received the Wrath of the Shadow, the staff of the Dark Priest also pointed at Leo. A black mist attacked Leo, and the priest's mind exploded. The Dark Priest's Mind Blast attack is not weak. Fortunately, as a warlock, Leo can give himself a shadow protection barrier that protects him from shadow spell damage. Leo relied on the protection of the shadow protection barrier to resist without any injuries. The Dark Priest's mind exploded. 1 person and 1 undead. The first confrontation between 2 legendary magicians, who also used the power of shadow. The shield of the Dark Priest was broken. He was slightly injured. Leo's shadow protection barrier was smashed, and he managed to keep himself intact. Ended with harm. Leo, who possesses several pieces of sophisticated magic equipment and has extremely high personal growth, is 1 point stronger than the Dark Priest, who is also in the legendary realm without using any pets. Aquis, come here and help me. Seeing that Leo could beat him without the help of the Hellhound behind him, the Dark Priest hurriedly asked for help from his companions. Aquis was the name of the legendary Necromancer. This Dark Priest was so incompetent. He asked for help from his companions as soon as the fight started. And he called for help very simply. I said you should fight with me for a while, and then call your companions for help. I really despise you. The Necromancer named Yakis was even more straightforward. After hearing his companion's request for help, he raised his hand and gave Leo a silent spell without saying a word. Then he and the Dark Priest cast spells to attack Leo. This girl is so shameless. You said you would endure it by beating me more and less. How can you silence me as soon as you strike? Leo was quite speechless. Just from the name of the mage's silence spell, one could tell that it was a spell that restricted the opponent's ability to use magic. Silence spells cast by mages below the legendary level only temporarily prevent the opponent from chanting spells, and are completely useless against strong men who can cast spells instantly. But if it is cast by a master of the legendary realm, the silence spell will no longer just make the opponent unable to make a sound, but will forcibly cut off the opponent's induction of elements for a period of time. If the element cannot be sensed, the spell will naturally be unable to be cast. You can ban demons, but I can't? As Leo's mind turned, the tentacles on the head of the Hellhound behind him all stretched out towards Yakis, and the connection between the Necromancer and the magical elements was suddenly cut off. Hellhound spell blockade. Yakis, who was blocked by a spell, looked at the Hellhound with gloomy eyes, feeling a heartfelt hatred for the Hellhound Necromancer, who was called the nemesis of the caster. Leo and Yakis were both in a state of being unable to cast spells, and the Dark Priest became the only busy one among the 3. After he cast Shadow Word, Pain on Leo, he immediately used a weapon that could damage the core of the caster. Mental Whipping Technique. A wave of negative dark energy attacks Leo's brain. The Hellhound opened its mouth and swallowed the magic contained in the Shadow Word spell cast on Leo, losing its magic power. The Dark Priest's Shadow Word spell. The pain disappeared from Leo's body. Annoying vicious dog. Upon seeing this, the Dark Priest cursed in his heart. For demonic creatures like Hellhounds that feed on magic, except for the warlocks, who can control them for their own use. All other spellcasters have a bitter hatred and want to eat their flesh and sleep on their skin. Attitude. Yakis, who was blocked by a spell, could not cast spells. This was a good opportunity to seriously injure him. Leo ignored the Dark Priest, who was using mental whipping on him, and gave the pets the order to attack Yakis. With the blessing of magic armor and the warlock's own resistance to shadow spells, the Dark Priest's mental whip could not hurt him for a while. The 3 mad wolves took the lead in teleporting over, scratching their claws and biting the Necromancer Yakis' protective shield. which kept shaking. Although the crazy wolf's defense is not enough, and its strength ranks behind Leo's summoned creatures, its attack power is comparable to that of high-level warriors. Yakis and the Dark Priest were both surprised by the sudden approach of the Mad Wolf. If they thought correctly, could these three white wolves teleport? The teleporting white wolf. The eyes of Yakis and the Dark Priest flashed fiercely. Such beasts were a threat to them. If these three teleporting white wolves come out to attack at a critical moment, even if they are legendary experts, there is no guarantee that they will not be attacked. Kill them! The Dark Priest suddenly stopped mentally whipping Leo, and let out a scream that was as high as a soprano. This scream made Leo feel upset for a while. And the three mad wolves, who bore the brunt, were even more frightened, running around with its tail on. What's waiting is for you to scream with your heart. Seeing that the Dark Priest used the group control skill Psychic Scream that was equivalent to a warrior's gut-wrenching roar in order to help Yakis drive away the melee-attacking Mad Wolf, Leo smiled, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Having learned the lesson from chasing down the undead commander last time, Leo will not let his pets run up in a swarm again. Attacking in stages is often more adaptable than a swarm. As soon as they used the Psychic Scream to drive away the fear of the Mad Wolf, the Dark Priest and Yakis were depressed to find that a swamp crocodile and a black lion appeared next to them. Another two teleporting beasts. The two undead in the legendary realm were shocked when they saw this. Teleportation is a very unnatural ability. It is extremely difficult to see such a beast in ordinary times. Today, this situation was completely broken. 5 beasts appeared at once. This beast with incredible abilities defies common sense. Are these 5 beasts the pets of that human warlock? This guy with black hair can't keep it. It's too dangerous. Yakis and the Dark Priest have murderous intentions towards Leo. But whether they can kill Leo is still a second priority. Leaving Yakis, who is still under the spell blockade of the Hellhound and unable to cast spells, to Huma and Terror Clamp. The most important thing is to persist under the attack until the effectiveness of the spell blockade has passed. Chapter 166 Unintentional Intervention. The attacks of Huma and Terrorclaw are several times more powerful than those of the 3 Mad Wolves. Although they are 1 less in quantity, their quality is very sufficient. Huma's claws brought up several afterimages, and the Lion King's claws shook Kia's mana shield violently, almost to the point of breaking into pieces. At the same time as the claw attack, Huma opened his mouth and bit hard on the mana shield. The shield that was about to be shattered by the claw attack immediately couldn't hold on. Huma's bite turned into a rapid crushing of the mana shield, the last straw that shielded the camel's back. The first protective spell was broken. Before Kia's could panic, he heard a click. The second protective spell, the ice shield, which he relied on for self-defense, was forcibly broken by the powerful bite of the Terror Pincer. The powerful bite unleashed by the blessed Crocodile King with the Heart of Wolf is enough to break through the protection of the legendary mage with one blow. The breaking of the mana shield. The collapse of the ice shield only happened in an instant. Kia's, who was blocked by the Hellhound spell and cut off his connection with the magic element, had a deep magic but could not cast it. He could only watch as his body was completely destroyed, protected and exposed in front of 2 ferocious beasts. Kia's, run. At the critical moment, the Dark Priest gave Kia support, and he gave the Necromancer a layer of shield. Dark Priests are also priests. Although their power word, shield, is not as strong as holy priests, it is one of the powerful protective spells after all. It will not be a problem for Kia's to block the next combined attack of Huma and Terror Clamp. As a legendary mage, he had to run away in embarrassment when faced with the attack of 2 beasts. Kia's was resentful in his heart. If it weren't for the Hellhound spell that blocked him, he would be in this situation. His hatred for Leo's Lounge grew. Knowing that he was in danger, Kia's did not care about anything else and flew away into the distance. The legendary mage was not as weak as the mage in many YY novels. It is said that the mage in this world will develop a character after becoming a warrior. The habit of controlling the power of the elements strengthens and calms one's body. Having a strong body is not exclusive to time travelers. Contrary to the expectations of Kia's and the Dark Priest, Huma and Terror Clamp did not pursue the escaping Necromancer. After the Necromancer ran away, they turned around and exposed their fangs and claws to the Dark Priest. The Dark Priest did not panic when he saw this. His mana was not blocked, and he did not need to flee in embarrassment like Kia's. I saw that he calmly blessed himself with a vampire's hug, so that while his spells caused damage to the enemy, some energy could be fed back to repair his body, achieving the effect of injuring the enemy and restoring blood. Cast power word, shield, and prepare to resist the attacks of Huma and Terror Clamp. with power word, shield for protection, and the blessing of vampire's embrace. The Dark Priest is confident that he can withstand Huma and Terror Claw until Kias can survive the Lounge spell blockade and come to support him. If everything goes as the Dark Priest thinks, how can Leo still have fun? Roar! There was a sudden roar from behind the Dark Priest, who was facing the attack of Huma and Terror Clamp. And a huge grizzly bear slammed into him like a tank. The huge grizzly bear smashed the Dark Priest's protective shield into pieces with a brutal collision. At this moment, Leo's shadow arrow struck and shook the Dark Priest's body. When he came back to his senses, Huma's claw strikes, and the powerful bite of the terrifying pincers came again. Huma's claws quickly struck at the Dark Priest, and the language curse imposed by Leo interfered with his ability to cast spells. Terror Pincer took advantage of this opportunity and struck the Dark Priest's right knee with a powerful bite. The powerful bite of the Terror Pincer is not simple compared with the ordinary bite. It has a certain effect in breaking the defense of the target. If you use Yamagukiyama's data, it is a 20% defense reduction. As a Dark Priest, the defense of the undead itself is not very strong. And if he is ignored for another fifth, he will be miserable. With a click sound, the kneecap of the Dark Priest's right leg was bitten and cracked, and his mobility was greatly damaged. The blow from the Terror Pliers was equivalent to giving the Dark Priest the muscle-breaking effect of a warrior. No, his target is not me at all. Kias, who ran to the side, turned around when he saw no one was chasing him. He happened to see the scene of the Dark Priest being besieged, and he was shocked when he saw the two wisps of green mist being generated on Leo's hand, who had escaped the influence of the silence spell. Leo had chosen the Dark Priest as the target to kill from the beginning. His previous attack on the Necromancer was just to confuse the opponent. Seeing the grizzly bear slap the Dark Priest on the head and knocking him to the ground, Kias did not dare to show any neglect at this time. He quickly used the flash technique to appear next to the Dark Priest, and an icy cold air struck him, pushing out from the center. The icy cold air hit the grizzly bears besieging the Dark Priest and spread quickly, freezing most of the bodies of these beasts. Let's go! Kias grabbed the hand of the Dark Priest and dragged him back. He knew that the Frost Nova he just shot could only seal the grizzly bears for a short period of time. With these three, the ferocity of the beast can break free in 2 or 3 breaths. The Dark Priest also came to his senses at this time. He knew that he was in danger, and was about to retreat with Kias. Unexpectedly, something strange came from the injured knee of his right leg. Ah! Damn white wolf! The mad wolves that had been freed from the fear effect of the mental scream launched another attack. 2 of them blocked the retreat of Kias and the Dark Priest, and the other quietly attacked the injured kneecap of the Dark Priest's right leg. Seeing the mad wolf blocking the way, Kias was worried. According to his estimation, Leo's Chaos Arrow was almost completed, and something would happen if he didn't run away. A burst of magic power exploded from the Necromancer's body, and dozens of fist-sized ice cones were wrapped in the cold wind and whirled towards the 2 mad wolves blocking the road. The mad wolf that was rushing toward the 2 of them didn't say a word, and was instantly killed by Kia's ice cone technique. Blink, Frost Nova, Cone of Ice. All the skills Kias could use except Ice Barrier. He really spared no effort to rescue the Dark Priest. Leo's Chaos Arrow is about to be completed, and his spirit is firmly locked on the Dark Priest, waiting to activate the spell to launch an attack. Suddenly, an uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart. Leo felt that the connection between himself and the magical element suddenly disappeared, and the Chaos Arrow was interrupted at the moment it was about to be completed. Silence again! Leo was shocked. The silent spell that could cut off the connection between him and the magic element could only be done by the legendary mage. Kias was dragging the Dark Priest back, and it was not him who cast the silent spell on Leo. There is also a legendary mage hiding in the dark. After being cast on Valio, he immediately sensed it. Looking to the side, he saw 2 pyrotechnic balls shooting out from the hands of an undead dressed as a soldier, and the target was himself. It's the Necromancer I saw during the last battle. Damn it. It's this shady man who loves to pretend to be a soldier again. Leo, who had been cast a silent spell on his body, was unable to cast spells. 2 pyrotechnic balls struck quickly. From the perspective of the sneak attack Necromancer, Leo was in danger. Is it dangerous? If you rely on yourself alone? It is indeed dangerous to face the double pyroblast tactics Leo of the same level fire mage without being able to cast spells. But yes. But? Anything in the world with these 2 words will have completely different results. A person's true strength is not only his own strength, but also his equipment. Just when the pyroblast ball was about to hit him, a transparent air shield suddenly protected Leo. After the pyroblast ball hit this layer of air shield, it immediately returned along the original path. Leo sneered in the surprised eyes of the undead mage, who was sneaking up on him. Want to trick me? I asked my brother if he has a spell reflector. Unexpectedly, Leo could actually reflect spells. The Necromancer was so surprised that he did not react in time, and 2 pyroblast balls hit him right on his body. Bang! Bang! The Necromancer had not activated any protective spells in order not to attract attention, and pretended to be a real soldier. But this time, he suffered retribution. 2 reflected pyroblast balls hit him before he could activate his mana shield, as the most powerful single-target attack spell for fire mages. There is no doubt about the destructive power of pyrotechnics. Under the bombardment of 2 pyroblasts, most of the Necromancer's chest was missing, and most of his skull was ripped off. It was terrible. The E-Man failed and was beaten half to death by his own magic, which really makes people look bad. If the sneak attack fails, he will be tortured, which often makes people burst into tears. It was already miserable for the Necromancer to suffer like this. But the worst was yet to come. The undead mage, who had been hit by 2 pyroblasts, was still holding on without falling. Another bang was heard, and a powerful impact came, tearing a lot of pieces off his already tattered body. Leo had just fired a shot, and the goblin mortar was radiating hot heat from the barrel. Baby, you want to cheat on me? Let's see if I finish you off. A shadow shrouded the crumbling Necromancer's head, and the impact of the shadow's fury knocked the already seriously injured Necromancer unconscious on the spot. At the moment when he suffered fatal injuries, he was knocked unconscious again. This time it would be fatal. Under Leo's instructions, the grizzly bear began to go crazy. It roared and waved its paws regardless of attacks from other directions. It stared at the Dark Priest and beat him desperately, making the Dark Priest dodge again and again without caring about anything else. Just when the Dark Priest was overwhelmed by the grizzly bear, Huma and Terror Clamp suddenly turned their guns and teleported behind the seriously injured Necromancer. The Lion King Huma's claw attack and the powerful bite of the terrifying pincer struck the Necromancer, who had been severely injured. The Necromancer, who was stunned by the fury of Shadow, could not dodge at all, and all the attacks of the 2 ferocious beasts were received. With his seriously injured body and being attacked by Huma and Terror Clamp without any protection, the condition of the already seriously injured Necromancer became even worse. Half of his body was lost in the flying bone fragments. If a living person had finished playing, it's a good thing he is an undead. The Necromancer who regained his consciousness quickly used the flash technique to escape, and secretly wiped away cold sweat while looking at his almost falling apart body. Before he could congratulate himself for escaping from the attack range of 2 ferocious beasts, a black flame flashed over him, and Leo's shadow burn hit him. The Necromancer felt a sense of powerlessness and fell backwards. As the crimson fire flashed out, Leo put his 5 fingers together, squeezed hard, and pinched out the flame burning in his palm. Bang! Burn! The dead Necromancer's body fell apart with a crash in the explosion of fire elements, turning into a pile of messy broken bones. Chapter 167 All the Trump Cards Revealed. If you plant flowers intentionally, they will not bloom. But if you plant willows unintentionally, they will create shade. Leo's original plan was to kill the Dark Priest, but the plan often failed to keep up with changes. Who would have thought that a Necromancer pretending to be a soldier would sneak up on him? Who would have thought that this Necromancer would not even bless himself with protective spells in order to look realistic? Who would have thought that the Necromancer would panic at the critical moment and cause both pyroblasts to hit? Seeing that the Necromancer who sneaked up on him was seriously injured by the reflected pyroblast, Leo knew that the opportunity had come. He immediately made the decision to change the target of attack, and successfully killed the Necromancer with a series of attacks. The Fire Mage's attack power is very explosive, and this guy likes to attacking people sneakily. Killing him is like removing a thorn in his heart, and Leo feels much better. A smile bloomed on his face, and he was overjoyed to kill a legendary opponent alone. Thanks to the Necromancer, the energy collected from him plus Leo's inventory from several battles, he upgraded. In other words, after successfully killing the Necromancer, Leo's level increased by 1 level, reaching level 46. Leo's growth is much higher than that of ordinary combatants. If he advances to 1 level, ordinary combatants may not be able to catch up if they advance to 3 levels. The Dark Priest and Kias immediately discovered this situation under the vague induction. This human warlock actually improved during the battle. The 2 undead were furious. Since this kid was promoted after killing his companion, doesn't it mean that his companion became a stepping stone for him to improve his strength? Damn it! If Kias and the Dark Priest knew that there was something called online gaming, and there was something called killing monsters, their anger would definitely be even more intense. Doesn't this clearly treat them as monsters? Upgraded again. Leo was ecstatic. He didn't expect that he would collect so much energy by killing an opponent who was also in the legendary realm. Calculated according to the ratio of the energy tank, the Necromancer in the legendary realm gave him a full half of the level 1 energy of. Killing 2 opponents in the legendary realm can level up 1 level. Thinking of this, Leo looked at Kias and the Dark Priest with such blazing eyes. This look made the 2 undead's anthem shiver. What did this human want to do? Could it be that he has heavy taste? Leo himself was improved, and his pets such as the Lion King Huma were also improved. However, it was a pity for Leo that his huge grizzly bear was killed by Kias, and after he successfully killed the fire necromancer, the Dark Priests joined forces to kill. Unlike pure cannon fodder like the crazy wolf. Although the giant grizzly bear only requires magic power to be summoned, the skill of summoning the grizzly bear has a 2-minute cooldown after the grizzly bear dies. During this period, Leo cannot call it out. Without the entanglement of the giant grizzly bear, Kias and the Dark Priest began to launch spell attacks on Leo. Huma and Terrorclaw had just used teleportation, and their natural skills were still cooling down. The 2 ferocious beasts could only run to kill them. Running can't be as fast as teleporting. Not to mention there are many undead soldiers blocking them along the way. They will not be able to hinder the 2 undead in a short period of time. Directly facing 2 legendary opponents, Leo had no stage fright. Since the opponent has a necromancer who can lift the curse, Leo's curse spell has no use, and the verbal curse against the legal warriors is useless. But this does not mean that Leo has nothing to do. Kias was using ice arrows to shoot at Leo's shadow arrows. Unexpectedly, a ray of light suddenly shot out, causing his speed of condensing magic power to drop by half. Degenerate Ray. During Leo's time in Dunmod, he did not just stay in the tavern, drink and chat. There's a saying that goes well, only money spent is money, and all that is left in the hands is paper. How could he not think of ways to improve his equipment after receiving a lot of materials from Major Link when repairing Dunmod? Take this degradation ray for example. In the past, it would only weaken a small part of the opponent's strength, and it was only limited to opponents below the legendary level. However, after Leo spent a lot of precious materials to recreate it with engineering skills, the effect of the degradation ray has become stronger, and it can also play a significant role against opponents in the legendary realm. Seeing that Yaki's spell casting speed was obviously slower, Leo knew that the degradation ray had an effect. This is the real degenerate ray. In the past, it was limited by materials, and the products produced were inferior goods, and the effect was naturally very poor. This is the principle of getting what you pay for. Cutting corners is really unacceptable. As engineering items in the real world, their effects are not fixed like in games. The better the materials you use when making them, the more effective the items will be. After being hit by the degradation ray, Kia's magic casting speed was slowed down by half, which put Leo's pressure much less. While fighting spells with the 2 undead, he was free to use other auxiliary skills. It was still Yaki's. The Necromancer discovered that Leo did not target himself, whose casting speed had slowed down. He even completely gave up the intention of attacking himself. The shadow arrows he shot only served to offset his own ice arrows. But before that, Leo cast a spell on him. The catastrophic disaster that destroys the tyrant. Catastrophe. A catastrophe that brings catastrophe to the target. Within a certain period of time, the warlock spells will cause damage to other people, and a certain proportion of damage to the target. A warlock can only maintain 1 catastrophe at the same time. After inflicting a catastrophe on Kias, Leo could use 1 spell as 2. His target to kill was still the Dark Priest, so naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to Kias. Brush. The Alliance flag, which can be blessed with a range of physical strength, was planted on the ground by Leo. The human warrior who was fighting the undead soldiers found that his body had become much stronger. Link, who was commanding the troops at the rear, was amazed when he saw it. Leo first had the Heart of Wolf to increase his attack and defense within a range, and now he also had magic props that provided area blessings. He was very powerful himself, and with him, the strength of the entire army increased out of thin air. 20%. If this young man doesn't join the army, his talents will be lost. The psychic creature called Wolf Grow Heart alone is enough to make him a treasure of the army. Leo didn't know that the thick-faced and sinister major uncle was plotting against him, and wanted to tie him tightly to the military system. As for MI7, where Leo was born, the major believed that that place was burying his talents. The major had already made up his mind, and immediately advised the Grand Duke of Bolvar after this battle. Stormwind City's military system is in great need of talents. Assassination is really not for you. You belong to the army. Young man, Link whispered to himself. Leo didn't know about Major Link's situation. While using the Alliance flag, a magic barrier covered him. It is the void protective barrier used by the Tyrant of Destruction to protect against magical attacks. Kias and the Dark Priest secretly became nervous when they saw this. The emergence of the void protective barrier meant that Leo might give up his entanglement with Kias and attack the Dark Priest with all his strength. The two undead, who were attracted by the void protective barrier, did not notice the flash of light on Leo's belt. A transparent air shield was mixed into the void protective barrier without anyone noticing. The two undead were right. With the void protective barrier, coupled with the blessing of bone armor and magic armor, Kias could not break through Leo's protection in a short period of time. He could temporarily neutralize the Necromancer's magic attack. Regardless, he used all his strength to kill the Dark Priest. Magic elements seemed to be drawn by something, and poured into Leo's body in large quantities. He was giving himself auxiliary skills that increased the speed of spell casting. This is a detonation that can speed up the casting speed of the Tyrant of Destruction by 1/3. The effect of the explosion was immediately revealed. Two wisps of green mist quickly formed in the palm of Leo's hand as he cast the Chaos Arrow. The two wisps of mist swirled around each other. They were rapidly absorbing magic power and growing stronger. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two undead changed drastically. Kias quickly summoned a humanoid water element and quickly hid his body behind the water element. The dark elements spurted out of the Dark Priest's body. Under the cover of the dark elements, his body became somewhat transparent, which was the shadow form of the Dark Priest. When Kias and the Dark Priest had done all this, Leo's Chaos Arrow was also completed. Two strands of intertwined green mist crossed a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye and hit the Dark Priest. Most of the Dark Priest's left arm that was hit by the Chaos Arrow disappeared. Fortunately, he entered the shadow form in time and had the ability to reduce damage. Otherwise, Leo's blow would have hurt him even more. The first hit of the Chaos Arrow did not cause much damage. Leo was not surprised. The reason why the Dark Priest did not enter the shadow form before was to use Power Word Shield for his companions at critical moments, and to use some restorative spells. Now that he was forced into shadow form by the Chaos Arrow, he couldn't use recovery spells. Without the ability to use recovery spells, what should I do? Leo sneered and fired the second Chaos Arrow. Before the Dark Priest, who had just been hit by a Chaos Arrow, could take a breath, two wisps of green mist came again. The Dark Priest was furious when he saw this, and the Warlock's spellcasting speed after the detonation blessing was too fast. The water element stood up at this time, and used his body to offset most of the lethality of the Chaos Arrow. Kia's support for the Dark Priest is indeed high, and he must protect him even if he sacrifices his own water element. With the water element able to withstand most of the damage from the Chaos Arrows, the Dark Priest was in much better shape this time. His body was not injured, but the remaining half of his left arm was gone. But before he could take a breath, Leo fired the third Chaos Arrow at the last moment of the explosive blessing, and the target was still the Dark Priest. At the same time, Huma and Terraclaw, whose teleportation talents can be used again, appeared next to the Dark Priest. Leo stared at the Dark Priest to see if you are still alive this time. At the critical moment, the Dark Priest exerted his strength as a legendary realm powerhouse, and his whole body suddenly changed from the shadow state to the spirit state. At the moment of death, he used the Dark Priest's ultimate talent to dissipate and entered pure shadow energy form. Whether it is Leo's Chaos Arrow, Huma's Claw attack, or the powerful bite of Terra Pincer, the damage caused to him is minimal. Casting Dissipate and entering the form of pure shadow energy, the Dark Priest saved himself. But while the damage he suffered became extremely low, he also lost the ability to cast spells. Warlock, I remember you. Still saying harsh words, the Dark Priest quickly retreated into the undead army. Leo did not pursue. When he saw the Dark Priest applying the dissipation blessing that reduced damage by nearly 90%, he knew that he had lost the chance to kill the opponent. The Dark Priest retreated, and Kias did not stay long. The Necromancer used Flash to flash into the undead army. The effect of the degradation ray has not yet passed, and Kias, whose casting speed is half as slow, knows that he is no match for Leo if he stays. In this case, if you don't leave, are you still waiting to be abused? The two opponents withdrew, and Leo slowly retreated. In this battle, except for Morgan's clone and the unformed skeleton army, he had all his cards at his disposal. If another legendary opponent appeared, he would not be sure of winning. He still understood the principle of giving up when the situation was good. After discovering that Kias and the Dark Priest had retreated, the two undead warriors who fought with Scarlet also abandoned their opponents at the next moment. The female knight, who had consumed most of the power of holy light in her body during the fight with the undead warriors, could only watch the two retreat. The four undead powerhouses in the legendary realm retreated one after another, declaring the end of the undead army's revenge. When the undead intentionally retreated and the human army with heavy casualties was unable to pursue it, the soldered bridge returned to calm. Chapter 168, Forming a Team. What would happen if the solid explosives were replaced with magical energy when reloading the goblin mortar? In a hut in Dunhaw near the city hall, Leo was thinking while fiddling with the goblin mortar in his hand. Regarding the goblin mortar, an engineering item, one of Leo's engineering skills has the ability to reload the goblin mortar. This ability was originally used to reload the SH/LS loaded in the goblin mortar after it was used up. But now Leo wanted to make a change. It is true that the goblin mortar gave Leo a lot of help. If he didn't have this thing during the battle with Scarlet outside Moon Creek Town, how could he have successfully injured the female knight? Subsequently, the Twilight Forest dealt with Lattimore and the recently concluded Battle of Solder Bridge to kill the undead fire mage in the legendary realm. This trophy captured from the greenskins in the Death Mine was of great use. Effect, however, as Leo became stronger and stronger, and the opponents he faced also changed from low and middle level warriors to legendary level warriors. The role of goblin mortars in the battle became more and more important. It gets smaller and smaller, and the damage it causes to the opponent is getting lower and lower. If there is no way to improve its lethality, it will end up either being forgotten by Leo in a corner, or it will be given away by him. To improve the lethality of goblin mortars, Leo's first thought was to start with cannonballs. In a magical world, the lethality of solid explosives is indeed not enough, unless the amount is very large. With the size of the goblin mortar, how can the amount of life increase be increased? What? You said to increase the power of explosives. Well, Leo said that the pair is very big, although there was a lot of research on explosives in the world before the time travel. What does it have to do with him? A commoner? If the power of solid explosives cannot be improved, then discard them. This is a magical world. Wouldn't it be better to use magical energy instead? To use magic energy instead of solid explosives. A magic array must be carved into the barrel of the gun. This will require at least 4 magic arrays, in addition to the 3 functions of energy gathering, energy storage, and release. A stable magic array must be added. The magic circle will prevent the body from exploding with too much energy and injuring yourself, which would be a big joke. By the way, there are quite a few people who blew themselves up when loading goblin mortars in Yamaguchi Mountain. Leo was dumbfounded when he thought of this. It would be awkward to introduce a magic circle, so why not? The carving of the magic circle is not a simple matter. With Leo's current magic skills, if he separates the 4 magic circles, he still has the possibility of successfully carving them. But if any 2 of them are combined together, he can only do it now. Huh? Scratching his face, Leo was very depressed, because those senior time travelers spent their time on flirting with girls and pretending to be cheats. They didn't study magic very much, but they could always create powerful ones one after another when needed. Dong why? Isn't it true that I am not destined to be born with pig's feet? Damn author. When can you give me the halo of pig feet? It's a pity that sculpting a magic circle is not like making engineering items. You don't need to understand engineering items. You just need to follow your feelings. Wait. When Leo mentioned the engineering items, an idea flashed in his mind. He put down his hand and slowly slid it down his chest. Don't get me wrong. Leo wasn't so depressed about his problems that he wanted to masturbate to entertain himself. In fact, his hand stopped on the belt wrapped around his waist, the invincible belt. Speaking of engineering items that can gather energy, store energy, stabilize, and release 4 kinds of magic circles, isn't this the limited invincible belt? What would happen if the belt buckle of the limited invincibility belt engraved with the core magic circle was installed on the mount of the goblin mortar? Thinking of this, Leo's eyes lit up. Although the function of the limited invincibility belt is protection, it only needs to modify its energy release array. It only needs to modify the way the array releases energy. This is not a problem for Leo. He had an idea in his mind and immediately started working on it. Of course, Leo would not remove the limited invincibility belt from his waist. He poured out a pile of materials from his personal space and prepared to make 2 new ones. 2? That's right. One is used to improve the goblin mortar, and the other is prepared for Thetis. Leo asked himself whether he was the kind of pornographic man whose legs would go weak when he saw a beautiful woman, who would go to rescue a beautiful woman without any thought when he saw her in trouble, and who would work for free for the beauty. But humans are animals with feelings, and they are naughty and confused. Thetis had been with him for a while, and her sister was most likely the elf who saved his life. He didn't think there was anything wrong with giving Thetis a limited invincibility belt. By the way, these materials were all obtained by Chiu Feng anyway, so Leo wouldn't feel bad if he didn't spend his own money. It was because of the generosity of others. Is this the main reason? After preparing a limited invincibility belt, the material of the goblin mortar snatched from the green skin could not withstand the energy release of a full blow by a strong man in the legendary realm. Leo was worried again. Or, make it again with better materials? Leo only hesitated for a moment, and then started to move his hands, thinking it was an investment to better kill the enemy in the future. Making cannons is a time-consuming and manual job. When Thetis came to the door with Willie and others who had been staying in the tavern for most of the day, Leo, who had a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead, had just finished the work. A brand new goblin mortar has been released. Lord Leo, what are you doing? Looking at the goblin mortar in Leo's hand, Willie and others ignored a pile of valuable engineering materials piled in a corner of the room. While there was nothing else to do today, I made a mortar. After wiping his sweat, Leo buckled a belt around the waist of Thetis, who jumped up to him. The elf huntress curiously touched the new thing on her waist, with a look of joy on her face. Is this a gift from brother Leo to Thetis? Leo rubbed Thetis' long green hair and said softly, "Little girl, this is a limited invincibility belt. The battlefield is too dangerous. The more protection you have, the more safety you will have." When they heard that it was a limited invincibility belt that could withstand a full-strength attack from a strong man in the legendary realm, Verena looked on with envy. For them, having a limited invincibility belt with them equals several more lives. After all, they are such high-level people. The chance for a warrior to directly face a strong person in the legendary realm is too small. Thetis cheered and hung on Leo like a koala, causing someone to be embarrassed in front of a group of onlookers. After making a new goblin mortar, the one he snatched from the green skin was useless. Leo thought about it and gave it to Viri. Don't think that Leo is so kind-hearted, showing courtesy for nothing, and is either a traitor or a thief. I snatched this thing from a goblin. It is still a threat to high-level warriors. Willie, who subconsciously caught the goblin mortar, was in a daze. The other 4 sergeants next to him looked envious. They have seen the power of this goblin mortar. Even the legendary strongman will be injured if he is not tempered enough. Willie's strength will be greatly increased with this thing. Lord Leo, this is too expensive. Willie didn't dare to accept it. A weapon that could hurt a legendary strongman was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford it. Leo waved his hand at him. If you feel embarrassed, just apply to Major Link to work under me. Link and I discussed it yesterday. As a knight lieutenant, I must have at least 2,000 of my own, directly affiliated troops. Work under Lord Leo. Not only Willie, but the eyes of the other 4 sergeants shone when they heard this. One of the sergeants added, Lord Leo, the knight lieutenant only has 2,000 men. That's right. Master Leo, please talk to Major Link and raise the standard even higher. As soon as these words came out, the others nodded immediately. Leo chuckled, and his intention of sending goblin mortars to Viri was fulfilled. I'm talking about a minimum of 2,000 people. If someone volunteers to work under me, I certainly won't refuse. I said, we have cooperated before. If you are willing to become my subordinate, I will naturally be very happy. It's just a knight. The maximum number of direct troops that a lieutenant has is only 3,000. If you want to become my subordinates, your troops will be weakened. I hope everyone will consider this clearly. A sergeant major who can lead 1,000 soldiers now wants to reduce the number of soldiers under his command, and can only lead a few hundred people. Is he willing? This is what Leo is worried about. He feels very good about these 5 sergeants who have worked with him. These 5 people have rich experience in army management. If they were not all civilians, they have not been promoted due to their status. Their military ranks definitely not just Master Chief. Not all civilians can have strong backstage support like Leo, and can ignore the existence of various unspoken rules. More than 99% of civilians in the military end their life's work as sergeants. Think it through? If it were anyone else, the 5 Whaley people would definitely not do it. But it was Leo who said this. Do they still need to consider it? Isn't it better to have fewer soldiers? No one else can ask for the ability to work under Lord Leo. Willie immediately expressed his stance. The other 4 sergeants did not hesitate. Not to mention Leo's generosity in sending goblin mortars and a set of magic armor. But his easygoing approach to his subordinates and his strong development momentum were worthy of their following. Seeing that all 5 people in Whaley agreed, Leo was also happy. In the army, it is inconvenient to do many things if there are no people under your command. Fighting alone is not feasible here, in the face of the human sea tactics. Even beings as powerful as Archimon the Defiler will have no choice but to perish. Let alone him. Leo, Willie, and the others couldn't wait to go to the city hall to find Major Link to apply to be transferred to work under Leo. Thetis felt that staying in the house was too boring, so the little girl ran out to play. After a while, the room was full of excitement. Leo was the only one left. After pouring out another pile of materials from the private space, Leo's hands began to get busy. Now that the 5 Master Chiefs had chosen to become his subordinates, Leo must of course arm them and give them some sweeteners. The fierce workplace before time travel taught Leo a truth. As a leader, only interests and friendship can best bind the hearts of his subordinates. Chapter 169, Accumulation. In recent days, the Storm Expeditionary Army in Dun Motor has been talking about one thing. That is, the Knight Lieutenant and legendary warlock Lord Leo in the army has officially formed his own direct army. This news has made many people excited. Leo's strength is obvious to all. In the revenge battle against the undead army at the Solder Bridge, he first fought 1 against 2, and later successfully killed a legendary Necromancer who sneaked up on him, and forced 2 other legendary opponents. He was the first to retreat. In a place like the army that worships the strong, many people regard him as their idol. He was promoted to a legendary powerhouse at a young age, and he had the support of the kingdom's big shots. Although he was just an inconspicuous knight lieutenant now, everyone knew that his achievements were much more than that. More importantly, Leo is too young, compared with those old monsters who often live for many years. Leo, a warlock in the legendary realm, is a fraction younger than most people in the legendary realm. Young, tough in the background, strong in his own right, and with extraordinary potential. No one would find it inappropriate to use such words to describe Leo. Now he wants to form his own direct unit in the army. That is, to build his own team. And it seems that Major Link's attitude is mostly in favor. There is no pressure from his superiors. This makes many people put aside their worries and ask for transfer. Go to Leo. But what was shocking was that when a group of officers went to Major Link to apply, they were told that someone had already taken a step ahead of them. And with Leo's consent, the officer system of that unit had been established. At this time, Willie and the other 5 sergeants, who were ahead of the others, immediately became the envy and hatred of a group of colleagues. The 5 Whaley people who were approached by a large group of colleagues were secretly thankful while dealing with their colleagues. Fortunately, they did not hesitate when Leo told them. If they had taken a step slower at that time, they would never have had their own share. You must know that several knight officers approached Major Link before they even came out of the city hall. These knight officers who were optimistic about Leo's prospects would rather have their rights weakened than work under Leo. This shows that they are interested in Leo. How confident is the development prospect of AO's subordinates? We are really lucky. We must know that those knight officers are all sons of nobles. If we had not taken the initiative and obtained the consent of Major Link, we would have been 100% unable to compete with them. The 5 Whaley people who saw the scene in the city hall all wiped away cold sweat after quietly exiting. It's just that if you have a quick hand, you will have something. But if you have a slow hand, you will have nothing. If he hadn't acted quickly enough, how would such a hotcake get the 5 of them, who had no power, no background, and no backing? Of course, what made them even more fortunate was that Link was a paladin who kept his word. Otherwise, even if they got ahead, it would be useless. It should be noted that Link only verbally agreed and did not formally issue the order. Speaking of formal writing, Link has actually already done it. He had already decided on the candidate during a private discussion with Leo the day before. After all, he was a unit directly under Leo, so it naturally depended on Leo's wishes, since Leo likes the 5 Viri who went with him to the Angry Fong camp last time. and Link wants to incorporate him into the military system. Of course, he will not go against his wishes. Moreover, this can win a good reputation among his subordinates. The thick-faced and sinister major uncle is very good at abacus calculation. While everyone else in the expeditionary force was talking about Leo's formation of a team, there was one person who had no intention of participating in it at all. She was practicing on her own, setting off when the sun rose in the east, with the jade rabbit hanging high behind her. Go back. Practice hard from morning to night every day. This person is Scarlet. In the battle at Solder Bridge, the scene where Leo improved his strength during the battle put Scarlet under a lot of pressure. Think about it. The boy who was chased by her outside Shichuan fortress and fled in embarrassment is now in the level after surpassing her. Can the female knight be convinced? Leo has a weak soul and usually has a playful and smiling face. His strength has improved so fast. Will he leave me far behind in the future? Are the talents of naturally awakened people that good? No. I can't give up. Scarlet's strong character made her practice even harder than before. She originally spent 1/2 of her day practicing, but she increased her practice time a lot, reaching 2/3. Except for eating and sleeping, she would hardly spend even a second on anything else, except for cultivating madmen. No one else could persist in this level of hard training. In Leo's words, Scarlet was no longer practicing hard work but self-abuse. Except for Fuxel. He had never seen anyone so crazy. A practicing girl. The effects of crazy training are obvious. Scarlet, who has just entered the legendary realm, quickly mastered the abilities that the legendary paladin should master. The power of the holy light that Karamos once ridiculed as impetuous is also undergoing hard training. Becoming solidified. The power of the holy light, the source of the paladin's power, became solidified, which also led to the rapid growth of Scarlet's strength. The more her strength increases, the more the female knight understands. She gradually comprehends many of the skills and insights gained from the strong men who were invited by the Arather royal family to teach her. These things she gained through enlightenment led to another improvement in her strength. And after the improvement, she became more capable of enlightenment. And thus a virtuous cycle began. When she was weak, Scarlet could only memorize many of the instructions from the strong people who taught her. The insights and experiences of these strong people seemed useless for a long time. But after she reached a certain level, all of these will be transformed into the driving force for the rapid development of her strength, making her strength develop rapidly. If Leo knew what happened to Scarlet, he would definitely be extremely emotional. These powerful members of the royal family are great. They have received top theories since they were young, and they are also taught by top experts. As long as these people are enough with hard work, a determined mind, and a little bit of brains and talent, their achievements are definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. During the more than a month, when Leo spent most of his energy on building a team, Scarlet's strength increased at a rocket-like speed without anyone paying attention. From level 45 at the beginning to level 46, level 47, all the way to the final level of 55. The speed of strength improvement is simply astonishing. In fact, this is not surprising. Scarlet's talent is indeed not as good as that of a time traveler like Leo. But she is also a genius among geniuses. He has extraordinary talents, and has received countless teachings from powerful people since he was a child, plus various precious treasures and magic potions provided by the Arather royal family to enhance his strength, talent, famous teachers, financial resources, all three. He is hardworking enough, and he has accumulated strength for nearly 20 years. It is not surprising that the combination of these factors has caused a blowout growth in strength for more than a month. How can we talk about explosive growth in a short period of time with a heavy accumulation? Compared to Scarlet, Leo, who has only practiced for 2 years, lacks accumulation. Therefore, unless there is a big opportunity, it is absolutely impossible for Leo to grow as rapidly as Scarlet in a short period of time. But even so, Leo's strength improved so fast that countless warriors had the urge to hit the wall. It was another early morning. Scarlet changed her past habit and did not go out to practice. She knew that she had completed 90% of the skills and insights she could learn in the legendary realm in the past month or so, and the remaining 10% needed. It is the accumulation of actual combat and time. It is impossible to understand this without sufficient experience. Since the hard training is of no use for the time being, the female knight is ready to let her body, which has become increasingly tired due to crazy training, get enough rest. However, things are not as smooth as she imagined. Scarlet, who wants to rest her body, finds that she cannot. Not going out anymore, because Major Link's messenger found her. When Scarlet walked into the city hall, where many officers had gathered, the moment the female knight with a slightly tired face appeared, Major Link and Leo both turned to look at her. Is my feeling wrong? We haven't seen each other for more than a month. How come this fierce girl has become so strong? Leo looked at Scarlet carefully, and he found that the female knight's aura completely overwhelmed him. This could only be done by people whose level was much stronger than him. Scarlet's strength was at least level 50 or above. In more than a month, the strength has increased by more than 5 levels. Even if she cheats, she is not that strong. You must know that this girl is now a strong person in the legendary realm. She is not a low-level and middle-level warrior with low strength. How can she improve so fast? Link was even more speechless. He was the strongest in the expeditionary force when the troops set off from Stormwind City. But now, Leo's strength is almost the same as him. And Scarlet is far beyond him. These two young men have accomplished in just a few months what it took him 20 years to achieve. From high-level warriors to legendary-level experts. How can you make the Major feel so embarrassed? Leo and Link's actions attracted the attention of other officers in the hall. Although the officers did not know what happened. With vague induction, they also discovered that Scarlet's strength had become stronger. Epic? Leo looked at Scarlet and asked. Then shook his head. No way. For some reason, Scarlet felt a little proud when she saw Leo's surprised look. And a faint smile appeared on the female knight's face unconsciously. But she ignored Leo and sat down in her seat. Leo curled his lips. This tough girl. How can you not be arrogant? The entire hall suddenly became quiet. When Leo said the word epic, the officers all had shocked expressions on their faces. Impossible. Scarlet has just been promoted to legend and is now impacting epic proportions. This is too appalling. The outstanding talented female paladin of the Arather royal family. Her talent is so cruel. Scarlet Knight. Your strength is close to that of an epic powerhouse. This is really great. Link couldn't stop the joy on his face. With a powerhouse close to the epic level sitting in charge, we can let go and integrate the wetland. Various forces. Link said as his eyes fell on Leo, who laughed. It seemed that souls and corpses had come in again. Chapter 170 Grim Battle. Leo felt no jealousy or hatred towards Scarlet's sudden improvement in strength. Only envy. Others didn't know how much the female knight had paid for this. Didn't he still know? Although most of his energy during this period was spent on building his own team, Leo was not as indifferent to other things as others thought. Scarlet didn't know that her daily masochistic practice was being seen by the crows sent by someone to hover over Dunmod. Leo asked himself that he really couldn't be as desperate as the female knight to improve her strength. Practice. This tough girl is so crazy about improving her strength. Maybe she was stimulated by her brother. Leo rubbed his chin as if he was lost in thought. When did Scarlet care so much about my situation? Leo. Just when Leo was thinking about deserting, Major Link called his name. Link's voice brought him back to his senses. Looking at Major Leo with a smile on his face, he felt a little frizzy in his heart. Is the thick-faced and sinister Major Uncle planning something again? Lieutenant Leo, you will take the lead in integrating the various forces in the wetland. Link ignored Leo's thoughts and continued talking to himself. There were originally 3 major forces in the wetland. The Black Iron of Evil tealing the dwarves, Necromancer's Dragon Maw clan, and the elusive Swamp Herd are no longer a threat to the Dark Iron Dwarves in Evil Iron Ridge. And the Swamp Herd has also been greatly reduced after 2 battles with Lieutenant Leo. Weakened. Only the orcs of the Dragon Maw clan are still a threat. Even though the Dragon Maw clan was defeated twice in a row at Fury Fawn Camp, they are still very powerful. Judging from the intelligence in the hands of Major Link, this clan still has at least 6,000 combatants. If they raise, there is no problem in mobilizing 10,000 people in a short time with the strength of the entire clan. 10,000 people. This is like a thorn in the back of the Storm Expeditionary Army, which has less than 45,000 people left. If we don't clear them out, who knows when these orcs will stab themselves? The officers who learned about this situation from Link were in an uproar. They really didn't know that the Dragon Maw clan could actually mobilize so many people. In their opinion, the ability of an orc clan in the wetland to reach 5,000 combatants was already the limit. The orc clan in this wetland should have posed no threat to our side during the previous 2 battles at Fury Fawn Camp. When Leo heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. This other world is indeed different from the glassy Yamaguchi Mountain. The population base of the vast world is many times larger than that in the game settings. In the original setting of Glass Slag, there were only 10,000 people on both sides in the decisive battle at Blackstone Mountain. How can a normal battle be scaled when the decisive battle is like this? For Leo, who is used to seeing battles between dozens and millions of people in the history of his country. What is the difference between a general battle set by glass slag and a scene of dozens or hundreds of people and a fight between small gangsters? How could the orcs of the Dragon Maw clan be so large? An officer asked everyone's doubts. That's a good question. Link paused for a moment before revealing the information he had received just a few days ago. Because they occupy Grim Battle. Grim Battle. Hearing this name, Leo was shocked beyond words. This city is not a kind place. Two famous battles once broke out here. After the death of the powerful mountain king Modimus Envilmar, the Bronzebeard tribe led by Prince Madoran Bronzebeard, and the Wildhammer tribe led by Prince Calderos Wildhammer fought for control of Ironforge. The Dark Iron tribe led by the mage Prince Thorison launched a war, which was the War of the Three Hammers. In the end, the Bronzebeard tribe, which had the most powerful army, drove the Wildhammer tribe and the Dark Iron tribe out of Ironforge and won the war. The dwarves of the Bronzebeard tribe are the masters of Ironforge, which is now in alliance with humans. Calderos and his Wildhammer warriors migrated north, past the gates of Dan Orgaz, and built their kingdom atop Grim Battle Peak. The Wildhammer tribe prospered there, and rebuilt their treasure trove. Thorison and his Dark Iron tribe built a city in the beautiful Reedridge Mountains, now Reedridge Mountains, and named it after himself. The prosperity of life and the passage of time did not eliminate the hatred of the Dark Iron tribe towards their brothers. Thorison and his witchwife Modgud launched an attack on Ironforge and Grim Battle in two groups. Although Modgud captured the gates of Grim Battle and forced the Wildhammer dwarves into a desperate situation, she did not win the final victory due to the unity of the Wildhammer warriors. Even she herself was killed in battle. Cardross beheaded. The Dark Iron dwarves who started the war ended in failure. However, Modgud's death left an evil curse on the hill fortress, and the Wildhammer dwarves found it no longer suitable for habitation. Cardross led his people north to the land of Lordaeron and settled in the fertile hinterlands forest, where the Wildhammer tribe built the city of Arapic. This was the first notable battle at Grim Battle, when the Lich King Nazul commanded his plague to sweep across the continent of Northrend. The notorious warlock Necros, the chief of the Dragon Maw clan, used an ancient artifact called the Demon Soul to control the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and her Red Dragon clan. With control of the Red Dragon Queen, Necros established a secret force in the abandoned Wildhammer fortress of Grim Battle. He plans to use his forces and the mighty Red Dragon flight to launch a new war against the Alliance, thereby reuniting the scattered orc tribes and continuing their conquest of Azeroth. However, his plan failed to come to fruition, and a team led by the human mage Ronan destroyed the Demon Soul and freed Alexstrasza, the Red Dragon Queen, from Necros' control. The furious Red Dragon completely destroyed Grim Battle Fortress and burned most of the Dragon Maw clan's remnants to ashes. Necros' plan collapsed after the Dragon Maw orcs were defeated. The Red Dragon Legion sent Red Dragons to guard Grim Battle. However, the inherent evil and darkness of this land caused all the Red Dragons responsible for guarding to be cursed and died. In desperation, Alexstrasza withdrew the Red Dragons guarding Grim Battle. However, no one knew that after the Red Dragons withdrew, an uninvited guest came to Grim Battle. Zinasarea. This uninvited guest brought various dragon eggs that he had collected for centuries to Grim Battle for testing, and even collected most of the Demon Soul fragments. So the world's first Twilight Dragon druid Laganachus was born. But fortunately, the problem here was finally discovered in time. After an arduous battle, the Twilight Dragon Dragonakos, who gained great power in the battle and betrayed his maker, died together with Zinathraya, who made him. The second famous battle of Grim Battle ends. Many people may not be familiar with Zinathraya, but everyone will be familiar with her spouse Neltharion, because he is the crazy Earth Guard, the famous Grand Duke of Deathwing. Speaking of Deathwing, Leo had a vague idea in his mind, and some message flashed through his mind. But unfortunately, he couldn't catch it. Leo frowned, feeling something very important slipping from his hand. Leo, you will lead the team to destroy the orcs in Grim Battle. Leo, who was thinking, only heard Major Link's last order. Going to Grim Battle? Leo was a little worried, although he knew all the settings of Yamaguchi Mountain. Considering how similar this world was to Yamaguchi Mountain, even if there was any error in the information, it would be very small. In other words, it is actually very dangerous to lead people to destroy the Dragon Maw orcs, who have reoccupied Grim Battle, because Leo clearly remembered that thanks to the inspiration of his spouse, Deathwing, The Black Dragon Grand Duke, who was powerful enough to conquer Stormwind City alone, was secretly creating twilight dragons in grim battle before he appeared. Judging from the time when the incident occurred, there were a large number of dragon eggs brought by Neltharion underground in grim battle at this time, with the attention Deathwing attaches to it. This black dragon is probably keeping an eye on this place all the time. If he runs over to make a scene and makes the old man displeased, will he be killed by a sneeze? Although Leo has the mentality to challenge the strong in order to become stronger, he obviously doesn't want to die. Lieutenant Leo, what do you think? Link was a little surprised. Aren't they just a group of orcs from grim battle? With Leo's strength, why should he hesitate? I'm just giving you the credit. What do you have to worry about? Major, if we can solve the problem of replacing soldiers' battle losses after annihilating the Dragon Maul orcs in grim battle, then I have no objection. After thinking for a while, Leo also figured out that since Neltharion secretly created the Twilight Dragon, he would definitely not act arbitrarily. He was just looking for trouble with the Dragon Maul orcs, not to dig up the secrets of the Black Dragon Duke. The chance of provoking this Black Dragon is 0. It turned out that he was worried about this. After listening to Leo's words, Link smiled. Lieutenant Leo, you don't have to worry about replenishing the supply of troops. Stormwind City will send another 50,000 soldiers in the near future. If another 50,000 were sent, wouldn't the total number of soldiers under Major Link reach 100,000? This news made all the officers look askance. Originally, Link's soldiers were already far beyond the normal size. In the kingdom, an average major with 20,000 regular troops would be able to withstand this guy. But he brought 50,000. And now he has another 50,000. Is this still the right of a major-level officer? Seeing everyone looking at him, Link made an expression as if he had just remembered. The middle-aged uncle said in a slightly embarrassed tone, Stormwind City will have orders coming soon, and everyone here will be rewarded. As for me, this time, he will be promoted to the rank of commander. I said, Uncle, can you be more fake? Leo curled his lips at Link with a look of disdain. How could you forget such a big event as being promoted to commander? I'll cut off my head and give it to you as a ball. However, if Link is promoted to the rank of commander, doesn't that mean that 5 officers with the rank of major will be born under him? The rank of major. Leo rubbed his chin. If he reached the rank of major, wouldn't he be able to get a complete set of the major's magic equipment? It's really tempting to get your first magic set from the military job system. Chapter 171. A dragon appears. Taking advantage of his position, Leo gave Willy an order the day after he led the team from Dun Motor to use the locating scroll located in Stormwind City to return to the Royal City, and went to the Goblin store to buy nearly $10 worth of it. Engineering materials were 10,000 gold coins. To be an official, there is one skill that you must possess. Although this skill is very hacked up and can be used to hide things from superiors and subordinates. If Leo bullies him, that's because Major Link, oh, he should be called Commander Link now, doesn't know about it. As for hiding it, what Leo told Willy was to use his own money to enrich everyone's equipment. Of course, the biggest beneficiary for everyone is Leo himself, followed by Thetis, Willy, and the other 4 sergeants. What the soldiers can get is pitifully little compared to these 7 people. But since Leo paid for it out of his own pocket, of course no one else could have objections. At this stage, Leo didn't have to worry about running out of money. He used his free time in the past few days to make 10 goblin mortars. The quality of these goblin mortars was similar to the one he snatched from the greenskins, except that the cost besides his crafting fee was only 800 gold coins. But he asked Very to take it to the auction house, and the starting price was 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins is a lot of money, but it is not a high price for a weapon that can hurt even a strong man in the legendary realm. The 6 goblin mortars that Very hung in the auction house cost Leo a total of 50,000 gold coins. Nearly 800,000 gold coins arrived. This was a staggering amount of wealth. Willy, who was waiting to collect the money, almost choked when he took the magic card representing the Worldwide Goblin Bank, becoming the first Master Chief to suffocate to death because of too much money. Magic card. This thing is equivalent to the savings card before Leo's time travel. You can withdraw money wherever there is a Goblin Bank, and Goblin Bank has its footprints all over the world cities. So you don't have to worry about having a card but nowhere to withdraw it. Money situations happen. Taking over the magic card with 500,000 left in the hand from the slightly dazed Very, Leo couldn't help but sigh. There is a really good craft, and high-end arms dealers bring money. Lord Leo, I didn't handle things well. I bought a large amount of engineering materials and ordered armor equipment from the goblin shop, which attracted the attention of some departments in the kingdom. So, Willie looked guilty. Leo laughed out loud when he saw this, making Willie laugh inexplicably. Willie, don't be secretive about what you say. Isn't it the MI7 where I work in certain departments of the kingdom? Willie didn't understand why Leo could still laugh. 100,000 gold coins were forcibly taken away like this. Wasn't this a blatant robbery? And this was even after he told the other party that the money belonged to Leo. Willie, you don't understand. This is a necessary step. You launched 6 goblin mortars at once, and then ordered sophisticated armors and weapons in bulk. It must have attracted the attention of many people in the kingdom. If it weren't for military intelligence, 7 the people in the office are protecting you. Do you think you can come back? But MI7 is not a charity department. How can you let others do things without paying the price? Willie in the front could still understand. After all, it was a weapon that could hurt a strong person in the legendary realm. Even 1 goblin mortar, not to mention 6, would attract some people to investigate. But in the back, there must be too much punishment for one's own people. This is 100,000 gold coins. This knife kills too hard. Leo was not prepared to explain more. He knew that these 100,000 gold coins were not just for goblin mortars, but also for some people's hush money. The fact that Greg's private treasure room was empty was classified as military intelligence. There will be no further pursuit after the 7th station. Eaters are soft-spoken, but takers are short-handed. The most important thing is that with this first success in selling arms at the auction house in Stormwind City, it will no longer be a problem to go to Stormwind City to sell arms in small quantities in the future. This time's attempt to ask for directions was considered a success. If I run out of money in the future, it would be a good idea to become an arms dealer, with a fixed way to make money. Leo's mental arithmetic was completely settled. A man can't be without power for a day, and a man can't be without money for a day. Now that Leo has 3,000 soldiers to command, he has a small amount of power. With a fixed way of making money, it will not be difficult to gradually equip his soldiers. What is the army? It is a gold-eating beast with unlimited capacity. It is a monster fed by constant victory. If you want your army to continuously win victories, in addition to having excellent strength, equipment is also very important. Leo, who has traveled through modern society, certainly knows the importance of equipment. Having read many YY novels, he also understands how as a leader, adding equipment benefits to his subordinates can win people's hearts. But he doesn't know that a general with only power is not terrible. Nor is an official with only money. But a general with both power and money can easily form a powerful warlord. Viri, you are responsible for sending out the things prepared for the brothers, Leo said to Viri and other 5 sergeants. He earned nearly 800,000 gold coins from selling goblin mortars, spent 100,000 to manage MI7 to open arms sales channels, and spent 100,000 to buy engineering materials. The remaining money should be 600,000. But Viri gave Leo there are only 500,000 gold coins in his magic card. So where did the 100,000 gold coins go? Where can I go? It was naturally impossible for Willie to spend the money. In fact, he was actually tempted by such a large amount of money. But in the end, he still withstood the test. What he doesn't know is that if he makes the slightest move, he will immediately lose his head and body. Those who dare to hack MI7, the assassins of the Stormwind City Assassin Group, will let you know what it means to die in an extremely miserable way. After completing this matter, and not getting lost due to the large amount of money, Willie's trustworthiness in Leo's heart has increased a lot. The 100,000 gold coins were naturally used to purchase equipment for the soldiers. Using 100,000 gold coins to equip 3,000 soldiers was a level of luxury only inferior to that of the palace guards. In terms of equipment, the 3,000 men under Leo were immediately comparable to the few elite soldiers in the kingdom. The officers spent their own money to buy equipment for them, and the soldiers were naturally overjoyed. The better the equipment, the stronger their protective capabilities on the battlefield, and the less likely they are to be injured and lose their lives. Following such an officer is very important to the soldiers, who are like consumables. A blessing. Their loyalty to Leo suddenly increased a lot. There are people in the court who like to be officials. I am not deceiving you. If he hadn't been protected by a big figure in the kingdom like Passonia, Willie wouldn't have been able to take away the equipment even if he was able to buy a lot of equipment. This equipment is enough to equip an elite army of 3,000 people. If there is no strong backing for such a large arms purchase, no one would dare to sell it to you even if you have money. Right? Willie, let's camp here today. It takes a certain amount of time for soldiers to become familiar with new equipment. In fact, Leo still didn't say anything. That is, he needed time to convert the engineering materials that Viri brought back into combat power to make corresponding engineering items. Anyway, the task of annihilating the Dragon Maul orcs has plenty of time. No less than a day or two. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife can make a difference in chopping firewood. Only those who sharpen the knife quickly will be able to kill with ease when the time comes for war. Leo thought as he quickly took out a pile of engineering materials and made the item he used to replace the big bomb. The Frust Grenade. Grim battle was involved in Neltharion. And when powerful men like Deathwing came into sight, Leo felt very unsafe. It was too difficult to survive in this world with countless powerful powers. Easy. Levi said that the road to Shu is difficult. And it is more difficult than going to the sky. I don't understand why it is so difficult to go to the sky. If you stab your heart with a knife, wouldn't God's wish be fulfilled? Let me tell you, it is more difficult to live a nourishing life. For a group of veterans who have been on many battlefields, it does not take much time to become familiar with new equipment. After all, equipment often wears out on the battlefield. If you cannot quickly become familiar with new equipment at this time, you will die. In just 2 days, they were able to figure out the performance of the newly acquired equipment. During this period, Leo also squandered all the engineering materials brought back by Viri. And he produced more than 10,000 frost grenades. Seeing the mountain-like pile of frost grenades in his private space, Leo had an evil smile on his face. With these treasures, even Brother Tiaolong could turn it into an ice sculpture. Leo, who was so proud, forgot an old saying, which is called, talk about Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will come. While he was talking about how 10,000 frost grenades could freeze a dragon into an ice sculpture, the crow set out to investigate the situation gave him a big surprise. Okay. Leo admitted that he was shocked to the point of being surprised. But the joy behind it was, damn, you can have this. Why does it really have no fur? Quickly break camp. Hurry up. Everyone move. After gaining the vision shared by the crow, Leo didn't care about the superior's dignity. He anxiously greeted his 5 sergeants and asked them to order the soldiers to set off as quickly as possible. Leo's behavior puzzled Willy and the others. Leo, who had always given them a calm feeling, discovered something that actually made him so panicked. Lord Leo, what happened? After conveying Leo's order, Willy asked this question. Leo frowned and looked in one direction. He was about to answer when Thetis took the lead. The female elf hunter covered her mouth and exclaimed. She pulled Leo's clothes and asked with surprise, Brother Leo, is that flying dragon in the sky? Thetis, don't use the eagle eye technique. Be careful of being sensed by it. Leo quickly grabbed the female elf, who was using the eagle eye technique to curiously observe something in the distance. Unfortunately, his action was a step too late. Oh, its look is so scary. Thetis looked frightened. Then she said to Leo with her mouth shut, Brother Leo, it's flying in our direction. Chapter 172 Parashion. Leo looked at Thetis speechlessly. If it had been anyone else, he would have slapped her away, and then beat the troublemaker half to death with his hands and feet. Then he set up a pole and tied it to it, and wrote, name, so-and-so someone, occupation, hunter, hobby, peeping at giant dragons using eagle eye skills. But for the underage elf hunter, Leo really couldn't do anything for a while, and beat the underage girl. This was too tasteless. Lowly is for pain, not for beating. After estimating the flying speed of the dragon in the distance, Leo came to a very depressing conclusion. Even if they left immediately, they would not be able to leave before the other party arrived. Since you can't run away, then fight. Isn't it just a dragon? Well, isn't it just a dragon? Ha ha ha. This tone is too unfair. Someone really deserves to be a time traveler. And pretending to be cheating is like a knee-jerk reflex. It's too late to break up the camp. Willy, tell the soldiers to get out of the camp and line up. Whaley, who had already figured out the matter, turned pale with fright. What had they gotten into? A dragon. Lord Leo. What Whaley wants to say is that with the strength of these 3,000 people, they are no match for a dragon. After all, even the weakest dragon has epic strength. And with the dragon's unique physical advantages, they are all a strong man in the epic realm. Before Willy could finish his words, Leo poured out a pile of stuff, which was his masterpiece of the past 2 days. The Frust Grenade. Whaley, give these things to the soldiers. 1 per person. Listen to my orders later. I'll do it as I say. Looking at the piles of spherical objects exuding cold air that suddenly appeared in front of him, Willy had a look of disbelief in his eyes. He and the other 4 Master Chiefs looked at each other. And they all saw this message on each other's faces. Could Master Ao be trying to? That's right. I want to slay the dragon. Hiss. Wei Li and others couldn't help but take a deep breath when they heard this. Sure enough, Master Leo wanted to slay the dragon. Slaying dragons is no joke. Although the bards are constantly singing the legend of dragon-slaying heroes, there are only a few who can successfully slay dragons throughout the ages. The power of giant dragons is far beyond what humans can imagine. Can compete. Can we succeed in slaying the dragon with our strength? There were deep doubts in the eyes of the 5 sergeants. But Leo's decisive and confident words of "I want to slay the dragon" had an aura that could not be questioned. After looking at the stacked frost grenades, and feeling the cold breath coming from these engineering grenades, the sergeants had another thought in their minds. No matter what, let's give it a try. Maybe it really works. Taking the expressions of several people into his eyes, Leo curled his lips. Not maybe, but definitely. Uncle, how could the frost grenade I worked so hard to create not work? Leo makes frost grenades based on the standard of hurting enemies in the legendary realm. Of course, he is particular about the materials used. The lethality of each frost grenade is not only equal to the frost nova of the legendary realm Ice Mage, but it is not far away. As long as the soldier sees the opportunity properly, the 3,000 frost grenades will still be in the past. It doesn't matter whether you are epic or not. If you don't let you become the ice sculpture master, I will take your surname. Not to mention, knowing that the opponent they were about to face was a giant dragon, there was a lot of commotion among the soldiers and the entire team. Dragon. This is something they can only look up to. These soldiers have never thought of actually fighting against it, although more than one person dreamed of becoming a dragon-slaying warrior. Fortunately, Willie and the others were very strict in selecting soldiers in order to leave a good impression on Leo. These 3,000 soldiers were all elite soldiers in the expeditionary force. The commotion only lasted for a short while and then subsided. They held the distributed frost grenades, and although their hearts were filled with nervousness, none of them showed signs of weakness in their legs and feet. Leo was very satisfied with the performance of the soldiers. Of course, what satisfied him even more was the behavior of his 5 sergeants, who followed his orders to the letter. No matter how much you admire a subordinate, if he does not obey orders, not many bosses will keep him under his command. As the human army prepares, a black spot in the distant sky is rapidly growing from small to large, and a giant red dragon is gradually revealing its ferocity at the end of the field of vision. Parashion was in a very bad mood now. As a noble and powerful red dragon, he never thought that he would be made like this by a fire element. Parashion, who calls himself the guardian of the green forest, has always regarded the green belt grassland and Dinosaur Ridge as his territory. Due to the dragon's innate strong territorial concept, it does not allow anyone to dare to infringe on its territory. In fact, no creature dares to actively challenge the majesty of the dragon. But just some time ago, a sudden change occurred in Erty Ridge, which is adjacent to the green belt grassland and Dinosaur Ridge. A powerful fire elemental creature appeared there. Not only did it destroy the entire evil Iron Ridge, it also kept roaring angrily. Parashion, who was originally sleeping on the Dinosaur Ridge, was awakened by it. Polition was very angry when his sleep was disturbed. The dragons were always unreasonable and wanted to make trouble, let alone the other party taking the initiative to provoke it now. The angry red dragon rushed to Evil Teeling without saying a word and started fighting with the huge fire elemental that appeared there. Because there was no communication between the two parties, Parashion did not know the origin of this huge fire element creature that was no smaller than himself. Of course, the angry red dragon didn't care about this. The huge fire element has strength that matches its size, and it is not a useless thing. Even if it is as strong as Polition, it cannot be easily taken down. One dragon and one fire fought for several days on Erty Ridge. After all, the red dragon was superior and successfully killed this opponent, who could continuously split small fire elements at the cost of serious injuries. Being able to seriously injure the powerful red dragon Polition, this huge fire element, who kept roaring as the Lord of Fire, was proud enough. After solving the opponent, the red dragon, which was seriously injured and almost fell from the epic level to the legendary level, flapped its wings and embarked on the road back to its lair. It wanted to go back to recuperate. However, the red dragon did not expect that on the way back. It encountered something that made it extremely angry. A palm-sized black bird actually ignored the majesty of the giant dragon and dared to still hover in the sky even as it flew by. A small black bird with low power shared the sky with the giant dragon. Polytheon's pride as a dragon made him furious. After the red dragon burned the black bird to ashes with a breath of dragon flame, something happened that made it even more angry. Parashion realized that he was being watched by magic. Who is it? Who is it? How dare you peek at the red dragon, Parashion? Did he think that Lord Polition was no longer strong after being injured and could be provoked by others? Parashion followed the induction and flew over. It wanted to tear into pieces anyone who dared to peek at it, so that all creatures would understand that the dragon was not something lowly beings like them could mess with. Soon, a human army appeared in Parishion's sight. Seeing the opponent's formation, the red dragon smiled. In the eyes of the giant dragon, human beings who are as weak as ants actually do not choose to run away when facing an angry red dragon, but choose to form a formation to fight. This is so ridiculous. Humans, ignorance will make you throw away your pitiful and humble lives. Tremble in front of the noble and powerful Lord Parashion. The red dragon. Polition did not launch an attack as soon as it came up. Instead, it hovered high in the sky and showed its powerful side. It expected to see the fearful expressions of the humans on the ground. The red dragon in the sky didn't know that it was completely in vain. The human troops below are all regular troops, and they were carefully selected from the expeditionary force by Whaley and other 5 sergeants. How can they be intimidated so easily? More importantly, everyone clearly recognized the countless small wounds on the red dragon's body, and several terrifying wounds about 4 to 5 meters wide and about 10 meters long that were burned black by something unknown. One thing happened. The red dragon, which was about 50 meters long, was seriously injured. An idea emerged uncontrollably from everyone's mind. A seriously injured dragon. Maybe we can. It's just a seriously injured dragon. What qualifications does it have to hover above my head? At this moment, a voice came from behind the soldiers. A human with black hair and black eyes, wearing the armor of a knight lieutenant of the Kingdom of Stormwind, was slowly walking out of the military camp. He looked at Parashion in the sky, with a look of confusion on his face. Contempt? This person is Leo. Isn't Parashion the ridiculed dragon that wanders around in the wetland and roars from time to time, collecting old appliances and scrap metal? If this guy hadn't been able to explode purple weapons, like Beheader Khan and Blood Blade, who would have cared about it? Strange. When did Lord Leo return to the military camp? Seeing Leo walking out of the military camp, Willie and others couldn't help but be surprised. Wasn't Leo Gang still with them? But then they gave an explanation. It seems that Lord Leo returned to the camp when we were all staring at the red dragon flying in the distance. But what did he do when he returned to camp? Old problems are solved and new ones arise. The confused people did not realize that under the cover of armor, Leo's body shape was different from before. He was taller than usual and his body was stronger. Only Thetis looked at the military camp with a puzzled look on her face. But the elf huntress was smart enough to say nothing. Weak and humble humans actually dare to speak like this when they see the great red dragon. The anger in Parishion's heart boiled out when the ant-like humans saw the giant dragon not praying to spare their small lives, but instead spoke rudely. Who gave him such courage? Or is it that this human thought that he couldn't do anything to them when he saw Lord Polition's injuries? Despicable scum. You've made me angry. And none of you can survive. Chapter 173 Red Dragon. Tremble in front of the holy light. All talk without practice is just fake tricks. After Leo finished speaking, he waved to the furious Parashion. Meaning, if you want to kill me, you can show me first. Policius laughed angrily. The human below was too arrogant. Maybe he had certain strength, but the powerful red dragon was not something that humans could compete with. The angry red dragon opened its mouth and sprayed a hot dragon flame towards Leo. Polition wanted to teach Leo a lesson. Facts have proved that even a seriously injured epic powerhouse is still an epic. Polition's casual spray of dragon flames is as lethal as a full blow from a legendary powerhouse. The moment the red dragon took action, to exit, the human army below suddenly felt a strong pressure. Unconsciously, Parashion exuded the dragon's natural talent of dragon power. A sense of fear of facing a superior predator shrouded everyone's hearts, making people want to turn around and run away. After all, the soldiers have been on many battlefields. They have overcome this natural fear with their firm will to fight. But their combat effectiveness has been affected. Law Wei. Leo curled his lips. This thing is only useful for people below the legendary level. It is really suitable for bullying the weak. Facing the spray of dragon flames, he did not dodge or dodge. A dazzling golden light lit up in his hand, and he punched the hot dragon flames. The golden light came out of his hand, forming a huge hammer head with a diameter of 3 meters, and smashed towards Long Yin like a small sun. Hammer of Wrath. Seeing this scene, Wei Li and the others were all stunned. Is it an illusion? The golden light on Master Liu's hand looks like holy light. No, it doesn't seem like it. It is simply the holy light. Lord Liu is a paladin. That's right. Sir, isn't he a warlock? Willie looked shocked. He had never thought that Liu could still use the power of holy light, and that the power was so strong, compared with the holy light of the legendary paladin Scarlet. Liu's holy light is thicker, more majestic, and the shining golden holy light seems to have been qualitatively sublimated. The power of the former's holy light is basically different from that of the latter. Not on the same level. The power of holy light is qualitatively superior to that of the legendary paladin. Isn't that epic? Sir, I have been making trouble for a long time. He turned out to be an epic-level strongman. His identity as a legendary warlock was probably just used by him to hide his identity from others. If he hadn't been approached by this red dragon today and had no choice but to reveal his true strength, no one would have known it. Know his strength. The 5 sergeants looked at each other. This result was beyond their expectations. The same epic strongman was drinking in a tavern arm in arm and becoming his direct subordinate. It was so dreamy. After the huge ecstasy, the 5 people were secretly shocked. An epic strongman quietly accompanied the army on an expedition. What was his purpose? In other words, what kind of shocking plan does Stormwind City have for placing him in the army? What this person loves most is to have random thoughts and scare himself. When he thinks that he seems to be involved in some whirlpool and knows things he shouldn't know. The ecstasy before by Wei Li and others turns into worry. At this point, everyone actually understands that the person fighting against the Red Dragon Collision is not Leo's body at all, but his paladin clone Morgan. An epic and powerful paladin. Since his soul is the split of Leo's soul. He is Leo, and Leo is him. There is no difference in soul between the two, no matter how their moods change. The battle between Leo and Parashion will not be affected in the slightest. The angry hammer like a small sun easily broke through the dragon flame spitting out in the red dragon's astonished gaze, and quickly smashed towards Parashion. As both epic-level powerhouses, Polition struck casually while Leo prepared his attack with force. Naturally, Long Yen could not be the opponent of the Holy Light. The hammer of wrath hit Parashion, and the red dragon screamed in pain. Its body was swaying as if it might fall from the sky at any time. It turned out that the place where Leo's hammer of wrath hit was a huge wound several meters wide and 10 meters long on his abdomen. This large wound burned by the fire element was torn apart again under the attack of the hammer of wrath. The red dragon, the blood on his body spurted out like a spring, covering the human warriors below with blood. Dragon blood. Wei Li was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly took off his armor, letting the dragon's blood sprinkled from the sky drip on his body. After a while, he turned into a bloody man. The reaction of the other 4 sergeants was not slow either. They disarmed themselves almost at the same time as Willie, bathing in the blood of the red dragon with expressions of ecstasy on their faces. With 5 officers taking the lead, the soldiers no longer had any worries. Dragon's blood. This is dragon's blood that can greatly improve one's physical condition. Being sprinkled with dragon's blood can not only enhance the body's resistance to magic, but can also obtain many unexpected benefits, even for many important figures in the kingdom. The extremely precious dragon's blood is something that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. I didn't expect that we would have such good luck. This is all thanks to Lord Leo. Willie and the other 4 sergeants winked at each other and began to win over Leo. The effect of their words was very obvious. The soldiers looked at Leo from respect to reverence. Leo's reputation among the soldiers increased. Polition was seriously injured with 1 blow, and Leo kept attacking. A golden sledgehammer hit the swaying red dragon's head, hitting the red dragon's head with a thud, and smashed the swaying red dragon until it hit the stars. Risk. Looking at Parashion, who was struggling to prevent himself from falling from the air to the ground, Leo couldn't help but admire the red dragon's physical fitness. After receiving such a powerful sanction hammer, he still didn't faint and resisted the blow. The ability is really strong enough. But you are already seriously injured. And yet, you dare to be careless against a strong man who is also at the epic level. Do you really think that I am a parallel import? After struggling hard, Polition finally stabilized his falling body. The reason why giant dragons can look down upon many powerful creatures is precisely because they can soar in the sky. It doesn't matter how strong your combat ability is on the ground. The law is just waiting to be ravaged. What to do with flying creatures? Of course, knock him down. Still not coming down? Humph. Look at the command seal. A 10-meter-long golden holy light slashed towards Parashion like a sharp blade. The red dragon in the sky wanted to avoid it. But the speed of commanding the Holy Seal was too fast. If it could still do it in normal times. Yes. But now that he is seriously injured, he is unable to do anything. Puff! Leo saw clearly, and ordered the blade formed by the Holy Seal to cut most of the wound on the red dragon's abdomen, inflicting more injuries on Parashion. The dragon's blood was like tap water from a burst pipe, and the spray was spectacular. Seeing this, Wei Li, who was covered in blood, couldn't help but think to himself, this is how the word blood rain comes from. The wound on the abdomen was severely injured again. This time Leo didn't need to attack Parashion anymore, and he wasn't going to stay in the sky. The red dragon was not stupid. It knew that it would definitely be at a disadvantage flying in the sky with several huge wounds on its abdomen. Only by falling to the ground and covering the wounds under its body could it avoid being caught by this human paladin. It's just that the red dragon's thinking is a little inappropriate. Can it be sure that it won't suffer a loss after falling to the ground? Seeing the red dragon take the initiative to land, Leo showed a smile of success on his face. He made a gesture, telling Willy to direct the soldiers to disperse quickly, leaving room for fighting between him and the red dragon. Of course, the soldiers would not have any objections to Leo's order. Such a huge dragon would crush them to death. Who would be willing to carry it and not leave? Just when Parashion was about to land, Leo suddenly shouted, "Kill it!" While the red dragon was wondering, he saw spherical objects with a cold breath coming towards his own from the hands of the human soldiers. Isn't it nonsense that the giant dragon is very big? It can't be called a giant dragon? Polition, which is about 50 meters long with head and tail, and over 20 meters wide, is not yet moving at high speed. If he still misses such a big target, he can really hit him with a piece of tofu. Bang bang bang. Frost grenades exploded on Polition one after another, but in 6 or 7 breaths. All 3,000 frost grenades were shot out. 3,000 frost novas cast by ice spells that were close to the legendary level exploded on him. One frost grenade was just an itch for Parashion. 3,000 frost grenades would be terrifying. Not to mention that Parashion was here now. Even if it is in peak condition, it may not be able to withstand serious injuries. The exploding frost grenade sealed most of the red dragon's body in ice, and the originally menacing aura of the red dragon suddenly became weaker. Despicable humans. You despicable ants. Even a broken ship has 3 pounds of nails. After all, Parashion is a powerful red dragon. Although the damage caused by 3,000 frost grenades is huge, it is not enough to kill it. The red dragon was so angry after being plotted against him. It never thought that a human being as despicable as an ant could actually cause him such harm and make him feel that his life was threatened. Will the noble and powerful red dragon be killed by these small and humble humans? Parashin's eyes turned red when this thought came up in his heart. How could this be possible? Is it really impossible? Humans can't kill dragons? Of course not. Leo used his strength to tell Parashion that humans could kill it. A pair of large golden wings grew on Leo's back. The huge wings spanned more than 20 meters, and were 10 times the size of Scarlet. The vengeful wrath of the epic paladin is far beyond what the legendary realm can match. King's blessing. The holy light on Leo's body burned fiercely, and his whole body was like the golden sun in the sky, making people dare not look at it directly. Under this power, even Poliction's arrogance could not help but tremble in his heart. And all the human soldiers present knelt down on one knee with reverence on their faces. Warm and holy light, your power is so great. I praise you. With the momentum completed, the suffocating power of holy light on Leo began to explode. Red Dragon, tremble before the holy light. Light of Judgment. Chapter 174, Successfully Deceived. The golden holy light shines down on the earth, and the sky and the earth are all dyed golden at this moment. It seems that there is no other color except gold in the whole world. In front of this power that can almost change the world, they all felt their own insignificance. Is this the light of judgment? Willy and the soldiers all knelt on the ground. When Leo used the light of judgment, they felt a power with supreme majesty descending on the world, as if the gods from above were watching them, making people feel heartbroken, unable to raise the slightest bit of resistance. I could only bow my head and wait for God's judgment. Of course, this feeling only appeared to Viri and the others, but not to the night elf Thetis and the red dragon Parashion. If Thetis, who believed in the moon god, looked at the light of judgment with a look of wonder, then the red dragon Parashion, who was being attacked, looked with fear. What Poliction feared was that this light of judgment might kill him, even if the red dragon is in its prime state. This light of judgment can seriously injure it. Let alone now that it is seriously injured and dying. No, human. You can't kill me. Even the giant dragon is not immune to the fear of death. And Pelisian screamed in fear. For the proud dragon, this was already a sign of submission and begging for mercy. However, its words had no impact on Leo at all. And the light of judgment still fell. Hold head high. After Pelisian let out an earth-shattering scream, its originally high head dropped to the ground. If it hadn't been for the fact that its eyes could still move under its droopy eyelids, and there was still a weak airflow flowing in and out of its nostrils, everyone would have regarded it as a human being. It was a dead dragon with no signs of life. After all, Leo's light of judgment held back, and did not give the red dragon a real killing blow. This is not because Leo is soft-hearted, but because he is not sure now. He is not sure that after killing Parashion, he can use rebirth like Morgan to turn this red dragon into his loyal pet, or even his clone. Resurrecting Morgan is because he is ignorant and fearless. Silly and bold success cannot be used as a reference. The god of luck will not always pay attention to you. Just one failure is enough to put Leo into a situation of no return. There is no guarantee of rebirth. And using a wolf spirit to replace Parisian's soul is even more nonsense. A dying dragon is still a dragon. There is no comparison between the wolf spirit and the red dragon in terms of soul. Maybe when Leo's body advances, it is still possible to become an epic level powerhouse. But now, that is 100% impossible. The above two can guarantee that Red Dragon will be 100% sure that his own method will not work. And Leo is not willing to give up. After all, Pelisian is a powerful red dragon. If he can subdue this red dragon when the paladin clone is limited, he will have an epic thug, which will be much more convenient no matter what he does. Besides, it's so majestic to have a giant dragon as your follower. It has both face and dignity. Who would be willing not to give it a try? Although it may not work if you try, it will definitely not work if you don't try. It was with this mentality that Leo spared Parisian's life. Looking at the dying Parashion, Leo was in a dilemma. The red dragon was beaten to the last breath by him. But how can he accept him as his younger brother? You must know that giant dragons are very proud creatures, and humans are humble and insignificant in their eyes. It is not unusually difficult to make a giant dragon surrender to a human being. Leo doesn't think it's impossible to subdue Parashion. If the red dragon is really the type that regards death as his own, it wouldn't have screamed in fear when the light of judgment fell just now, let alone said words of submissiveness in disguise. Come. If you want a guy who cherishes his life, but has to hold on because of his arrogance to become his thug, you must help him find a reason to abandon his arrogance. Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but shook his head speechlessly. He had to find a reason for this red dragon to survive. What kind of thing was this? Brother, it's not that hard. Speaking of red dragons, what impressed Leo the most was the fallen Valistaz in Blackwing Lair. I believe many people have resentment towards this red dragon warrior, as countless tragedies have happened to it. It is very magical to fight this dragon. Many times, even experienced old teams will be destroyed to death. And the destruction is inexplicable. It is not clear why it is destroyed. I don't know how many teams have caused trouble because of this problem. Parted on bad terms. Thinking that Valistazi Leo had figured out something. Maybe this would work. Red Dragon, I won't play tricks with you. This is an insult to your and my intelligence. Leo waved at Parashion. Anyway, he put a high hat on the other person first. Anyway, you don't need to spend money on polite words. I'll exchange a message for your loyalty. What do you think? The red dragon's eyelids twitched feebly twice, and he exhaled heavily through his nostrils to express his disdain. A human wants to be loyal to Lord Pelisian? Ha. What a big joke. You are really a duck with a stubborn mouth. And you have reached this stage and still call yourself an adult. The more you act like this, the more I want to recruit you as a thug. Conquering a proud dragon is a great feeling of accomplishment. Don't be too busy refusing. What if I exchange it for news about the fall of the red dragon warrior Valistaz? This is impossible. Parashion opened his eyes suddenly and yelled at Leo. Leo shrugged. What's impossible? I said the red dragon warriors are really fierce. They actually chased Nefarian to the Blackwing Lair. Wow. They really treat the Black Dragon Legion as if they were nothing. Amazing. Amazing. Pelisian's voice suddenly stopped. If what Leo said is true and Valistaz really entered the Black Dragon Legion's lair, then the red dragon didn't dare to think about it. Don't think I'm joking. Leo smiled at the suspicious Parashion. Our human intelligence system is much wider than your red dragon's. Besides, what's the benefit of me lying to you? That's right. The so-called falsehood cannot be true. If this news is false, am I not afraid that you will settle the score afterwards? After all, the reason why I can defeat you now is because you were seriously injured before the battle. How about it? In exchange for your loyalty with the news of the fall of the powerful red dragon warrior Valistraz. It's not a bad deal. With Valistraz's power, even if he is invaded by the demon soul in the hands of the black dragon, it's impossible to fall immediately. If the red dragon legion arrives in time, they might be able to save it. Because of Neltharion, black dragons are not friendly to humans, and Leo doesn't mind causing trouble for them. It would be fine if a war breaks out between the red dragon legion and the black dragon legion. Parisian's eyes kept flashing. Just as Leo said, if this matter is fake, it will be exposed soon. As long as you pass the message on yourself, the higher-ups can confirm it immediately by contacting them using a secret method. This human wouldn't be that stupid. Telling a lie that would be discovered quickly would do him no good at all. Parashylon is arrogant, and it looks down on humans. But that doesn't mean it is willing to die for this reason. Just as Leo thought, as long as the price is right and the red dragon can be given a reason to convince itself, then the giant dragon can also be loyal to humans. Compared to the powerful warrior Valistaz in the clan, Polition is really nothing. If it's for Lord Valistaz, then it's okay for me to make some sacrifices. Once the thoughts in his heart were loosened, the desire to survive suddenly reared its head, and Parashylon found a reason for himself in his heart. If a person wants to find reasons for his behavior, no matter how wrong he is, he will find hundreds of reasons to prove that his behavior is extremely correct. This is true for people, and dragons are no exception. Seeing Polition's appearance, Leo knew that he had achieved more than half of his goal, and the remaining half should not be difficult. The red dragon is coming soon. Leo suddenly became nervous. Red dragon, if you are loyal to me, I will not ask you to be my pet. We can be partners. Right. Partner. This is my respect for the dragon. Leo knew very well what Parashylon was hesitating about in the end. Wasn't it because he was afraid of being embarrassed by being said to be a human subordinate? It's really about saving face. Regardless of whether you become a pet or a partner in the end. Aren't you still doing your best for your brother and helping him to deal with people who don't like him? There is essentially no difference. Just different names. If you were an aborigine of this world, you might still struggle with names and the like. But would Leo be able to travel through the past from modern society? As long as the red dragon is actually working as a thug for itself. What does it matter if you give it a nice name and a seemingly equal status? As long as he can trick this powerful thug into his hands. These words crushed the red dragon's last hesitation. Being a partner rather than an unpleasant pet or servant did not embarrass Parashylon too much. After all, the paladin in front of him was an epic powerhouse like him. And he was the same as him. It is normal for strong people to meet each other. Human, remember what you said? Parashylon agreed. Leo smiled brightly, showing 8 white teeth. A standard smile with 8 teeth. A paladin never lies. Okay, these words sound very familiar. Could it be that this is the otherworldly version of a monk who doesn't lie? Any modern person here would despise Leo, because no matter how it sounds, it feels false. But the reputation of the paladin in this other world is not generally good. So Polition believed in Leo and started in the second half of its extremely miserable life. Red Dragon regretted the decision he made today more than once in the future. Leo will not ask for any guarantees such as magic contracts from the Red Dragon. In terms of the pride of the dragons, the things they promise rarely count. Besides, Leo has no intention of keeping the Red Dragon tied to his body. On the ship, he believed that the day when he would be promoted to Epic would not wait long. And it was still unclear whether he would need Polition as a thug by then. As long as this Red Dragon can be his bodyguard and thug during the period before he becomes an epic powerhouse. Leo thought so. By the pride of the Red Dragon, I, Parashylon, am willing to be the partner of this human being in front of me. As long as he abides by the loyalty between partners and never abandons him throughout his life. Leo didn't ask for it. But Red Dragon was very conscious. But this guy is not heartless. What does it mean to abide by the loyalty between partners? Isn't it because he is afraid that Leo will use him as cannon fodder to ward off disasters in a critical moment? If Leo did that, Parashylon would have a reason to get rid of him. Brother Tong is playing tricks? I hope I don't squeeze out all your value in the future. Chapter 175. Ectorius is eating grass from the sidelines. If you want to go to grim battle, there is one place you must pass through. And that is the Dragon Maw Gate that is stuck on the only way to this cursed city. After successfully conquering Parish Island, Leo and the others spent a day resting before continuing their journey, crossing the Green Belt grassland and Dinosaur Ridge. And the Dragon Throat Gate was already in sight. The reason why he spent a day resting was not only to give everyone who had taken a dragon's blood bath time to absorb and cleanse the dragon's blood from their bodies, but more importantly, Leo needed time to treat Parishan's injuries. The red dragon was injured too badly and could easily die if not treated in time. Leo, who didn't want his hard work to be in vain, certainly couldn't watch this newly joined powerful fighter die. His paladin clone kept using holy light to treat the red dragon's wounds, and even cast a holy healing spell on Parish Island before the clone's time limit expired. But this still failed to heal the red dragon. If a powerful healing skill like holy healing was used on people, it would be a good idea to treat them one at a time. But it seems insufficient when placed on a giant dragon. After all, the body of a giant dragon is too huge compared to a human being. The holy light that can bathe the entire body of a human being is just a small spot of light for the giant dragon. As a last resort, Leo had to let the troops stay where they were for a day, and he had to use the paladin clone to treat the red dragon again the next day before continuing on the road. Palishan is very trustworthy. After Leo healed its wounds, the red dragon did not turn its back like a dishonest villain. It used a secret method to contact the general of the clan about Valas. After Taz's message was sent, he went on the road with Leo and the others. At this time, the red dragon became Leo's transportation mount. Riding a dragon. This was something that Leo had never thought of before setting off from Dunmod. Sitting on Parishan's back, enjoying the admiring looks from the soldiers below, he felt it was a beauty in his heart. The only slight flaw is that the red dragon Parish Island refuses anyone to sit on his back except him, and Leo could only express his helplessness about this. After making a mechanical squirrel for Thetis and making the elf huntress happy, she finally solved a small problem. Old Pay. The Dragon Throat Gate is just ahead. What on earth is going on there? Why are there so many dragons? Leo, who was riding on the back of the red dragon, frowned. The crow he had said earlier led it to here comes some bad news. Lao Pei is naturally Palishan's new name. Palishan was not interested in Leo calling him Lao Pei, but after someone explained that it was a friendly name for a close friend, the red dragon reluctantly accepted it. I don't know what kind of conspiracy humans are up to, but they actually let an epic paladin dress up as a legendary warlock. The contrast between a paladin who believes in the power of holy light and a warlock who studies the power of darkness is really unexpected. Thinking of the endless conspiracies and machinations of human beings, Parish Island couldn't help but mourn for a certain member of his race who was about to fight. Being targeted by humans was not a good thing. A psychology called Schadenfreude arose in the red dragon's heart. Not a dragon. Just a half-dragon. Parish Island answered with a mocking look on his face. A little game played by a soul-pale dragon named Ektoz and a group of orcs. Ektoz? Isn't this one of the 4 dragons in the trial? Leo gently dragged his chin. The Dragon Bone Trial is a fairly classic series of tasks. The goal is the key to the lair of the Black Dragon Princess in Dustswallow Swamp. When it came to the Black Dragon Princess, Leo suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. Just when he wanted to think carefully, Palishan's words interrupted his train of thought. Leo, you need to take action to deal with Ektoz. You know, my body is still a little weak. It is difficult to make the dragon admit that he is not as good as someone. However, if this so-and-so is also a giant dragon, the difficulty factor will be much smaller. In fact, Parish Island himself knows very well that even in its heyday, it is no match for Ektoz. This Lao Pei really cares about face. Don't you? The elder brother. Know that Ektorz, who is also a red dragon, is stronger than you? Leo didn't try to expose Palishan. He just took out a big sword with a blood-red light shining on it. This big sword was exactly the epic sword that he knocked from Palishan's hand. Weapon Blood Blade. Of course, Leo would never admit the blackmail. In his words, it was just a weapon temporarily borrowed from Palishan in order to win the upcoming battle. Don't worry, Lao Pei. Are we afraid that we won't be able to defeat Ictorius if we join forces? Leo said coaxingly, holding the bloody blade. Parish Island is very confident in Leo's words. With an epic paladin as its backing, as long as it doesn't make mistakes during the battle, it can kill Ektorals even if it costs him an injury. Ektoz, you soulless soul. Just wait. I'll see how you die this time. I will repay you for all the humiliation you gave me before. Can you afford the dragon without a nanny? Leo got a new piece of information from Parish Island. Old Pei. Do you mean that these half-dragons were created by Ektoz, and are they that capable? If it were created out of thin air, Ectoros certainly wouldn't be that capable. But these orcs have a trace of the dragon's bloodline power in their bodies. It just needs to inspire them out. But there is a way to do this. The big disadvantage is that the half-dragons who are forcibly stimulated will not be very smart and their lifespan will be shortened a lot. It turns out that after the dragon-throated orcs, who were originally unable to transform into half-dragons, were stimulated by the blood power of Ectors. They were like taking a certain drug in martial arts novels. Although they were able to survive with great power, they paid a price. It's a lot of money. Or maybe it's like the practice went wrong. Like Shidu Ouyang Feng, who was deceived by Sister Rong. The strength of the half-dragons is not weak, although they are not as good as the strong ones in the legendary realm. The difference is not big. There are hundreds of half-dragons here at the Dragon Throat Gate, which really worries me. Lao Pei. What can I do? No method? Looking at the rows of half-dragons, Leo was very worried. He had seen to its strength after transforming into a half-dragon. It was really not something that the soldiers below could stop. Parashion was surprised. Worried? Why are you worried? After bathing in my blood, the body defense of these soldiers under your command is no worse than that of these half-dragons. They also have sophisticated weapons and equipment. When they arrive, when the time comes, just surround him and beat him to death. Well? Leo scratched his face. He was a little embarrassed. Is dragon blood really so effective? It's a pity that after reaching the legendary realm, the dragon's blood can only strengthen the body very little. Otherwise, I really want to find an opportunity to ask Lao Pei for some blood to take a bath or something. The red dragon was angry at Leo's performance. Don't doubt the effect of dragon blood. In fact, the effect of dragon blood is far from what you think. If these soldiers are loyal to you, as long as you get enough dragon blood, you can even build them all to become a strong man in the legendary realm. I'm afraid you don't have such ability. That's it. Leo's eyes kept patrolling Parashion, making the red dragon shudder for several times. You are not allowed to have any ideas about me, Parashion yelled angrily, as if he was emboldened by his guilty conscience. Leo looked like, how could you look at me like this, old Pei? We are partners. How could I possibly try to trick you? Am I that kind of person? Wait for Ector's blood to find a way to help I collect them all. Hearing that dragon blood could forcibly build such a powerful army, Leo became uneasy. It seems that I will have to find more trouble with the dragon in the future. Polition rolled his eyes, and his next words confirmed one thing. When it comes to controlling the same kind, intelligent creatures are always the best. If you want to collect enough dragon blood, I don't suggest you kill Ektoz. Wouldn't it be better to imprison him and provide him with dragon blood all the time? Imprison a giant dragon to continuously provide yourself with dragon blood. Leo blinked. Lao Pei is so evil. Why do I feel so pure compared to him? This is a good idea. Are you sure it will work? Polition once again despised Leo. Why doesn't it work? As long as the soul of Ektoz is extracted from its body, it will be done? Aren't you a warlock? Don't talk about absorbing the soul, and you want me to teach you. The red dragon Leo pondered. Absorbing the soul of a giant dragon. This was a big project, and it would be impossible to succeed without more than 10 or 20 days of work. And because the dragon's soul is too powerful, it can only be separated part by part. What you get in the end is just a bunch of soul fragments. And it is impossible to have a complete dragon soul. But what he wants is not the complete dragon soul, but a dragon blood-making machine. So it doesn't matter. In the end, Leo came to a conclusion. It is very feasible. The premise is that he beats Ectoros to a point of dying, and ensures that the dragon is unable to resist during the period of extracting the soul. Regarding this point, Leo set his sights on Parashion. The latter showed a ferocious smile, patted his chest, and assured his human partner, Leo, we are partners. Don't worry. I guarantee that Ectoros will always be good. Let me tell you, is this guy really a dragon? The more Leo looked, the more he felt that Parashion looked like a demon wearing dragon skin. Let me tell you, Lao Pei, what's the problem between Ectorts and you? Did he give you to, huh? I didn't expect that you dragons also like to play this game. Polition was stunned at first, and then became furious. Don't use your dirty human thoughts to speculate on our dragons. That guy Ektoz is just a villain who robs everywhere based on his strength. I just lost a few bets with him. Okay, things are clear. It turned out that it was robbed by a certain dragon. Judging from the angry look on his face, Parashion seemed to have been robbed more than once. No wonder it dealt so harshly with its own kind. In fact, Robbery is still a promising thing. But if rabbits don't eat the grass beside their nests, and you rob the neighbors again and again, it's your fault. Ectoritz, I really should thank you. Otherwise, why would Parashion be so dedicated in helping me with advice to deal with you? In order to win the heart of Pelixion, the new thug, and for the endless precious dragon blood, you must bet on the dragon blood making machine. Chapter 176 Ectorius. There is a giant dragon flying over in the sky, and there are 3,000 human soldiers approaching on the ground. It is naturally impossible for the half-dragons guarding the dragon's throat gate not to miss it. The fact is that, as Pelixion said, the hundreds of half-dragons who were forcibly stimulated by Ektra's bloodline power are really not very smart. After seeing the human army coming here, they actually gave up the advantage of Dragon Throat Gate's defensive fortifications and came out all at once. Should I say you are stupid, or that you are too confident in your own strength? The reaction of the half-dragons seemed to Leo to be extraordinary. Since they ran out to fight when they saw the enemy, why did they repair the defenses of the Dragon Throat Gate so well? It seems that face projects can be found everywhere, facing hundreds of half-dragons and human soldiers. They showed no fear at all. They looked excited. They had also heard what Pelixion said before. Is his body really that strong after bathing in dragon blood? Many people can't wait to try it. Hundreds of half-dragons about 5 meters tall and human soldiers about 2 meters tall collided with each other. If it were the 3,000 human soldiers who had been bathed in the dragon's blood, they would have been knocked upside down. The half-dragons charged one by one. It would cause them heavy losses. But reality has no ifs. The warrior at the forefront held up his shield and cautiously faced the oncoming half-dragon. Judging from the momentum of the half-dragon's collision, the warrior felt that he would be knocked away even if he was not seriously injured. However, the reality was far from that. Far beyond his expectation. Just when he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, preparing to face the fierce collision, the warrior was surprised to find that the impact force from the shield was much smaller than he imagined. He only took a step back to withstand the collision of the half-dragon. Is this the half-dragon holding back? Of course it's impossible. After bathing in Pelishion's dragon blood, the warrior whose body had been strengthened was surprised to find that he could actually withstand the impact of the half-dragon. In the past, the power of half-dragons was very terrifying in the eyes of warriors. They could send a warrior with a heavy shield flying away with a casual blow. But this has not happened now. Sure enough, as the red dragon that Master Leo had conquered said, the dragon's blood strengthened his body to a level that he could not even imagine before. The warriors in ecstasy quickly launched a counterattack after withstanding the impact of the half-dragon. But something depressing then came. It is true that the dragon's blood strengthened their bodies and greatly increased their ability to resist attacks. But their attack capabilities did not change at all. In other words, the warriors' counterattacks had very little effect on the half-dragons. Unlike them, the strong defense is in sharp contrast. High defense and low attack. That's what they are now. Dragon blood seems to be a good thing. It can actually produce defensive warriors in batches. If there is such a thing in the game, it will definitely be a hot commodity. Leo's words are not nonsense. Is a guild strong? Whether their warriors who resist monsters are strong enough is a very important criterion. Then again, although the dragon's blood did not make the attack power of his soldiers stronger, it was quite gratifying that the defense power was high enough. At least Leo no longer had to worry about replenishing the soldiers who were damaged in battle. If the soldiers under a general officer keep changing, he will not have much control over the troops. As long as the general does not treat him badly, the loyalty of the soldiers will remain with them. The time of the subordinates is directly proportional. When the half-dragons don't do much damage to themselves, 2,000 of the 3,000 soldiers will surround one half-dragon in groups of 2 or 3 and beat them up, while the 1,000 archers at the rear will be strong enough if the front soldiers are strong enough. You can aim leisurely and slowly, and attack the half-dragon with powerful aimed shots. Amidst the clacking sounds when the bows are fired with force, and the whooshing sounds of sharp arrows piercing the air, the archers who focused their attacks under the command of the officers turned each and every half-dragon into a hedgehog. Sharply the arrow broke through the half-dragon's hard scales. But within 20 or 30 breaths, 10 half-dragons fell into a pool of blood. Leo, who was standing on Pelishion's back, saw all this. He gently held his chin and felt slightly surprised. The soldiers after bathing in the dragon's blood were indeed very good and powerful. They killed 10 half-dragons in a battle with 0 casualties. This would not have happened before. Parashion looked proud. How about it? You can see the effect of dragon blood. This is just the effect of the first bath. If they persist, their strength will also increase accordingly. If they have enough dragon blood to strengthen their bodies, They can even transform into half-dragons and gain the ability to cross levels and kill their opponents. This ability is quite practical before entering the legendary realm. Leo did not completely agree with Polition's words. Performing half-dragon transformation at a high level can temporarily possess the strength of the legendary realm. But the sequelae will be great. Once entering the legendary realm, the half-dragon transformation will change. It's useless. Although such a large size has advantages in strength, the disadvantage in flexibility is even more obvious. However, if thousands of half-dragons formed a military formation, the effect would be completely different. After seeing the power of dragon's blood, Leo paid more attention to it, and became more enthusiastic about turning Ectoraz into a dragon's blood-making machine. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and a red dragon slightly larger than Paraschion flew over from the direction of the dragon throat gate. Is this my future dragon blood-making machine? Ectoz? Leo licked his lips and looked at the flying red dragon with greed on his face. As long as this red dragon is taken care of. Isn't the extremely precious dragon blood brother? How many do you want? Haha. Yes. This is Ectoraz's soul. After speaking, Paraschion roared at his own kind. And it was inviting a fight. Ectoz saw Leo standing on Paraschion's back. And the red dragon began to laugh at his kin. What did I see? A dragon tamed by humans. Paraschion, you are really the shame of the dragon clan. Shame? Leo dug his ears with his little finger. The voice of the bird dragon Ectoraz was really loud. I don't think it is a shame for dragons to become partners with humans. Partner? You're a little kid from the legendary realm? Ectoraz laughed as if he heard some funny joke. The red dragon's next words made Leo uneasy. Are you sure you're not from Polition? People's pet? People love you. Leo's face darkened. Doesn't the so-called favor of a person mean that it is given to the dragon? You must know that dragon nature is inherently obscene. If Paraschion was a female dragon, and its human form was still a charming girl, Leo wouldn't mind having an interracial super friendship with the red dragon. But it happened to be a pure man, which would be too much disgusting. Leo felt like he had eaten a fly in his heart, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Taking note of Leo's face, Paraschion looked angry on the surface. But in fact, he was very happy inside. With this weak soul of Ectoz, the more he offends Leo on his back, the greater the suffering he will suffer next. If you mistake a powerful epic paladin for a legendary warlock, can you still reap the rewards? Ectoz, I'll wait and see how you die. Paraschion, who had already planned in his heart, roared angrily, flapped his wings and pounced towards Ectoz. It and Ectoz are both giant dragons. Dragon flames and dragon breath have limited damage effects on the opponent. Instead of wasting time, it is better to directly enter the close combat that can determine the outcome. Ectoraz knew very well what Polition was capable of. It had fought with this same race more than once. In which time had Ectoz not won? This time will be no exception. Polition, you idiot! Do you think you can come to me with a group of humans to cause trouble? I won't let you go this time. Ectoz roared, and bit Polition in one bite. The dragon's teeth, as tall as a man in his big mouth, reflected the cold light, indicating that if he bit him, he would never get good results. Good teeth. Hey, just a good appetite. Good health. Delicious food. Well, it seems that is not necessarily the case. Ectoz's teeth bit Polition, causing a burst of soreness in the teeth. There was a friction sound. After the sharp dragon teeth met the hard dragon scales, they failed to exert much lethality. Polition roared in pain, and although Ectoz didn't hurt it, it bit it painfully. Why can't it be bitten? Ectoz was stunned. Judging from its previous experience of fighting with Paraschion, it was impossible for this dragon scale of the same family to resist his full force bite. Of course, Polition cannot be prevented by its own defense alone. But what if there is an external force? Just like Paraschion is very satisfied with his current defense. With the Devil Imp's demonic blood pact and Leo's King's blessing and piety aura, it is impossible for Ectoz to hurt himself as easily as he did in previous fights. As the saying goes, an indecent act should never be reciprocated. Ectoraz bit Polition, who immediately bit him back. But it is a pity that Polition's strength is much worse than that of Ector's. Even with the blessing of the wolf's heart, he can only barely bite through the scales on the opponent's body. Paraschion, this weakling, actually hurt me. Ectoz couldn't believe it. With his own protective power, how could this fellow member of his own race break through? Yes, it's that human being. Ectoraz is not stupid. Polition's unusual behavior made him suspicious. The strength of this kindred creature cannot increase so much all at once. The only explanation is that Leo standing on its back is causing trouble in secret. No wonder Parashion would put down the pride of the dragon and let a human over him. It turns out that the problem lies in the fact that this human can bless it with certain abilities. However, if you think that you can challenge me, Lord Ectors, with the blessing of a human's magic, you, Polition, have made a wrong calculation. Having found the reason, Ectors immediately placed his primary target of attack on Leo. Look at me killing this little guy in the legendary realm. How can you fight with me? Lord Ectors is not a match for a weakling like you. Parashion. Chapter 177, Finding Parashion. A close friend. Turning the target of attack to Polition's back. Ectors was immediately dumbfounded. Why are there two humans? At this time, on Polition's back, two identical-looking humans were smiling evilly at Ectors. The red dragon was confused. If it was an illusion or something, it would definitely not be able to hide it from its eyes. However, the souls of these two humans were exactly the same. In other words, they were basically the same person. By the way, that human is a warlock with a split soul. Ectors suddenly understood. But the question came again. Since the soul is split, the warlock is definitely the true body. Why is the true body only at the legendary level while the other one is at the epic level? This makes no sense. How can you be distracted and think about other problems while fighting? Ectors' mind wandered and gave Parashion a chance. The latter pushed hard, and the extremely hard skull hit Ectors' jaw hard, knocking Ectors' head high into the sky. At this moment, a huge hammer made of golden holy light suddenly hit Ectors' head. The hammer of punishment of Leo's paladin clone cooperated with Polition's collision and attacked from up and down. It gave Ectors a gold star. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leo's body continued to cast curse spells on Ectors. The reason why he kept casting curse spells was because the strength of Leo's body was far different from that of the red dragon. In addition, the red dragon's ability to resist magic was very strong. As a result, spells are constantly being resisted, haunted by the curse of aging and so on. Ectors' strength is dropped by about 1/20th. But don't underestimate this 1/20th. It is this 1/20th weakening that will make Polition's next hit general. Its whole body was knocked out of balance, and the dizzy Ectors fell to the ground. How could Polition, who had suffered more than once at the hands of this same race, let go of this opportunity? This was the first time it had gained an advantage in a battle with Ectors. Parashion was unyielding, and he chased after his opponent, who was dazed, and fought hard for a while. When Polition was chasing Ectors, Leo on the dragon's back was not idle either. His body was casting curse spells to weaken the opponent, and the clone of the paladin, which was the main combat force, began to prepare for his subordinates. An attack charges up. King's Blessing, Light of Fellowship, Conquest, Holy Wrath, Belief Torture, Inquisition, Holy Light Arbitration. Blessing spells were cast one after another, and the attack power of Leo's paladin clone suddenly reached a new height. It was not over yet. A pair of huge golden wings appeared from the back of the paladin clone. It was the Saint, the Knight's vengeful wrath. After a series of blessings were completed, the holy light on the paladin's body even overshadowed the sun in the sky, making it difficult to open one's eyes. The humans and half-dragons fighting on the ground raised their heads one after another to see what was happening in the sky above them. What greeted them was a dazzling golden color that stung their eyes. Don't think that a long time has passed just because Leo has given himself a lot of spell blessings. In fact, all of this was completed in less than 5 seconds. When Ectors regained consciousness, the red dragon was shocked to find that the human on Polition's back had gathered a powerful force that even scared him. Now, this power is about to erupt, and he is its target. Ectorius, take over. Templar's judgment. Without giving Ectors time to react, Leo's paladin clone jumped out from Polition's back, holding the epic Bloodblade sword high and making a whoosh in Ectors' horrified eyes. It hit the red dragon on the neck. This blow is the strongest blow that Leo can hit now. After being blessed with so many spells, there is no doubt that it is powerful. The hard dragon scales on Ectors' body had no chance to show off under this blow. It did not cause the slightest hindrance to the Bloodblade sword, and was easily broken through by the epic level sword like tofu. He cut into the red dragon's neck with great effort. With his neck injured, Ectors wanted to scream, but the Bloodblade sword that stopped moving after cutting into the body, to a certain extent firmly blocked the channel for it to make sounds, leaving the red dragon without the right to scream. Just as Ectors was about to struggle, the power of the holy light contained in the bloody sword suddenly exploded. The powerful holy power exploded with a bang, blowing a big hole in Ekta's neck. The precious dragon blood sprayed out like rain. This blow blew off half of Ekta's neck. Even the dragon's powerful body could not withstand such a serious injury. The red dragon fell straight to the ground. Get away! The soldiers below were startled. No one wanted to be killed by the dragon playing free fall, so they hurriedly dispersed. Only the half-dragons were slow to react. When the human soldiers ran away, they actually raised their heads and stared at the rapidly falling dragon. Puff! A muffled sound as if something was being squeezed with great force reached everyone's ears. Several half-dragons, who were slow to react, became Ekta's flesh pads and were crushed into a puddle of flesh. However, the sacrifice of the half-dragons was not completely useless. With their buffer, the damage suffered by Ekta's after falling was much smaller. Haha. Done! Leo stood on Polition's back and looked at Ekta's, who was dying after falling to the ground and could not even move, with uncontrollable joy on his face. Lord Leo wins. Wei and the others below did not expect that the battle in the sky would end so quickly. It took only a long time for the two dragons to fight. So why did it end? Leo never thought about how long the battle with Ekta's would last. On the way, he quietly discussed with Polition what to do, finding an opportunity to trick the opponent, and a quick victory was the way to go. After all, Leo's paladin clone only had limited time to fight, and he couldn't afford it, because of Polition, who knew the details of Ekta's. One side was plotting, and the other was unaware. Leo's tactics were a perfect success. The paladin clone successfully defeated the opponent in only 2 shots. Ekta's can be ignored, so the next step is to get rid of the half-dragon and end this battle. Leo patted Parisian's scales and said to his cheerful red dragon companion, Old Pei, kill those half-dragons. Let's start work early to avoid long nights and dreams. Polition cooperated and roared at the half-dragon, and the dragon's power was radiated without reservation. Without Ekta's power to compete, the half-dragon's natural fear of the dragon could not be suppressed. Live, one by one lying on the ground shivering. Leo was surprised when he saw this scene. Is this the hierarchical suppression between living beings? The inferior ones are just lambs to be slaughtered in front of the superior ones? From this point of view, the slaughtered lamb sign promoted by the Warlock Guild of Stormwind seems to have a lot of meaning. Wei, don't stand still. Kill them. The half-dragons lay on the ground and did not resist. But Leo would not let anyone hold back. These half-dragons were not one of their own, and they only relied on Poliction's dragon power to intimidate them. Who knows when they would rebel? No one hesitated at all about Leo's order. The soldiers raised their weapons and slashed at the half-dragons. Due to the suppression of Polition's dragon power, not a single half-dragon had any intention of resisting. The one-sided massacre was in progress. But Leo and Parisian, who had already put away their paladin clones, started to play tricks at this time. I said, Lao Pei, what are you doing here? Why do I look so like dragon scales? Oh, they are still black. Leo whistled and pointed to Polition, who was still in a corner. A black lump with a mocking look on its face. Faced with Leo's teasing, Parisian was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he answered seriously, This is a black dragon scale I got by accident. It was useless at first, but now I think of its use. Leo tilted his head and looked at his red dragon partner, with a curious look on his face. Wow. I really want to know what it does. Dear Lao Pei, can you tell me? The red dragon snorted and ignored him. Don't think that Uncle Long can't see it. You kid has already understood my intention. Seeing that Polition ignored him, Leo chuckled and exposed its background. Let me guess. A red dragon suddenly lost contact with the clan. Will anyone from the red dragon clan come to check? What would they think if they found a piece of black dragon scale left here? I'm really curious. My friend, can you explain it to me? You've already guessed. Why are you still asking me? Polition gritted his teeth and glared at Leo. If the red dragon goes missing, someone from the clan will definitely come to check. Then this black dragon scale will play a role in diverting the trouble away. Anyway, with the arrogance of the dragon, he would definitely disdain to ask humans for information. They would not know that Ekta's was killed by himself and Leo. This is Parisian's plan. It's nothing. I just want to see your reaction. Lao Pei. Leo's words made Polition spit out his nostrils in anger. My human partner is really too dull. Can you save some face for me? When the red dragon was angry, he saw several skeletons suddenly appearing next to Leo. Just when Parisian wanted to ask, Leo swung his staff and knocked the skeletons apart several times, and then saw the mad wolf, Huma and other pets took the broken bones of the skeleton to some remote corners of the dragon throat gate. Because all this was done very quickly, Viri and the others were killing half-dragons, and their sight was blocked by Parishan's body. So no one except the red dragon could see it. You? The red dragon was surprised. What did Leo summon just now? Wasn't it a skeleton or something? Is this guy a paladin? Aren't you trying to divert trouble? Leo smiled innocently. I'm just doing a favor. Just a simple favor? Are you sure these bones won't confuse the red dragon, who comes to check that they are haunted by the undead? Palishan opened his mouth. And Leo's behavior made the red dragon feel like he had found a soulmate. My human companions, I find that we have much in common. I feel the same. I feel the same. Let's have a good exchange if we have a chance. Elong and the others laughed at the same time. The scene could only be described as obscene in 2 words. Chapter 178, Solving the Problem. The massacre without resistance went very quickly. Just as Leo and Parashion were laughing affectionately, the half-dragons who were suppressed by the power of the red dragon and did not dare to resist completed their mission and sent Leo a gift. A stroke of energy. If you count their corpses being absorbed by Leo and used to create an army of skeletons, the half-dragons are truly cannon fodder. Even their corpses are dusted after death. The 3 supporting roles have no lines, no face, no attention. And the half-dragon has all 3 things. While Willie and the others were dealing with trivial matters after the war, Leo and Palishan had a so-called exchange. To use a familiar saying, Leo had an exchange with Palishan at the Dragon Throat Gate. During the cordial and friendly talks, Leo highly praised Palikian's approach of diverting trouble to the east. Palikian expressed his gratitude for this, and the 2 sides reached a consensus on future cooperation. As for the question of why Leo's eyes changed in a blink of an eye, Parashion wisely did not ask. The red dragon could see that this was Leo's secret, and it would not get a real answer even if it asked. Lord Leo, the dragon's blood has been collected. Willie walked up to Leo, his face full of excitement, because Leo said that everyone has a share of this dragon blood, and those who want to strengthen their bodies can use it to wipe their bodies. The strengthening effect of dragon blood is remarkable. The battle with the half-dragon that just ended has already demonstrated the powerful effect of dragon blood. How can anyone who has experienced it personally not be willing? Leo was so generous that the people who worked for him were in high spirits. Looking at the seriously injured and dying actors who had fallen into a coma, Leo asked Parashion with some concern, Old Pei, are you sure you don't need to heal its wounds? Palishan seemed confident. You underestimate the dragon's vitality. Even I can survive an injury like this for a month or 2. Let alone Ektas. Just feel free to extract its soul. I guarantee that it will not die during the time you extract the soul. With Palishan's guarantee, Leo felt a lot more at ease. The dragon's vitality was so strong that it was enviable that it could survive such a big hole in its neck for such a long time. This is simply tougher than Xuqiang. Extracting the soul of a giant dragon is a big project. Even if the dragon is dying, Leo will have to spend more than 10 days working on it. And that's if he is not disturbed. After working hard for 10 days, he got a dragon blood-making machine. Leo thought this deal would be a good deal. Seeing Leo casting a soul-extracting spell on Ictorius, everyone consciously did not disturb him. Although Thetis felt bored, the elf huntress was also sensible. Fortunately, she was very interested in the new gift Leo gave her. The novelty of the toy mechanical squirrel has not worn off yet, so it is not difficult to pass the past 10 days. The dragon's soul is very strong, which Leo felt deeply during the extraction process. When absorbing the soul and applying it to Ektas, he felt as if he was trying to use his teeth to give a small piece of a solid rock. Biting off a small piece, not to mention the discomfort and effort, really made him almost go crazy. I didn't expect that extracting the dragon's soul would be so troublesome. No wonder no one has ever seen anyone use this method to continuously obtain dragon blood. Although the progress is slow, Leo has no intention of giving up. If you want to gain, what can you do without giving? Parashion originally wanted to see Leo's joke. He was also waiting for Leo to come and ask him for advice on how to easily extract Ekta's soul. Unexpectedly, this human companion was quite powerful and could extract the soul of a giant dragon. He actually wanted to do it by his own strength. Does this human named Leo really not want to know the tricks? Or does he want to take advantage of the opportunity to extract Ekta's soul to hone himself? You must know that it is indeed very difficult to extract the soul of a giant dragon. But it is not a kind of integration of one's own magic power, and a kind of tempering of the strength of the original soul. Palishan sharpened his claws and stayed aside to look at Leo. The red dragon began to think quietly. It discovered that this human partner not only had a temperament that suited it, but also had considerable potential. Once his identity as a warlock reaches the epic level, how many epic heroes can defeat him? A human with such great potential cannot disgrace his status as a companion of Lord Polysion. The red dragon thought so, and it selectively forgot the battle that took place when the two sides met. 16 days. Exactly 16 days. Except for taking 2 naps in the middle. Leo has been extracting Ectora's soul. Thanks to his promotion to a strong man in the legendary realm, his body has been qualitatively improved on the basis of a warrior. Otherwise, how would he have been? Be able to stand? The hard work paid off. During this period of time, he kept casting spells and biting the hard bone of Ectorals. Leo felt that his magic power had made great progress in condensation. If he used the form as a metaphor, his magic power was just in a gaseous state before, but now it is in a liquid state, even though it is only an atomized liquid state. While his magic power has improved, his soul strength has also increased several times compared to before. Many spells are more powerful and easier to cast. Leo is very satisfied with his current situation. This progress has greatly improved his strength. Take Chaos Arrow as an example. In the past, it took him at least 3 seconds to condense the magic power to cast Chaos Arrow. But now he can cast this spell in 1 second. It can be done in a minute, although still far away from instant Chaos Bolt. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement. I really hope that opportunities like this can come more often, Leo said with unfinished content. His words aroused Polixion's contempt. Do you really think that a giant dragon can be encountered casually if you repeat it a few more times? Besides, even if you are given such a chance, your improvement will not be much, unless you can find a creature that is 10 times more powerful in soul than Ektoz. Holding a palm-sized purple crystal, admiring the depth of the purple crystal that seemed to be able to suck in a person's soul, Leo couldn't help but admire. Even the fragments of the dragon's soul are very charming. The purple crystals are the soul fragments that Leo has successfully absorbed from Ectors through his labor these days. He has nearly 4,000 such fragments in his personal space. If they can be pieced together, they will form a body. The complete dragon soul. Unfortunately, piecing the soul together is not about building blocks. Nor is it simply splicing. And Leo doesn't have that intention. Wouldn't it be troublesome for himself to piece together Ectora's soul completely? You have successfully extracted Ectora's soul. What are you going to do now? Parashion chuckled evilly. Extracting the dragon's soul is not something no one in this world can do. But what to do after extracting it? With a body as big as a dragon, where can you hide? Even if you can hide it, how can you prevent the giant dragon that has lost its soul and cannot move from starving to death? Leo glared at Parashion bitterly. This red dragon had nothing to do with pure virtue. It must have known about this problem for a long time, but deliberately did not remind him. Just to see his own joke. It's pity that I only thought about the benefits of having a dragon's blood-making machine, but didn't consider the difficulties involved. I was really blinded by lard. What to do? Leo rubbed his chin vigorously, trying to ensure that the dragon that could not eat would not die. How to solve this problem? You can find a group of people to feed it, but only if you have a safe enough place. Parashion still smiled unscrupulously. A safe enough place? Under the secret technique of the dragon clan, there is nothing that cannot be found in this world as long as Ektoz's body is there. Otherwise, why do you think there are no strong people using this method to raise dragons to provide themselves with dragon blood? If this problem cannot be solved, Leo will have no choice but to kill Ectorals. Is there dedicated feeding and a safe enough place? Polixion's words inspired Leo, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The red dragon, who was smiling evilly, couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart when he saw this. Leo, doesn't he really have a way to solve this problem? Polixion, thank you so much for giving me the inspiration. You are truly my good partner. Leo's words confirmed the red dragon's suspicion that he really had a solution. The dragon clan has a secret method for finding fellow tribesmen. But if I put Parashion into my private space, no matter how powerful your secret method is, you won't be able to find even a trace of it, Leo said. And a huge mist-like vortex surrounded Polixion. The body of Kotoz is produced, which is when he expands his private space to collect the body of the red dragon. This is a private space collecting items. Polixion's eyes almost fell out, and the red dragon rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It had never thought that someone's personal space could directly fit a giant dragon. How come there is such a large private space? Although the soul is powerful enough to open up a large private space at a certain stage, even if he is an epic powerhouse, the private space he can open up is not 1% of what Leo is showing now. In other words, In terms of soul essence, Leo is comparable to a demigod. And looking at the ease with which he performs it, he definitely still has some strength left. Which shows that what he is showing now is not his limit. Parashion felt that his brain was running out. What kind of partner did I meet? Your Majesty Alexa. Is this guy named Leo really a human being? Or is he a fallen god reborn in human skin? Releasing a vortex with a range of 100 meters to collect Ektora's body is not a heavy burden for Leo now. He had collected it before in the Death Mine, when he was no longer strong as a mid-level warrior. A ship even larger than Ektor's. Wouldn't it be a safe place to put Ektora's body into a private space? As for who to feed, the skeleton army is idle, so it might as well let them do something. In this way, a big problem was solved, and Leo had a dragon's blood manufacturing machine named Ektor's. Chapter 179 Dragon Bone. After passing the Dragon's Maw Gate, you won't be able to see grim battle immediately. There is a blank area like a small basin between the two. In fact, it's not right to call it a blank space. If you can look down at this land from the air, you can find very interesting things. Polition. Why do I feel so wrong after I set foot on this land? It seems like something is oppressing my mental power. Is it my imagination? Leo was very strange. There was a kind of pressure from the spiritual level exerted on him. Logically speaking, if he was mentally oppressed, his magic power would slow down. But after trying to cast a spell, he found that the magic power was not working. There is no obstacle at all. Polition grinned widely. The red dragon felt very accomplished in showing off his profound knowledge in front of Leo. Leo, let me fly higher. And you can see again. Yep. It's still a lie. Leo curled his lips in displeasure, extremely contemptuous of the red dragon's behavior. When the angle of view is raised, some things are naturally discovered. Leo was shocked. Why does it look like two huge skeletons? After a pause, Leo knew where these two huge skeletons came from. Dragonakoth. Sinisaria, the Black Dragon Grand Duke, was really cruel. In order not to expose his conspiracy, he let his first spouse abandon his body in the wilderness. Parashion glanced at Leo in surprise. He really didn't expect Leo to know so much. That's right. These two huge skeletons are the remains of Neltharion's first consort, Sinisaria, and the world's first twilight dragon, Dragonakos. It's so big, Leo sighed, and then began to despise Polition. I said, Lao Pei, why do I think you are so inferior? Look at the two people below. Their skulls alone are bigger than your body is even bigger. Parashion was very unconvinced. And the red dragon roared, these are two giant dragons that have fully grown. I have just entered the growth stage. In the future. TCH. Do you mean to say that I will be bigger than them in the future? Leo raised his eyebrows. How long will it take for you to do that? The red dragon gasped for breath and stopped talking. In fact, it also knows that even if it grows up completely, it will probably not be as good as the following two. Although size is not the only criterion for measuring the strength of a dragon, it is a very important criterion. In order to reach the size of Dragonakoth and Sinisaria, the strength must reach the level of Queen Alexa. No matter how proud Polition is, he dare not guarantee that he can reach that level. Degree? After hitting his red dragon partner, Leo felt that he wanted to give it a little hope. So the boy patted the red dragon on the back and motioned for Parashion to land on the ground. Let me tell you, Lao Pei, you are not so confident in yourself. Are you? If so, I will despise you. I am a strong man. Follow me, and you will have meat to eat. What is this kid Leo planning to do? Parashion was confused. After he landed on the ground, the red dragon found a look of struggle and hesitation on the face of his human partner. What is he struggling with? What is he hesitating about? The skeletons of Sinisaria and Dragonakos. These are two powerful dragons, whose strength is comparable to that of the leader-level dragons. When converted into universal strength classification standards, they are still legendary-level powerful dragons, even if they are human demigods. Facing them, I dare not say that I will definitely win. What would happen if I cast Rebirth on them? As soon as the thought emerged in his mind, it occupied his brain uncontrollably. If he could successfully resurrect these two giant dragons, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways? You must know that the creatures resurrected by the Necromancer's rebirth skills unconditionally obey the orders of the Resurrector. Goodoo! Leo swallowed hard. Do you want to do it or not? From all considerations, Leo wanted to do this. But the trace of reason that was still struggling in his heart warned him not to do it. Leo was struggling fiercely in his heart. He didn't understand why he was still hesitating. Isn't it just the rebirth of 2 dead dragons? I won't split my soul again like Morgan's clone. So there shouldn't be any danger. The biggest problem is that the skill fails to be used. Brother Leo. What are you doing? Thetis suddenly ran up. The elf huntress took Leo's hand, with a look of fear on her face. Thetis thinks this place is so scary. Horrible. Leo suddenly became alert. Yes. Ever since he entered the Dragon Throat Gate, he has felt a pressure from the spiritual level. Although it has not had the slightest impact on his strength. This pressure is real. Where does this mental pressure come from? The remains of Sinisarea and Dragonakoth were the culprits. Although these 2 tyrannical dragons died, leaving only their skeletons in this world, the so-called power of a tiger's death is still there. And the oppressive force from the top of the world has not dissipated. A glimpse of the whole leopard revealed that the skeleton alone could give Leo a great sense of oppression. So how strong would their bodies be? How much would Leo have to pay to resurrect such a powerful creature? Is he strong enough? Secretly wiping a cold sweat, Leo thought that he was in danger. But luckily Thetis pulled him back. Otherwise the consequences would be really unimaginable. When Morgan was reborn in Crow Ridge, he was already in danger of dying. To resurrect 2 powerful dragons that could slap Morgan to death. Can he bear the sacrifice involved? Even if it was possible, how could such a big movement not alarm Neltharion? The Grand Duke of Deathwing? I'm really confused. If I offend the master who just farmed Stormwind City alone, would my fate be better? Even if he doesn't die, he will probably take him back for study. Although he was not prepared to resurrect Sinisarea and Dragonakoth, it did not prevent Leo from confirming one thing. I found 2 incomplete corpses. Do you want to absorb them? The notification sound in his head made Leo extremely a pain in the balls. I said, these are the skeletons of 2 powerful dragons. They are not rags. How can you treat them as if they are incomplete corpses? Can't they be something special? Draw? Definitely not. Leo didn't want to do it. He didn't want to deal with these 2 huge dragon skeletons as junk. Isn't this selling gold as cabbage? But what can we do with them without absorbing them? Leo scratched his face in embarrassment. How about opening up the private space with all his strength to see if he could fit them in? I really can give it a try. But not now. Leo, who had woken up from his greed when he first saw the 2 dragon bones, would not let himself make any more mistakes. Even if he wanted to get the bones of Sinisarea and Dragonakoth, it would not be now. He could wait until Gu was destroyed. Let's talk about the Dragon Maw orcs in Rimbatal. It would be really difficult to deal with a black dragon whose strength is incredible because of his actions. Well, in fact, Leo's plan is to wait until he can get the energy of the Grimbatory Dragon Maw orcs, even if he wants to provoke him. For Leo, who now needs a lot of energy to upgrade. He is very greedy. The energy provided by the Dragon Maw orcs. After signaling to the team that had stopped because of his actions, Leo ruffled Thetis's hair and messed it up in the latter's angry eyes. And then he felt comfortable. Jumped on Parishan's back. After bullying an underage female elf. Someone feels very good now. Brother Leo is a big bad guy. Thetis was arranging her hair and waved her fist at Leo. Parishan, who flew into the sky again, looked at Thetis, who was stamping her feet on the ground, and then turned to look at Leo, who was laughing. The red dragon, who was used to speaking with strength, was very strange. Humans and elves are really strange races. Only among them can the weak dare to challenge the strong. If it were a dragon, how could such a thing be allowed to happen? The red dragon was embarrassed and regarded what happened between Thetis and Leo as the weak provoking the strong. The dragon's thinking was indeed different. Hey, that's not right. For the first time, Parishan did not treat Thetis as a passerby. And soon his eyes fell on the bow Thetis was carrying. The red dragon's strength was enough for it to see through the magic disguise on the hurricane bow. Leo, there's something weird about that little elf girl's bow. Parishan reminded Leo in a low voice. But this low voice was just what the red dragon thought. By human standards, it was no different from yelling. The soldiers who were rushing below heard the voice above their heads and turned their eyes to Thetis. The dragon said that it must be not simple to have weird weapons. This is truly a curiosity that everyone has. This dragon is really discerning. But doesn't this guy know how to keep his voice down? Leo nodded and raised his index finger to his lips to make a silent gesture. Old Pei, you have good eyesight. The bow on Thetis's back is an epic hurricane, which is very suitable for the hunter profession. But don't tell her. It will put her in danger. What dangers are there to fear with you here? Besides, good things should belong to the strong. Parishan cursed in his heart. From the way the dragon looked at things, Thetis was not strong enough to run around with the epic bow hurricane. She deserved to be robbed like this. Peliction, I want to ask you something. Leo rolled his eyes, and his expression aroused the red dragon's vigilance. This guy is not a simple-minded person like himself. Doesn't his weak look mean he has a conspiracy? So Hong Long said 2 words very carefully. You say? Say. What's that expression on your face? Perio was unhappy with Parisian's anti-thief behavior. He curled his lips and continued to ask. What I want to ask you is, if you use all your strength, can you how fast? What's the problem? What does he want to do? Peliction was confused, but it still answered truthfully, if I use all my strength, I can fly out of the door outside here in 30 breaths. 30 breaths flew through 1/3 of the distance between the dragon's throat gate and grim battle. This speed was fast enough. No worse than any jet plane. Leo held his chin and stared at the huge dragon bone on the ground, making a mental calculation. With Pelition's speed, he should be able to escape the crime scene in time. Chapter 180. This is the effect we want. Maruk Dragonscale was in a very happy mood during this period. First, Necromancer, who had been pressing on him, was finished. Then not long after, the unsightly newcomers Tudge and the reckless Gorefolk also disappeared. No one who can hinder his rights is gone. The feeling of being in charge of everything is so satisfying. However, God seemed unwilling to see Maruk live a comfortable life. A human army actually broke through the Dragon Maw Gate and killed Grim Battle. What are those half-dragons doing at Dragon Maw Gate? Unexpectedly, the human army came in without even sending a message. Where was Ekta's red dragon? And why didn't it stop the humans? Wait, what is flying in the sky? A red dragon with a man standing on its back. Maluk's pupils dilated instantly. This was a red dragon that had been subdued. Damn it! Why did humans send such a strong man here? No wonder no news came out from the Dragon Throat Gate. There was a red dragon and a strong man who could subdue the red dragon. Even Ektas couldn't win. Maluk still thinks that it was because of Ekta's absence that the Dragon Maw Gate fell so quickly. The opponent has a giant dragon. How to fight? After being surprised, Maluk became worried again. Is this Grim Battle? It really has inherited the characteristics of the dwarves in building cities. In other words, the dwarves can only find confidence in their natural flaws in architecture. Leo laughed unscrupulously. And I wonder if the dwarves, who are human allies, will fight with him after hearing this. Lao Pei, it's up to you. Someone is going to let the red dragon do hard work. If there are powerful thugs, it's not Leo's fault. Although Grim Battle has been destroyed before, it is a city built by dwarves after all, and its foundation is solid. After the Dragon Maw orcs occupied it again, they rebuilt many ground buildings according to the original plan to defend against enemies. The city wall is also one of them. Leo would definitely be worried if he relied solely on the 3,000 human soldiers under his command. It would be too difficult to attack a city that can mobilize tens of thousands of combat forces with 3,000 people. But it's different with Parashion. This red dragon can fully act as an aerial bomber. And it's the kind with plenty of ammunition. Pelition roared loudly at the orcs hiding in the fortifications. The dragon power emanating from the red dragon greatly weakened Grim Battle's Dragon Maw orcs' will to fight. In the fearful eyes of the orcs, the red dragon, he opened his big mouth and kept spitting out dragon flames, burning the orcs under the fortifications alive. Leo stood on Pelition's back and watched this scene. He now understood why some people said that a giant dragon could destroy a city. Pelition's strength was only at the bottom among the dragons. They can be so unscrupulous and kill groups of Dragon Maw orcs. Not to mention those powerful dragons that have truly grown into maturity. Without high-end power checks and balances, dragons can indeed destroy a city. After a while, there was not a single living Dragon Maw orc near the entire city wall. It was really easy for Pelition, who had epic strength, to kill the Dragon Maw orc, who was the strongest but not as powerful as a high-level warrior. Maruk was lucky. He didn't see the men he had worked so hard to win over, and the power he established so easily destroyed. Because at the beginning of the battle, Pelition's dragon flames burned him to ashes. Cut off Coke. Seeing that most of the Dragon Maw orcs defending the city were killed or injured before he even took action, Leo scratched his face happily. It is convenient to have powerful thugs under his hands. Before conquering Pelition, it was unknown how much effort it would take to defeat the Dragon Maw orcs of Grim Battle. How could it be as easy as now? Fight in. Fight in. With a red dragon leading the charge, the expectedly difficult siege battle turned into an easy pursuit battle, and the soldiers' spirits were greatly boosted. Chasing down the remaining enemies is an easy job. Besides, who doesn't know how to pick up bargains? Polition roared excitedly. Now you know how powerful Mr. Polition is. He has long wanted to deal with these Dragon Ball orcs, who are in the same group as his enemy Ectors. Even if Leo doesn't say anything, he will do it too. As soon as Ectos died, the Dragon Ball orcs under its protection immediately suffered. It seems that relying on the strong is not so reliable. The most important thing in this world is that you must be strong enough. Strength is the last word. Leo's eyes flashed as he stood on the back of the red dragon. As his strength increased, his thoughts changed a lot unknowingly. In the past, Leo thought that he would be very satisfied if he could join MI7 and have the backing of Stormwind Kingdom. But now, he prefers to be strong enough and use enough strength to ensure his status in the entire kingdom and even the entire world. The weak rely on others, while the strong rely on themselves. Thetis, activate humanoid detection and find the orcs hiding in the city one by one. Leo shouted to the female elf that the city's terrain was complex, and it was unclear which corner would hide the Dragon Ball orcs. It would take a long time to explore place by place. Fortunately, there is an elf huntress with detection skills. With her, most of the Dragon Ball orcs can't hide. Only those hunters with anti-tracking skills can avoid Thetis detection. However, the number of such hunters is very small, and even if they are not killed, they will not be able to cause any big trouble. When I left Dunmod, I really didn't expect that this goal would be accomplished so easily. I said, Lao Pei, you helped me solve a big problem. Leo, who was in a good mood, didn't mind saying something nice. Parashion heard that he still had something else for him to help him with. Polition is not the kind of master who gets carried away when being photographed. Leo in the Red Dragon's eyes is not a simple person. When he said these words, the Red Dragon felt something bad in his heart. To be courteous for nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief. The Red Dragon understands this truth. Leo picked up some nice things to say to himself, which must have a purpose. Lord Leo. Willie, who was commanding the troops to pursue the Dragon Ball orcs, shouted Leo's name from below. It seemed that the Master Chief had something to say, signaling Parashion to lower to the ground. Leo asked very, what happened? Willie carefully took 2 steps back, facing a giant dragon. He was still a little afraid, even though Parashion had been subdued by Leo. Lord Leo, when the brothers were chasing, they found that part of the city was still hidden underground. A small number of orcs were chased by us and had already ran in. I came here to ask for permission. Sir, do we need to start a pursuit? This is not to say that Viri is too eventful, but there are many problems involved in going into the underground city to pursue it. And who knows what dangers there may be in such a city buried underground. It is possible for an entire army to be wiped out by accident. He had no right to make a decision that would put the entire team in danger. Pursue into the dungeon? Don't. Leo sweats. If you want to go deep into the underground of grim battle, you will never do it. Is there something underground here that others don't know, and he doesn't know? What will you do if you find the dragon eggs that Neltharion has hidden underground? Leo didn't want to face the Black Dragon Duke who wanted to kill people and silence him now. If you don't want to pursue, then don't pursue. Why is Master Leo looking like this? Willie didn't expect Leo's reaction to be so violent. He seemed to be afraid of them entering the dungeon, which made him feel very strange. Leo also realized that his reaction was a bit excessive. He waved his hand at Willie, as if nothing had happened. This city was once cursed. I don't want any accidents to happen to the soldiers. Grim Battle is a cursed city, and Viri knows this. Hearing what Leo said, he couldn't help but think, Lord Leo is a legendary realm warlock, and warlocks are very good at cursed spells. Research. Sir, does he feel there is something wrong with that part of the city that is buried underground? The mind is powerful, and Willie understood it all at once, and conveyed the order to the soldiers with a clear look. Hey, my friend, what secrets are there underground in this city? Parashion looked at Leo. Although the Red Dragon didn't speak, its curious eyes had betrayed him. Willie can't feel it. Can't Parashion feel it either? The curse that Modgut had placed on Grim Battle had become very weak after such a long time, and had little effect on the human soldiers. Otherwise, how could Ektoz and Parashion get close to the city that had killed many red dragons? In this way, Leo's reaction was very strange. His overreaction when he heard Willie saying that he was leading people into the underground city to chase the Dragon Ball orcs could only prove one thing. There was a secret underground in this city that made him nervous. Leo rolled his eyes at the Red Dragon. He knew that this guy was not as easy to deal with as Willie, and the cunning Parashion was not easy to fool. Polition. There are many secrets in this world, And too much curiosity will kill you. Leo looked at Polishin with a serious expression. It can kill a giant dragon. Polishin was surprised. What did Leo mean by saying this? Are the secrets hidden underground in this city really so important that even a giant dragon with epic strength can't protect him? The red dragon didn't think Leo was trying to scare him. Judging from Leo's expression when he spoke, he could tell that his human partner was serious. Parashilan felt like a cat scratching his heart. He was both a little scared and very curious. What is there underground in this city? Even the giant dragon himself couldn't save his life after knowing it. Seeing Polishin's entanglement in his eyes, Leo secretly laughed in his heart. He just deliberately tempted the red dragon. So, are you curious? This is what I want. So that you don't have the chance to complain if something happens. Come and beg me. I will tell you something half-heartedly. After meeting Leo, Red Dragon spends the rest of his life as a cup on the coffee table. Chapter 181 Dark Under the Lamp. There is a saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Which means that two good things appear in front of you at the same time. But you can often only choose one of them. Leo thought this sentence made sense. Dragon bones and dragon eggs. Choosing the former or the latter is a question worth considering. What a headache. Leo was struggling. If he chose dragon bones, he only knew that the remains of Zinasarea and Dragonakoth were extremely precious. But he didn't know how to use them specifically. If he went to the dungeon to steal some dragon eggs, let's see. It would be a good idea to hatch little dragons. But the problem was that he couldn't afford to offend Neltharion, the Black Dragon Grand Duke with a famous iron chin. Regardless of how much fun he was having in grim battle. In fact, the battle between him and the Dragon Maw orcs was unlikely to alert the Black Dragon Grand Duke, who was lurking underground. As long as you don't go to the dungeon where the dragon eggs are hidden, Neltharion doesn't bother to care about you at all. But if he touches the precious dragon eggs he used for experiments, things will get serious. Those dragon eggs were used by Neltharion to create the Twilight Dragon clan. Given the importance the Black Dragon Grand Duke places on these dragon eggs, would he not apply magic to these dragon eggs to ensure that he would notice them the first moment they become passive? The Black Dragon Grand Duke and his wife are both madmen. The Twilight Dragon clan is created based on the current dragon nemesis in this world. This means that the Twilight Dragon clan can theoretically defeat all the dragons in the world. Zinasarea are Neltharion and Neltharion in this category? Of course. Why aren't these two people crazy about creating a race that can defeat themselves? Is it true that the so-called masters are lonely? Or are they just so idle? Although he knew that the Black Dragon had ulterior motives, Leo still couldn't help but curse. Leo, your soldiers have been away from here for 2 days. It's time for you to tell me what's underground in this city. Polishin couldn't bear it anymore when he looked at Leo's tangled look. In the end, the red dragon failed to control its curiosity and obediently fell into the trap set by Leo. It always remembered what Leo said to the officer named Viry. Hurry back to Dunmod as quickly as possible. No matter what happens, don't look back. The battle with the Dragon Maw orcs. Well, it shouldn't be said to be a battle but a massacre. 2 days had passed. On the day the battle was resolved, Leo asked Willy to lead the others to Dunmod at full speed. Go! The human army was accustomed to obeying the orders of their superiors. But Thetis, a female elf, was very reluctant. After Leo spent a lot of money and promised a lot of benefits to make some toys such as a mechanical squirrel, the elf huntress agreed to leave. Want to see it? Leo raised his eyebrows. And he finally made a decision. No matter how good something is, it's all in vain if you don't have the life to enjoy it. Parashilan snorted. Is this something unclear? This guy knows how to figure it out. Still humming? I hope you won't regret it later. Leo didn't explain any more. He just carried out the decision he made in his mind. He hesitated and procrastinated. So how could he be like a person who does things? He jumped on Polishin's back and said to the red dragon, take me to the bones of Zinasarea and Dragonakoth, and try to get as close as possible to the dragon's throat gate. Polishin did not raise any objection. Leocan took action. Just what the red dragon wanted. The speed of the red dragon was very fast. One person and one dragon quickly came to the place where the 2 dragon bones were closest to the dragon throat gate. Even though he already knew how huge this dragon bone was, Leo couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he stood in front of them again. Compared with humans, the natural advantages of dragons are too obvious. With such a huge size, even if they don't know any magic, they can still walk sideways with the strength of their bodies. Lao Pei, be prepared. I'm not sure what will happen next. If things go wrong, just run away. Seeing Leo's serious instructions to him, Parashion felt the seriousness of the situation. The red dragon nodded with a serious look on his face. In fact, there is no need for Leodoga to give orders. If anything happens, the red dragon will definitely leave as soon as possible. Looking at the two huge keeled bones that were as big as a hill, Leo was actually not that confident. He was not sure if his private space would have enough appetite to swallow them if it was fully extended. Judging from the situation when he swallowed Ektora's body last time, the success rate of this matter should be 70%. If you are 50% sure of something, it is worth doing. 70% is already a lot. A huge mist-like vortex began to appear. The size of the vortex was truly horrifying. It actually covered an area of nearly a kilometer in radius. Parashion looked like he was frightened by a ghost. And the red dragon couldn't believe what he saw with his eyes. He knew that the mist-like vortex was what the private space showed when it collected an item for the first time. But was there such a large private space? What AHL? The radius is nearly a kilometer. What is this concept? Parashion felt that his brain was completely exhausted. He had never thought that the private space would be so big. Calculated based on the fact that the actual area of the private space was 10 times the mist-like vortex generated when collecting items. Leo's personal space isn't the space as vast as 10,000 meters? What is the volume of such a large private space? And how much can it hold? After more than 10 seconds of shock, the red dragon's mind began to move. What is Leo doing? Did he want to take the bones of Zenisarea and Dragonikoth into his private space? This is crazy. This kid really dares to think. The mist-like vortex turned faster and faster, and the two huge keel bones were driven by the whirlpool to vibrate continuously. The earth seemed to feel something and began to tremble with the vibration of the keel bones. Leo, who was fully expanding his private space, was secretly shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that there would be such a big noise when collecting the keel. He was secretly worried. Would the Black Dragon Grand Duke take action? If he chooses to take action, can he complete the collection of the keel before his attack arrives? The fully unfolded mist-like vortex was so suction-worthy that even the tens of thousands of kilograms of the skeletons of Zenisarea and Dragonikoth could not withstand its absorption. The huge keel began to gradually rise, and the bones that had been buried under the ground for an unknown number of years were unable to withstand it. Part of it breaks out of the ground. The shaking of the earth became more and more violent. If it was only a minor earthquake of magnitude 2 or 3 before, it is now a major earthquake of magnitude 7 or 8. The violent vibration made Parashion feel unsteady, and the red dragon hurriedly flew into the air. Leo was even more anxious when he saw the ground cracking with cracks as wide as one person. Unless Neltharion was sleeping like a dead pig underground, he would definitely notice such a big movement. But at this time, the two giant keels had just begun their journey of being collected. Hurry, 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 brother. Come in quickly. It's really too weak. How long will it take to collect successfully at this rate? In fact, the mist-like vortex was collected very quickly. But the two giant dragon bones, nearly a kilometer long, were too heavy and too big. Leo was anxious, so he naturally felt slow. He is now eager to collect and complete it immediately. In Leo's anxious eyes, the mist-like whirlpool swallowed up the bones of the two giant dragons bit by bit, which made someone feel very angry. It was really a rush meeting a slow man. You are anxious and he is slow, which makes people angry and annoying. Lao Nai. Lao Nai. Don't come out so quickly. Isn't there a saying, big shots always arrive late? As the famous Deathwing, the Grand Duke of the Black Dragon, and the most evil Black Dragon in the world. You have to have a certain style, and show off your style slowly. Leo felt helpless. This feeling of having the initiative in the hands of others was very frustrating. He had not felt this feeling for a while. Even if you have an epic paladin clone and an epic red dragon thug, you are still not safe in the face of the world's peak powerhouse. Leo once again felt the importance of strength. If he was strong enough, he would not worry about Neltharion. If he dared to come forward, he would just slap him back with 2 bricks. Just like playing whack-a-mole. How do you say a very cheating saying before time travel? If you are not a saint, you will always be an ant. Before your strength reaches the peak of the world, and you can dominate the world, your life is still in the hands of others. No matter how bad you are in front of the weak, you are just an ant in the eyes of the stronger. The only difference is the strength of the ant. If you don't want to be stepped on by others like ants, you have to keep getting stronger until you can treat other people like ants. This is so hacking endless and getting stronger. Leo, what do you think is underground? Parashion suddenly shouted loudly, and the red dragon couldn't hide the shock in his tone. Leo, who had been focusing on the mist-like whirlpool, heard the sound and saw that in the large crater formed after the bones of Zinnisarea and Dragonakoth left the ground, there were one person high SHL belts. An oval-shaped object with protruding spikes. The grass in the Marigobi is crazy. If it weren't for maintaining the mist-like vortex to collect the dragon's bones, Leo would have jumped to his feet and cursed. What could the oval-shaped object with spikes in the underground pit reveal be not a dragon egg? The dragon eggs underground in grim battle are what Neltharion used to secretly cultivate the Twilight Dragon. Can they be exposed casually? If collecting the bones of Zinnisarea and Dragonakoth might not provoke Deathwing, then the exposure of the underground dragon eggs made this possibility become inevitable. How come there are so many dragon eggs down here? Who did it? Parishan's tone was trembling. The red dragon knew a lot about what happened in grim battle. Even if he was a hindsight. Afterwards, he realized that the bones of Zinnisarea and Dragonakoth were right in front of him. It was impossible for the red dragon not to realize what happened. Could it be that the Black Dragon clan has not given up yet? And a certain black dragon secretly came to this place to cultivate the kind of Twilight Dragon that can destroy the giant dragon clan? The most important thing is that the red dragon clan didn't even notice that the black dragon did such a thing. The strength of this black dragon is terrifying. You must know that the red dragon's Vermilion Sanctuary is not far from here, recultivating the Twilight Dragon clan in grim battle under the eyes of the red dragon. Neltharion played this skill beautifully. This is called Darkness Under the Lamp. Chapter 182, Collecting the Keel. In the conscience of heaven and earth, Leo has simply given up any attempt on the dragon eggs. He just wants to successfully collect the bones of Zinnisarea and Dragonakoth. But who knew what would happen now? When the two giant dragon bones were absorbed, a big pit was created, exposing the dragon eggs that Neltharion had hidden underground. Leo really wanted to look up to the sky and scream, "I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. What a scam. This is the real scam. Such a big hole makes Dad miserable." Looking at the big hole in the ground, Leo broke out in cold sweat and screamed. He was afraid that he would suddenly hear the roar of a giant dragon, and then a big black dragon would emerge from inside. In the trembling heart, Leo felt that every second was torture. The only thing that made him feel relieved was that two dragon bones were entering his personal space little by little. First the dragon head, then the dragon body, and in the end only the dragon bones were left. A small piece of dragon tail bone. The closer it was to the last moment, the less Leo dared to relax. He stared at the big hole in the ground, fearing that Neltharion would emerge from below at the last moment of collecting the keel. Parishan shook his head in annoyance. And the red dragon felt very uneasy. It knew that it was involved in a big conspiracy, and it was afraid that it would be killed by some powerful existence and silenced. Although Lord Parishan is powerful, I am only a growing dragon, and am no match for those old monsters. Leo, hurry up. The red dragon didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer, so he urged Leo in a low voice. In normal times, Parishan's look like a hawker who is afraid of meeting the city management would definitely attract Leo's ridicule. But who would be in such a mood now? Leo rolled his eyes, with a depressed look on his face. Quickly? I want to. But these two keel bones are big and heavy, and the absorption speed cannot be fast. How about you help push them? Parishan had nothing to do against Leo's rogue behavior. He would not be so stupid as to push him. The suction power of Leo's private space was used to absorb the dragon's bones. External force was of no use to him. No matter how powerful the red dragon was, it could not be used. Upper force. I have a feeling we're going to be in big trouble if we don't leave soon. I know even if you don't tell me. Leo feels that reality is so helpless. It forces you to take risks and calls it euphemistically training. When the last three tail bones were left after collecting the keel, Parishan suddenly shouted uneasily, "Leo, I feel like something is peeking at us from the ground. Let's go quickly." The red dragon's words made Leo's heart tremble. Right? Could it be that the Black Dragon Duke is about to appear? I said. Please don't make trouble for me at the critical moment. Okay. If he left now, he might not encounter any danger. But Leo was very unwilling to do so. He worked hard for a while, but was forced to give up at the last moment. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to let his brother suffer? During the hesitation, another dragon tail bone was sucked in, leaving only the last two dragon tail bones. 20 breaths? I only need 20 breaths. Leo gritted his teeth. And as long as he absorbed more than half a minute, the two dragon bones would be his. No. He's moving. I can feel it. He's starting to move. We have to leave right away. Parishan ignored Leo's words, and the red dragon's body was quickly rising into the air. Is it really a failure? Just hold on for another half-minute. Just half a minute. Leo's teeth chattered. He couldn't stop Polition. In fact, the red dragon had tried its best to delay for him. Otherwise, it would not simply increase its height now, but fly away directly into the distance. What should I do? Just give up? At this moment, Leo's brain was working rapidly, and he was thinking about whether there was any way he could resist the Black Dragon Grand Duke, who was moving. Suddenly, he saw something. A big thing that he had almost forgotten. It's a perfect path. Lao Pei. Just take it easy and watch me get a big guy to come out and play with the Underground Master. Before Leo finished speaking, a large ship suddenly appeared from the mist-like whirlpool that was absorbing the keel. The large ship fell straight down, smashed into the big hole in the ground, and headed towards the dragon eggs in the ground. This large ship is exactly the ship filled with gunpowder that Leo collected when he was in the Death Mine. It was prepared by Van Cleef in order to take revenge on Stormwind City. There has been nothing that can be used about this ship since it was collected. Leo almost forgot about it while it was still in his private space. If he hadn't been so anxious today that he started to dig into his past, he really didn't know how this ship would turn out. In what year and month was it abandoned? The gunpowder contained is measured in tens of thousands of kilograms. If such a big ship explodes, even a full-force blow from a legendary powerhouse will not be as powerful as it. I don't want it to hurt Neltharion. I just want to delay it for a while. After all, just because the Black Dragon Duke can withstand it doesn't mean that the dragon eggs in the ground can withstand it. Right? Leo's move has a famous name. It is called Surrounding Wei and Rescuing Zhao. This is a very wonderful resource among the 36 strategies. What is wonderful about it is that it uses reverse thinking and a method that seems to seek the far away from the near to bypass the superficial phenomenon of the problem and solve the problem from the origin of things. Achieve the magical effect of winning in one move. On the surface, Leo wanted to resist Neltharion's upcoming attack, but in fact he just needed a little time. In that case, why should he resist the attack of the Black Dragon Grand Duke? Wouldn't it be better if the Black Dragon Grand Duke didn't attack him? The dragon eggs in the ground are a talisman to Leo, but they are treasures to Neltharion. They are necessary for the Black Dragon to create the Twilight Dragon clan. Will the Black Dragon Grand Duke allow the dragon eggs to be destroyed? The big ship loaded with tens of thousands of kilograms of gunpowder passed towards the dragon eggs and then detonated. Do you think Neltharion would attack Leo first? Or protect the dragon eggs first? Haha. I'm just a scavenger now, collecting dragon bones. I won't ask for your dragon eggs. Leo smiled, and with a flash of fire in his hand, the sacrificial fire burned on the fallen ship. What would happen if a large ship filled with gunpowder had close contact with an open flame? Boom! A big scene like Mars hitting the earth appeared. The entire ground between the Dragon Throat Gate and Grim Battle cracked in the explosion. Pieces of land were lifted up. The huge impact even hit Polition at high altitude. He was so rushed that he couldn't steady his body. A huge mushroom cloud rose, like a nuclear bomb. Leo lay facelessly on the back of the red dragon, without any trace of the grace that a legendary level powerhouse should have. Even so, his mental power was still maintaining the mist-like vortex, continuing to absorb the final 2 dragon bones. Haha. What about Deathwing? Is this toy that I gave you cool? It must feel really good to make a clay plane. Leo laughed wildly. At the moment when the ship exploded, he clearly saw the light of the magic shield lighting up on the dragon eggs in the ground. This showed that between attacking the enemy and protecting the dragon eggs, Neltharion chose to go back. Bye, Deathwing. After hearing Leo's words, Parashion shivered and his eyes went straight. If he didn't have auditory hallucinations, what Leo said just now was indeed the words Deathwing. Doesn't that mean that it was the legendary Black Dragon and the crazy Earth Guard Neltharion who secretly cultivated the Twilight Dragon underground in grim battle? The strongest Black Dragon in the world. Knowing who he was provoking, the Red Dragon had the urge to strangle Leo to death. Brain, do you have one? Who is that guy underground? He can kill us with just one slap. If you mess with anyone, don't mess with him. Don't hold me back if your life is long. Lord Polition has not yet entered the mature stage, and there are still beautiful dragon lives that he has not yet enjoyed. Without saying a word, Polition took Leo and ran away without even saying a word about the scene. The so-called loser does not lose the formation. I mean, Lao Pei. Don't you know how to say something harsh like let's wait and see? Leo began to tease Polition. He was in a good mood now, because he had 2 dragon bones. It has been successfully collected by him into his private space. Leo, you stupid soul. Do you know who you have offended? This is Neltharion, one of the 5 color dragons that can compete with the gods. Polition did not forget about Leo when he fled with all his strength. The culprit, if it weren't for him, how could he have done this? You mean I tricked you? Leo laughed strangely. Old Pei, you dragon is too unkind. Remember who has been saying that he wants to know the secrets of grim battle underground? Didn't I tell you that even if you touch the dragon, you will be killed? Leo's tone was so innocent that it made people think that he was really wronged. If Parashion hadn't been the person involved, the red dragon would have shown him 120,000 points of sympathy. After thinking about it carefully, Parashion found that he really couldn't refute it. Leo had long warned that the underground secrets were dangerous, but he just couldn't overcome his curiosity. At first glance, it seemed that everything happened at his request. But in fact, if Leo hadn't deliberately titillated people, how could things have ended up like this? At this point, how could Polition not understand that he had fallen into Leo's trap? The red dragon cursed bitterly. Leo, you are just a loser. Someone with a face thicker than a city wall scratched his face and said nothing. Of course, after his scheme succeeded and he took advantage, he would not irritate the red dragon who was in a frantic state. Roar! An angry roar resounded throughout the world. The roar originated from the ground. When it reached the sky, the sound was so loud that it felt like a thunder exploded on the ground. It was so terrifying. The 1 man and 1 dragon who were escaping were stunned for a moment by the roar. When they regained consciousness, their expressions changed drastically, and Parashion used all his strength to fly away into the distance. Standing on Polition's back, Leo looked at the shaking earth below with a stern expression, as if something terrifying was about to break out of the ground. Still can't escape? Do we really want to fight Neltharion? Chapter 183 Escape. People will have completely different reactions when facing an enemy that is powerful enough to kill them easily. Some people will have their legs shaking because they are too frightened to resist, while others will cheer up and fight back desperately with a strong belief in survival. When Leo first traveled through time, he undoubtedly belonged to the former. But now that he has experienced a lot, he undoubtedly belongs to the latter. What about Deathwing? What about the strongest black dragon? I don't believe you would actually show your head and kill us. Leo is confident, and this confidence is not blind, but well-founded. It can be seen from the fact that Neltharion allowed the body of his consort Zinnisarea to lie on the ground like garbage in order not to alarm anyone. This Black Dragon Grand Duke is a veritable hero. Since he is a tycoon, he will not expose his larger plot for little people like Leo and Parashion. An epic warrior looks powerful in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Neltharion, he is just an ant. Boom! A sheet of fiery red spewed out from the ground. From a high altitude, the land between Grim Battle and the Dragon Maw Gate looked like an erupting volcano. The red magma seemed to cover the sky and the earth, forming a thick tube. The Optimus Pillar is about to perform the act of holding up the sky. At this time, Leo and Parashion became fools who wanted to prevent this pillar from supporting the sky. It vowed to crush these 2 little bugs into powder with thunderous momentum, so that they would know what it means to use a mantis arm as a chariot, and how stupid it is. Your uncle. Leo cursed when he saw this. Neltharion was too cruel. He was worthy of being a ruthless dragon that could cause the whole world to crack. He actually directly stirred up the underground lava and released such a large-scale magma explosion. This old black dragon probably wants to kill them all at once. Such a huge magma eruption can kill him and Polition. Secondly, it can destroy some information that he may have left in Grim Battle. Thirdly, after the huge amount of magma cools, it will form a thick rock layer, covering the underground of Grim Battle even more tightly. Neltharion, your calculation is good, but my brother will not die that easily. Leo's eyes flashed with coldness. Neltharion wanted to use magma to completely turn him gray, but he also became violent. Didn't I just find the dragon egg you hid underground? Did brother touch your baby? Since you don't want to let me go, I don't mind offending you even more. The mist-like vortex that absorbed the 2 huge dragon bones was gradually dissipating. But after Leo became fierce, it solidified again. The huge suction force of the vortex was aimed at the dragon eggs in the ground. Thinking that Leo and Parashion could only flee for their lives in a hurry under the erupting magma, Neltharion, who was hiding underground, never thought that the other party would actually attack his precious dragon eggs at this time. Inadvertently, they were killed. Leo sucked up quite a bit. The dragon eggs that were sucked away were only a very small part of all the dragon eggs prepared by Neltharion. But his treasure was touched, and the Black Dragon Grand Duke's anger was really aroused. These two ant-like epic juniors actually took advantage of him. Where do you want the Black Dragon Duke to put his face? Hold head high. A high-pitched dragon roar made the heaven and earth tremble. Leo and Polition felt that the world that was originally full of red eyes suddenly turned dark. A mental pressure that was so violent that it seemed to tear the entire world apart locked this man and one dragon, making them feel that the end of the world was coming. The illusion. The huge magma explosion is not enough. It seems that Neltharion will attack again. I said. There is no need for you to think so highly of us. Brother. What makes you feel powerful? Can't I change it? Lao Pei. Run quickly. If you don't run, you will die. At this time, Leo's body couldn't help it all. He could not only make soy sauce, but also make soy sauce. As for the paladin clone summoned by him, it was more powerful. The racing halo, no. It was the Crusader halo that boosted Polition's speed by 1/5. Relying on the blessing of the Crusader's halo, Parashion narrowly escaped before the erupting magma spurted out. Originally, the red dragon's speed was fast enough, but now it was improved again. One person and one dragon quickly approached the dragon's throat gate. At this time, Leo had discovered the function of the dragon's throat gate. Normally, nothing could be seen from where this gate stood. Now that there have been drastic changes between the gate and Grim Battle, its real function is it shows that this gate has the ability to isolate. Grim Battle had been cursed by Modgud, who died here before. In this cursed city, even the red dragons could not withstand the power of the curse and died one after another. In order to prevent the power of the curse from spreading out, the red dragons built the original Dragon Maw gate to isolate the curse inside from the magical elements of the entire world. I don't know what Neltharion did after he came here. The isolation function of the Dragon Throat Gate became isolation. Don't underestimate this difference. Isolation became isolation. The function of Dragon Throat Gate became isolation. It's completely different. No matter what happens inside the door, there is still peace outside. There are two worlds separated by one door. As soon as he leaves the Dragon's Throat Gate, Neltharion will not pursue him across the border unless he really wants to be exposed in advance. With the character of the Black Dragon Grand Duke, Leo was 90% sure that he would not do this. Lao Pei, run out of the Dragon Throat Gate, and we will escape, Leo encouraged loudly. And Polition obviously noticed it. The red dragon exerted all its strength, and its speed increased slightly again. Just as Parashion was about to fly out of the Dragon's Throat Gate, the ground suddenly opened, and a dragon claw that was so big that Leo was horrified suddenly emerged from the ground, targeting a man and a dragon in the sky. Just when Leo and Polition were about to run away, Neltharion finally took action directly. A giant dragon's claws will catch the red dragon flying in the air, and then squeeze it to death. Lao Pei, you are so weak. I can pinch you with just one paw. While Leo despised Parashion, he gave the red dragon all the help he could. Neltharion took action. How could he dodge with Polition's strength? He was about to catch the red dragon with the protruding dragon claws. In the red dragon's fearful eyes, a finger-width layer appeared. A transparent film covers it. Squeak, squeak. The sound was like a cat's claws scratching the glass, making the teeth of those who heard it feel sore. The despair in Parashin's eyes turned into ecstasy, and the red dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the Dragon Throat Gate again. The dragon claw that was so huge that it could pinch Polition was blocked by the transparent film. In front of the dragon claw, the film seemed so weak that it could be broken with just a poke. But it was unexpectedly strong. Nazarieo squeezed it hard but failed to crush it. The huge friction between the dragon's claws and the film made a loud noise. My protective blessing won't last long. Lao Pei, run away quickly. Leo's paladin clone protected his body behind him, and the transparent film that saved Parashin's life was the paladin's small invincibility skill that allowed the subject to be temporarily protected from physical damage. The film is so strong. No wonder protective blessing is nicknamed the Iron Maiden. Perhaps Leo finally turned on the pig's feet aura, and the last blow used by Neltharion to intercept them was actually a pure physical attack, which allowed him to successfully escape. If he had used magic to attack him, he and the red dragon would be 100% defeated. Obviously, the Black Dragon Grand Duke did not expect that his attack would fail. When he was stunned, Polition had already flown through the Dragon Throat Gate. To pursue or not to pursue? The Black Dragon Grand Duke hesitated. Leo looked behind nervously, fearing that the Black Dragon would chase him out desperately. Fortunately, things did not turn out to be the worst, and Neltharion finally endured it. What only made him and Polition depressed was that 3 black light balls with unknown function shot out from the Dragon's Throat Gate and disappeared into the bodies of 2 people and 1 dragon before they could react. But no one paid attention to this now, and a kind of joy of surviving the disaster rose in the hearts of Leo and Polition. Escape. Touching his chest, feeling his heart beating wildly to show its vitality, Leo just realized that his whole body was soaked with sweat. Nima, can you play more excitingly? Deathwing dares to mess with you too. The paladin clone looked at his own body angrily. Without the blessing of protection, Leo and Polition would have to be left in Neltharion's hands today. It doesn't matter if Polition dies, but the key is that the main body cannot die. Even if he dies, his clone cannot survive. Isn't this a typical case of 1 corpse and 2 lives? Leo didn't pay attention to the paladin clone. He was too precious about his life. As the saying goes, there are only a few battles in life. There is also a way to gain wealth, and wealth in danger. He traveled to this world, and wanted to surpass those old monsters, who had been practicing for who knows how many years. How can it be achieved without working hard? Take risks. At some point it's just a must. Haha. I finally realized what a victory escape is. Sitting on Parishan's back, Leo was breathing heavily, smiling with a pure 45-degree upward view. The paladin clone was about to speak again, but unexpectedly Leo forcibly took him back, leaving only 2 words at the last moment. Silly K. Polition still didn't dare to pause at all. The red dragon now wanted to be as far away from grim battle as possible. But he also felt nosy when he didn't see Neltharion chasing him out. The 2 humans with the same soul on his back were arguing just now. Did they have a conflict? It's so weird to quarrel with yourself. Leo, are you okay? Faced with the red dragon's question, Leo waved his hand. It's okay. My schizophrenia has been cured, and I are fine now. Listen, is this okay? Seeing that Leo was thinking about joking, Polition knew that things might not be what he thought. Anyway, he didn't understand human thinking. He didn't bother to understand it before. But now it's difficult to understand it. Lao Pei. Let's go to Dunmod. Hee hee. I suddenly found that the tavern there is very nostalgic. Leo smashed his mouth with a playful smile on his face. I really look forward to seeing that tough girl Scarlet riding a horse. The expression on his face when the dragon appeared. By the way, can Prince Charming be as powerful as the Red Dragon Knight? A man riding a white horse, and a man riding a red dragon. Are they comparable? Do you think that white horse is Tang Sanzang's white dragon horse? Leo, who was celebrating his escape, didn't realize that the dragon egg he had sucked had some changes in his private space. And these changes happened to affect the skeleton army near the dragon egg. Is this change good? Or bad? It is a blessing? Or a disaster? No one knows yet. Chapter 184 New Abilities. In the end, Leo did not fly back to Dunmod directly on the red dragon, because he saw Viri and the others being besieged by a group of swamp beasts on the road. Speaking of swamp beasts, they are as stubborn as brown sugar. They have suffered twice, and still have the courage to attack the human army. I let you run away the first 2 times. I'll see if you can run away this time. Leo gestured to Polition, and without saying a word, the red dragon spit out a large mouthful of hot dragon flames. The saliva was so drooling that he had the potential to become a professional troll. A red dragon appeared and helped humans attack them. The swamp beasts immediately became chaotic. The huge fear of a superior predator like the dragon made them lose their fighting spirit. The swamp beasts abandoned their original human opponents. Everyone wanted to hide in the swamp and escape. The great rout occurred. Pursuit. Seeing the opponent's sudden collapse, the officers immediately issued an order to pursue. The wetland and swamp herds come looking for trouble again and again, making people feel like an annoying fly, and they want to slap it to death. Leo could tell that Poliction was venting his fear when he met Neltharion in grim battle, and at the same time, he was looking for confidence, finding an epic powerhouse in the swamp beasts, who were still powerful. Of confidence. He had no intention of stopping the red dragon. When he was in grim battle, the black dragon duke just moved his claws casually, which made him feel the threat of death. This feeling of powerlessness in the face of the extremely powerful made him depressed. I have been working very hard to improve my strength. I originally thought that I would be able to protect myself no matter what happened. But unexpectedly, reality gave me a blow. It turned out that I was still weak. A world with too many strong people is so indifferent, facing a red dragon that wanted to regain its confidence in them. The swamp beasts were in tragedy. Poliction could turn a dozen swamp beasts into burning balls of fire with just one breath of dragon fire. Even if the swamp beasts use the most powerful, running at a fast speed is as slow as a turtle crawling in the red dragon eye. if the human army and the swamp herds were fighting before. Then after Leo and Parashion arrived, the battle turned into a massacre. The swamp beast herd was defeated, and the human army took advantage of the situation to pursue them. The addition of a high-end force instantly changed the situation of the battle. Does this count as a man taking advantage of the dragon's power? Killing Milo. Failed to absorb magic equipment. Ability is being absorbed. The host has acquired a transferable ability, Unstable Mushroom. Do you want to absorb it? Leo was stunned by the sudden voice in his head. Are the abilities absorbed transferable and non-transferable? No. You can't jump to conclusions so quickly. Baker's smoke bomb is an item. And now this unstable mushroom is a skill. It's too early to say this without more comparisons. What are the circumstances under which it can be transferred? Leo looked carefully and found that since Parashion was there, he didn't need to worry about the pursuit of the swamp beasts. The so-called transferable ability means that the skills he absorbs from certain enemies can be transferred to one of his pets, allowing them to obtain corresponding abilities. However, this kind of transfer is limited. The transferability must match the pet. The specific matching of this has yet to be explored. Of course, you have to try something new. Leo tried to transfer the unstable mushroom, but found that this ability could only be obtained by the poisonous flower vine. It seems that the standard of transferability is not divided by animals and plants. Otherwise, the corpse vine, which is also a plant, should not be inappropriate. It seems that the specific classification is a bit complicated. Leo scratched his face and decided to test it on the poisonous flower vine. The host confirms the transferability, unstable mushroom. The ability is being transferred. Still have to wait. Leo thought it could be completed in one go, but found that things were not as he thought. The ability transfer had to wait. And during this period, he lost control of the poisonous flower vines. In other words, during the unstable mushroom transfer, he cannot summon the poisonous flower vine before completing it. Leo didn't know how long it would take to transfer the unstable mushroom. But what he knew was that this transferability couldn't be used indiscriminately. If the pet couldn't be summoned during the transfer when needed, it would be useless. Brother Leo. Thetis' shout came from below, and Leo realized that the battle had ended when he deserted. Leo, who jumped off the back of Parashion, who landed on the ground, proved one thing. Just as the person riding the white horse is not necessarily a prince, but may also be a monk, the person riding the red dragon is not necessarily a knight, but may also be a warlock. Lord Leo, after this battle, the swamp herd will no longer pose a threat to us for a long time. Willie ran over with excitement on his face. This time he came out and not only solved the problem of the Dragon Maul orcs in grim battle, but even the wetland swamp beasts, which were the most troublesome to solve in the wetlands, were killed on their way back. Nearly 90%. This will make it much easier to solve the problem of the wetland. Don't forget, Major Link asked Leo to be responsible for the integration of the various forces in the wetland. Well, in fact, Leo's next mission is really to deal with various problems in the wetland. The results this time can be said to be quite perfect. Brother Leo, are you okay? Thetis giggled and ran to Leo. She was asking Leo, but her eyes kept glancing at Pollution. The red dragon was very unhappy with Thetis' furtive gaze. It activated its dragon power and pressed towards Thetis. The elf huntress's face suddenly turned very pale. Lao Pei. Naturally, Leo would not sit back and let this happen. He stopped Parishion's actions, then pointed at Parashion and laughed. The confused red dragon looked in the direction Leo pointed, and then was dumbfounded. It turned out that the red dragon had a lot of decorations and black things on his body, making him look like he had just run out of the mud. He looked as embarrassed as he could be, looking at his dirty self, and then at the well-dressed Leo. Parashion suddenly remembered the scene of Leo arranging the clothes on his back while he was on the road. The black stuff on my body must have been on me when the grim battle magma erupted. This soul. He only cares about his own image, but does not remind me who is carrying him. Now I have such a big problem. Ugly. The red dragon gritted his teeth in frustration. With an angry look on his face, Leo, you did it on purpose. Right? On purpose? I swear I definitely didn't. Leo looked like he was swearing, which made Pollution doubt his own judgment. Maybe he was wrong. Of course, I didn't do it on purpose. Someone thought so. Willie and the others were all curious about what happened to Grim Battle after he left, so that he could actually make a powerful dragon so embarrassed. All joking aside, business must be done. Whaley, how many brothers have you heard? The wetland swamp herd is difficult to deal with. If you encounter them without yourself, you don't know how many people your troops will lose. Leo scratched his face in frustration. Losing any one of these men who had been bathed in dragon blood twice would make him heartbroken. These people are the capital for him to complete the integration of the various forces in the wetland. Leo was surprised by the numbers reported in the Viri report. Because except for 100 or so soldiers who were injured, no one died. And the 100 or so injured were still slightly injured, which did not affect their combat effectiveness. If there was no comparison with the previous battle losses against the swamp beast, Leo might not be too impressed. But it was precisely because of the comparison that he could once again feel the powerful effect of dragon blood. When the troops fought against the swamp beast without him, no one died. Not even serious injuries occurred. The strengthening effect of dragon blood on the human body was too unfair. This is just to strengthen the body's ability to resist blows. What will happen if it is strengthened to attack in the future? Leo couldn't help but look forward to it. Lord Leo, should we return to Dunmod now? Go back? Definitely not. With the red dragon Parashion here, Leo felt that the plan he had made in Dunmod was about to change. Since the troops had not suffered any losses, there was no rush to go back to replenish the soldiers who had been damaged in the battle. Anyway, they would not be able to stay for more than a few days before coming out again. Leo would always have a task on his shoulders until the wetland problem was solved. Whaley, tell the soldiers to take a good rest these 2 days, and we will spend some time in the wetlands. Leo took 2 days rest in order to get rid of the fear of facing Neltharion's attack, even though he seemed fine now. In fact, he knew that there was a shadow in his heart. The tyrannical strength shown by the Black Dragon Grand Duke in grim battle caused obstacles in his mind. This was a mental problem. If it was not resolved, it would be almost impossible to break through to the epic level in the future. More importantly, he had to figure out what the black ball of light that finally submerged into his body was, and what impact it would have on him. His intuition told him that this was definitely not a fun thing. There was no way that Neltharion would not be prepared for the escaped Leo and Polition to reveal that there were massive dragon eggs underground in grim battle. What type of magic was injected into his body at the last moment? Or is it that Heilongen has installed a time bomb on himself? Leo would not feel at ease unless he understood this problem. If it was the former, it would be fine. But if it was the latter, it would be terrible. However, what depressed Leo was that after checking for a long time, he found nothing strange at all. Could it be that the black ball of light was just to scare people? Haha, this joke is not funny at all. Failure to see it only means that your magical attainments are not enough. In this case, then seek help from someone with greater magical attainments. Leo took out the magic communication stone and started to contact Passonia. He believed that Passonia could help him. Leo couldn't hire a strong man with profound abilities and profound magical attainments, but MI7 could. Regardless of whether it is the Warlock Guild or the Mages Guild, MI7's request will be carefully considered. I'm an organized person. Unlike those guys who run single gangs, who can only stare blankly when encountering this kind of situation. Chapter 185 Encountering Poaching. Young man, it seems that you have experienced some extraordinary things. A man wearing a mage robe looked at Leo with an interested expression on his face. He was the Mage Guild who was sent to help Leo at the request of MI7. Archmage Marin Squire. Marin was originally a little dissatisfied that his magic experiment was interrupted, but he had to comply with the wishes of the guild president Danya Torvald. He had no choice but to respond to Leo's summoning ritual and come to the wetland. After checking Leo's body, Marin's original resentment completely disappeared. This young man is really incredible. His strength is in the same legendary realm as his own, but the magic in him cannot be cast by even an epic level expert. In this way, this young man named Leo provoked a legendary strongman, and it was a miracle that he survived intact. When Marin thought about it, it was enough to think highly of the person who cast magic on Leo as a legendary powerhouse. What the Archmage didn't expect was that Leo would offend more than just a legendary powerhouse. The strength of Neltharion, the strongest black dragon in the world, cannot be compared to that of the legendary strongmen. Even demigods are no match for him. If he hadn't been careless and had so many scruples of his own, Leo and Parashion would have turned into ashes long ago. Raising his hand to stop Leo, who was about to say something, Marin told him the results of his examination. Listen, young man, no matter what you have experienced, don't try to tell others if you still want to live. What you have is a restrictive magic. The person who cast this spell on you is very powerful. Even a legendary powerhouse cannot remove it. However, this magic has no effect on your own strength. It has an impact. It just limits what you can tell other people. Don't underestimate it. This restriction not only refers to verbal telling. Any suggested behavior is not advisable. Fortunately, the other party was in a hurry when casting this spell. This spell will not exist for more than 100 years. But you have to be careful within this 100 years. Because this spell has the ability to track. And the other party can sense your location. Leo nodded with an understanding expression and said, "That is to say, I can't take the initiative to tell other people some information." Right. Once I have this idea and put it into action, the power hidden in this magic will explode. 100 years is not long enough. This archmage named Marin yawned like a toad. Neltharion, the black dragon, couldn't silence me, so he used a spell to seal it. Fortunately, I didn't tell anyone else about grim battle before I figured out the situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to die. Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but secretly rejoice that it was indeed careful to control the Wanyan ship. Seeing that Leo had understood, Marin was not polite to him. The Archmage used his magic to build a temporary portal to teleport himself back to Stormwind City. There were still some experiments in his magic tower that had not yet been completed. Your skills haven't improved much. And the more trouble you get, the worse it gets. A voice came from behind Leo, making him scratch his face in embarrassment. Passonia, you can't blame me for this. I didn't want it either. It's just bad luck. Someone walked out from behind Leo. Who was it if it wasn't Passonia? After giving Leo a sideways look, Passonia looked like I have a headache for you. She heard what Marin said. Leo actually provoked a legendary strongman. She began to wonder whether it was right or wrong to let this kid out. There are only a handful of legendary strongmen in the entire world. Which one is not the overlord of one party? No matter who he offends. Life will not be easy in the future. Even if she stays by his side, she can't protect him. Because she, Passonia, is no match for the legendary strongman. Pointing to the door, Passonia said to the others staying in the camp, Leo and I have something to say. People who have been in power for a long time have an aura that makes people unconsciously do what they say. Even though they don't know who Passonia is. Willie and others who stayed in the camp still left consciously. Out. Even Theus was the same. Except for a young man with red hair. This red-haired young man is none other than Parashylon after he transformed into a human being. He, who is an epic powerhouse like Passonia, will not be obedient. Little red dragon, you are not qualified to be proud in front of me. Passonia's figure was blurred in Leo's eyes for a moment. The red dragon, who originally looked arrogant and calm, walked towards the door with his head sullenly. The moment he walked out, Parashylon, who had a wound on his face, suddenly turned to Leo with a smile and said, Leo, your spouse is amazing. Spouse. Leo was sweating profusely. This guy Polition definitely did it on purpose. Lao Pei, you are so unkind. Well, he is very naughty. Leo carefully observed Passonia's face, fearing that this girl would get angry. Passonia's expression did not change at all because of the red dragon's words. She looked at Leo seriously. Leo, the military wants you to move closer to them. What do you think? Does this mean that the kingdom's military system wants to win over me? Leo was very confused. Was he worthy enough for the military to win over MI7 at the expense of offending MI7? It was very dangerous to poach MI7. Having said that, I never thought that one day I would be poached. When it came to business, Leo didn't dare to smile playfully with Passonia. His past experiences made him know that if he dared to do so, he would definitely be punished. It doesn't matter what I think. The question is what you do. This is the truth. The first thing to consider in this matter is the attitude of MI7 represented by Passonia. And the second is Leo's own thoughts. The Stormwind City Assassin Group is not a guild with little binding force in online games. You can come and leave whenever you want. Besides, the Assassin Group's support for Leo is not small. Not to mention the early training. Just the recent continuous call on the strong men of the Warlock Guild and the Magic Guild must have contributed a lot. Don't say that these two guilds just came and left after staying for less than a day. It's a favor for people to come. It's easy to repay anything in the world. But it's hard to repay a favor. This time someone agreed to your request. How can you refuse it when he makes a request? Passonia sighed. With imperceptible regret, evil means that you should go to the military for development. MI7 is not suitable for you. This soulless boy. He really doesn't know how to express his thoughts. Even if you say you want to stay in the Assassins, that will give me a reason to keep you. No. Please don't be so heartless. How can you kick me out? I'm having a good time in MI7. Leo originally thought that MI7 would not let go so easily. Unexpectedly, Elwell was so generous. He was not willing to leave MI7. With Passonia protecting him, he was doing well now. But if he got to the military system, who knows what will happen? So you don't want to. Passonia returned to her usual calmness. But Leo didn't notice the changes in the female thief. Of course I don't want to. I don't know anything about things in the military. Isn't it uncomfortable to enter the military system? Besides, do I seem to be someone who can abide by the dogmatic rules of the military? Passonia, this is a matter for you. You have to tell Lord Awire for me. I will report this matter. Passonia suddenly felt relaxed. She knew Leo's temperament, and the rules of the military were indeed not suitable for him. Okay, now that we're done, I want to remind you of something privately. Passonia's tone was still serious. Leo scratched his face. What did she mean? It's a good thing for men to be ambitious. But if ambition turns into ambition, bad things will happen. Leo, try to avoid buying and selling large quantities of equipment in private. I just want to arm my men. Why did it become ambition? Leo didn't understand why Passonia thought so. She should know his temper. I don't have any ambitions. The reason why I constantly want to become stronger is just for my own safety. Compared with my fellow time travelers, who have long set the goal of becoming king and dominating. I am really confused. Life now is just about picking things up and doing things when things happen. Seeing that Leo didn't understand the situation, Passonia had to speak more clearly. The incident with Greg made you make many enemies. MI7 is not omnipotent. Got it. That was the reason. The relationship between nobles is complicated. But two families, who are political enemies, are closely related by blood. This situation often happens. Greg's family fell because he overthrew the Earl of the Kingdom, and implicated many nobles who were on the same side as him. And these people hated Leo very much. They have lost power now. But who doesn't have a relative? Someone must have stabbed him in the back. It is not scary to be stabbed by one person. But he is afraid of a group of people stabbing him in the back. If a group of nobles unite, even MI7 will be under great pressure. If you can't buy and sell privately, then I can always do it through formal channels. As soon as his mind came to his senses, Leo quickly grasped the meaning of Passonia's words. The female thief nodded, relieved that Leo understood what she meant. This is best. Since they want to follow the rules, you should follow the rules with them. As long as you follow the procedures, no one can do anything to you. This is a guarantee. Passonia is still so domineering. Doesn't she mean that as long as she doesn't make mistakes, no one can make things difficult for her? But what I said is true. MI7 is like a guard-like existence. If it doesn't cause trouble, it is already burning high incense. Who dares to provoke it? Remember what I said? If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, run away. After saying this, Passonia took out the directional teleportation scroll and teleported away. If you can't fight, run away. What if you can't run away? This question, can you ask a more naive question? If you can't run away, just wait to be killed. Chapter 186 Trouble at Menethil Port. Bang bang bang. Gunshots sounded like fried beans. Amidst the splashing of blood, the rushing thistle-skinned gnolls fell down one after another, becoming corpses on the ground less than 100 meters away from their opponent. A human army, armed with simple sticks, stone axes and other primitive weapons. The thistle-skinned gnoll's body protection relied entirely on his own physical strength. When faced with this heavily armed human army, it was very difficult to get close to them, let alone injure the enemy. Under the continuous fire of muskets and sharp arrows, the 2 points of the human army and the thistle-skinned gnolls were connected in a line of death that the thistle-skinned gnolls kept shortening with their lives. More than 90% of the thistle-skinned gnolls fell on the charging road, and less than 10% of the total number of gnolls could charge forward. And even if they did, what would happen? What greeted them was a huge sword slashed hard by the human warriors, who were waiting for work. The human army was not damaged at all, but the thistle-skinned gnoll tribe, with 600 to 700 members, was almost dead. Massacre. The entire battle can be described as massacre. The effect of the repeating musket is good, at least when dealing with enemies whose strength is no greater than that of mid to low-level warriors. The man standing at the back was very satisfied with the results of his 10 days of hard work. Making muskets is not difficult for Leo, who has engineering skills. In order to make his soldiers more efficient during battle, Leo spent 10 days making 500 deadly shotguns, and adding an ordinary, the scope was distributed to 500 soldiers who were willing to use it. It's not that Leo doesn't want to do more, but that no more people are willing to use it. Muskets are very cool on Earth, but not so good in this world, because the power of the creatures in this world is completely incomparable to that of Earth. Of course, it would be another matter if the era of immortals flying all over the Earth really existed. Such a little trick doesn't even qualify me as tickling me. Parashylon, who had transformed into a human form, was very puzzled by Leo's effort to get a batch of muskets. In the Red Dragon's understanding, strong men should not waste time on such useless things. The rate of fire of the muskets is not slow, and combined with the arrows fired by the archers, it can prevent these unequipped natives from getting closer, making the battle end faster and with less effort. 1 or 2 battles may not be worth it, but we are here. The number of battles fought in the wetland is counted in hundreds, and the time saved is wasted. Leo disagreed. It is said that if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. From the perspective of the entire army, his approach is undoubtedly very correct. After all, leading a group of subordinates is different from working alone. If you are working alone, it is really not worthwhile to spend time making muskets. Kill Lakeshore Hunter Gaz. Fail to absorb magic equipment. Ability is being absorbed. Obtain transferable ability, Piercing Drag. Do you want to absorb it? I didn't expect that there was a named guy among this group of Thistleskin Knolls. Puncturing and dragging. Isn't this similar to the hateful hook-throwing method of catching someone? The weapon is still used to entangle the target and drag it to him to beat him severely. The hateful hook can only catch one, but the piercing drag can catch a group. Catching people, and catching them in groups, is a very good ability. This was an unexpected surprise for Leo. The Steel Stone Demon could use the ability of piercing and dragging. Leo thought about it and realized that there wouldn't be any fierce battles in the near future, so he chose to transfer the ability without hesitation. Speaking of transfer abilities, the unstable mushroom of poisonous flower vine is still not completed, and we don't know how long we have to wait. This is what worries Leo the most. He won't let himself wait for 3 to 5 years. If that happens, he will be depressed to death. Accidents are accidents after all. If they happen often, they are not accidents. After fighting continuously in the wetland for a full month and a half, the only time he absorbed abilities was when he killed Gaz, the lakeside hunter. The other times were just pure battles. Such days are so boring. Leo yawned. Bullying the weak can sometimes be good for physical and mental health, but if you always encounter weak opponents, it will become boring. No matter how delicious something is, it will become boring if you eat too much. Right? Slowly conserving energy while bullying the weak and absorbing corpses. He is not willing to live such a relaxing life. This man is just not satisfied. Willie had seen too much of his commander's appearance recently, and the Master Chief's initial surprise turned to numbness. However, this kind of Leo can make Willie work harder, compared with the aristocratic officer who always looks serious on the surface. Leo, a boss with a low-level civilian casualness, is more likely to win over soldiers who are also civilians. Recognition. Lord Leo. In fact, we can go back to Dunod now. All the larger forces in the wetland have been wiped out by us. The only ones left are some small forces with no more than 200 or 300 people. They have no control over our wetland. What obstacles will it cause? In that case, let's go back. Leo, who had temporarily lost interest in bullying the weak, agreed without spending much time thinking about it. But his next words revealed his true purpose. There is news that the kingdom has promoted me again. Just go back and have a look. Above the Knight Lieutenant is the rank of Knight Captain, and above that is the Escort Knight, who is on the same level as Scarlet. The next level up is the Major, which is also Leo's current goal in the army. After being promoted to a Major, he obtained a complete set of Major magic equipment from the military rank system, which was very tempting to Leo. After all, it's a sophisticated magic suit, isn't it? Taking out the magic communication stone and contacting Commander Link, Leo told him that he would lead the team back to Dunmod. Everything had to be reported, which made Leo, who was used to MI7's way of doing things, not too accustomed to it, although he understood the military's management style. But what surprised Leo was that Link did not agree to let him return to Dunmod, but instead assigned him another task to go to Menethil Port to solve some troubles. This is indeed trouble. The fishermen in Menethil Port are getting more and more troubled, and they have seriously hindered the operation of this important hub city for mankind. But how can I solve this kind of thing? Leo became distressed. To solve the fisherman's problem, he had to go to sea. For him, a landlubber, this was simply too difficult. Fighting fishermen in the sea is equivalent to entering someone else's main city. There are many examples of creatures that are strong on land but become weak in the sea. There is a ready-made example around Leo. The red dragon Parashion. Lao Pei is strong enough on land. An epic-level strongman. But in the water, according to him, he can only display his legendary level of strength. Well, according to himself, whether Red Dragon actually exaggerated his strength after entering the sea for the sake of face can only be tested through actual combat. This is not a game. You only need to pay attention to your breathing bar after going into the sea. It will not affect spell casting. In reality, there are not many issues that need to be considered when going into the sea to kill fishermen. It is just a matter of how to get the team to go into the sea. The problem of keeping breathing is the big problem. If I had known better, I would have continued wandering around the wetland. Someone is regretting it now. Leo waved to Willy and signaled the Master Chief to come over. Viri, I need you to go to Stormwind again. There is an item in engineering that will be very useful during this battle. And that is the diving helmet. This helmet is of little use in normal times. But if you want to go into the sea, it has become a must-have item for most people. Because the diving helmet has a function of providing the wearer with the ability to breathe underwater. It seems like there is going to be a lot of bleeding again. Link, the thick and black uncle, definitely has a premeditated plan. The hatred in Leo's heart. The thick-faced and dark-hearted Link handed him over to deal with the fishermen harassing Menethil Harbor. This was obviously because of Leo's extraordinary ability in engineering, such as diving helmets. If you buy in bulk, the price is several times that of the raw materials. If you have someone do it yourself, you can save a lot of money. Link was scheming against him. But Leo was not an energy-efficient lamp either. Don't you want to save money? Well, I made this diving helmet. But you can't help but give me the labor cost. Besides, isn't material loss included? In the end, Leo gave Viri a list of materials worth enough to make 10,000 diving helmets. In other words, excluding the 3,000 helmets that need to be equipped for his soldiers and the possible damage, Leo can earn at least 6,000 to 7,000 materials for diving helmets. It's not black and white. It's the treasury that pays the bill anyway. Besides, compared to the cost of the military ordering the goblins, the price I offered is already very cheap. Seeing the list made by Leo, Willy's expression remained unchanged. But he was extremely shocked in his heart. It was another huge deal. Even a fraction of the information on it was enough for him to live a prosperous life. Master Leo is really generous. It has only been more than a month since the last time. It is another big deal. And the military is paying for it. It seems that following the adults has a bright future. Willy was very excited. Leo left things to him twice, which showed that he valued him very much and had to do things well for his own future. Watching Willy use the positioning scroll to teleport to Stormwind City, Leo turned to the other 4 sergeants and said, "Tell the brothers that we are not going back to Dunmotor. We are going to Menethil Port. There are new tasks to be completed there. The fishermen who caused trouble in Menethil Port could cause such trouble that the guards guarding the port would ask for help. It is expected that the number would not be small. 10,000, 20,000, or more." Leo held his chin. He had a hunch that if he could deal with the fishermen in Menethil Port this time, his harvest would definitely be huge. If you dare to cause trouble in Menethil Harbor, fishermen, don't think that hiding in the sea is a big deal. Not everyone can play the game of hide and seek. So just wait to be killed. Chapter 187 3,000 versus 70,000. Seeing Menethil Harbor again. The buildings were still the same, but the atmosphere was completely different. In order to prevent being harassed by some indigenous creatures in the wetland, Menethil Port used the original terrain to dig out a moat about tens of meters wide with both ends connected to the sea, and built a 50-meter wide arc on the river-shaped arch bridge. The curved arch bridge is the only land connection between Menethil Harbor and the wetlands. But now it is occupied by a group of fishmen. It's not right to call them a group. The densely packed fish heads that almost filled the entire moat were at least 10,000 to 20,000 in number. This is only in the moat, hidden in Menethil Bay at the seaside end of the port. There must be more murlocs underwater. It seemed that the situation in Megong was much more serious than he had expected. He originally thought that there would be at most 10,000 or 20,000 murlocs. But he did not expect that this number would increase several times. Leo found it very strange that such a huge group of fish people was probably already the total number of fish people living on the wetland coastline. In other words, the murlocs from the wetlands came in full force and blocked Menethil Port. What exactly did Menethil Port do to make the fishmen in the wetlands so confused that they came to gather and cause trouble? It would be understandable if the murlocs from the Blackwater Swamp and Bluegill Swamp close to the port city came to cause trouble. But when the Murlocs from the Sunset Swamp and Salt Frost Swamp far away from the port also came over, things became strange. The fishmen who lived on the 4 swampy coastlines of the wetlands all came to besiege Menethil Port. Leo instinctively felt that something was wrong. Is there someone behind the scenes? Putting aside the thoughts in his mind for the time being, now is not the time to consider whether there is a mastermind behind it. Menethil Port cannot be surrounded like this. Let's kill the fishmen crowded in the moat first. Prepare to attack. The combat order was quickly conveyed, facing an enemy several times their own. The 3,000 soldiers led by Leo were not timid at all, and quickly formed a battle formation. The 3,000 people made a lot of noise. The fishmen discovered this human army coming from the wetland. With a burst of shouting, groups of fishmen came towards Leo and the others to kill. Booms of gunshots rang out, and the dozens of Murlocs at the front fell down. The 500 warriors, who were accustomed to using muskets, took the lead in firing. Mixed in with the banging gunshots was the whizzing sound of arrows shot by 1,000 archers through the air. Unlike how many rounds of muskets can kill a fishman, the archers can kill one with less than 2 arrows on average. Enemy. The warriors themselves are powerful, which is why the archers are reluctant to use muskets. The fall of their companions did not frighten the Murlocs, but instead aroused the ferocious side of their nature. The cries became louder and louder, and the Murlocs quickly approached each other despite the attacks of the human army. Hua hua hua. Walls of bones rose from the ground, building a temporary defense line for the human army, which was far smaller in number than its opponents. When the fishmen were about to kill them, the ferocious bone spurs on the bone wall are warning the rushing Murlocs not to get close, as getting too close will kill you. The Murlocs rushing in front wanted to run away after seeing the bone wall, but their companions behind them couldn't see it. The Murlocs in front slowed down, but they were still charging behind. Then a tragedy happened to the Murlocs rushing in front. He was pushed to the bone wall by his companions, and then he screamed and hit the bone wall. Big holes were pierced by bone spurs in his body. After a struggle, he died in pain. Leo pinched his fingers hard several times, making a few snapping sounds between the joints. He watched the crowd of fish rushing towards him with interest, preparing to start the performance. Performance? Yes, it's acting. Facing the crowd of fish ashore, Leo felt no pressure. When he came to Menethil Port by boat, he killed many Murlocs who tried to attack the fleet. He knew that although there were many of them, they were not strong. Almost all of them were mid-level in strength, and the high-level ones were rare. As for the legendary ones, they have not yet been detected within the range of his and Polition's perception. A group of weak opponents. For Leo, who is good at group killing, such a battle is very easy. Balls of green poisonous gas exploded in the crowd of Murlocs. With Leo's current legendary level strength, the poison explosion technique was much more lethal to the Murlocs than the last time. As the poisonous mist spreads, all the fishmen who were touched by it could not help but let out shrill screams. The parts of their bodies that came into contact with the poisonous mist were carbonizing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if someone had poured concentrated sulfuric acid on them. The poison explosion technique created patches of vacuum areas among the fish crowd. Finger-sized white objects appeared where Leo was. These white objects were teeth that had not appeared for a long time. Leo, who has been promoted to a legendary powerhouse, naturally does not need to flick his fingers and use gestures to coordinate the casting of the spell when casting the two's skill like before. Now he only needs to use his mana to wave the two's slightly. Once it is successfully cast, nearly 100 finger-sized bone teeth will appear, and with a slight boost of mana, he can do it 3 times in 1 second. 1 second. 3 teeth. 300 bones and teeth. Leo used his teeth to deal with the crowd of fish, and the bone teeth rained out like a barrage, and the speed of the fishmen falling doubled. The results achieved by Leo alone were no worse than those of 1,000 archers and 500 musketeers. It can be seen that the addition of a strong man has a great impact on the battle situation. Lord Leo is so strong. Legend. What a desirable realm. Willie and the other 4 senior sergeant chiefs looked at Leo with respect and envy. These high-level warriors are said to be only 1 step away from the legendary realm. However, this step is as big as a chasm, with the qualifications of the 5 of them. If a miracle does not happen, their lives will be just like most of the high-level warriors. Just like the warriors of other levels. They stop here. As for Parashilan, who was beside Leo and thought that the fishman was not worth taking action at all. He was looking up at the sky and didn't know what he was thinking. The 5 people ignored him magnificently. As Leo's powerful fighter and transportation mount, The red dragon's presence after turning into human form is really not ordinary. Who made him not make a single move in the previous month and a half of fighting? As the battle progressed, more and more Murlocs died. When the Murlocs struggled through the heavy fire blockade and reached a place less than 10 meters away from their opponents, the number of them killed had already exceeded 4,000. However, what is strange is that there are no fishman corpses on the ground at all. But the fishman, who is obsessed with killing humans, has never noticed this. The deaths of thousands of Murlocs gave Leo an appetite. The more corpses there were, the faster his skeleton army would take shape. Once the skeleton sea was formed, he might not be able to overthrow an army with one person. As long as there are enough thugs under his command, even legendary strongmen can be killed. Leo couldn't help but lick his lips when he thought of this. He was really looking forward to the formation of the Sea of Skeletons. How could it be possible to be a necromancer without a sea of skeletons? No matter what. You can't be unprofessional like this. Right? The scene where Leo and his troops fought with the fishmen outside Menethil Port alarmed the guards in the port. Although the port guards wanted to help, they were unable to do anything. Now the security forces for the entire port are already stretched thin. Simply cannot afford to organize a team to go out of the city to respond. Fortunately, what reassured the guards was that the army fighting the Murlocs was very strong. When faced with Murlocs several times their size, they were like standing rocks, standing firm against the Murlocs' wave-like attacks. Not only did they were not overwhelmed by the Murlocs' human attack, but instead continued to kill the Murlocs with their stable and effective attacks. Groups of Murlocs died in battle, and the number of fish heads in the moat became thinner. The commotion here finally alerted the Murlocs further away. The seemingly quiet Menethil Bay's undercurrent surged, and each fish the head emerged from the sea. Leo, who saw this scene through the vision shared by the crow, couldn't help but feel excited. He hoped that the more Murlocs would come, the better. Once the Murlocs came ashore, it would be much easier to deal with them. What he was most afraid of was that these guys were hiding and not coming out of the sea. The land is our home ground. Why are we afraid of you Murlocs? The Murlocs have their own unique way of transmitting messages. The Murlocs that emerged from Menethil Bay began to move towards Leo and the others. It seemed that they wanted to use the human sea tactic to drown this group of people coming from the wetland. Human reinforcements. The guards in the port immediately noticed the strange movements of the fishmen. They did not dare to neglect and hurriedly sent messengers with flags to send a dangerous signal to the friendly forces fighting outside the city. But what depressed the port guard was that the troops outside the city were so confident in themselves that they had no intention of retreating. These arrogant guys. Do they think they can stop the impact of tens of thousands of Murlocs with just a few people? After sending out several danger signals, but being ignored by the other party, the guards at Menethil Port could not help but secretly curse the friendly forces for their ignorance. If it weren't for Polition, Leo would have led the retreat when he noticed the Murlocs coming from Menethil Bay, facing the attack of tens of thousands of Murlocs. Even Leo did not have that confidence. The power of the human sea tactic was not as simple as talk. The lessons of blood and tears of countless powerful beings tell us that in the face of sufficient quantity, no matter how strong you are, you cannot escape tragedy. Archimonde, the polluter of fate, is a typical example. If we could catch all the Murlocs coming this time, it would be much easier to complete the next mission. After scattering the crows, Leo discovered that the number of Murlocs coming was around 50,000. Adding the 20,000 Murlocs fighting them here, they had attracted about 70,000 Murlocs. Counting the 30,000 or so Murlocs at the port to contain the Menethil Harbor Guard, almost all the Murlocs besieging Menethil Port were gone. With the resources of the wetland coastline, it is already the limit to support 100,000 Murlocs. And no more can be possible. Whaley, give the order to retreat while fighting, leaving enough space for tens of thousands of Murlocs to land between the troops and Menethil Port. If we want to catch all the incoming fishmen, how can we not let these guys come ashore? Leo believed that as long as there was enough space for them to land, these guys would never fail to come up. Fishmen, you have to cooperate with me obediently. Chapter 188 Let the corpse explosion make a grand appearance. The guards at Menethil Port seemed to sense the danger when they saw the friendly forces fighting the fishmen outside the city, and they finally began to retreat. Is it too late to retreat now? The guards couldn't help but start to worry, hoping that these people were safe. Once you retreat, then retreat again, under the command of the 5 sergeants. The entire team kept retreating into the wetland. The distance between them and Menethil Port was getting farther and farther, and the space left for the Murlocs was getting larger and larger. A large number of Murlocs rushed in. On land. Fortunately, Willie and the other 4 sergeants commanded them well. If Leo had been replaced, he would definitely not be able to do the difficult task of having the team retreat while fighting. Under his command, the tactical retreat would probably become retreat. At this time, a strange thing happened. As the human army retreated, corpses lying on the ground became an obstacle for the fishmen to pursue the human army. Well, the appearance of corpses when the two sides are fighting is actually a normal phenomenon. The reason why it is strange is because there were no corpses piled up on the battlefield before. The fishmen have not noticed this phenomenon at all. As far as they are concerned, even if they pay attention, they will find the corpses of their companions an eyesore and become an obstacle when they pursue humans. Chase! Chase! As far away from the sea as possible. Leo was very satisfied with the development of the battle. The fishman's approach was what he expected, and it was exactly what he wanted to see. The Murlocs from Menethil Bay came ashore in droves, and the land that originally seemed empty because Leo and the others retreated was filled to the brim by the newly arrived Murlocs. Seeing the surging momentum of the fish crowd, Willie couldn't help wiping away a cold sweat. Fortunately, Mr. Leo has crows that can detect in the sky, so we can detect the movements of the Murlocs in advance. Otherwise, so many Murlocs surged up all at once, and even if the team was not overwhelmed by them, they would be trapped and unable to advance or retreat. Once again, Polition was ignored. It's almost done. We can't retreat any further. After estimating the distance, Leo thought it was enough and gave the order to the team to hold on. At this time, in addition to the Hellhound Wolf Heart and Demon Imp, he had already sent out all pets such as Huma and Terror Claw to help the soldiers resist the increasingly fierce attacks of the fishmen. The Union flag was thrown out by Leo, and the appearance of this flag cheered up the soldiers. Give some to me later. Don't let your legs get weak. Leo hasn't been able to improve the corpse explosion technique yet, so he has to say low in advance, because the scene caused by this spell is really a test of one's nerves, and even a veteran who has experienced many battles may not be able to hold back from vomiting. Corpse explosion? Yes. Don't forget. Besides being a warlock on the surface, Leo is also a necromancer. Bang 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 bang. With a louder bang than the continuous musket, the fishman corpses lying on the ground suddenly turned into bombs, exploding one after another. Large swaths of Murlocs were killed by the corpses of their companions. After the death of these Murlocs, their corpses turned into new bombs. Since the Murlocs used a swarm tactic, their positions were very unreasonable. There were many places where the Murlocs were crowded, and these were the first places chosen by Leo's corpse explosion. The corpse explosion technique is worthy of being a magical skill among necromancers that can be compared with summoning skeletons. With Leo's rapid execution, the number of Murloc casualties increased exponentially. However, in just 5 or 6 minutes, there were already more than 20,000 fishmen. The fishmen arrived under Leo's corpse explosion technique. The large number of deaths of their companions did not frighten the fishmen, but instead aroused their ferocity. Until they receive sufficient lessons, indigenous creatures such as fishmen who rely on their own nature will not have any idea of retreating. All he could think about was how to kill the enemy. The Murlocs did not retreat, but continued to charge forward fiercely. Leo was naturally happy, and it was a joy to use the corpse explosion technique. Willie was stunned when he saw this scene. He believed that others felt the same as him. The shock that Leo brought to him was really great. He originally thought that Leo was already very powerful, but he didn't expect that this officer had even stronger means. The spell that makes the corpse explode looks very evil, but it is undeniable that the killing effect of this spell is not generally strong, especially on the battlefield. Everything may be missing on the battlefield, but there will be no shortage of corpses. As long as there is a battle, who will not die? The effect of Leo's unknown spell during the war was simply terrifying. As long as he exerts his full strength, the results he can produce by himself will not be inferior to that of a group of mage accompanying the army. The only concern with this spell is what will happen to the bodies of those who died in battle. It would not be accepted by people if the bodies of their own people who died in battle were used as explosives. Okay, I'm working hard in the front, but after I die, you still play with my body like this? Who would want it? Seeing that the soldiers didn't have much resentment, Leo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Just like when he seized the opportunity to use Dunmad's ability to absorb corpses, he now wants to make the corpse explosion technique appear openly, in everyone's sight, regardless of whether someone is evil or not. Most people have this idea, as long as it is beneficial to them, then they might as well let him exist. For the first time, the ability to absorb corpses did not encounter strong opposition. and there will be no pressure to use it in the future. The same is true for the corpse explosion technique. As long as the first level is passed, this Necromancer's group brushing magical skills will gradually be accepted by the world. Time passes and the battle continues. Although the corpse explosion technique made the battlefield a mess, its efficient and powerful group damage ability made the battle easier. There were relatively only a few murlocs who could rush over with the dense corpse explosion, and most of them were seriously injured. The soldiers suddenly felt relieved from the pressure. The guards at Menethil Port were completely stunned when a large number of fishmen came ashore. They were still worried about the friendly forces fighting outside the city, hoping that these friendly forces could successfully evacuate. But now, they no longer think about this. The fighting power of this friendly force from the wetland is simply unbelievably strong, facing the attack of tens of thousands of fishmen. This team of only 3,000 people not only was not defeated, but went on a rampage. Kill the Murlocs. A force of 3,000 people faced an enemy 23 times their size. Not only did they show no sign of defeat, but their own casualties seemed very small. How high must their combat effectiveness be to be as good as them? What kind of strong officer is the officer who leads such a team? If the guards at Menethil Port knew that no one from the friendly forces fighting outside the city had been killed, not even seriously injured, I wonder what their expressions would be. I think it must be very exciting. Taking out a bottle of magic potion and drinking it in one gulp, Leo once again replenished the magic power he had consumed. This was the third time he had used the potion since he used the corpse explosion technique. During this period, he also used life diversion. He exchanged physical strength for magic power. But it was still not enough. Even with such a magical skill as corpse explosion, he gradually felt overwhelmed when facing the Murlocs coming like a tide. The mana consumption of the corpse explosion technique is not large. In normal times, it would be very difficult for such a spell to consume all of Leo's mana. But it is different now. No matter how small the mana consumption is, it will still be consumed. After 10 minutes of frantically using the corpse explosion technique without stopping for a moment, Leo's mana began to run out. If he hadn't had enough magic potion to replenish his body, and if he hadn't been a warlock who could exchange physical strength for magic power, his mana would have been exhausted long ago. The power of the human sea tactic lies in this: using a large number of corpses to pile up powerful opponents. Use up your magic power, and then use up your physical strength. How can you still be awesome? Of course, the fishmen's casualties after spending so long with Leo were also huge. The total number of Murlocs involved in attacking Leo's team is around 70,000. And there are currently less than 20,000 Murlocs alive. In other words, in less than half an hour, nearly 50,000 Murlocs died. And half of the Murlocs besieging Menethil Port died. When Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty fought against the Huns, the fiercely Ling used 3,000 to defeat 100,000. Leo felt that compared to that fierce man, his current record was not bad. He led 3,000 human soldiers to fight against 70,000 Murlocs. Although the opponent could only be described as unarmed, he killed more than half of the opponent. Not a single soldier of my own has died in battle. How many others can do this? A large number of companions died, and the number of our own was reduced again and again. The fishmen were finally beaten and scared. The remaining fishmen stopped attacking the human army. They turned around and ran towards the sea. The fishman wants to run. Can't let them run away. Chase them. Leo gave an order, and all the sergeants shouted in unison, and began to pursue the escaping fishmen. 3,000 people chased, and killed nearly 20,000 fishmen. This scene shocked the guards of Menethil Port. They also wanted to join the ranks of the pursuers. But on the other side of the city, nearly 30,000 fishmen in the harbor were watching eagerly. But they did not dare to act rashly. They could only hope that the friendly forces outside the city could kill more Murlocs. Any creature must be faster than usual when escaping. The fishmen were not slow in the first place. They quickly approached the sea while running for their lives. Seeing that they were about to escape into the sea, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded. In the shocked eyes of the guards in Menethil Harbor, a red dragon nearly 50 meters long appeared in the sky. The dragon's power from the red dragon made them feel fear that they dared not resist. This was true for the port guards, who were very far away. And the Murlocs directly under the red dragon were even more miserable. These Murlocs had already been defeated by the human army, and had no fighting spirit. Now they faced the pressure of the red dragon. They immediately lay on the ground, and did not dare to move. Seeing that the scene was exactly as he expected, Leo smiled with satisfaction. Since the fishman had lost the courage to escape, and just lay on the ground with his eyes closed, waiting to die, No wonder he was cruel. Kill. Chapter 189 Summoning Skeletons to Cause Situation. 3,000 people killed nearly 70,000 Murlocs. And no one was killed. Not even one was seriously injured. This achievement was unexpected by others. Not even Willy himself. Not only did we win against an enemy that was 23 times our size, we were able to annihilate them all with negligible damage to ourselves. Is this really what we did? The soldiers looked at each other. They didn't dare to accept the reality. When did they become so cruel? You can't be dreaming. Salute to you, Lord Leo. It was Whaley who had the eye. And when others were still shocked by the outcome of the battle, he was the first to shout loudly. Willy's shout woke up the other 4 sergeants, who were still in a daze. These 4 people's minds were also very flexible. They immediately reacted. Isn't this just to establish Lord Leo's prestige among the soldiers and gain the wholehearted loyalty of the sergeants? The best time? Willy's mind works very fast. No wonder he is the most respected among our 5 Master Chiefs. Death to you, Lord Leo. The 4 sergeants quickly followed Willy and shouted loudly. The soldiers' minds began to spin under the shouts of the 5 officers. Yes. Don't you know how capable these people are? Without Leo, it would be difficult for them to survive the attacks of so many Murlocs. And there would be no point in killing the enemy. Since becoming a member of Lord Leo's command, he has not only acquired enviable and sophisticated equipment, but has also been bathed in the extremely precious dragon blood. Now he has achieved a terrifying record of 3,000 annihilations and 70,000 defeats. The treatment, strength, and honors you can get from following Lord Leo are all things you never dared to imagine before. Isn't a superior like Lord the most ideal boss? What reason do I have for not serving Lord loyally? Salute to you, Lord Leo. The shouts of 3,000 soldiers echoed through the sky. Leo gave Willy an appreciative look. Willy's mind was indeed flexible. He took advantage of the opportunity to defeat the Murlocs and roared like this. Driven by this atmosphere, the sergeant's loyalty to Leo increased. If the soldiers had a respectful attitude towards Leo before, now Leo's reputation in their hearts is infinitely close to worship. As long as he makes some more achievements, the hearts of these 3,000 soldiers who have been bathed in dragon blood will be firmly captured by him and become his loyal subordinates. As time goes by, the longer these people work under Leo, the easier it is for them to become his die-hard loyalists. If you can make these soldiers become your fanatical admirers, there won't be much of a problem even if they see you summoning an army of skeletons to fight. Leo rubbed his chin with a bright smile on his face. Looking at the scene happening below, Parashion was depressed. Is there any mistake? Is there something wrong with the brains of these humans? Didn't they see the mighty Lord Parashion above them? Why did you only shout Leo's name, but ignore me? My lord, I am a dragon. A powerful dragon. How can you ignore my existence? The red dragon was in a very unhappy mood. He urgently needed to vent his anger at being ignored. Now that he has become Leo's partner, these humans can no longer cause trouble. So the red dragon targets the Murlocs in Menethil's harbor that he sensed. But reality teased Parashion again. Just when he was about to go over and cause trouble for the fishmen, these guys had already dived into the sea with a strange scream. Murlocs are such humble and weak scum. But they dare to run away when Lord Pelision needs to vent his anger. The red dragon, who had a bandit's logical thinking, was angry. And he decided to kill all the fishmen who dared to escape. Just when the angry red dragon wanted to enter the sea to hunt down the fishmen, the message from Leo forced him to suppress his temper. Because Pelision discovered that his human partner actually had a problem. A feeling of panic. What did Leo discover that could actually make him panic? With doubts in his mind, Parashion landed next to Leo. Pelision, please be on guard for me. Leo didn't explain anything after he finished speaking. He closed his eyes, apparently checking himself. What's wrong with Leo's body? The red dragon became confused. He glanced at the battlefield that was originally full of fishmen corpses, but now only had a field of finely divided crystal particles. He thought to himself, could this kid be full? Well, Pelision viciously regarded Leo's ability to absorb enemy corpses as eating. According to the red dragon's thinking, Leo's appetite is really not that good. Conjectures being conjectures, the red dragon still dutifully guarded Leo, even though he thought in his heart that no one would dare to cause trouble as long as he, Lord Pelision, was here. A great victory. Gaining a lot of energy, absorbing tens of thousands of corpses, and gaining the allegiance of his soldiers was such a joy. Why did Leo, who was previously happy, suddenly become panicked? This is a question that only he can answer. Pelision maliciously speculated that Leo was full. But the red dragon didn't know that his thoughts were slightly related to the truth. After absorbing nearly 70,000 corpses, plus fighting in the wetland for more than 2 months, Leo found that the number of corpses he accumulated had exceeded 100,000. 100,000 corpses. This is a terrifying number. Not to mention skeleton warriors and the like. Even skeleton generals can create 10. Just when Leo was lamenting that his hard work on land for many days was not as good as fighting with sea creatures for half a day, and he must go to the sea for a stroll in the future, he suddenly discovered a big problem. The spell of summoning skeletons was marked as unusable at some point. What happened? Why can't I summon skeletons? Leo panicked all of a sudden. This magical skill of the Necromancer was the trump card that he had been looking forward to for a long time. His powerful trump card could not be used in such a silent manner. How could Leo be able to calm down? If something goes wrong, at least you will know, and let me know. There was no problem summoning skeletons after killing Ektoz at the Dragon Maw Gate. Why can't it be used now? Is it because of the restricting magic that Neltharion cast on me? Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. It would be troublesome if that were the case. If summoning skeletons cannot be used because of the magic that Neltharion casts on him, there is no telling when this magical skill will see the light of day again. Don't let me guess. Leo wanted to check, but found that he didn't know where to start. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. With no other choice, he began to take the initiative to ask the voice in his head that called him the host. He was originally a dead horse being treated as a living horse doctor, but he didn't expect that this question would actually get a response. Check the host's body. No abnormalities. Isn't this unusual? Leo couldn't help but was speechless. My magical skill of summoning skeletons couldn't be used anymore. So why did I say there was nothing abnormal? Besides, I'm asking about skills, not body. The host skeleton absorbs unknown energy. The summoned skeleton undergoes unknown changes. After this reminder, Leo found that his sensitivity to the spell of summoning skeletons was gradually fading. No. My summoned skeleton. Leo's face suddenly turned pale, and his sensitivity to a certain spell became weak. What does this mean? Will the Necromancer's magical skills disappear? It would be better if he didn't investigate. But if he did, he would end up like this, which Leo couldn't accept at all. Isn't this cheating? What unknown energy, and where does it come from? And when did my skeleton absorb it? If he didn't summon the skeleton, wouldn't his dream of fighting against an army alone be impossible? Neltharion, you are so cruel. Even if I peel off your skin and twitch your muscles, I can't vent the hatred in my heart. Clenching his fists in hatred, Leo couldn't see what kind of expression he had at this moment, but he knew that he must be very ferocious and terrifying. Leo didn't think that the unknown energy had other sources. He had already determined that it was caused by the magic that Neltharion had cast on himself. As for why Marin didn't mention such anomalies before, he automatically thought that it had something to do with him. The Archmage who is also in the legendary realm is not strong enough, and this is the reason why his body is different from others. In his rage, Leo ignored a voice. Unknown changes are being deduced. The feeling of summoning skeletons is getting weaker and weaker. Is the magical skill that the Necromancer relied on to be rampant just gone? Polition looked at Leo in surprise, as his expression became more and more terrifying, feeling the angry and violent aura on his body. The red dragon understood that something terrible must have happened to his human companion. Otherwise, his emotions would not be so agitated, and he was already close to the edge of losing control. Leo's changes here have attracted everyone's attention. In fact, it is impossible not to pay attention. A warrior in the legendary realm can feel the barely concealed anger and the magic power fluctuation surging from his body. The soldiers looked at Leo silently. No one dared to make a sound, because when Thetis noticed Leo's abnormality and wanted to approach him, she was stopped by Polition. Although the red dragon did not speak, he said the form of magic sent a message to everyone: never disturb Leo. What on earth made Lord Leo so angry? Wei and the other 4 colleagues looked at each other, completely confused about the situation. Wasn't it fine before? Why did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Anger. 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 Leo had nothing but anger in his heart. A powerful magical skill was ruined by someone. How could he not be angry? Finally, he still had the last shred of reason, and didn't really act out of control. Ding! There was a very slight sound, but Leo's anger was extinguished in an instant, because it was the sound coming from his mind. Of course, more importantly, he felt that his sense of summoning skeletons was recovering. This means that the Necromancer's magical skill of summoning skeletons has not been lost. Leo's expression returned to normal. He breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest hard. It turned out to be a false alarm. The deduction is over. The host has gained new abilities. Chapter 190, Summoning the Bone Dragon. Obtaining new abilities, in Leo's opinion, is equivalent to giving himself mental compensation. Compensation for the false alarm just now. Checking out the new abilities gained was the first thing Leo did after calming down. The name of the new ability is very simple. As simple as 4 words. The 4 words added after the original introduction of Summon Skeleton, Summon Bone Dragon. Summon the Bone Dragon. Leo's heart immediately jumped when he saw these 4 words. This was a blessing in disguise. Very good. Very powerful. Bone Dragon. This is already the most powerful existence among the bone creatures that can be summoned. It is many times stronger than skeleton warriors, skeleton generals, and the like. Bone dragons are naturally superior among bone-based creatures. After finally suppressing his excitement, Leo continued reading. When he saw the conditions and restrictions for summoning the bone dragon, he couldn't help but have the urge to curse even though he was already prepared. What are the requirements to make a bone dragon? 2 skeleton generals, 100 dragon eggs, and 1,000 high-end dummies. 2 skeleton generals. That is 20,000 skeletons. This Leo can afford. If you keep participating in big battles, it's not something you have to worry about. But with 100 dragon eggs, this is no ordinary difficulty. What are dragon eggs? It's very simple. It's the egg laid by the dragon. Let alone 100 dragon eggs. It is extremely difficult to get even 1 dragon egg. There are 100 dragon eggs. Why don't I find a way to hatch 100 dragons myself? 100 dragons are exchanged for 1 bone dragon. You don't need to do any math to know that this deal will be a huge loss. As for the final requirement of 1,000 high-end dummies, Leo was confused about this. What happened to the high-level dummy of Galungwin? Leo calculated and realized that he could create a bone dragon immediately. This is not because there are not enough skeleton generals or dragon eggs, but because there are not enough high-end dummies. Do you want to make one and take a look? Leo was very curious about the bone dragon, and he was ready to take advantage of it. Human curiosity is very powerful. Otherwise, why would the circulation of Gossip Weekly be so good? In the end, Leo, who couldn't hold back his curiosity, chose to make a bone dragon. 2 skeleton generals, who had never shown their faces since their birth, became the materials for making bone dragons. Along with 100 dragon eggs and 1,000 high-end dummies, they all disappeared from Leo's personal space. With his eyes still closed, he vaguely sensed that a keel with a total length of about 100 meters was gradually forming. This keel was much larger in size than Parashion. But this is not the focus of Leo's attention. What he focuses on is the lustrous metallic luster shining on the forming keel. The body of the bone dragon being made does not look like bones, but metal. This surprised Leo. He secretly guessed that the change in the bone dragon's body was the effect of the 1,000 high-level dummies. It seems that this is the only way to explain it. If the bone dragon is manufactured and looks like it is completely made of metal, then its use will be much less restrictive. At that time, I can use my engineering skills to explain that this is a mechanical bone dragon that I imitated. This idea made Leo very excited. Although the specific strength of the bone dragon was not yet clear, how could such a superior existence among bone creatures be any worse? If he could be summoned to fight openly, wouldn't his ability be abnormally strong? No matter how powerful your ability is, if you can't use it, it means nothing. Being able to turn the Twilight Dragon eggs hidden in his private space into actual combat power, Leo would choose to bear even a loss of 100 to 1. After half an hour of waiting, the first Skull Dragon was finally successfully created. When the Skull Dragon appeared completely in his senses, Leo had a bright smile on his face. As he expected, the entire body of the bone dragon shone with a cold metallic luster, as if its body was made entirely of metal parts. If Leo didn't take the initiative to tell it, no one would be able to tell that it was a bone. A bone dragon would only regard it as a mechanical dragon made of metal. What makes Leo even more satisfied is that the skull of this skull dragon is shining with purple-black light, which makes people feel very spiritual. This shows that the bone dragon is intelligent, and not a stupid creature that just follows orders. The shape of the bone dragon is great, especially its metallic joints, which give people a cool and handsome look. Do you want to create another bone dragon? Leo still had more than 100 dragon eggs in his hand. After seeing the power of the bone dragon, he was moved again. Because the strength of bone dragon is actually epic. 10,000 corpses, 100 dragon eggs, and 1,000 high-end dummies, in exchange for a loyal and epic level thug that can be used now. If Leo said he wasn't moved, That would be absolutely false. However, using 100 dragon eggs to build a bone dragon would be a huge loss. As long as a dragon egg is hatched properly, there is no problem in getting a baby dragon. When the baby dragon grows up, wait! How many years does it take for a dragon to grow? Leo knew why he wanted 100 dragon eggs. If the principle of equal value exchange was followed, this transaction was really not a loss. Calculated based on the life cycle of a giant dragon, which dragon does not take 100 or 200 years to go from hatching to a young dragon, and then to a period of growth like Pelixion? Even if Leo had a way to hatch the Twilight Dragon egg in his hand, he would never be willing to wait for 100 or 200 years. In 1 or 200 years, Leo really didn't believe that he couldn't break through to the legendary level. If you have time to hatch eggs and feed young dragons, it would be more practical to enhance your own strength. That being the case, there's nothing to hesitate about. After weighing the pros and cons, Leo made the decision to get another bone dragon. Looks like some advanced dummies are going to be made. Leo opened his eyes. In his original plan, the high-level dummy was used as an armored horse for the summoned skeleton army. But later he discovered that this was not safe. Disguising a layer of iron skin on the skeleton hindered the skeleton's combat effectiveness. And it was also very easy to see through. The high-end dummy was useless. So Leo just threw it aside and ignored it. What he didn't expect was that these things he treated as waste could actually be put to great use. Brother Leo, are you okay? Leo, what happened? Seeing Leo open his eyes, Parashion and Thetis asked. Seeing that so many people cared about him, Leo couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and told everyone not to worry. Just when he was about to make up an excuse to pass the matter off, the magic communication stone in his arm suddenly rang. Someone is trying to contact me. After connecting to the magic communication stone, Leo discovered that this person was Link. Leo, you? Link paused for a moment before continuing. You have done a good job. You have solved most of the troubles in Menethilport. You can wait until the remaining Murlocs arrive from Stormwind City. We will deal with it after the 50,000 reinforcements arrive. Commander Link. Then I will go to Dun Motor with the reinforcements from Stormwind City. The remaining 30,000 fishmen Leo will definitely not let go. Not to mention that the creation of the skeleton army requires a large number of corpses. Even if it is to summon more bone dragons, enough materials must be prepared for them. Right? Although Leo was confident that he could defeat the remaining 30,000 Murlocs with his 3,000 soldiers, he wouldn't mind if more people helped. After finishing the call with Link, Leo, who was about to put away the magic communication stone, found that it rang again, and someone was trying to contact him again. Why are people looking for me again today? After muttering under his breath, Leo received the message and found that the person contacting him this time was actually Pasonia. Leo, why don't you know how to restrain yourself? You little bastard? You made such a big fuss in Menethilport. Do you think you didn't die quickly enough? As soon as he got through, Pasonia gave him a scolding. Leo felt confused. What happened to him? I didn't do anything harmful. Right? Why is this eldest sister so excited? After taking a breath, Pasonia sent another message. I originally thought you were smart enough, but I didn't expect that your cleverness was not used in business at all. I remind you again and again that there are powerful masters among the undead. You turned a deaf ear to my words. Right? Leo scratched his face. He did not deny Pasonia's words. She told him twice that if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, run away. Doesn't this mean that when fighting the undead, you will encounter an invincible master? But does this have anything to do with what you do? It was my fault. I had such a smooth life during this period that I forgot about the principle that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. After being severely criticized by Pasonia, Leo also came to his senses. Come on. There are masters among the undead that I can't beat now. But I still act so high profile. Don't I deliberately make myself a target? Sister, I know I am wrong. You kid knows how to admit your mistakes and prove that you can still be saved. Pasonia's anger dissipated a lot after hearing Leo's words. Listen, Leo, you are in danger now, because you have been too outstanding during this period. Pasonia, the woman in Risto, has proposed to His Majesty the King to promote you to a nurse knight, and is going to let you lead the army into the Arthi Highlands alone to support the Refuge Valley. Since many nobles seconded it, His Majesty the King has agreed. Do you know what this means? Leo's face darkened. These nobles who are obviously on the same side as Presto asked me to go deep behind enemy lines, and they obviously wanted to harm me. As long as someone leaks a little bit of news to the undead, I will face him after entering the Arthi Highlands. That's right. The slaying of the undead army. You bastard. Your brain is smart again now. Why was your brain so fuzzy when Link asked you to go to Minithil Port? Link asked me to come to Minithil Harbor? Leo pondered for a while. And he suddenly understood. Link had already gotten wind of it, and knew that someone wanted to use the knife of the undead to kill me. So he sent me to Minithil Port, far away from the battlefield, just to protect me. Leo wanted to give himself a slap now. He actually didn't see Link's intention. After arriving at Minithil Port, instead of delaying time, he showed off his power as soon as he arrived, making himself even more dazzling. This was not because he thought he was dead. Not fast enough? In this case, the second bone dragon really needs to be created. Outsiders think that I only have one epic level Polition beside me, but they never expected that I also have 2 bone dragons that can rival the epic powerhouse. Want to plot against me with intrigues? Not that easy. Leo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 191, meeting Ryan again. Some nobles in the kingdom want to harm themselves, which is a headache for Leo. Countless heroes have used their tragic histories of blood and tears to tell future generations the truth, compared with powerful enemies. The conspiracies of one's own people are the most deadly. Want to cheat on me? It's not that easy. There are 2 more bone dragons with epic combat power. Although Leo is not confident enough yet, he is still confident about self-protection. If you add in the paladin clones and the skeleton army that outsiders don't know about, and explode with all their strength, Leo's strength is many times stronger than what he sees on the surface. If you want to use the hands of the undead to kill me, it's not yet certain who will kill whom. In the camp prepared for his group at Minithil Port, Leo's tent was filled with engineering materials, and he was making high-level dummies. Dragon eggs are indeed a big problem. It may not be possible to obtain even 1 dragon egg for a long time in the future, but some necessary preparations must be made. Now that he has enough free time, he doesn't mind making more high-level dummies, while waiting for the second batch of Stormwind troops. At this moment, Thetis ran in with a small mouth pouting. Leo was very surprised when he saw the elf huntress. She hadn't warmed up the fighting robot he made. So why did it come here again? Could it be that she was tired of playing with it in just one day? Brother Leo, Thetis is going home. Leo was surprised by the elf huntress's words. Was she leaving? Thetis, what happened? My sister broke through the legendary realm and became an epic warrior. She asked me to go back. In fact, Sylph is not as simple as asking Thetis to go back. The reason why the elf huntress can run around before she is underage is because Sylph is in the breakthrough stage and has no time for him to care. The playful Thetis seized this opportunity and ran out. Now Sylph successfully broke through. When she found Thetis running around, she severely reprimanded her sister and asked her to go back quickly. Thetis didn't dare not listen to Sylph's words. The little girl didn't have the courage to resist her sister yet. She came to Leo just to say goodbye. Leo was a little reluctant to leave Thetis, but he had no reason to stop Thetis from going back. After rubbing Thetis's hair and messing up the elf huntress's hair again, Leo spoke in the angry eyes of the female elf. Promoting to the ranks of epic heroes is a big deal. Thetis, you have to go back and take a look. Besides, I am a warlock. If Thetis comes to see me in the future, she only needs to say okay. As long as the warlock summoning ritual has magical positioning, the person can be pulled to him even if he is far away. The distance is not a problem at all for the warlock. When Leo said this, Thetis also thought of this. Yes, brother Leo is a warlock. In the future, she can secretly play with him. She doesn't have to travel a long way and take a boat for many days like when she came here. Come over. She giggled and said to Leo, then you must not ignore me when I look for brother Leo in the future. Of course. Leo stretched out his hand and said to Thetis, if you don't believe me, let's hook her up. Thetis is not a child. The elf huntress looked angry. Hook drawing was a game for human children. Leo told her this. Children who are about to become adults like Thetis want others to treat them as adults. And Leo's way of coaxing children makes her very angry. The elf huntress ran out angrily, and ran back less than 2 seconds after leaving the tent. She stretched out her hand and pulled the hook with Leo's little finger, and then ran away quickly. Leo shook his head funny, and said that he was not a child. So what were you doing just now? With Thetis gone, the battle to clean up the fishmen under the sea has become much more difficult. Without the detection skills of an elf huntress, how can one find a fishman in a dark sea? Leo rubbed his chin depressedly. Reality is not a game after all. It is impossible for every hunter to have various detection techniques like the game. Just as many hunters cannot understand how to tame pets. Various detection techniques are only possessed by a few hunters. Ability. Even if there were no hunters with detection skills. At least, he would have a reason not to go to the sea. During this time, you can still do something. Such as getting a few skeleton mages out to see if this skill will bring any surprises to you. Time often passes very slowly while waiting. Half a month is not a long time. But the residents of Menethil Port, who are looking forward to the arrival of Stormwind reinforcements, to completely eliminate the Murlocs harassing the port, feel that it has been a long time. When the black shadows appeared on the horizon, cheers resounded throughout the port city. The fleet coming this time is much larger in size than ours. The same army of 50,000 people came with 50 ships when Leo and others came. But this group of people used 80 ships. Willie, who was standing next to Leo, hurriedly explained to him, "Sir, unlike the last time we purely transported troops, this fleet also brought a lot of other supplies. It is said that the kingdom intends to build on the original site of Fury Fong Camp a fortress. It's a good idea to build a fortress in Angry Fong Camp." Willie's gossip is better than Leo's. This is because Leo doesn't care much about these things. Otherwise, with the intelligence capabilities of MI7, it would be impossible for him not to know. New York Camp is located in the center of the entire wetland, and it is close to the road. Once this point is controlled, it will be much more convenient to control the entire wetland. But is the kingdom too impatient? Before Dunman's matter was resolved, humans began to build fortresses in the wetlands. What did the dwarves of Ironforge think? Can't wait to show their ambition to control the entire wetland. Are the dwarves of Ironforge willing to see humans expand like this? An approach that is too eager for quick success will cause rifts between originally strong allies. Leo rubbed his brows, and was quite confused. Who suggested it to His Majesty the King? This is really a bad idea. Leo couldn't care less about the impact of building a fortress at Rathfong Camp before Dunman's matter was settled with Ironforge. Leo couldn't care less about it. All he could care about now was how to get his soldiers to fight with him. The reinforcements from Stormwind City cooperated to eliminate the Murlocs, who were still harassing Menethil Port. "Young man, we meet again." A paladin came with reinforcements. Coincidentally, this paladin met Leo. He is the former highest officer of Sentinel Ridge in the Western Wilderness. Gryan. Leo looked at Gryan's rank. "Major? Good guy. It looks like he got a promotion." The Sentinel Ridge controlled by Jirian was originally the only official force in the Western Wilderness. Now that the Defias bandits have been almost wiped out, Stormwind City sent him to the earthy battlefield. I really don't know if the kingdom values Gryan, or if some nobles are afraid that he will become another powerful figure under the king's control over a place for a long time. The intrigues in politics are really hard to understand, unclear, and a headache to think about. But since Gryan is a major, it means that there is one less major rank that Link can entrust, leaving only 3 positions. "Young man, we will discuss the issue of the fishmen in Menethil Port later. It is better to receive the reward from the kingdom first," Jirian said, and took out the king's appointment letter. The so-called king's letter of appointment is to promote Leo to the rank of guard knight. This is a seal. As for the reward behind, Leo doesn't take it to heart. Compared with the wealth he currently has, the reward is really not worth mentioning. Not to mention anything else. The money earned from the military's previous expropriation of diving helmet materials was more than 10 times the reward this time. By becoming a guard knight, Leo got a lot more from the military job system. In addition to the leggings and jacket expected from the major's ghost pattern suit, there is also an additional supply item. Star Elegy slowly restores magic value after being sighted, and the effect lasts for 30 seconds. Can be consumed continuously. It is an item that can continuously replenish magic power, and there is no limit on the drinking time. It is very practical for legal warriors like Leo. Although magic potions are good, there are limitations to potions that can work instantly. They have intervals. You just drink a bottle of magic potion to replenish your magic power. No matter how much you drink, it will not give you anything else within a period of time. Replenish? In addition to the blessings of the equipment itself, the 2 newly obtained major magic equipment also gave Leo a set effect, which reduced the cooldown of Death Coil by 30 seconds. In this way, Leo only lacks the last 2 components of the major's magic suit, the helmet and shoulder armor. As long as his military rank is upgraded to a major, he can collect all the major's magic suit. The Elegy of the Stars is equivalent to giving Leo a spell that can continuously replenish his magic power. I don't know if more things will appear in the future, such as various combat potions. secret potions and inscriptions that increase attributes. If there is the blessing of the secret medicine of barbaric intelligence and the powerful inscription of barbaric intelligence, even if the growth is as high as Leo's, he can still get an intelligence bonus of level 10 or above. Good harvest. Leo said this about the promotion. Leo's evaluation was not bad. But he didn't want to think that being able to protect the knights at such a young age was very rare even in all human kingdoms. If we leave aside the second generation, one generation with a high starting point like Scarlet, there are even fewer of them. To reach this position at such a young age, it is not an exaggeration to describe this young man named Leo as having a bright future. Grian has been efficient in the army for many years, and he was recently promoted to major after many hardships. Leo has become a guard knight only one level lower than him in less than half a year with the army. Even a paladin like him, who has experienced many storms, can't help but feel overwhelmed by the speed of promotion. Whether he was envious of Leo or something else, Grian couldn't tell. He only knew that with such a rapid promotion, Leo was definitely a shining star in the kingdom. In order to cooperate more closely with each other and solve the troubles in Menethil Port in the shortest time, as commanders, we should get closer. Don't you think so? Leo? Chapter 192, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. The previous disastrous defeat at Menethil Port did not teach the Murlocs a lesson. After Kyrian arrived with the second batch of Stormwind City Expeditionary Force, the remaining 30,000 Murlocs actually tried to attack the port. 30,000 Murlocs. Not to mention that Menethil Port received support from the 50,000 Storm Expeditionary Force. Even without these people, the 3,000 soldiers led by Leo alone were enough to defeat them. The result of this battle was obvious. More than 10,000 Murlocs remained on land forever. If the Fishmen's attack had not been too sudden and they had retreated in time, Leo would have really wanted to keep them all. Seeing that they could not gain an advantage in the port, the Fishmen entered Menethil Harbor again. As everyone knows, their behavior is just like the wishes of the human army. Standing on the wall of Menethil Harbor, looking at the surging harbor, both Leo and Grian breathed a sigh of relief. Harbor, as you can tell from its name, is a pocket-like terrain. As long as you seal the opening and then clear out the Murlocs, it will be like catching a turtle in an urn. How is the situation in Menethil Harbor? Grian turned to ask an officer standing behind him. This man was the captain of the guard of Menethil Harbor, and was very familiar with the terrain near the port. The captain of the port guard explained, and smiles appeared on the faces of Leo and Grian. The depth of Menethil Harbor is approximately between 300 and 500 meters. And the water at this depth is not a problem for the soldiers of the expeditionary force, because the warriors are so physically fit. They can hold their breath and dive to about 100 meters without any auxiliary equipment. If the accompanying mage group is allowed to apply auxiliary magic, fighting in Menethil Harbor will not be a problem. Major Grian, my 3,000 men and I are responsible for blocking the opening of the harbor. How about you lead the other brothers from the expeditionary force into the harbor to surround and suppress the Fishmen? Leo thought for a moment and asked Grian. Having already achieved the record of annihilating 70,000 Murlocs on his own, he was not prepared to compete with Jirian for the remaining 20,000 Murlocs. One person could not be too alone, and he had to give Jirian some opportunities to earn credit, no matter what. Anyway, staying at the port can also collect energy and absorb the corpses of Fishmen, so there is no loss for Leo. In this case, why not sell Grian's favor? Going to sea to fight means entering the Murlocs' home field, which is very detrimental to the human army. Jirian did not reply immediately. He was calculating whether he could wipe out the 20,000 Murlocs entering the harbor with little loss. You must know that they are the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Stormwind to support Arather, and it is their mission to fight against the undead army. If the losses in Menethil Port are too great, Tagrian will definitely bear a lot of responsibility. Seeing that Grian remained silent, Leo made another suggestion. Otherwise, I will lead people to seal the harbor entrance first, and the Major will search for the location of the Fishmen in the harbor. If necessary, I can use magic to block the outward passage from the harbor for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, we will join forces. How about destroying the Fishmen? Leo's words surprised Grian. What kind of magic could block the harbor entrance for 2 hours? As far as Grian knew, there was no magic spell that could do this, unless Leo had mastered some secret technique that was unknown to outsiders. Secret method? Leo didn't have it, but he did have the poison method. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't hesitate to spend his mana to use the poison explosion technique, there will be no problem in blocking the port. Seeing that Leo was not joking, Grian made a decision. I'll do as you say. The commander made a decision. And after the order was passed on, the entire team immediately started moving. The 3 troop transport ships parked in Menethil Harbor sailed into the sea and headed towards Menethil Harbor. In order to cooperate with Leo's actions, Grian mobilized troops at the port and made big moves, completely attracting the fishmen's attention. Leo stood on the side of the ship. He was not too worried about this battle. After being killed by him, the fishmen still didn't know how to run away and still harassed the port. Their behavior could only be described in 4 words. Description: don't know whether to live or die. It's really easy to determine where the fish schools are in the harbor. Grian did it without even sending anyone to the sea. The big commotion at the port caused by his deployment of troops attracted the attention of the fishmen. Those guys who thought they were safe staying in the sea came out one after another and informed the people at the port. Where are the human armies located? This is really enough to make people speechless. Leo, who saw the scene through the crow-shared vision, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did these fishmen think he didn't die fast enough? He actually took the initiative to reveal his location. I have seen stupid people, but I have never seen such stupid people. Whaley, tell us to go down and have the brothers put on their diving helmets. We will have work to do soon. As Leo spoke, he used the poison explosion technique, and clusters of dark green poisonous gas were generated in the sea. After the poisonous gas was generated, it quickly dissolved in the water, adding a different color to the blue seawater. The poisonous gas dissolved with the seawater and slowly spread. The area where Menethil Harbor connected to the sea was soon dyed green. After Leo cast hundreds of poisonous explosions, the place was completely occupied by green poisonous water. Call. After doing this, Leo let out a sigh of relief. He spent a lot of mana, but it was all worth it. If the fishmen didn't run out before they blocked the harbor entrance, they wouldn't have another chance to run away in the future. If it can't be wiped out in one go, the worst I can do is run back and add 100 poison explosions at the entrance of this passage. As long as the Murlocs can't get out of Menethil Harbor, they will be finished sooner or later. Leo was never soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. He was not going to let go of the 20,000 Murlocs who entered Menethil Harbor. Anyway, as long as the mouth of this pocket was tied up, the Murlocs could be killed no matter what they did. Lord Leo, the soldiers are ready for battle. After hearing Viri's report, Leo looked towards the port. I'm ready. Grian, what about you? Compared with Leo, Jiren can command more soldiers, but this means that his side's action speed is much slower. After Leo waited for nearly 10 minutes, Jiren passed the message to him. Hands on news. Finally ready to take action. Leo clenched his fists, cast a magic breath spell on himself, and jumped into the sea first. Come on, brothers. Follow me to fish. There was a splashing sound of falling into the water, except for the accompanying Menethil Harbor guards left to guard the 3 troop transport ships. 3,000 soldiers under Leo's command jumped into the sea. As a landlubber, Leo indeed couldn't swim. But just because he couldn't swim didn't mean that his pet couldn't either. The 3,000 soldiers who jumped into the water found that their commander was so handsome. But he stepped on the backs of 2 white wolves in the sea, letting the 2 wolves carry him around in the sea. With the Warlock's magic breath technique, it would not be a problem for the Mad Wolf to breathe underwater. Leo, who was stepping on the back of the Mad Wolf, was a little lucky that he was a warlock. Otherwise water fighting would definitely become his weakness. After all, humans are terrestrial creatures, and their vision is greatly reduced immediately after entering the water. Fortunately, Leo made enough diving helmets to allow the soldiers to have strong underwater vision capabilities, while having the ability to breathe underwater. Otherwise, they would have lost sight after entering the sea. It's easy to get separated. After some waiting, after all 3,000 soldiers got used to underwater activities, Leo began to lead them towards the battlefield. At this time, the area where the fishmen were located was already fiercely fought. Under the command of Grian, the soldiers who had been blessed with magic by the military mage group jumped into the sea one by one and fought with the fishmen. The advantage of the human army is that they have strength in numbers, and the advantage of the fishmen is that they are familiar with underwater battles. Both sides have their own advantages, and the fight is inextricably linked for a while. There is a saying called like a fish in water, which means that once a fish enters the water, it will become very powerful. If it were on land, how could 10,000 to 20,000 Murlocs defeat the 50,000 Storm Expeditionary Force? But in the sea, the Murlocs were able to fight evenly with their opponents. It must be said that the Murlocs took advantage of their home field advantage. The Fishmen and the Storm Expeditionary Army, who had the home field advantage, were in a stalemate. But this situation did not last long. With the arrival of a human army numbering 3,000, the balance of the battle quickly tilted towards the human side. The reason why the battle situation changed so quickly was not because Leo came and went on a killing spree, but because he went into the sea with Leo and was now standing on the back of the Terror Claw. He used dragon power towards the fishmen. The power of the red dragon emanated, and although it had an impact on human soldiers, it was far less powerful than it had on fishmen. After all, the Storm Expeditionary Force are veterans who have been on many battlefields. They have a tough mind. Polition's dragon power can only reduce their combat effectiveness without making them timid. This is completely different from the Murlocs, who suddenly lose their fighting spirit. One side is only slightly affected, while the other side has no fighting spirit. It would be strange if the balance of war is not tilted. Polition's dragon power is really invincible in bullying these indigenous creatures. Leo, who had already seen this kind of situation when he was dealing with various unruly forces in the wetland, was not surprised. The 3,000 soldiers behind him did not hesitate and immediately waved their weapons to kill the fishmen. Seeing that the stalemate was suddenly broken, and the situation instantly became favorable to his own side, Grian was overjoyed. He had long heard that there was a red dragon next to Leo. He thought that the red-haired young man stepping on the swamp crocodile was the red dragon. On the scene, the fishmen who were affected by Polition's dragon power were completely suppressed and beaten by the human army. Leo scratched his face at the side. It seemed that he no longer needed to take action. The 50,000 Storm Expeditionary Army plus his men 3,000 soldiers. How can those 20,000 Murlocs with no fighting spirit be their opponents? Besides, there is also a red dragon, Parashylan, who has long wanted to cause trouble for the fishmen. Joining the battle, feeling that he had nothing to do, Leo couldn't help but start running away. After taking care of the Murlocs in Menethil Port, I have to return to Dunmotor. Next, it's time to send me to support the Valley of Refuge. A bunch of idiots want to trick me and see if I don't cause a huge mess. Chapter 193, Pretending to be crazy while drinking. Leo, if you are dissatisfied with those people, just kill them. In Dunmid's tavern, Parashylan said coaxingly to Leo. Red Dragon does have the ability to be arrogant, regardless of his identity as a dragon. His epic level of strength alone is enough to run rampant in this city. Leo patted Parashylan on the shoulder, glanced at a drinker not far from him without any trace, and said to the red dragon, "Oh, pay. Many things in the world cannot be solved by pure force. I will have to deal with those people sooner or later. But not now." A month ago, Leo and Jirian teamed up to annihilate the Murlocs harassing Menethil Port. After completing Link's mission, he followed Jirian to Dunmod. The atmosphere was completely different when he returned to the city again, and many officers began to target Leo. Leo knew that the officers targeting him belonged to the noble camp, who wanted to kill him. These people first tried their best to obstruct Link's order to increase troops under Leo's command, and then later tried to split up his troops. It was really abominable. For these people, Leo only regarded them as clowns. He didn't care whether the troops under his command were expanded. The newcomers had to conquer their hearts again, and he had to be on guard against anyone adding sand to his troops. These were not conducive to the mission he was about to undertake. It doesn't matter if you have more or less troops. What's important is that you can use your arms and fingers and obey your orders completely. Split up my 3,000 soldiers? It's really a ridiculous trick. It's just a trick that these people use to advance before retreating. In order to successfully achieve the first goal and prevent Link from adding more troops to me, we each take a step back. Leo's troops don't need to be reorganized. But you, Link, don't send any more troops to work under him. Thinking of the scene at that time, Leo sneered secretly. A bunch of idiots. They really thought that Link was a piece of dough and could be needed however they wanted. No one in power likes his subordinates to have second thoughts. I wonder how the thick-faced and sinister Uncle Link will arrange for those foolish and tragic people to sacrifice their lives for the country. It is impossible for war not to kill people, especially when your opponent is such a powerful character as the undead army in the Undercity. It is normal for some officers to die. Link! Your seemingly honest appearance will deceive many people. Weak ants dare to scream at the strong. This can only happen among you humans. Polition fired the map cannon with a dissatisfied look on his face, blasting the entire human race. Master Leo, this is not the way to go. Willie, who was sitting at the same table, looked worried. Today, many officers have come to recruit people overtly or covertly. If the brothers were not loyal to you, the team would have dispersed long ago. Poaching my corner? Leo snorted and said to Willie, write down all the guys who came to poach people. And then slowly sort out their relationships in the army. They want to use this trick to dismantle my team. These guys are really shady. If they are ordinary generals, they will definitely not be able to control the troops in such a short time. After their poaching, not many of their subordinates will be left. But they didn't expect that I, Leo, was so capable. In just 1 or 2 months, I could make my soldiers completely loyal. They made a mistake. I, Leo, am not a bad person. And you want to use conspiracy to harm me. I don't care whether you are friendly or not. I will not feel the slightest guilt in sending you to the death list. After taking a sip of wine, Leo saw Scarlet's figure appearing in the tavern. And the female knight was walking towards him. What's this tough girl doing here? She couldn't be here to cause trouble. Right? Leo. Take it. To Leo's surprise, Scarlet actually gave him a map. A map of Arthi Highlands. Leo only took a cursory glance and discovered the difference in this map. This was not an ordinary product that everyone knew. The Arthi Highlands were described in great detail on the map. What Leo got from Link was completely incomparable. In comparison, this should be the collection of the Aratha royal family. Don't get me wrong. I just hope you can reach the Valley of Refuge and help Galen resist the attack of the undead army. There is nothing else. Seeing Leo looking at her strangely, the female knight hurriedly explained. I said, why are you panicking? Did I say anything? As the saying goes, explanation is a cover-up. It's better if you don't say it. But if you say it, hee hee. I'm so excited when you say that. This tough girl is not really interested in me. If so, should I accept the move or not? Thinking of this, Leo's eyes became a little weird. Scarlet retreated in his eyes. And the female knight snorted and turned away. Look, you're arrogant again, aren't you? Leo shook his head in a funny way. He suddenly noticed that Parashion next to him looked at Scarlet very strangely. The red dragon actually had a look of fear on his face. What happened? Leo thought it was strange. As a proud member of the dragon clan, Polition is many times stronger than Scarlet. He is actually afraid of that tough girl. Is it wrong? Leo, that woman is not simple. Under Leo's probing gaze, Parashion spoke. Red Dragon's words aroused the interest of the entire table. In addition to Leo, the 5 sergeants at the table also pricked up their ears, trying to figure out what was going on. On the surface, her strength is very weak. She is just a paladin who is eager for quick success and wants to quickly break through to become an epic powerhouse. As a result, she has not laid a solid foundation for her own legendary realm. The power of the holy light in her body is not condensed enough. However, I feel that there is a powerful force in her body. A force that is comparable to the legendary strongman. Leo, who is this woman? His. Polition's words made everyone present take a breath. The power is comparable to the legendary strongman. How terrifying is that? If you look at the entire world, you can count the number of legendary powerhouses on your fingers. Scarlet seems to have a big secret. Leo rubbed his chin with an interested look on his face. He had no choice but to be curious. Everyone has curiosity. Her name is Scarlet Lothar, a member of the Aratha royal family. Lotha, a member of the Aratha royal family. So that's what it is. I heard that you humans had an organization called the Iron Horse Brotherhood, and their leader was a legendary strongman. It seems that the woman just now has the secret of inheritance. The legendary strongman transferred all his strength and cultivation insights into her body. She doesn't need to have a solid foundation before becoming a legendary strongman. She just needs to continuously improve her strength. Parashion revealed a big secret. A shocking one. Big secret. Leo was shocked. What's the difference between Scarlet's behavior and cheating? There is no need to worry about enlightenment before becoming a legendary powerhouse. She does not need to spend a lot of time to solidify her foundation. She only needs to keep improving her level. In this way, it will be difficult for her not to become a genius. You must know that laying the foundation to stabilize the realm is the most time-consuming. Even if Leo's level rises quickly, he will think that all the strong people in the world are like this. He is a time traveler and has a golden finger. Can others compare with him? I originally thought that people like me were very bad. But I didn't expect that people in this world are not bad either. With this secret method, as long as the descendants are not the type of complete losers, it is a certainty that a legendary strongman will appear among the descendants. Although I have a golden finger, the strong people in this world are not good at all. So we cannot underestimate them. Iron Horse Brotherhood? It must be the Grand Duke Lothar, who entered the Blackwing lair. Scarlet is really lucky to have such a family elder. With her talent and inheritance of secret techniques, she has become a legendary power. It's just a matter of time. There was not much envy in Leo's tone. The secret method inherited by the legendary powerhouse was a great thing to others. But compared to the various abilities he brought when he traveled through time, it really felt like a small thing. If we only talked about the Iron Horse Brotherhood, Leo might not remember it clearly, but he remembered it after being connected with Grand Duke Lothar. Grand Duke Lothar's weapon is a big sword called the Sword of the Iron Horse Brotherhood. Of course, the name may not be famous, but its full name is very loud. It is the Ashkandy Iron Horse Brotherhood Sword. Since the name of Grand Duke Lothar is engraved on this sword, Anduin Lothar, this sword also has an abbreviation, AL. Yes, you read that right. The sword of the Ashkandy Iron Horse Brotherhood is the great sword AL that makes countless people fight with each other and turn brothers against each other. Isn't there a saying back then, once AL comes out, there are no more brothers? Over the ownership of this sword, countless guilds got into trouble and even had to be disbanded. By the way, since Scarlet has obtained the secret technique inherited by Grand Duke Lothar, has she gotten the equipment of Grand Duke Lothar? The epic weapons, the Iron Horse Brotherhood sword, and the Judgment suit bathed in the blood of the Black Dragon. Don't know what kind of powerful blessings they will have on their holders in this world. Leo couldn't help but feel speechless when he thought that he had worked hard for a long time to get an epic blood blade from Polition, and the other equipment was just sophisticated. Although it is also an epic sword. Can Blood Blade compare with AL? Even if the former carries the latter's shoes, it's not enough. Besides, Blood Blade is not an equipment used by legal warriors. This world of fighting for dad. Leo drank the wine on the table in one gulp and stood up with an angry expression. His face clearly read these 4 words, I am very unhappy. With Scarlet, the second-generation king. As a comparison, Leo felt unbalanced. If he feels unbalanced, he will find someone to vent to. While I was working so hard to put together a set of sophisticated magic suits, someone could inherit an entire epic set of suits at birth. This world is so unfair. Leo muttered. His steps skewed. He stumbled and bumped into a drinker sitting near him. I don't know what happened, but the man immediately let out a scream and started to vomit blood while being pressed by Leo. It feels so comfortable to have someone on your back when you fall. Leo had a drunken blush on his face, waving his hands as if he wanted to stand up again. At this time, a click sound of bones breaking suddenly came from under Leo, and the man who was being pressed let out a miserable groan. And there was no movement. You're just dead like that. You're so fragile. I said you're just an intermediate warrior, and you're trying to spy on me. A legendary warlock. You're too brave. Chapter 194. Beware of the warlock named Leo. Whether it is personal force or a powerful force, it is very unreliable to have only one of them and want to dominate the entire world with it. Only by possessing both can one truly have the qualifications to dominate the world. In a tavern, he pretended to be drunk and killed a spy sent by someone to keep an eye on him. Leo's immediate surroundings became clear. His decisive killing made many people fear him. Although some people are accusing Leo of pretending to be crazy while drinking and deliberately killing people, they are limited to accusations. These people really don't dare to take actual actions. The officers who are against Leo are not fools. He is a legendary warlock, and behind him is the shadow of the powerful MI7. They are far stronger than them in terms of force and power. As long as they make any changes, it will not take half a day. The head will be in a different place. Knowing that there was nothing they could do to Leo, the officers would not do nothing. They began to urge Leo to complete the tasks assigned by the kingdom as soon as possible and go to the Refuge Valley to support the Arather coalition that was resisting the undead army. However, there is a problem to be solved in order for Leo to go to the Refuge Valley, and that is to break through the blockade set up by the undead at the other end of the Solder Bridge. Because of the increase in human troops, the atmosphere at Solder Bridge became tense again. After the addition of 50,000 reinforcements, there were more calls for war in the expeditionary force. No matter which faction the officers belonged to, they were soldiers after all, and the battlefield was the best place for them to gain merit. Without war, how would they show how they would gain honor, and how they would show their worth? In view of the unrest of their opponents, the undead army confronting the expeditionary force also began to mobilize frequently. They must guard against the sudden increase in strength of the Storm Expeditionary Force to launch an attack while their morale is high. with the two sides constantly deploying troops and generals. The solder bridge is really full of storms. Leo, be careful here. Standing at the end of the solder bridge, Link told Leo beside him various things to pay attention to after entering the earthy highlands. Leo knew what Link was referring to by being cautious, and he said to Link with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm a very tough person." Seeing Leo's knowing look, Link didn't say anything more. In fact, considering his friendship with Leo, he could still vaguely remind him at this time, which was considered to be the most benevolent thing. Grian came over. As the only major officer under Link, he was the frontline commander of the upcoming battle. It seems that preparations for the attack have been made, but the same is true for the undead. Leo signaled to Viri and asked him to take his soldiers and set off closely behind Grian's troops. With professions like hunters and rogues, the battlefield is very transparent, and even slightly larger moves by both sides of the confrontation cannot be concealed. Calculating carefully, this was Leo's first time to participate in an attack on the undead army. In the previous battle, the main attack was on the undead side. It is obvious that the undead army is very well prepared for the human attack. After such a long period of operation, the undead have already built a very stable defense on the side of the solder bridge in the earthy highlands. It is only 100 meters high. There are hundreds of arrow towers. By building such a tower, are the undead preparing to play tower defense? Leo said this was a headache, because if he wanted to lead the army into the earthy highlands, the undead's defense line must be broken through. During a battle, it would be very advantageous for the defensive side to have enough fortifications, and the attacking human army would have to charge forward despite the attacks of the undead. An arrow tower can shoot an average of 20 arrows per second, and 100 arrow towers can shoot 2,000 arrows per second. These arrow towers move together, which really corresponds to the phrase arrows raining down like rain. The arrows fired from hundreds of arrow towers were like a dense rainstorm, making the human warriors ahead miserable. What troubles them even more is that there are 30 magic towers standing behind the arrow tower. Although there has been no movement in these magic towers for the time being, everyone knows that these are also deadly killing gods. 100 arrow towers and 30 magic towers. The undead are trying to block the way from the wetlands to the earthy highlands. It seems that they want to trap the Arather coalition forces in the Refuge Valley. It's no wonder that the Kingdom of Stormwind selected people to rush into the earthy highlands to support the Refuge Valley. It has been under siege, and has been without external support for a long time. Under such circumstances, the Refuge Valley can easily fall into despair, and even collapse. The fighting was fierce in the front, and the atmosphere in the rear was also tense. The 3,000 soldiers behind Leo all grasped their weapons, and were ready to charge. As long as the soldiers commanded by Grian completed the charge and disrupted the undead's defense line, they would launch a charge. Leo feels that the undead arrow tower is an obstacle. Since it is an obstacle, then get rid of it. He rummaged through his inventory and found that since all he had made during this period were frost grenades, and no more large bombs were replenished, there were now less than 400 left. Leo was ready to use up the last of his inventory. Since his poisonous flower vine still couldn't be summoned, he decided to sell Grian another favor. Major Grian, organize a group of soldiers to go up and use this to kill the undead arrow tower, transferring the remaining large bombs to the empty space package. Leo handed it to Grian, who was worrying about how to break through the undead defense line. After receiving the space package from Leo, Grian was immediately overjoyed. With these 400 large bombs, it would be much easier to destroy the undead's arrow tower defense line. The undead, who were using fortifications to defend against the attack of the human army, did not notice that a group of human warriors, who were stronger than ordinary soldiers, quietly rushed up. When these spherical objects appeared in the hands of these rushing warriors, the shocked undead tried to stop him, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Big bombs were thrown towards the arrow towers with all the strength of the soldiers. Amidst a burst of intensive explosions, the 20 or so arrow towers at the front collapsed. The undead archer on the tower fell hard. If he was lucky, he was only slightly injured. But if he was unlucky, he fell into a pile of broken bones. After destroying 1/5 of the opponent's arrow towers at once, the morale of the human army was boosted. Their offensive became fierce, and the momentum of the undead was suppressed. 400 large bombs destroyed more than 20 arrow towers. On average, it took nearly 20 large bombs to destroy one arrow tower. The undead arrow tower was obviously reinforced by magic and had strong defensive capabilities. With the power of the large bombs, it is already very good to achieve such results. But Leo was obviously dissatisfied with this result. If poisonous flower vines were used to carry out underground blasting, the results could be at least doubled. Lao Pei. It's up to you. The big bomb didn't have the expected effect. It didn't matter. Leo still had a powerful beater. Didn't he? The miserable red dragon has to work hard again. Hold head high. In a high-pitched dragon roar, a 50-meter-long red dragon appeared in the sky. As soon as the red dragon appeared, it showed its position with practical actions. It opened its big mouth, and a pillar of fire spurted out from its mouth. The target was exactly an arrow tower for the undead. Under the scorching dragon flames, all the undead archers on this arrow tower were burned into a pile of fly ashes in just 2 seconds. All the undead on the tower died, and the arrow tower immediately misfired. A red dragon appeared in the sky. Many soldiers who did not know the situation were still in shock, worried that the appearance of this red dragon would have an impact on the battle. But suddenly they saw the scene of the red dragon attacking the undead arrow tower, and they were immediately shocked. Thunderous cheers. A powerful dragon appeared in the sky to help us. With its help, we can't take down the undead? What a joke. The appearance of Polition immediately boosted the morale of the human soldiers participating in the battle. The morale of the human army was once again improved, and the soldiers' offensive became more fierce. It was very difficult for the undead army to hold on under the overwhelming momentum of its opponent. This is how it is on the battlefield. If one of the fighting parties gets angry, the fighting power they erupt will be several times that of usual. Therefore, morale is a crucial attribute for the army. In the undead army, several figures, who were obviously leaders, looked solemnly at the red dragon, who was calling the names one by one in the arrow tower. These people were the legendary undead, who had fought against Leo and the others. It seems that the information is correct. Someone in the human army opposite has indeed subdued a red dragon. That is, the warlock named Leo. This man is a threat, and must be eliminated as soon as possible. The ones who spoke were Leo and Scarlet, judging from everyone's attitude towards the undead commander, who had been seriously injured together. This person's status was obviously higher than the others. There is an epic red dragon guarding him. It is difficult to kill him. The dark priest, who had suffered a loss at Leo's hands, also spoke. If it weren't for those orcs from the Dragon Maw clan, Master Vince would have killed the human named Leo long ago. If you ask me, why bother to contact the goblins to send them to Orgrimmar? And just kill them and throw them away? Wouldn't it be more convenient to go to Deathstroke Town? A legendary undead warrior who had fought against Scarlet said in a conspiratorial tone, and his words quickly aroused dissatisfaction from others. Shut up. Are you questioning the Queen's order? Aquis, don't talk nonsense. The undead warrior quickly explained that he couldn't afford to wear such a big hat. I'm just very dissatisfied with the Shadow Council's dictating attitude. Not to mention that these guys have occupied Strongguard. They are still here. If they instruct us to do things for them, our so-called alliance will have to break up sooner or later. I think your main reason is that you hate living creatures. The third undead warrior laughed. Stop talking. The undead commander spoke. It is not up to us to decide how to deal with those guys in the Shadow Council. What we have to do now is to defeat these humans who have been trying to eliminate us. Hey, that's right. The two soldiers beside the undead commander let out a gloomy laugh. They rushed to the front line of the fierce battle with their weapons and shouted to the undead soldiers. Kill these living creatures. People. These two impulsive guys. The undead commander didn't stop him, and the two soldiers around him disappeared, which made him extremely depressed. Aquis, go and watch them for me. Don't let these two idiots be killed by humans. After the undead commander finished speaking, he added, be careful of the warlock named Leo. Chapter 195. Enjoy the embrace of death again. Those two tough guys are already warriors in the legendary realm. Isn't that a worry? As someone who has died once, why would he care about dying one more time? With this thought in his mind, Yakis did not hesitate in his actions. He began to pay attention to the situation of the two undead warriors. With Yakis taking care of him, the undead commander felt more at ease with the two warriors who rushed forward, and his attention was focused on Parashion, who was raging in the sky. Red Dragon, do you think that you can do whatever you want to the army of forgotten people under my command just because you have epic strength? Polition was in the mood to breathe fire. The Red Dragon kept setting fire to the undead arrow towers, burning the undead archers on the towers to death in piles. Each arrow tower became mute in the burning of the dragon's flames. On fire, facing a giant dragon with epic strength. The undead seemed unable to resist. But is this really the case? You're just a young dragon in its growth stage. Do you really think that my army of Forsaken in the Undercity can't do anything to you? The undead commander looked at Parashion, who had destroyed 10 arrow towers, and sneered, "Red Dragon, you are too arrogant." The 30 magic towers that had been silent since the war finally started to move. A layer of light green gas floated out from the top of the tower, and soon dyed the sky at the head of Solder Bridge with a new color. Originally, the clear blue turned into the emerald green of New Meadows. Brian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw something strange in the sky. The 30 magic towers emitting light green gas were not real magic towers at all, but plague towers used by the undead to spread the plague. The sky was filled with the plague of the undead, and Parashion quickly fell to the ground. Although the body of the giant dragon is strong enough, it may not be effective in facing the plague of the undead. It may be able to withstand it for a while, but it will definitely not be able to withstand it for a long time. Without its air superiority, Pollution posed a much smaller threat to the entire undead army. However, the red dragon had epic strength after all, and he was still extremely powerful after landing. With the hot dragon's breath, the scorching dragon's flames, and his huge and strong body, Parashion quickly cleared away the undead around him after landing, creating a vacuum zone with a radius of 100 meters in the undead army. If he just forced Pollution down from the air, the undead commander would not have the confidence to fight against a red dragon with epic strength. Because even the red dragon that landed on the ground was an epic powerhouse, and could not be restrained without checks and balances. Lao Pei, come back quickly. The red dragon was killing happily, when he suddenly received a warning from Leo asking him to step back. Just as he was confused, 100 large iron chains were drawn towards him with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang bang bang. The iron chain was pulled on Pollution's body, sparking passion with the scales on the red dragon's body. Roar! Pollution screamed in pain. The hundreds of chains pulled out carried huge force, and even the hard dragon scales were pulled open. He was in pain. What is it? Even the dragon scales can be cracked. Each of them was 6 or 7 meters tall, with a waist circumference of an astonishing 3 meters. The fat man was approaching the red dragon with clumsy steps. The undead are so willing to give up. Dozens of abominations were actually dispatched to deal with Pollution. Leo was secretly stunned as he watched from behind. As a high-level undead creature, abominations are not easy to create. Which abomination didn't take shape after the accumulation of thousands of corpses and various complex transformation processes. Although the actual combat power of the abominations is only at the peak of high level. In terms of pure strength and resistance to fighting, they are comparable to the legendary warriors. It was precisely because Leo discovered their presence in the undead army that he hurriedly told Parashion to retreat. If he is entangled by this group of hateful people, Parashion will not be able to escape even for a moment. Although Leo wanted the red dragon to withdraw, Parashion, who was hurt by the hated iron chain, lost his temper. The beaten red dragon was obviously ready to make a big fuss and kill all these ugly fat men. You lowly undead creatures. How dare you go against me? Let me all die. Pollution opened his mouth wide, and a thick pillar of fire spurted out, burning the two haters facing him into pieces. Ash. They are just a group of high-level scum, but they dare to attack Lord Pollution. Now you know how powerful they are. Killing 2 abominations instantly with 1 blow. The red dragon was just proud when the abomination's chains were pulled out again, beating Parashion until he screamed in pain again. Hatred, who had no fear at all, would not be frightened by the sight of the red dragon instantly killing their companions. They only knew that their mission was to kill the behemoth in front of them. As the red dragon roared, Dragon Flame instantly killed another abomination, and what he got in exchange was still the chain that was drawn with great force. Then Pollution's roar, and the sound of the abomination's lashing of chains began to occupy this corner of the battlefield. Standing at the back, Leo could only vaguely see the situation on Pollution's side, because the plague of the undead filled the sky, and crows could not survive in the plague. Leo lost his perspective of overlooking the overall situation, which made him very sad. Not used to it. We can't wait any longer. Willie, kill him! Worried that something might happen to Pollution, Leo decided to lead his army to charge. Even though Pollution has epic level strength, he is still in great danger in the undead army. Who knows if there are any powerful people in the undead army? After receiving Leo's order, Willie did not hesitate at all. He made a charging gesture, shouted, "Kill!" and rushed forward first. 3,000 humans whose equipment was obviously different from other soldiers came to kill, immediately attracting the attention of the undead. The 2 legendary undead warriors rushed over with strange screams and killed the elite human soldiers. In their opinion, it was more exciting than killing ordinary soldiers. It's a pity that the two undead warriors didn't know that the leader of this team was Leo. And they were destined to hit the wall this time. Two legendary undead warriors. Through chi induction, Leo discovered these two unique opponents at once. The two undead warriors who were attacking what they thought were elite human soldiers found two beasts in front of them. A huge grizzly bear and a majestic black lion. It's that human warlock's pet. The undead warriors were shocked when they saw this. The last battle left a deep impression on Leo. You have to be careful because you are being targeted by the guy named Leo. The two warriors were wary in their hearts. But they did not stop at all. They continued to charge forward without slowing down at all. And the weapons in their hands began to accumulate power. Relying on its thick skin and thick flesh. The grizzly bear collided with the two charging warriors, preparing to play a one-on-one battle. This beast is looking for death. The undead warriors were secretly angry when they saw this. They were masters of the legendary realm. But a beast dared to show its claws to them. Is there any other way to do this? Just when the undead warriors were about to teach the grizzly bears a lesson, a sense of powerlessness suddenly came over them. And in the blink of an eye, several curse spells were cast on them. The combat effectiveness of the two men suddenly dropped by nearly 20%. The human warlock takes action. Damn human warlock. Disgusting curse spell. The undead warrior, who had been weakened by 20% of his combat power by the curse spell. Cursed. The feeling of being burdened with multiple negative states, and being unable to use them despite being powerful was really too uncomfortable. Nausea? There is something even more disgusting. Leo sneered. Just when the grizzly bear was about to collide with the undead warrior, a dark shadow suddenly fell over them. The impact of the dark element knocked the two undead warriors unconscious on the spot. Everyone was stunned. So the attack they had originally prepared couldn't be carried out. Boom! Boom! The grizzly bear knocked the two undead warriors away as expected, completing its one-on-one feat. A beast knocked away two legendary warriors. And the grizzly bear was proud of himself. Yakis had already noticed the abnormality when the grizzly bear and Huma appeared. After seeing the grizzly bear knocking away the two warriors, the necromancer was depressed to find that Leo's beast pet was stronger than the last time. Quite a few. If the strength of this grizzly bear was still a little inferior last time, then this time it has truly entered the legendary realm. A beast with legendary level strength. Kias was amazed. He didn't know how Leo could do it. And he could actually make a beast grow to this point. The two undead warriors, who were knocked away by the grizzly bear, were depressed when something even more depressing happened to them again. Seeing an opportunity to take advantage of it. How could Leo let all the pets go? Huma and Terrorclaw teamed up with the three mad wolves to teleport together. The five beasts attacked one of the undead warriors with a crazy claw attack and bite. The mad wolf's attack was nothing. But Huma's claw strikes, and the powerful bite of the terrifying claws seriously injured the attacked undead warrior. The Lion King Huma and the Crocodile King Terrorclaw. Their strength is equivalent to that of the grizzly bear. And they have truly entered the legendary realm. Huma's claw attack combined with the natural pain technique, and the powerful bite of the terrifying pincers. The two legendary beasts worked together to remove one of the undead warrior's leg bones, turning him into a cripple, with one leg lame. The undead warrior's mobility was suddenly greatly affected. Seeing this, several beasts were even more unyielding. When the grizzly bear stopped another undead warrior, they launched continuous fierce attacks on the undead warrior, who was missing one leg. Unexpectedly, the battle took a sudden turn for the worse in an instant. Yakis originally thought that the two undead warriors could fight Leo for a while. Unexpectedly, Leo had three more beasts that had broken through to the legendary realm. One person. Three beasts. For legends join forces. But one encounter seriously injured one of the two warriors. Yakis summoned the water element without hesitation. But now, he had to take action. Snapped. Huma, who was besieging the lame undead warrior, was frozen by a blast of frost. And the five beasts were frozen in place. The lame undead warrior did not dare to neglect when he saw this. He supported himself on one leg and fled backwards. Frost Nova? Leo followed the induction and discovered Yakis and his water element. I asked who it was, and it turned out to be the Necromancer from last time. Leo gave Yakis a provocative look, and the two green mists in his hands quickly condensed, which were very lethal chaos arrows. You want to save him? Do you have the ability? You were targeted by me, and you still want to run away? Enjoy the embrace of death again. Undead. Chapter 196 The Undead's Plan. The formation speed of the chaos arrow in Leo's hand was much faster than Yakis expected. The Necromancer did not expect that in less than 4 months, the human warlock's strength would have significantly improved. I don't know which idiot got the information, but it actually said that this warlock named Leo had been promoted to the legendary realm for less than half a year. Do you have the brains to be able to complete the casting of Chaos Arrow so quickly in a breathless time? Such a person would be a novice in the legendary realm? Think of us as fools. The lame undead warrior was horrified. Leo's Chaos Arrow was launched so fast. Wouldn't it kill people? A figure suddenly came out from the side. The lame undead warrior, who was focused on Leo and the 5 beasts chasing him, did not expect that Chung Yao Jin would suddenly come out halfway. And he bumped into it. Not good. Seeing this figure, Yakis was shocked. Go to HL. Undead. A big sword burning with golden holy light quickly fell towards the lame undead warrior. Who was the owner of the big sword if it wasn't Scarlet? The souls of the lame undead warrior are rising. Even if his body is intact, he is no match for this female paladin. Now that he is missing a leg, he is even more unmatched by her. And judging from the holy light burning on this woman's body, her strength has improved more than the human warlock was much more terrifying. With Scarlet's big sword in front and Leo's chaos arrows behind, the lame undead warrior is extremely dangerous. Facing the crisis, the lame undead warrior did not dare to hold back. A shield suddenly appeared in his hand. This was a weapon that the undead warrior put in his private space to deal with danger. As soon as the shield appeared, the undead warrior couldn't wait to activate his life-saving skill Shield Wall. Shadows of shield surrounded the lame undead warrior, protecting him inside. The lame undead warrior who opened the shield wall didn't care about Scarlet's sword, or even Leo's chaos arrow. He shouldered the 2 attacks and overcame the female knight's obstruction. If the shield wall was not turned on, the undead warrior would not dare to attack like this, because any one of Leo's and Scarlet's attacks could seriously injure him. But with the shield wall protection that can reduce most of the damage, the undead warrior has no worries. This is exactly the case. The undead warrior who suffered 2 attacks paid an extremely small price. Before Scarlet and Leo's second attack came, he had already retreated into the undead army and ran away quickly under the protection of a group of undead soldiers. When Leo saw this, he secretly thought it was a pity. If it weren't for the shield wall protecting the lame undead warrior, how could the lame undead warrior have escaped? I can get a lot of energy for upgrading. Each strong person has his or her own way to save his life. It is 10 times more difficult to kill a strong person than to defeat him. Leo was able to successfully kill the legendary fire Necromancer before, but it was due to various accidents. Just luck. Since it is an unexpected good fortune, we cannot count on it. Seeing Scarlet appear, another undead warrior who was entangled by the grizzly bear was furious and quickly abandoned his opponent and ran away before Leo and Scarlet turned their attack targets to him. Damn it. The strength of these 2 humans has improved so fast. Did they really make an amazing breakthrough during this period of time? Or did the 2 of them hide their strength in the previous battle? With doubts, Yakis hid in the undead army under the cover of the water element. It wasn't that he didn't want to use flash to escape, but that when Leo discovered him, he had the HL Hound use spell blockade to greet him. Otherwise, how could Yakis watch the lame undead warrior in danger without taking action? The 3 legendary masters of the undead retreated, and Leo and Scarlet had no opponent to check them. 1 paladin and 1 warlock. 2 human legendary masters showed their power in the undead army. Divine Storm, Rain of Fire and other group attack spells hit the undead army one after another, killing the undead soldiers one by one. Seeing the 2 legendary strongmen on their side showing off their power, the soldiers of the expeditionary force became more and more courageous as they fought, and the defense line of the undead began to loosen under their wave after wave of impact. The undead commander's originally frightening expression became a little more ugly when he saw this. It seems that we underestimated the cunning degree of our opponents. The female paladin and the warlock named Leo probably hid their strength in the previous battles. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the obvious strength of these 2 people in the 2 battles. Variety. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible for you to improve so quickly. It seems that we have to ask for help from the Undercity. If we want to block the Solder Bridge, we must have more strong people here. The undead commander looked at the undead warrior, who was missing a leg bone, and escaped after opening the life-saving shield wall. He snorted heavily, and signaled the guards to take this guy to the rear to recuperate. That warlock named Leo has 3 legendary beasts, and has subdued an epic dragon. Can Master Winsk succeed? Yakis was a little worried when he returned. Even if he faced such a powerful lineup, he knew that Winsky was very powerful, so he couldn't help but not worry. Compared with Yakis, the undead commander was more confident. He made a gesture to the undead mage that there was no need to worry, and said, "Don't doubt Lord Winsk's strength. Even the individual strengths of Winsk are very different. Lord SK is the top being among the epic warriors. Except for the Red Dragon, which is a little bit of a hindrance. The 3 legendary beasts." "Huh? Your Majesty, Commander. That Red Dragon is so powerful that the abominations can't stop it." An undead messenger hurried over and informed Yakis and the undead commander of bad news. Although the hateful iron chain can shatter the Red Dragon's dragon scales, it can't cause much harm to Parashion. At best, it only hurts him very much. The Red Dragon's counterattack is different. Each spray of dragon flames can turn at least one abomination into a pile of ashes. With the slow movement speed of the abomination, Parashion can spray accurately without having to specifically aim. One side only suffered some superficial injuries, but the other side continued to reduce its numbers. When the undead soldiers passed the news to the undead commander, abomination had already reduced its number by half. If you can't stop it, then you can't stop it. Don't worry about the abominations. They are just part of the plan. The undead commander had no intention of helping the abominations, and allowed these high-level undead creatures to turn into piles of ashes under the Red Dragon's dragon flames. This battle has almost reached its current situation, and it's time to move on to the next step. The messenger was called over, and the undead commander asked him to convey a new order. The soldiers of the expeditionary force, who were fighting with the undead army, found that their opponents were retreating. The undead seemed to have given up their complete blockade of the Solder Bridge, and were preparing to retreat to the second line of defense. With no strong person able to check Scarlet and Leo, the undead army finally chose to retreat after struggling for a while. When Brian saw this opportunity, he would not miss it, and he sent more troops to the front line of the battle. Did the undead army finally retreat after being unable to withstand the losses? This is a good opportunity to enter the Earthy Highlands. There is no room for hesitation on the battlefield. If you don't take advantage of the chaos in the formation of the undead army when it retreats to kill them, it will be even more difficult for them to enter the Earthy Highlands after they retreat to the second line of defense. "Whaley, lead the brothers and follow me," Leo shouted at Willie, adjusted his direction, and headed towards the weak point of the undead army's blockade. Willie naturally followed Leo's orders. He called the other 4 sergeants, and the 5 of them led their 3,000 soldiers to follow Leo and launched a more violent attack on the undead blockade. Since he was at the forefront, Leo didn't have to worry about hurting his own people. As he waved his staff repeatedly, bone spears shot towards the undead soldiers with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The destructive power of the bone spears is comparable to the giant arrows fired by the siege ballista. The undead soldiers cannot withstand their powerful impact. The parts stabbed by the bone spears are often separated from the body in pieces. They are the result of being struck by the bone spears. The strength of the belt was forcibly torn from the body. A bone spear can often cause serious injuries to 3 to 4 undead soldiers. When Leo's staff is waved, 10 bone spears can be fired in 1 second, which can make 30 or 40 undead soldiers lose their combat effectiveness or even kill them. The undead soldiers who came up could not keep up with the speed of their damage, and he quickly opened a gap in this corner of the undead army's defense line. With the gap opened by Leo, the 3,000 soldiers led by Willie easily broke in. The 3,000 human soldiers, who were well equipped and bathed in dragon blood, relied on their good equipment and strong physical fitness to close this small gap, tear it apart forcefully, and make it a big hole. The human soldiers were strong, but the undead soldiers were also difficult to deal with. Although Willie led 3,000 soldiers to fight hard, the undead soldiers who were not afraid of death could always block their progress, preventing the gap in the defense line from truly being broken. The 2 sides were fighting in a melee, and Leo had to restrain his killing intent in order to avoid accidental injuries. He used spells such as Shadow Arrow and Searing Pain to kill the undead soldiers blocking the way. This naturally reduced the efficiency a lot. If the current situation continues, it will be impossible to break through the undead army and their second line of defense. Once the undead gain a firm foothold, it will be more than 10 times more difficult to break through their defense line. This definitely won't work. Leo wanted his soldiers to use frost grenades, but he thought for a while and held back. Frost grenades are consumables. I don't know when they will be replenished when I go to Earthy Highlands. It is better to use less of such consumables. For the sake of future planning, it is better not to use them. Besides, he still wanted to keep this hand to deal with some subsequent situations. Lao Pei, stop getting entangled with the undead, and come here to help. Leo sent such a message to Parashion. But the Red Dragon, who was obsessed with killing all the abominations, ignored it. He was still killing the abominations with dragon fire. Bastard Lao Pei. Let me off the hook at the critical moment. Leo was very angry at the Red Dragon's lack of cooperation. Judging from Polixion's performance, Leo knew that this Red Dragon did not really surrender to him, and he would have to put more effort into making him obedient in the future. But those are things for the future. The current situation is, Polixion does not cooperate, so he has to find a way on his own. Do we really need to use Frust grenades? Chapter 197 Mushrooms. Just when Leo was hesitating whether to expose the Frust grenade, a long-awaited voice sounded in his head. Unstable mushroom transfer completed. Equip skill. Summon poisonous flower vines to return to normal. At the same time as the sound sounded, Leo found that he could summon the poisonous flower vine again. At this time, he was lacking in combat power and didn't think much about it. He summoned the poisonous flower vine with the mentality that having more pets would give him more combat power. The poisonous flower vine that I haven't seen for a long time is still the same as before. It has not become different from before because of the addition of an unstable mushroom. At least Leo, who took a quick glance, did not find any difference in the appearance of his pet. Out of curiosity about the poisonous flower vine's new ability, Leo gave it the order to use the unstable mushroom. And a surprise came. After receiving the master's order, the poisonous flower vine quickly approached the undead army from the ground. Leo was surprised to find that the poisonous flower vine did not come out of the ground to attack like before, but kept burrowing under the ground. Just when he was feeling strange about the behavior of the poisonous flower vine, palm-sized green mushrooms burst out of the ground where the poisonous flower vine had passed through. Mushroom? Leo was stunned. These were the newly acquired unstable mushrooms from poisonous flower vine. What are they used for? Leo didn't have to worry about guessing the use of these green mushrooms. The undead helped him solve the problem. Green mushrooms sprouted from the ground. The undead, who were resisting the attack of human soldiers, didn't notice this problem at all. Even if someone noticed, they probably didn't care too much. They stepped on them directly, and the mushrooms were stepped on like this. To a pulp. Puff puff. The trampled mushrooms made a slight sound, followed by the gray-green gas floating out of the rotten mushrooms. These gases inevitably came into contact with the undead, and a tragedy occurred. All the undead that were contaminated by the gray-green gas emanating from the rotten mushrooms had gray-green spots on their bodies. These spots quickly spread throughout their bodies, making the undead's body look like a sudden mildew. So ugly. The undead don't care about the changes in their bodies. They are already corpses. So why should they care about their appearance? At least that's what ordinary undead soldiers think. The undead with this attitude regretted it in an instant. Their moldy bodies suddenly sprouted palm-sized green mushrooms. These green mushrooms continued to absorb nutrients from their bodies. The bodies of the undead soldiers quickly collapsed under the crazy absorption of these mushrooms. First, bones fell from the body one by one, and then the whole person fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of broken bones on the ground. These bones turned into a pile of bones as the mushrooms frantically absorbed nutrients to satisfy their own growth. Piles of debris. As the gray-green gas spread, the undead soldiers turned into piles of debris on the ground, and a large blank space appeared in the undead army. Is this still a poisonous flower vine? Leo was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect the poisonous flower vine to become so powerful after possessing a new ability. Mushrooms growing on corpses. Why does this scene feel so familiar to me? Leo held his chin and laughed strangely. They were both growing mushrooms. I wonder if the ability of the poisonous flower vine can be compared with Imerus in the Dream of the Four Green Dragons. As expected of my pet? It's so cool. Make a profit. Make a fortune. It was just a matter of killing Milo, the leader of a small swamp herd. But he actually got such an unfair ability, which turned the poisonous flower vine that was gradually becoming useless into something with endless potential. It was really surprising. The mysterious thing in my mind that calls itself the host is indeed the golden finger brought by time travel. As long as it is there, this ability to turn decay into magic will definitely push me step by step into the ranks of the strongest. Leo's current confidence is incredible. The poisonous flower vine has become so powerful after acquiring an unstable mushroom ability that was originally inconspicuous. He began to look forward to the piercing drag that the steel stone demon received from the lakeshore hunter Gaz. Whaley, tell the brothers to try not to get exposed to those mushrooms. Reality is not a game with an attack mode. In order to fear that the mushrooms planted by the poisonous flower vines would hurt one of his own, Leo quickly issued a warning. In fact, Willie would do the same without him having to say more. After seeing the fate of the undead soldiers, who would dare to rush into the gray-green gas with their heads in shock? You think your life is too rich? Do you want to taste the taste of tragic death? As soon as he finished speaking, a message came back to Leo's heart, which made him overjoyed. Seemingly knowing Leo's concerns, the poisonous flower vine responded to him, telling him that the gray-green gas would not cause harm to Leo and his soldiers. Unstable mushrooms look awesome, but they have limitations. It can't cause harm to the powerful in the legendary realm, and even high-level warriors can persist in it for a long time. Although the strength of the 3,000 soldiers who have been bathed in dragon blood has not reached a high level, their defense capabilities are quasi-legendary, and the gray-green gas is unlikely to affect them. Unstable mushrooms are great for bullying the weak, but not good for dealing with the strong. Sure enough, everything in the world is not perfect, but the poisonous flower vines will become stronger as my strength increases. As long as my strength reaches a certain stage, even legends and even epic heroes cannot withstand these mushrooms. With the feedback from the poisonous flower vine, Leo felt confident. He immediately shouted to Viri, don't worry about those gray-green gases. They won't affect us. We can deal with them before the undead find them. We rush over. Willie didn't have the slightest doubt about Leo's words. Since he said he would charge, he would lead the charge. Anyway, he had already made up his mind to follow Leo. Now that I am Lord Leo's subordinate, will the Lord harm his subordinates? Obviously impossible. Rush over. Willie took the lead and rushed into the place covered by the gray-green gas. Seeing that the officers rushed in, as a soldier, he naturally had no scruples. The 3,000 dragon-blooded soldiers shouted and killed them, taking advantage of the influence of the gray-green gas on the undead. Quickly penetrated the opponent's defense. They successfully set foot on the land of Arthi Highlands. Don't look back. Let's go! After breaking through the defense line of the undead army, Leo's eyes suddenly became empty, and he secretly thought to himself, finally, a breakthrough has been made. But now is not the time to relax. The undead army is behind you, and you must get rid of them. Poisonous flower vines quickly shuttled underground, and green mushrooms burst out of the ground. A field of mushrooms separated Leo's team from the undead army. Seeing this scene, some of the undead, who originally wanted to deal with these humans, stopped immediately. Although the undead were not afraid of death, they would not make unnecessary sacrifices. Lao Pei, are you coming yet? Leo asked the red dragon again. If Parashion continued to have his own way and ignored him, Leo would not mind giving up the red dragon. Parishion's previous behavior did make him dissatisfied. Hearing the anger in Leo's words, Parashion was startled, and his mind that was overwhelmed by anger immediately came to his senses. The days he spent with Leo made him understand the situation. This human seems to be easy to talk to on the surface, but if you really mess with him, don't expect him to look good on you. The epic dragon is a treasure in the eyes of others, but it is not impossible to give up to this human warlock named Leo. If he disobeys his wishes again, he will definitely give up on himself without hesitation. Polition hesitated a little. If he ignored Leo and asked him to give up on him, this might be a good way to regain his freedom. Let's go! After Leo sent a message to Parashion, he ignored the red dragon. What he wanted was a thug, not a man. It didn't matter if he didn't want a guy like the red dragon, who had his own way of doing things. Isn't it just an epic dragon? I also have a dragon, and he is a loyal one. Seeing that Leo led the people away without hesitation, Parashion roared angrily, leaving behind the last 10 abominations who had been killed, and began to break out. As a member of the dragon clan, it was so embarrassing to be abandoned by a human. Even if I have to give up, it should be me, Lord Polition, who gives up on you, Leo. Leo glanced at the red dragon that was quickly approaching him from the corner of his eyes. This old pay dared to let me off the hook at a critical moment. He really needs to be dealt with. Let's see how I train you in the future. Leo, you are such a weak soul. Do you know? Parashion rushed over, looking like he was going to accuse him, but he was interrupted by Leo before he could finish his words. Lao Pei, as a partner, you actually ignored me on the battlefield. I am really disappointed. Is this the credibility of the Dragon Clan? Nonsense. I am not at all. What are you? Don't you just want me to give up on my own initiative, so that you can use this reason to gain so-called freedom again? Leo's face showed. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't use small tricks to make me despise you. The expression and the contemptuous look in his eyes drove Parashion almost crazy. Hundan, I don't have such thoughts at all. In fact, The red dragon felt guilty. He had really had this idea just now. Now that Leo had revealed it. The angry Parashion suddenly lost his momentum. It would be best if it wasn't like this. Leo smiled secretly in his heart. Little boy. I still can't deal with you. Lord Leo. Should we adjust the direction? Willie suddenly came up. Under the leadership of Leo, the entire team was moving forward. But strangely, the direction they were heading could not reach the refuge valley at all. Viri. There's no need to adjust the direction. We don't need to go to the refuge valley right away. I went to the refuge valley after knowing that someone in the kingdom wanted to kill me with the help of the undead. Isn't this crazy? How I conduct myself once I enter the Arthi Highlands is beyond anyone else's control. Chapter 198 The Ogre with Mushrooms on his Body. As the saying goes, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. After entering the Arthi Highlands, as the highest commander of the entire army, Leo could act according to his own wishes without worrying about anyone restricting him. After receiving Pisonia's warning, Leo had been thinking about how to act after entering the Arthi Highlands. After some thinking, he made a decision. Analyze carefully. Formulate a plan. Implement it with all your strength. Try your best to achieve the determined goal. And know where to make choices. In Leo's opinion, this is decision-making. Some nobles in the kingdom of Stormwind united and wanted to kill themselves, which made Leo feel a sense of crisis. The kingdom agreed to the suggestions of these nobles and sent him into the Arthi Highlands, which made Leo feel even more chilled. Whether it is Grand Duke Bolvar or the precocious little King Anduin, they consider issues from the overall perspective of the entire kingdom of Stormwind, and will not affect the stability of the kingdom because of individuals, no matter how much they admire Leo. Once Leo conflicts with the interests of the entire kingdom, Bolvar and Anduin will give up on him without hesitation. When it comes to dedicating himself to the kingdom of Stormwind, Leo has not yet had such an awareness. Leo is very different now from when he first left the kingdom of Stormwind and came to the wetlands. As a strong man in the legendary realm, not counting Pollution, he also has 3 legendary beast pets and a legendary plant pet, and even hides 2 epic bone dragons. With such strength, naturally confident, if the kingdom of Storm had given up on him in the past, he would still be worrying about where he should go. After all, at that time, his strongest would be no more than a high-level warrior. With such strength, let alone wandering around in this dangerous world. Even if he seeks refuge with others, no one will necessarily care about him. Maybe he will be killed directly for the sake of his relationship with the kingdom of Stormwind. And at that moment, he is now seeking refuge with a big force. And others will not drive him away even if they don't like him. What's more, he can also let the bone dragon pretend to be a mechanical dragon, making people think that he has made more powerful weapons. The ability of multiple epic combat powers. Just building the reputation of the kingdom of Stormwind is not an issue. One cannot hang oneself on a tree. As the saying goes, in addition to the kingdom of Stormwind, one must establish connections with other forces. Entering the Arthi Highlands now is an opportunity for Leo. An opportunity to establish contact with the Arather kingdom. To put it simply, Leo is preparing to increase the reputation of the Arather kingdom. However, there are techniques to gain reputation. Knowing that someone would reveal the news to the undead, and that they would be surrounded by an army of undead on the way to the Valley of Refuge. It would be extremely stupid for him to stupidly jump in headlong. Things have to be done in a certain way. And Leo was going to pay attention to the methods now. He directly ignored the kingdom's order for him to go to the Refuge Valley, and only took the later meaning to find a way to rescue the Arather coalition. So, he led his team to kill in the direction of Kumu village. Although Wei and the others didn't understand what Leo wanted to do, everyone had made up their mind to follow Leo. So no one had any objections. Anyway, they would do whatever Leo told them to do. The Deadwood village in Arthi Highlands is located in the lower right corner of the entire highland. It is a large gathering place for the Deadwood trolls in this highland. Before the fall of Strongbard, Deadwood village was not very eye-catching. But after the Arather coalition retreated to the Refuge Valley to continue resisting the undead army, this place became important as the center of gravity of the entire Arthi Highlands battlefield shifted. This is because an equilateral triangle is formed between Deadwood village, the Valley of Refuge where the Arather coalition is located, and Hammerfall, the stronghold of the undead in the Arthi Highlands. Taking down Deadwood village will form a joint force with the Refuge Valley in the center of the highlands, posing a huge threat to Hammerfell town located in the upper right corner of the highlands. In order to ensure the safety of Hammerfell town, the undead must either fight on 2 fronts or launch a massive attack. transform into a strategic defense, or allocate part of the force to defend the Deadwood village. No matter what they do, the pressure on the Refuge Valley will definitely be reduced. Taking advantage of the fact that the undead army was fighting fiercely with the Arather coalition forces in the Valley of Refuge and had no time to take care of it, they occupied the Deadwood village. This was Leo's plan. To implement this plan, there was one place that couldn't be bypassed, and that was the Stone Fist Hall. As one of the two strongholds of the Ogre clan in the Arthi Highlands, the place occupied by the Stonefist Ogres under Korgresh is a hall at best, but a large cave at worst. Don't underestimate it just because it is a cave. The Stone Fist Hall is truly large, because it accommodates more than 5,000 ogres living in it. The strength of the Stone Fist Ogres is not weak. In terms of numerical level, they are all creatures of level 26 or 7. Their strength is considered to be very close to that of high-level warriors. The power of the 5,000 Stone Fist Ogre cannot be underestimated. But this power was slaughtered. Green mushrooms burst out of the ground one after another, and pieces of gray-green gas floated out from the mushrooms, filling the cave when the Stone Fist Ogre wasn't paying attention. Unsightly spots appeared on the body surface of the ogres that were contaminated with gray-green gas. The ogres didn't think anything about these spots when they first appeared, but after a while, they felt an unbearable itching that made them involuntarily scratch them. Come in your own skin. This scratching caused the problem. It was okay for the ogre not to scratch, but the more they scratched, the more itchy they felt. As the strength of their scratching increased, blood marks appeared on their bodies. And then these blood marks expanded as the ogre scratched harder. When Kogre Winchurcher realized something was wrong, more than half of the ogres in the cave had scratched themselves until they were bloody. You idiots! Stop scratching! Kogre shouted loudly at his men. But he found that his words had no effect at all. The men who had turned him into a bloody man were still scratching their bodies hard. This is how to do. Just when Kogaresh was using his few intellectual cells, a new situation happened again. The ogres who had captured him, the worst, suddenly screamed. Kogaresh followed the sound, and saw green mushrooms growing on them. After these green mushrooms grew out, several ogres, the originally fat body of the human demon shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in a dozen breaths it became so thin that only a layer of skin and flesh was left covering the bones. This scene frightened Kogaresh to his wits. What on earth are those mushrooms? They are so terrifying. Just when Kogaresh was frightened, some more ogres sprouted mushrooms, and their screams resounded throughout the Stone Fist Hall. The remaining ogres were very uneasy. They looked at their companions in horror, wondering when they would become one of these people. We can't stay here any longer. Let's run out. After Kogaresh finished speaking, he took off his feet and ran towards the entrance of the cave. The ogre still hasn't figured out what happened to his men. The leader ran away, and the other ogres naturally followed suit. As they ran out of the cave, they did not notice that there was a palm-sized green mushroom growing in the middle of the road from time to time. Since he didn't notice that the frightened ogre trampled these green mushrooms to pieces, it was no surprise. The more green mushrooms that are trampled to pieces, the more gray-green gas will be released, and the number of ogres with health problems will also increase. Damn it! Who is setting us up? Who dares to anger the powerful ogre? Kogaresh roared angrily. It turned out that he ran to the exit of the Stone Fist Hall and found that the ogres guarding the entrance to the cave had disappeared, leaving only a large green mushroom field. Moreover, several walls of bones covered with bone spurs actually appeared at the exit of the cave, sealing the entire road out of the cave. The enemy hiding in the dark has sinister intentions. He intends to trap me and all my ogres to death in the cave. Kogaresh made this judgment after seeing this scene. Why are you shouting so loudly? Does it show that you have a loud voice? A voice with a teasing tone sounded. Kogaresh looked in the direction of the voice and saw a human riding a grizzly bear. Behind this human being, there are thousands of human soldiers in good formation. This group of people is none other than Leo and his 3,000 dragon blood soldiers. It was this group of humans who planned the attack on their own tribe. Thinking of the tragic situation of his men, Kogaresh's eyes turned red. The ice elements gathered in the ogre leader's hands, and an ice arrow hit the bone wall blocking the road with a bang, creating fine cracks in the bone wall. This ogre's ice arrows are powerful enough. It seems that he has the strength of a high-level ice mage. No wonder he can move freely in the poisonous gas of unstable mushrooms. But how long can you hold on under the constant erosion of the poisonous gas? Leo, who was sitting on the back of the grizzly bear, just looked at Kogaresh, who was trying to break the bone wall with ice arrows, as if he was watching a show, without making any move. An ogre magician whose strength reached the level of a high-level warrior was powerful in the eyes of others. But nothing in Leo's eyes. He was too lazy to take action. Not to mention that Korgresh may not be able to rush out before the poison is released. Even if he does, others will take action. Willy and the others, who are also high-level warriors, will not show up. I just saw that you ogres usually eat too much meat and have too much oil in your body. So I kindly gave you some mushrooms. Why are you so excited? Do you want to thank me? In fact, there is no need. I have always been it's a kindness that's given without expectation of repayment. Just because his body was too lazy to move didn't mean that Leo couldn't move his mouth. He kept stimulating Korgresh with a teasing tone, which made the ogre so angry that the speed of gathering magic power slowed down a lot. In his anger, Korgresh did not notice that because he had stayed in the gray-green mist for too long, ugly spots had begun to appear on his body. And these spots were spreading rapidly. Not long after, in Leo's teasing eyes, an ogre leader with ugly spots all over his body appeared. His name was Korgresh. Chapter 199 Deadwood Village. Furio didn't put much effort into dealing with the ogres in the Stone Fist Hall. He just let the poisonous flower vines roam around underground and put some unstable mushrooms out, and that was it. The 5,000 Stone Fist ogres killed all the enemies without even touching their clothes. This battle can be said to be a complete victory. The only fly in the ointment is that Leo didn't suck any corpses. The poisonous flower vines' unstable mushrooms were easy to use, but Leo was troubled by the fact that they couldn't leave corpses behind. These mushrooms are so well made. You just suck blood and get flesh. You don't even leave any bones. That's too much. After clearing out the ogres in the Stone Fist Hall, Leo and his team finally had a place to stay in the Arthi Highlands, no longer having to sleep in the wilderness. After instructing Viri to arrange for the team to station in the Stone Fist Hall and guard it, Leo began to check himself. With the energy provided by Korgresh and his 5,000 Stone Fist ogres, Leo finally raised his level, reached level 49. The nearly 2 months of non-stop fighting in the wetlands, the record of 100,000 murlocs in Menethil Port, and the battle between the Solder Bridge and the Arthi Highlands to fight against the undead army all seemed very different in the face of the increasingly large upgrade energy. Pale. Leo understood that the days of rapid upgrades were gone forever. Silently calling out the talent tree of the warlock profession, he invested some of the talent points gained after upgrading into Demon Rebirth. After selecting the last skill, Chaos Arrow, Leo, who had learned all the abilities in the Destruction talent, invested the extra talent points in the Demonology system. Demon's Embrace. This talent that improves physical fitness is definitely something you need to invest in. The next step is Fell Synergy, which is the ability to use the enemy's lost vitality to replenish your own pets. Note, it's a pet, not a demon. In other words, even Poisonous Flower Vine and Huma can enjoy this talent. With Demon Rebirth, I am no longer afraid that the summoned demon creatures will die in battle, because after they die, I can summon another demon instantly, instead of spending several seconds or even 10 seconds on summoning demons like before. Leo let out a sigh of relief. Compared with other people who can only get a few talent points by 2 levels or more, it is extremely unbelievable that he must get 1 talent point every time he levels up. Leo, what's wrong with you? Parashylan, who transformed into a human, was very surprised. The red dragon sensed Leo's improvement in strength. Leo's current performance made him very confused. Why should he sigh after his human partner's strength had increased? I just feel that the speed of improvement in strength is very slow now. Still too slow for you. You are still too slow. Parashylan has the urge to beat people up. Considering Leo's improvement speed, it's too slow for him. Isn't this nonsense? He achieved what other legendary strongmen took years, or even 10 years to achieve in just a few months. It still feels slow. Aren't you deliberately trying to hurt people? The red dragon replied angrily. Want to be quick? Just follow the example of that woman named Scarlet, and find a legendary strongman to pass on the secret method to you to ensure that you improve quickly. Leo rolled his eyes. I also want to be a second-generation king like Scarlet. All kinds of secrets, all kinds of guidance, and all kinds of treasures have been prepared for her since she was born. It's a pity that we are a lonely time traveler and have no father to fight for. Leo didn't speak, but Parashylan didn't stop talking. The red dragon asked him the doubts in his heart. Leo, can your little grass vine evolve? The poisonous flower vine that is as thick as a person is indeed just a small grass vine in the red dragon eye. Evolution? Sort of. Leo was not prepared to tell Polition in detail. This was his secret, and of course, he could not tell anyone else. Besides, the red dragon had not returned to him. Leo gave a perfunctory answer and Parashion was not angry. He was now shocked by the news he just heard. Leo's poisonous flower vine can evolve. What does this mean? This means that its potential is endless. If it continues to grow, it is uncertain what height it can reach. The red dragon said to Leo nervously, Leo, this is such a treasure. You must not let others know. Patting Parashion on the shoulder, Leo said with a smile, don't reveal your wealth. I understand this truth. Shouldn't I tell you if I treat you as one of my own? The red dragon felt that this was true. Leo told him the secret of the poisonous flower vine. And he did not treat himself as an outsider, thinking that he had a wrong idea when he was on the solder bridge. Parashion couldn't help but feel ashamed. Leo is pretty good to me. He treats me with sincerity. And it's really inappropriate for me to think that way. Poor Parashion. If Leo knew what he was thinking, he would definitely make someone burst into laughter. Damn it. I was fooled. What idiot provided the information? Humans must be laughing so hard now. An undead was cursing loudly. And behind him was an endless army of undead, numbering at least 20 to 30,000. These undead armies are guarding the only way from Solder Bridge to the Valley of Refuge. They have been guarding here for 3 days. It stands to reason that the people who are waiting should have arrived long ago. But the fact is, let alone the human army, not even a single person is seen. This situation shows that the intelligence deliberately disclosed by humans is false. And they have been deceived by humans. Send the news back, and say that the news from the humans is false. Kill the human who sent the message. If you dare to fool us with false news, use him as raw material to create hatred. The undead leading the team couldn't help but become worried after losing their temper. Since the intelligence given by humans was false, where did the human army go? What was their purpose in entering the earthy highlands? This human army didn't go in the direction of the Refuge Valley. Oops. No. Deadwood Village. The undead leader slapped his head hard. Damn it. There is a legendary level warlock in that army. This is bad. Move everything. Target, Deadwood Village. Is this the Deadwood Troll from Deadwood Village? They really live up to their name. They are all as thin as bamboo poles. Leo still didn't know that his purpose had been discovered by the undead. At this time, he was observing the situation in the Deadwood Village through the crow. The trolls and Stonefist ogres in Witheredwood Village are completely opposite. One is a thin bamboo pole, and the other is a fat man. However, strength cannot be judged simply by body shape. The trolls in Witheredwood Village really live up to the saying that no one should be judged by their appearance. They are thin and weak and are stronger than the Stonefist ogres. The average level of the Stonefist ogres is around level 26, while the Witheredwood trolls are higher, one level up, reaching level 27. Of course, these are not the main things. The most important thing is that there are many more Deadwood trolls in Deadwood Village than there are ogres in Stonefist Hall. The number of trolls Leo saw in the village alone was around 6,000, and he also discovered a huge cave in the mountains behind the village. Judging from the way the trolls entered and exited the cave, the number of trolls inside it will only be more, not less, than outside. The number of trolls in Deadwood Village is at least 15,000. If the cave is larger than expected, it is not impossible for the number to exceed 20,000. With so many trolls in Deadwood Village, it's no wonder that the ogres in Stonefist Hall have never dared to trouble them. Will that thing be born among the 20,000 Deadwood trolls? After telling Wei Li and the others what they had observed, the officers' faces became solemn. It is really difficult for their team of 3,000 people to capture a village that may have a fighting strength of 20,000 people. They're just some trolls. Just kill them. No need to ask who said this. Except for Polition. The Red Dragon has always been so arrogant. After hearing this, Wei Li and other officers' expressions relaxed a lot. They were still thinking about the problem with conventional combat thinking, completely ignoring that there was a powerful red dragon on their side. Thinking of the battle in grim battle that easily wiped out nearly 10,000 Dragon Maul orcs. The officers no longer worried about the upcoming battle. Kill him directly. Are you sure? Leo looked at Parashion with a half smile, making the red dragon feel terrified. Aren't they just a group of weak trolls? With Lord Polition's strength, could there be any problems? Hong Long was about to blurt out these words, but stopped at the last moment. He suddenly thought that with Leo's character, how could he have such an expression for no reason? There must be something wrong with it. Seeing the red dragon looking at him, Leo was not sure. Polition, haven't you noticed? If there are 20,000 Deadwood trolls, there must be a leader among them. A leader who commands 20,000 mid-level trolls. How strong will he be? I really want to know. Lao Pei, can you give me an answer? 20,000 mid-level trolls are equivalent to an army, and the leaders among them are at least legendary in strength. If these trolls exist for a long enough time, and no leader has fallen, then, army leader? Polition was a little unsure. If there was an army leader in Deadwood Village, this battle would be difficult to fight. This does not mean that the strength of the army leader can be strong enough to fight against the epic dragon, but that the army leader has at least one ability similar to the aura of the paladin, which can bless the army under his command on a large scale. These abilities are so weird that they cannot be measured by regular abilities. Against the army led by the last army leader, even with Poliction's arrogance, he did not dare to say that he could win. Faced with some weird skills, even the strongest at the epic level will capsize in the gutter. Hearing the words army leader, Wei Li and the others felt relieved again. If there was an army leader level troll in Deadwood Village, it would be really difficult. His eyes turned around on the solemn faces of the officers. And Leo just said, I'm not worried about the blessing ability of the leader of the Deadwood Troll army. When it comes to ability blessing, with me here, I can still be worse than him. What I'm most worried about now is the strength of this troll leader. Chapter 200 Attacking Deadwood Village. While the entire Arthi Highlands was in turmoil due to the fall of Stromard, Deadwood Village, located in the southeastern corner of the Highlands, was as peaceful as a paradise. Today, this calm was broken when the Deadwood trolls wandering outside the village discovered that a human army was rapidly approaching the Deadwood Village. They immediately raised an alarm. It's not that the Deadwood trolls are too sensitive, but anyone who sees thousands of heavily armed aliens quickly approaching the village where they live with murderous intent will react like this. To the Deadwood trolls, humans or aliens, the Deadwood trolls reacted very quickly. When the human army saw the Deadwood Village, they had already formed a formation. With such a quick response, it seems that the trolls in Deadwood Village have indeed formed an army, and an army leader must be born among them. From the other party's reaction, Leo had confirmed his previous suspicion. And it also meant that the number of trolls in Deadwood Village was definitely more than 20,000. Old Pei, an army leader has been born among the Deadwood trolls. Be careful when the battle comes, Leo told Polition. If something unexpected happens to the Red Dragon on the battlefield, it will have a negative impact on the entire army. The impact on morale is not great. Polition no longer showed off his dragon's arrogance. He had never seen an army leader born among trolls. He only heard that these guys were very powerful. The Red Dragon was eager to find such a leader. A fight with the opponent. Humans, you are not welcome in Deadwood Village. Get out. In Deadwood Village, a Deadwood troll wearing a strange headdress shouted at Leo and the others. The Deadwood trolls are so unfriendly. Nonsense. If someone else brought thousands of murderous troops outside the home where you live, would you be friendly? Troll. Arthi Highlands is the territory of humans. We can go wherever we want. In view of your bad attitude, I solemnly inform you that you are no longer welcome in this land, and you have been expelled. Now, immediately get out of Arthi. At Leo's signal, Viri said the lines that had been discussed long ago. The Deadwood trolls laughed as if they heard some funny joke. Did I hear correctly what this human just said? He actually wants us to move out of Deadwood Village and leave Arthi Highlands. Human, don't show your ignorance in front of me. Expelling us? Just because you people are not qualified to say such things. The Deadwood troll wearing a strange headdress quietly made a gesture, indicating that his fellow tribesmen were ready to fight. Preparation? And shouted back to Viri. I have already advised you. Since you are disobedient, I don't mind beating you until you do. Humans, you want war? Come on. The talks collapsed. And the talks collapsed without any surprise. And the atmosphere in Kumu village suddenly became tense. If you can't agree on words, the next step is to resort to force and use fists to resolve the dispute. Several rows of human warriors holding large shields to cover their entire bodies were approaching the Deadwood village. The steel boots made a neat sound when they stepped on the ground, like the beating of war drums that constantly impacted the mind of the Deadwood troll. The large shield reflected the sunlight, which dazzled the eyes of the Deadwood trolls on the opposite side. The trolls whose eyes were sore from the strong light could not help but close their eyes. Gala gala. The sound of the bow string being pulled forcefully sounded, and a sharp arrow was placed on the string. Thousands of archers knocked arrows and knocked their bows, seizing this opportunity to launch an attack. The sound of sharp arrows piercing the air kicked off the battle between the Deadwood trolls and the human army. Sharp arrows fell like rain, and there was a scream of pain in the Deadwood village. which was mixed with the screams of many trolls before they died. Dazzled by the sunlight reflected from the shields of the human warriors, the Deadwood trolls could not see the incoming arrows at all. The human archers' attack hit the trolls in Deadwood Village at the beginning of the war. With a blow to the head, the Deadwood trolls were told the truth. The gap between the so-called army composed of village residents, like them, and the regular human army that had actually been on the battlefield was not as big as usual. In his ears, he could hear the sound of the arrows shot by the human archers whizzing through the air. But his eyes were blurred by the strong light from the opposite side. Amidst the screams and pain of his companions, the trolls in the Deadwood Village couldn't help but avoid chaos. Leo was moved when he saw this situation. When the two armies were fighting, weakening the enemy's vision had such an effect. Then I might as well add another fire. While waving the staff, the group curse spell that damages the opponent's vision, the dim vision, appeared in this world for the first time. Because strongmen can rely on methods such as mental fluctuations to lock onto enemies. This made Leo think that the dim spiritual vision was of little use. And he never paid attention to the curse spell of the Necromancer. But he ignored this one fact. Individual combat is different from military combat. In a chaotic battlefield, if their eyesight suddenly deteriorates and they cannot see clearly, and all they can hear are shouts of death and various screams, how many people can remain calm? The Deadwood troll, whose eyes were sore from the bright light, and whose vision was blurred, found that his vision suddenly darkened. It was obviously broad daylight, but he felt like he was in the dark. An inexplicable panic spread among the trolls. Soon, the chaos in Deadwood Village, which was originally only a small area, began to increase. The panicked Deadwood trolls didn't pay attention. Green mushrooms the size of palms burst out of the ground under their feet. They were accidentally trampled to pieces in the panic. With a slight popping sound, wisps of gray-green gas emerged from the ground, scattered among the rotten mushrooms. Seeing the chaos in Deadwood Village, the unstable mushrooms of the poisonous flower vine took the opportunity to show off their power. Kill! Of course, Leo and the others couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Under the command of the officer, the soldiers shouted in unison and launched a real charge. They held their shields and slammed into the wall of Deadwood Village. The wooden village wall groaned under the heavy impact of 2,000 soldiers, and it seemed that it would break within a few hits. Some of the Deadwood trolls, who were still holding on, took up their weapons and hid behind the village wall and attacked the human warriors vigorously. However, the large shields held by the human warriors in front of them were too strong and the protective area was very large. The Deadwood trolls had limited counterattacks. It simply cannot cause harm to human warriors whose entire body is covered by a large shield. Are these human warriors all tortoises? They all go to the battlefield wearing the size of a tortoise SH.L. The Deadwood trolls were furious. Facing this well-equipped human army, they were really at a disadvantage, as they only had crude weapons such as stone spears. This scene fell in Leo's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder R&B warriors were so popular in various online games before time travel. Many wealthy players can invest huge sums of money in a game that others would consider crazy. This kind of equipment based it so satisfying to bully people and beat them with more. Killing you with money is nothing more than that. The dragon-blooded warriors under his command charged forward. And Leo would not be idle either. Balls of green poisonous mist enveloped the Deadwood troll's head. The poison explosion technique combined with the gray-green gas emitted from the unstable mushrooms completely muddied the air in Witheredwood Village, turning a good troll village into a smoky mess. No chaos. No chaos at all. Brave troll warriors, show these humans how powerful they are. The troll who was talking to Viri shouted. The strange decoration on his hand was very eye-catching. Such an eye-catching mark made it easy for Leo to find him in the chaotic battlefield. The yelling troll felt a sharp pain coming from his body. And then red flames burned every nerve in his body. The huge pain made his voice weaken immediately. In this sharp pain, he only heard a bang and was shaken all over. And he didn't know anything at all. On the battlefield, unless you are extremely powerful, it is best not to be too conspicuous. If you have strength, that's called cheating. If you don't have strength, that's cheating. Leo used the 3 spells of Searing Pain, Sacrificial Fire, and Incinerate to kill the shouting troll in 2 breaths. The Deadwood troll, which had lost its command, finally regrouped, and the formation was scattered again. Boom! With the loud sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The wall of Kumu village finally collapsed under the continuous collision of human warriors. The Deadwood trolls, who were in chaos in the village, lost their covering barrier, and were all exposed to the front of the human army. Deadwood village is in danger. Kill these trolls! Amid the shouts of the officers, The human warriors who rushed into Deadwood Village waved their butcher knives at the chaotic trolls. The gleaming weapons slashed mercilessly, harvesting the life of the Deadwood troll without any hesitation. Due to their own chaos, the Deadwood trolls could not organize effective resistance at all. They fought independently under the offensive of the human army and were quickly defeated. A large number of Deadwood trolls became the victims of the dragon-blooded warriors. From the trolls, the blood flowing from his body dyed half of the Deadwood village red. Seeing his soldiers defeating their opponents, Leo suddenly felt strange. What happened to the trolls in Deadwood Village? Were they really defeated so easily? What about the army leader, who was born among them? His men are fighting. But why is the leader missing? Where has he gone? Or, my inference is wrong. And no military leader was actually born in Deadwood Village? Exchanging glances with Parashion next to him, Leo asked the red dragon, "Oh, Pei, are you interested in going up and playing? Can I not go up if I say I'm not interested?" Pelixion felt a little strange. He, a powerful epic man and a noble dragon clan member, would be ordered by a human being. And he couldn't even think of any resistance. It didn't make sense. Being willing to be driven to do things obviously only happens between high-level dragons and low-level dragons with noble blood. Could it be that Leo has the blood of a dragon whose status is much higher than mine? Parashion suddenly realized. No wonder I was so easily convinced by him in the first place. I think it has something to do with the dragon blood in him. Thinking of this, the red dragon looked at Leo strangely. This kid Leo, which superior dragon and human is he the descendant of?